80% of the people in this world don't live past 18, simply because when they reach adulthood, their parents will turn them into food, serve them on the dinner table, eat them up, and the next day, those so-called parents will run to a welfare home again, to adopt a new baby again, start a new cycle. In the next cycle, these children may never know until they die. On the surface, they appear to be kind and friendly parents, but behind the scenes, they are just human monsters. And the reason I know this so clearly is because this is my own experience. On my 18th birthday, my mom personally stabbed a knife into my heart and kept muttering in her mouth. Time passes by so quickly in the blink of an eye. We've been raising it for 18 years. While on the other side, Dad swallowed hard, stared straight at me. Yeah, the day when people and animals grow up, the meat is the most delicious. And I gradually lost consciousness in my parents' strange conversation. I don't know how long passed. I heard the familiar birthday song in my ear. I suddenly opened my eyes. I saw the cake on the table and my parents sitting across from me. I also saw the knife placed on the table. At that moment, I completely panicked. I jumped out of my seat directly, but when I touched my chest, it was completely unharmed there. What on earth happened? Why did the knife that stabbed into my chest end up back on the table? No, that's not the point. Why did my mother kill me on my birthday? But I was already killed by my mother. Why am I standing here unharmed now? Could it be that everything before was just a figment of my imagination? At this moment, my whole brain feels like it's been hit by a heavy hammer, utterly confused. My abnormal mother stands up and asks me what to do, but I can't say. I imagined her stabbing the knife into my chest. The whole room fell silent for a moment, and with that, my mother breaks the silence with a smile on her face. So fast, in the blink of an eye, our spirit pet is already 18 years old. The moment the same words came out of Mom's mouth, my scalp is going to explode. As I watched Mom reaching for the knife on the table, I grabbed the knife on the table, tremblingly said, "Let me cut the cake." But then a gulp sounded. It was Dad sitting next to me, and at that moment, I could no longer stay calm. The same scene, the same words. I raised the knife in my hand. I shouted at the parents in front of me, "No, you are not my parents. Who are you?" The two of them also completely gave up their disguise, revealing their true selves. But it seems like my discovery has caused them trouble. Repeating emotions will affect the texture of the meat. Next, in my incredible gaze, I suddenly saw my own figure from another perspective. Another new cycle. But this time, there was no familiar birthday song in my ears. Instead, there were the fading sounds of songs. This time I was reborn in Queen KTV. This was the day before my 18th birthday. Watching the laughter and chatter of my classmates around me, I felt extremely aggrieved at that time. But more than that, I felt uneasy. I pushed open the door of the KTV and walked out alone. The streets were still bustling with activity at night. I walked aimlessly on the road. My heart was in chaos. Going home was not an option. There are still two monsters at home ready to eat me. Calling the police won't work. The police won't believe it at all. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Unknowingly, I had already arrived at school. Walking towards me on the campus was my homeroom teacher. At the moment I saw the adult, my anxious emotions were eased. In my heart, the homeroom teacher has always been a gentle and kind person. He is very good to the students. Whenever students encounter trouble, he will always do his best. I decided to tell the homeroom teacher about this matter. But after I finished speaking, the homeroom teacher looked around and then pulled me into a secluded corner, tore me into two pieces. The third rebirth. The alarm on my phone rang in my ears. I nervously looked around. This is my room. I immediately started to sort out my thoughts. Combining the fact that my parents always made a move when I was 18, I came to a conclusion. All the ones who turn 18 are monsters, and you can't let them know that you've already discovered their true face. Otherwise, they will immediately kill you. After confirming the thoughts in my heart, I opened my phone to create a chat group, avoiding the homeroom teacher and the only 19-year-olds in the class, Lu Linhai. Later, I immediately warned them. Absolutely do not tell anyone other than us. At 10 in the morning, we will meet at the abandoned factory building in the back hill. I will tell you the reason for the assembly. You need to be mentally prepared. After sending the message, I got up from the bed. I listened at the door for a while, until I confirmed that my parents were not there. I walked out of the room. However, at that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was a call from an unknown number. After answering, a deep voice came from the phone. "Don't go." Before I could speak, the person on the other end quickly hung up. I was stunned in place for a moment. I wanted to call back and ask for clarification, but found that the number couldn't be reached. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock on the phone, I didn't pay attention to the call and hurried to the back hill in order to make my classmates believe me. Next, I have also come up with a plan. As it approaches 10 o'clock, classmates from the class gradually arrived at the agreed location. First, I counted the number of people, except for 2 classmates who went on a trip with their parents. Only the academic committee member Joe Kai hasn't arrived. However, it was at this moment a figure appeared in the nearby jungle. It was none other than Lu Linhai, one of the only 19-year-olds in the class. I quickly hid behind the factory door. Nervousness caused my body to tremble constantly. At the same time, I was holding a rope in my hand. This was the trap I had set in advance. I was very clear, but the description on hand made it hard for my classmates to believe in the existence of the monster. So presenting a monster to them was more effective than anything else. As Lu Linhai walked to the location of the trap, I pulled the rope fiercely, accompanied by a scream. Lu Linhai fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Amidst the screams of my classmates, I comforted them not to panic, telling them that Lu Linhai is a monster in human skin. After saying that, I used the sharp edge of a stone to tear off Lu Linhai's mask. Until that moment, I was completely dumbfounded, because beneath the skin was only crimson flesh and blood. At this instant, my classmates went crazy and fled, shouting continuously from their mouths, "The paranormal killed someone! Quick, run!" And at the scene, only the squad leader Gu Zijing was left. He looked at me with a teasing expression and said, "Oh dear, Linny, it seems like you've guessed wrong. How did you discover us?" And what he said next made me realize how foolish my actions were. "You've made a very serious mistake, classmate. The consumption time for humans and animals is determined by the consumer's preference. Just like some people like their steak cooked to medium rare, some people like it rare, and you happen to fit the taste I like. I believe that everyone over 18 in this world is a monster. And you can't let the monsters know that you've discovered their existence. Otherwise, they will immediately devour you." But it was when I organized the under 18 students to kill the only 11 students over 19, Lu Linhai, in the abandoned factory in the back hills, to prove that he was a monster. That's when I realized I was wrong, because beneath his human skin was nothing but crimson flesh and blood. Classmates, see this, scattered and fled, shouting, "I killed someone." Only the monitor Gu Zijin looked at me playfully as he approached me. Only then did I realize it's over, because I can't guarantee that I can always go back to the past. Now, I can only take one gamble. Just when I was ready to be solved happily by the monster, I didn't expect that he would actually not let me die, eating my organs little by little. In this long process, I completely went crazy. As my consciousness returned to the day of the college entrance examination, I shouted loudly to the invigilator and classmates around me, "You are all monsters. Stop pretending. Come on, kill me. Stop torturing me like this. I've had enough." At this moment, everyone in the exam room is staring straight at me. At the same time, I felt someone standing up and walking towards me. I thought I could finally end this damn cycle. But that person put their hand on my shoulder and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry, he's my classmate." Maybe because the pressure of this exam was too much. That's why it happened like this. I listened. A familiar voice instantly sounded. Before I organized my classmates to go to the back mountain and the sea road, I received a strange phone call. The person inside told me not to go to the back mountain. And the voice on the phone is exactly like the person who is helping me now. I turned to look. Now it turns out that the only one in the class who did not go to the back hill is Joe Kai. At this moment, the invigilator passed over Joe Kai. With a smile on his face, he stared at me and said, "Is he really okay? He looks a little off. How about I take him to the office to rest for a while?" Upon seeing this, Joe Kai immediately blocked me. "Teacher, you also know how important the college entrance examination is for us. If the exam didn't go well," feeling upset, that's why he said that. Joe Kai turned his head and glared at me. "Lini, apologize to the teacher quickly." While I stood there in a daze, I can't tell who is the real person, who is the monster. Joe Kai saw me standing there in a daze. He calmly pulled me to his shoulder. He bowed to the invigilator while holding my head. Then he secretly pinched my waist, said, "Quickly apologize to the teacher." It was only then that I realized, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been angry with you." But the invigilator didn't say anything. He stared at me for a while, then glanced at Joe Kai again, persistently said, "Do you really not need to take a break?" Joe Kai still politely declined the invigilator for me. Seeing this, the invigilator had to pat my shoulder, ask me to go back and have a good rest before turning and leaving. However, just as Joe Kai and I were about to leave the classroom, suddenly, the invigilator's voice came from behind. "Student, wait a moment." At that moment, I shivered. What should I do? Ignore his calls? Just walk away? But wouldn't that expose us? But if we stay, we will definitely be killed by these monsters. Just thinking about the scene of my own death last time, my whole heart is beating rapidly. That kind of pain, that feeling of suffocation, and the despair at that time, I really don't want to experience it. At this moment, Joe Kai's voice came to my ear. "Calm down. If you don't want to die, don't be looking for me." I take a deep breath, slowly turn around and ask, "Teacher, is there anything else?" He smiled and pointed to the stationery on the desk. "You forgot your things." I quickly walked to the exam desk. I grabbed the stationery and thanked the teacher. The invigilator looked meaningfully at my back and said, "After going back, take a good rest. The exam doesn't mean much to you." When I heard the invigilator's last words, I was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. I remembered that my parents, who are also monsters, said the same to me. Before I discovered the truth of the world, I always thought my parents were more cheerful. Even if my grades were not ideal, they never scolded me. Now it seems, they are not uncheerful. They really don't care. After all, who cares about a monster's exam results? Then, under Joe Kai's urging, we came to the school rooftop. After confirming that the rooftop was empty, Joe Kai asked with a cold face when I discovered the monster. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Do I have to tell him that I found out when the monster killed me 2 days later? But will Joe Kai believe this? However, at this moment, Joe Kai stared at the students downstairs who were preparing to go home after finishing the exam and said, "Never mind, it's not important. We have to leave early. If we leave too late, we might be discovered by them." Then, he looked at me seriously and said, "From now on, you have to remember, there are no monsters in this world. If you want to stay alive, you must pretend you don't know anything." But he doesn't know. I'll be dead at the hands of my parents in 2 days. I asked Joe Kai about this world. How much do you really understand, and to find a way to survive in it? But Joe Kai just sighed. I don't know much more than you do, but I can be sure of one thing. We were not raised by our biological parents. We were raised as livestock by those monsters, and the day the livestock grow up is the time for the monsters to feast. At this point, I remembered the day my parents killed me, called me a beast, unintentionally. I let slip the words beast. At that moment, Joe Kai's expression changed suddenly. Grabbing my collar, he asked, "Why do you know how the monsters are called? Have you already seen the true form of those monsters?" I nodded. "Tell him. My parents, Teacher Yao, and class president Gu Zijin are all monsters." At this point, Joe Kai angrily said to me, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to drag me down with you? Don't you know that once their true colors are exposed, the breeding will be terminated early?" After saying this, Joe Kai hurriedly glanced at the world on his phone and turned to walk towards the staircase, all the while muttering under his breath, "It's over. Everything's finished. I helped you out in the classroom. They will definitely come after me. I can't die. I can't leave my little sister alone. I have to stay alive. I have to protect him." I hurriedly stopped Joe Kai. "Tell him I didn't report. Every time I die, I will return to just before death. Before I met you, I've died a total of 3 times, and in order to make him believe me, I even revealed the phone number Joe Kai called me from when he stopped me from going to the back hill last time." When he heard the number, Joe Kai frowned. This is indeed his number, and he has never dialed it for anyone else. He has always been very cautious, because he's worried about the phone being tapped. So he specifically prepared a checked elderly phone and an unregistered SIM card, prepared for emergencies. So apart from himself, nobody should know this number. At this time, Joe Kai did not continue to walk towards the stairwell. Instead, he turned around and looked at me, saying, "This should be your ability." But just as I was about to ask, suddenly, footsteps sounded from the staircase. Immediately after, I saw my mom appear on the rooftop, staring at me with a tight smile. Why did you come to the rooftop?" Mom still had a gentle smile on her face, waiting outside for a long time without seeing you come out. "How did you know I was here?" Linhai asked, suddenly aware. "I came in to find you. I heard from your classmates that you went to the rooftop, so I came to check on you," Mom said as she walked towards Linhai. Linhai stammered, unable to stabilize his emotions with his mother's sudden arrival. "Auntie, Linhai is feeling a bit upset." At this moment, Joe Kai stepped forward. Joe Kai was calm and smiling as he said, "Linhai didn't perform well in the exam, so he's feeling down." After the exam, his classmates were discussing the questions, and I was afraid Linhai would feel even worse if he heard, so I brought him here to comfort him. Watching Joe Kai's relaxed demeanor, Linhai couldn't help but admire him. Clearly, the previous Joe Kai had a serious look on his face, but the next second, it was as if nothing had happened. "Is that so, Mom looked at Linhai. Linhai, who had come to his senses, nodded slightly and said, "I'm sorry, Mom. After knowing that you are a monster, I can't bring myself to call you Mom. But Joe Kai is right, the most important thing now is to stay alive." Although he could go back to the past after being killed, Linhai didn't know how long he could still use this ability. "I might have done very poorly in this exam." Linhai gradually entered a state. He lowered his head, looking like a child who was feeling sad and blaming himself for not doing well in the exam. "It's okay, Mom said softly, "it's just one exam, it won't change your worth. So, let's go home." On the way back, Linhai was on edge the whole time. Occasionally, he glanced at his mother who was driving, and countless thoughts popped into his head. Should I take off my coat and strangle her? Linhai thought. No, what if these monsters also have shells on their necks? The coat won't strangle her at all. And I'm still sitting in the car. What if she steps on the gas and the car rushes out? I will die too. Or, poison their food? But what if they smell it? What troubled Linhai even more was that he didn't know how many monsters were in this world. Even if he could kill the monster in front of him, what about the others? Does that mean he has to live in this world full of monsters? Why aren't you speaking? Mom's voice came from the driver's seat. Linhai was startled and said, "I didn't do well in the exam, I don't feel like talking." Mom has told you. The gentler Mom's voice was, the more nauseous Linhai felt. "Grades are not important to you. Even if you didn't do well, Mom and Dad won't blame you." Linhai sneered in his heart. "Yes, of course you won't blame me. After all, you're going to eat me in 2 days. Grades really don't matter to you." I heard from your classmate that after the exam, you seemed to have an argument with the invigilator, is that true? Mom's words made Linhai alert. In the exam room where Linhai was, the only classmate was Joe Kai. Linhai didn't know the other classmates at all, and logically, they couldn't have known Linhai's mother. So, who told her about the exam room? Thinking back to how his mother knew that Linhai was on the rooftop, Linhai suddenly realized that he had probably been under surveillance all along. Yes. Linhai nodded slightly. Since she already knew, if he lied now, he would likely be suspected. Mom also heard that you mentioned something about monsters, is that true? When Linhai heard this, he shivered. He inadvertently glanced out the window and saw that there were few pedestrians on the road, and only then did Linhai realize that this was not the usual way home. This monster is testing me. Linhai's breathing became rapid, and his mind kept thinking about how to deal with it. Why aren't you talking? Monster. Linhai opened his mouth. I saw the monster. Sitting in the driver's seat, his mother suddenly stepped on the brakes, and the car stopped abruptly. The monster you mentioned. Just as his mother was about to turn around, Linhai continued, I saw the exam paper turn into a monster, and the questions on it, every word on it. I clearly did those questions, but why can't I answer them in the exam? The mother in the driver's seat fell silent for a moment. The monster you mentioned, is it this? Linhai nodded. The teacher said before that we should treat each question as a monster in a game. Answering a question correctly means you have defeated a monster. But, this exam, I really can't answer it. Don't be afraid. Mom said, even if you didn't do well this time, we won't blame you. The car started moving, and his mother didn't look back. So, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The exam is over, so just relax. You must maintain the best condition. If it were before, Linhai would definitely be grateful for his mother's understanding. But now, Linhai understands why she said that. After all, only by maintaining the best condition can one make their flesh more delicious. I might be too tired. Following his mother's words, Linhai said, I should be fine after resting when I get back. That's right. His mother smiled, I'll make you something delicious tonight. Delicious? Linhai frowned. He didn't want to eat, and he didn't dare to eat. Who knows what he has been eating all this time? Just thinking about it made Linhai's stomach churn. There have been several recent incidents of bad people hurting others in the city, and the police have identified the suspect as in Changdao, the owner of a meat shop on Shenzhong Road. The suspect is still on the run. Please be vigilant, and if you find any clues, please notify. A news bulletin suddenly interrupted the car radio, but before the news finished, his mother switched to music. It's so scary. His mother's tone sounded somewhat worried. It's been so long, why hasn't this person been caught yet? It's not very safe outside recently. How about you stay at home these days? Linhai felt it was ridiculous. Is it really safe at home just because it's not safe outside? After all, this place is full of monsters everywhere. Does it make a difference where you stay? It's just a matter of who gets eaten in the end. But, he had made plans with his classmates for a graduation dinner tomorrow. Linhai gradually got used to talking to these monsters. It wouldn't be good if I'm the only one who doesn't go. Perhaps fearing that his mother would stop him from going out, Linhai continued, Actually, I don't want to go out either, especially since I didn't do well in the exam this time. But I've made plans with my classmates. How about this? I'll come back after dinner with my classmates tomorrow, and then I'll rest at home for a few days, not going anywhere, and adjust my mindset. Okay. His mother finally relented. When they arrived at the residential area and entered the elevator, Linhai met Mrs. Lu from upstairs. Mrs. Lu, did you bring your grandson over again? His mother glanced at the child in Mrs. Lu's arms. Yes. Mrs. Lu nodded and smiled. You know, my old man just loves children. It's only been a few weeks, and he's been missing him so much. So, I brought this little guy back to keep us company for a couple of days. Linhai turned away from them, not knowing what kind of mood to face the child in Mrs. Lu's arms. He remembered very clearly that Mrs. Lu was holding a girl of about 5 years old last year. And now, Mrs. Lu was holding a little boy. The child was not Grandma Lu's grandson at all, but their food. I'm sorry. Linhai kept repeating in his mind. At this moment, Linhai couldn't even guarantee his own safety, let alone save this poor child. Right, I remember Linhai and your family will be 18 the day after tomorrow. Grandma Lu's words made Linhai's scalp tingle. Yes. Mom nodded with a smile. You've been waiting for this for so long, and Linhai has finally grown up. Grandma Lu also smiled. You must be looking forward to that day. Linhai gritted his teeth. The scene of June 10th kept flashing through his mind. I won't let you kill me again. Linhai secretly vowed, this time, I must survive. After returning home, Linhai told his mom that he was tired and wanted to sleep. He hid in his room, thinking about what to do next. During this time, his mom came in a few times. Although Linhai pretended to be asleep with his eyes closed, he could feel his mom standing by the bed, staring at him intently. In the evening, the doorbell rang at home. Footsteps could be heard outside the room, and Linhai thought it was his dad coming back, adding to his worries. The door was opened, and someone came to Linhai's side. Linhai, it's me. A familiar voice came to his ear. Joe Kai. Seeing Joe Kai in front of him, Linhai breathed a sigh of relief. Linhai, something has happened. Joe Kai's face was extremely ugly. His eyes were red, as if he had just been crying. What happened? Linhai became nervous. Did we get exposed? Joe Kai shook his head. Linhai, I'm sorry. A sharp pain came from his abdomen, and looking down, Linhai saw that Joe Kai was holding a knife, and the blade had pierced Linhai's body. Why? I'm sorry, but I have to do this, because only this way. There are 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. Please pay attention to the exam time. The voice of the broadcast woke Linhai up. Opening his eyes, Linhai saw the exam paper in front of him. He remembered this exam paper. It was from the morning of June 8th. Linhai was filled with anger. After finally making up his mind to survive, he ended up dead. Not only that, this time he was killed not by a monster, but by Joe Kai, a fellow human. This examinee, please refrain from making loud noises in the examination room. The invigilator walked over, and the other students in the examination room also looked at Linhai. Get lost! Linhai shouted loudly, standing up from his chair. Looking back at the back row, Linhai saw a familiar figure. Joe Kai. Linhai walked over and grabbed Joe Kai's collar, lifting him up. What are you doing? Joe Kai looked puzzled. This examinee, please stop immediately. The invigilator tried to stop Linhai. If you continue like this, I will have to disqualify you from the exam. I'm handing in my paper. Linhai glared at the invigilator. Even though Linhai knew that the invigilator in front of him was a monster, he was no longer afraid at this point. As long as he didn't expose the fact that he had discovered their true identities, the monsters wouldn't attack recklessly. At least not before June 10th. He also handed in his paper. Linhai pulled Joe Kai's collar and walked out of the classroom. Let go of me. Joe Kai broke free from Linhai's grip. Are you crazy? Linhai leaned in and whispered in Joe Kai's ear, if you want to save your sister, just come with me honestly. Hearing this, Joe Kai's face darkened. Without stopping, Linhai decisively turned and walked out of the classroom. This examinee, have you encountered any trouble? The invigilator asked. Do you need any help? Joe Kai shook his head and said, no need, teacher, I'm also handing in my paper. With that, Joe Kai quickly caught up. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Linhai stared at the stairwell. When he saw Joe Kai coming in, Linhai rushed over without hesitation and threw a punch. Unfortunately, this punch did not hit Joe Kai. Joe Kai's agility was much greater than Linhai had imagined. He just slightly dodged and easily avoided it. Don't hide. Linhai steadied himself and said, stand there and let me punch you. You owe me this. What did you want to say by calling me over? Joe Kai's face turned serious. What happened to my sister? Tell me after I punch you. Linhai ignored Joe Kai and charged at him again. His punch was caught by Joe Kai, who then swept Linhai's legs, instantly pinning him to the ground. Joe Kai, you son of a bitch. Linhai cursed. He tried to stand up but found himself unable to. Is your sister's life more important than mine? Are you willing to kill me without hesitation to save your sister? Why? I finally mustered the courage to survive from the monster's hands, only to die by yours in the end. What are you saying? Joe Kai's face darkened as he asked, what do you know? Gritting his teeth, Linhai recounted their previous conversation. Can't we have a proper conversation? Suddenly stabbing me, do you know how painful it is to be stabbed? Try stabbing yourself. Linhai complained incessantly, feeling extremely wronged. Joe Kai released his grip and looked at Linhai with half belief and half doubt. Are you saying that my sister will be killed by a monster this afternoon? How would I know? Linhai got up from the ground. Anyway, that's what you said when you stabbed me. You said that after finishing the exam this afternoon, you went home and found that your sister had turned into a monster. You also said to tell you about this and to make sure you save your sister. I'm puzzled. How did you know that your sister had turned into a monster? Did you see it with your own eyes? Joe Kai furrowed his brow and said, heartbeat. The heartbeat of a monster is different from that of a human. My ability is enhanced senses. I can judge whether someone is a monster by listening to their heartbeat. Linhai remembered that Joe Kai had been on the rooftop with him before, yet he could detect their mom coming up the stairs and even smell Linhai's scent on her. The reason Joe Kai called Linhai on June 9th, telling him not to go to the back mountain, was also because Joe Kai knew Linhai was human, while the other classmates were monsters. In other words, this afternoon, after you went back, you judged from your sister's heartbeat that she was no longer your sister? That's not right. Linhai felt puzzled. When I was killed by Guzi Jean before, she told me that monsters have their own preferences for eating people. Some monsters like to eat children, and some like to eat adults. If your sister was killed by a monster, it means they like to eat people of her age. Then shouldn't you have been the first to be eaten? Joe Kai shook his head and said, my situation is different from yours. Monsters disguised as your parents raised you, but I grew up in an orphanage. Linhai was stunned, realizing that he indeed didn't know much about the current Joe Kai. He didn't know his family background or his personality, only that he was reclusive. And now, he was also a sister con. It made sense. If Linhai had known enough about Joe Kai, he wouldn't have been stabbed to death by him. If it's an orphanage. Linhai thought for a moment and then asked, how do monsters in the orphanage eat people? For these monsters, the orphanage is their store, Joe Kai said. When I was very young, I discovered that I had special abilities. Through this ability, I found the existence of monsters and also found that the people who came to the orphanage to adopt children were monsters. Their purpose was not to adopt children, but to select food. Hearing this, Linhai thought of the child that Grandma Lu had been holding before. Perhaps the child had also been brought back by Grandma Lu in this way. How did you manage to survive until now? Looking at Joe Kai in front of him, Linhai couldn't help but admire him. Linhai only had to face his parents, who were two monsters, but Joe Kai, who grew up in the welfare home, had to face batch after batch of monsters. Every time a monster came to the welfare home to select children, I would secretly take away the information of me and my sister, and then hide with my sister temporarily. Joe Kai explained, with my abilities, this is not difficult. After the monsters left, I would quietly put the information back to avoid being discovered by those monsters. Since you knew about the existence of monsters early on, why didn't you take action earlier? Linhai puzzled. Action? Joe Kai asked with a bitter smile, how can I take action? Do you know how many monsters there are in this world? Let's not talk about other places for now, just our class. Except for you and me, everyone else is a monster. If a class is like this, let alone other places. After those monsters kill people, other monsters will come to take their place. Of course, not everyone will be replaced. Some people, once they die, they're gone. No one remembers them, and after being eaten by monsters, they disappear from this world forever. It's as if they never existed. Wait a minute. Linhai frowned, that's not right. He thought for a moment and then said, apart from you and me, there should be one more person in our class who is not a monster. Impossible. Joe Kai shook his head. How is it impossible? It's Lu Linhai. Linhai said. Lu Linhai? No, he's also a monster. I couldn't have misheard. Joe Kai's tone was certain. His heart rate is exactly the same as those monsters. He's definitely not human. Is your ability fake? Linhai was extremely confident. I can guarantee that Lu Linhai is definitely human. After all, Linhai didn't continue. Linhai remembered very clearly that he had killed Lu Linhai with his own hands before. Under Lu Linhai's skin was blood and flesh, not a dark shell. This is not important. Joe Kai brought the topic back. The most urgent thing is how to save my sister. Did I tell you when and where my sister was killed by the monsters? Joe Kai asked, and where was she killed? Linhai shook his head. You didn't say. Why didn't you ask? Joe Kai complained. You just came at me with a knife. I wasn't prepared at all. Even if I wanted to ask, I couldn't do it in time. Joe Kai paused for a moment, then lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. How about you beat me up this time? I promise not to fight back. A sister killer. Linhai cursed in his heart. In fact, Linhai was very angry with Joe Kai's behavior. But seeing Joe Kai's current anxious look, Linhai couldn't bring himself to do it. I'll owe you one, Linhai said. After this is over, I'll find time to beat you up. I thought that as long as I took away the information of me and my sister, I could survive from the hands of those monsters. Joe Kai clenched his fists tightly, showing his impatience. I thought that as long as I grew up, I could take my sister away from the welfare home. Because we didn't have parents, I thought that as long as I continued to pretend not to know about the existence of these monsters, I could live with my sister in this world. But, okay, let's not talk about this. Linhai interrupted Joe Kai. As an older brother, you should know where your sister usually goes, right? Joe Kai thought for a moment and said, because of the college entrance examination, all schools are on vacation. My sister is a freshman this year, so she should be staying at the welfare home today. So, could the place where your sister had an accident be your welfare home? Joe Kai shook his head. It shouldn't be. Those monsters have never laid a hand on the welfare home. Usually, people only take action after they have adopted the child. Could it be that your sister was just adopted today? No, that's not it. Joe Kai shook his head. If there were monsters coming to adopt, the welfare monsters in charge of the orphanage would have notified us in advance so that the children there could tidy themselves up. Because of this step, I was able to steal mine and my sister's information in advance. But I didn't receive any notification about monsters coming to adopt children. What's going on? Linhai really couldn't figure it out. If we can't guess. At this moment, Joe Kai looked particularly serious. I can only stay with my sister. You're not taking the afternoon exam? Linhai asked. It's not that I'm not taking it, it's that we're not taking it together, Joe Kai explained. Besides, can the exam compare to my sister's safety? Me? Us? Linhai was stunned. Are you saying that I have to go with you? Why? Don't you want to survive? Joe Kai said, if I remember correctly, you just said that you would be killed on June 10th. If you want to survive, there's only one way to escape. Where do we escape to? Linhai asked. You also said that there are countless monsters in this world. Even if we escape from here, we will still encounter monsters. As long as we are not discovered by the monsters here, it's fine. Joe Kai said, we can escape to a place where no one knows us. As long as we continue to pretend that we haven't noticed these monsters, they won't harm us. After all, they don't know us, so they don't know if we have a master. Linhai thought about it and felt that what Joe Kai said made sense. But me. Before Linhai could speak, Joe Kai interrupted, anyway, we're going to die one way or another, so we might as well give it a try. Are you willing to be eaten by those monsters like that? Unwilling. Linhai shook her head. I want to live, and if possible, I want to find my biological parents. In that case, let's decide like this. Joe Kai said, I'll give you an address. Go back and pack up at noon, and come over in the afternoon. Don't bring clothes, it's troublesome. Bring money if you have any. The broadcast announcing the end of the exam sounded, and the examinees in the teaching building left the exam room one after another. Joe Kai quickened his pace and continued to explain, remember, don't let the monsters notice you. After the agreement, the two of them left the teaching building one after another. The noontime passed in a flash, and it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Linhai finally arrived at the place where she had agreed to meet Joe Kai. Why are you so late? Joe Kai frowned and looked at Linhai, who had arrived late. Linhai didn't answer, her eyes were drawn to the girl standing next to Joe Kai. The girl had a twisted braid and a pair of big watery eyes, which were very beautiful. It seemed that the girl noticed Linhai staring at her, and she smiled shyly, revealing dimples on her face. Big brother, is this our sister? Linhai asked. Are you looking for trouble? Joe Kai scolded, I'm asking you, why are you so late? You make it sound easy. Linhai pursed her lips. The monster sent me to school and left after seeing me go in. I didn't dare to go out of the school gate, so I hid in the toilet and sneaked out from the back wall after the exam started. The afternoon exam started at 3 o'clock, and it's quite far from here, so I'm already early coming over now. Monster? What monster? Zhou Yun asked curiously. A game, he's talking about a game. Joe Kai hurriedly said, then pulled Linhai aside. Did you tell your sister about the monsters? Linhai asked. Joe Kai shook his head and said, no, she's still young. I'm afraid she'll be scared if I tell her. And my sister is simple-minded. If she knows, she probably won't be able to pretend not to know anything and will be easily found out. She's in high school now, she's not that young anymore. Linhai turned to look at Joe Yun. What are you looking at? Joe Kai angrily said. Do you want me to dig out your eyeballs? I didn't see anything at all. Linhai withdrew his gaze. Where are we going now? By train? We can't take the train, Joe Kai replied. Taking the train would attract too much attention and we could easily be found. If not by train, then how are we going? By walking. Walking? Linhai was taken aback. Are you kidding? Are we going to leave here on foot? Joe Kai nodded and said, yes. Ever since we discovered the monsters, I've been looking for a safe route to leave whenever I have time. I've been to almost all the places nearby. We'll walk from Sifang Mountain, and it will take about 5 days to reach Ling City on foot. When we get to Ling City, where no one knows us, then we can take the train. At this point, Joe Kai suddenly looked up and turned to look not far away. He said softly, someone's coming. Have the monsters already found out that we're trying to escape? Hearing Joe Kai's words, Linhai became nervous in an instant. However, Joe Kai shook his head and said, it's not the monsters, it's people. You scared me. If it's people, then we don't need to be afraid, right? No, Joe Kai's face became somewhat serious. This place is remote and not close to the road, so basically no one should come here. Brother. At this time, Joe Yun suddenly walked over. Joe Yun didn't know why her brother suddenly wanted to take her away, but even so, she was willing to unconditionally believe in her brother. However, Joe Yun suddenly remembered something. Brother, I suddenly remembered that I made an appointment with my classmates to go shopping together this afternoon. Joe Yun walked up to Joe Kai and said softly, because today is the end of my brother's college entrance examination, I want to buy a gift for you. Did you agree to meet here? Joe Kai asked softly. Joe Yun nodded. My classmate said she would come to pick me up on her electric bike. The location of the orphanage is hard to find, so my classmate and I agreed to meet here. Joe Yun said. Wait for me, I'll call her now, otherwise she might worry if she can't find me. Joe Kai, could the person coming now be your sister's classmate? Linhai leaned over to Joe Kai and asked softly. Possibly. Joe Kai's voice fell, and his face suddenly became difficult to look at. What's wrong with you? Linhai noticed the change in Joe Kai's complexion. There's a monster following that person. What? Linhai was stunned for a moment. Why didn't you notice just now? My perception range is limited. Joe Kai's tone became urgent. I can only sense targets within 800 meters. 800 meters? Linhai realized that something was wrong. So, that monster is very close to us now? No, it won't be. Linhai shook his head and comforted. They may not necessarily be coming towards us. Strange, why isn't anyone answering the phone? Joe Yun muttered as she looked at her phone. Didn't she hear it while riding her bike? That monster is coming towards us. Joe Kai frowned. The person coming towards us. Her phone is ringing. It can't be a coincidence, can it? Linhai glanced at Joe Yun. She called her classmate, and the person coming here's phone rang. In other words, the person coming is Joe Yun's classmate. Wait a minute. Linhai seemed to have realized something and her face became somewhat unpleasant. Joe Kai, in the time I experienced before, you said that when you went back, you found that your sister had become one of those things. In other words, your sister was killed during our exam. At this point, Linhai looked down at the time displayed on her phone. In theory, at this time we should be taking the college entrance examination in the exam room, so, could the time your sister was killed be now? The classmate who had agreed to go shopping with Joe Yun was chasing after the monster that was chasing the student, and everything was coming together at this moment. When your sister's classmate came over, she saw the true face of the monster and was chased by it. The monster chased her here and happened to see your sister. Damn, we've caught up. Linhai stomped his foot. Xiaoyun, let's go quickly. Joe Kai grabbed Zhou Yun and turned to run. Wait for me. Linhai followed closely behind, running with them. Brother, what's wrong? Zhou Yun noticed that Joe Kai's expression was not right and asked with concern. Leave here first, I'll tell you later. Joe Kai didn't have time to explain. At this moment he just wanted to leave here quickly. Linhai felt the same way. He didn't want to be killed by those terrifying monsters anymore. If they didn't leave immediately, when the monsters caught up, they would definitely attack them. But at this moment, Zhou Yun's phone suddenly rang. Zhou Yun pressed the answer button, and her classmate's terrified voice came from the phone. Zhou Yun, where are you? Save me, there's a monster. A monster is trying to kill me. Damn, why am I so unlucky? Linhai complained. He couldn't understand why these monsters, who usually hid so well, would suddenly reveal their true faces. Could it be that Zhou Yun's classmate happened to see the monster eating someone? But she was riding an electric bike across the road. She shouldn't have encountered such a thing. It's too late. Joe Kai stopped and quickly took out a knife from his backpack. What do you mean? Linhai asked. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of an electric bike came from not far behind. Then, a girl riding an electric bike broke into their line of sight. Xiao Ku. Zhou Yun recognized the girl. Zhou Yun, there's a monster. A monster is chasing me. Linhai vaguely heard heavy breathing, and a completely black, shell-covered monster appeared in front of them. This was the first time Linhai had seen the complete appearance of a monster. The monster had 6 long insect legs, and its original 2 hands had become side-shaped forearms. Its abdomen had several long spiky tentacles that swung constantly as the monster ran. A pair of huge compound eyes, as well as serrated mouthparts, made its appearance particularly frightening. Brother. Zhou Yun was frightened by the appearance of the monster. Don't be afraid, brother is here. Joe Kai's face was solemn as he stood in front of Zhou Yun. Joe Kai, there's something wrong with the appearance of this monster. Although this was the first time Linhai had seen the complete appearance of a monster, he had been killed by these monsters several times, so he had some understanding of them. Even if these monsters took off their disguises, they could still speak. However, this monster in front of them shook its head and continuously exuded disgusting mucus from its mouth. Not only that, Linhai smelled a strong smell of alcohol from the monster. Could it be that this monster accidentally revealed its true face because it was drunk? Linhai found it somewhat ridiculous. However, when he thought about the monster that disguised itself as his father also drinking alcohol, he didn't find it strange anymore. Not entirely. Joe Kai tightly gripped the knife in his hand, staring intently at the monster. The heartbeat of this monster is slightly slower than that of other monsters. It may be an older and sick monster. Ha! Linhai was somewhat surprised. Monsters can also get sick? How would I know? This is just my guess, Joe Kai said. Besides, is now the time to discuss these things. Zhou Yun, I'm sorry. The girl looked terrified as she passed by Linhai, not stopping, and rode away on her bike. This is all your fault. If you hadn't made me go shopping with you, I wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying thing. Watching the girl ride away, the final piece of the puzzle of Zhou Kaimei's murder fell into place. Zhou Yun's classmate had led the monster here and coincidentally encountered Zhou Yun when her classmate arrived. As a result, her classmate rode away, leaving Zhou Yun to hold off the monster alone. She just ran away like that? Linhai found it hard to believe. She won't get away, Joe Kai sighed. Once she sees the true face of the monster, she will eventually be killed by other monsters. Xiao Yun, go find a place to hide. Joe Kai bent slightly, preparing to fight the monster. Joe Kai, you're not going to fight this monster, are you? Linhai glanced at the approaching monster. Not just me, Joe Kai said, it's us. Linhai fell silent. Facing the monster in front of him, Linhai had a simple reason for not running away. He couldn't run as fast as the monster, so he prepared to fight. Although he was a little scared, he comforted himself with the thought that even if he were killed, he would just go back in time and start over. With this in mind, Linhai gained confidence in an instant. But when he saw Joe Kai fighting the monster, he couldn't help feeling a little envious. He's really amazing, Linhai sighed. The monster moved swiftly, its 6 insect-like legs making its large body exceptionally agile. Its side-like forearms kept swinging, and combined with its tentacles, it was no match for an ordinary person. However, compared to the monster, Joe Kai was equally skilled. It was clear that since he had sensed the monster's presence, he had been training himself. In addition, Joe Kai's ability was sensory enhancement, which made the monster momentarily unable to do anything to him. Visual enhancement allowed him to quickly perceive the movements of the monster's tentacles. Auditory enhancement allowed him to judge the attacks of the monster's forearms by the sound of the wind. Tactile enhancement allowed him to wield the knife in his hand more effectively. However, when Joe Kai's knife pierced the monster, it couldn't break through its shell. Its whole body is covered in a hard shell. The knife can't hurt it at all, Linhai shouted. Stop standing there shouting, come and help. Joe Kai dodged another swing of the monster's forearm and said to Linhai. Linhai shrugged and said, brother, you think I'm you? If I had your abilities, I would have come to help long ago. You are the only fighting force we have here now. Linhai observed the monster and continued, the eyes. Joe Kai, attack its eyes. There's no shell on its eyes. Joe Kai didn't want to attack the monster's eyes, but he simply couldn't get close. The monster kept emitting low growls that Linhai couldn't understand, seemingly being constantly provoked by Joe Kai's dodging. This won't work. Joe Kai's stamina is limited, but the monster's might not be. If Joe Kai runs out of stamina, we'll have to stay here. I have to find a way to deal with this monster. I don't want to die at their hands again. Linhai quickly took off his backpack and started searching inside. Although the side-like forearms of the monster were sharp, it was relatively easy to dodge. However, the tentacles on the monster's abdomen were extremely agile, and combined with their large number, it was very troublesome to avoid them. After Joe Kai took a few steps back to dodge the reaching tentacles, he seemed to notice something and glanced at Linhai's position. He noticed Lin Yi's actions and immediately understood his plan. Ugly monster, over here. Joe Kai decided to cooperate with Lin Yi, constantly attracting the monster's attention. He shouted loudly while attacking the monster's shell with the knife in his hand, even though he knew the knife couldn't penetrate it. Hey, ugly monster, look here. Soon, Lin Yi's voice rang out. At this moment, he stood up straight, holding a bottle in his hand. The bottle was stuffed with a towel torn into fine strips, completely soaked in the alcohol inside the bottle. This bottle of alcohol was secretly taken from the liquor cabinet at home by Lin Yi before he left. The reason for bringing the bottle of alcohol was twofold. First, to bolster his courage, in case he encountered something terrifying, taking a sip might make him less afraid. Second, alcohol can sterilize, and Lin Yi never thought that his escape plan could be completed smoothly. In case of injury, this bottle of alcohol could also be used for disinfection. However, he never expected that this bottle of alcohol would be used to make a makeshift incendiary bomb. Seeing the monster turn around, Lin Yi lit the towel and forcefully threw the bottle of alcohol at it, shouting, "Ugly monster, go to hell!" The bottle flew towards the monster, but the scene of the bottle hitting the monster and shattering as Lin Yi had imagined did not happen. Lin Yi did not control the force of the throw well. The bottle flew high into the air, and just as it was about to leap over the monster suddenly raised its forearm and chopped down at the bottle. The bottle was cut in half, and the alcohol spilled out was instantly ignited by the flame on the towel, landing on the monster's eye. One of the monster's eyes was ignited by the flame, and it let out a piercing scream. Run! Joe Kai took the opportunity to stab the monster a few more times, but seeing that they still couldn't break through the monster's shell, he quickly retreated and ran towards Lin Yi's position. We can't kill this monster. While its eye is burned, let's run quickly. Xiao Yun, come over here. Joe Kai pulled Zhou Yun and ran desperately. After taking a glance at the monster screaming, Lin Yi hurriedly followed. Where are we running to? Lin Yi asked. Of course, towards the four-faced mountain, Joe Kai replied. Stay close to me. We can't take the main road, it's crowded. If they see the monster chasing us, they won't let us go. Brother, what is that monster? Exactly? Zhou Yun seemed to have guessed something. We suddenly have to leave here, is it because of that monster? Joe Kai nodded, but at this moment, he didn't have time to explain. Xiao Yun, this is a complicated matter. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Although they ran fast, the frenzied monster had no intention of letting them go. The fire on its eye quickly extinguished, and although one eye was injured, the other was unharmed. So, the monster quickly caught up. Run faster, the monster is catching up. Joe Kai heard the monster's heartbeat. This is already my fastest speed, Lin Yi gasped. They ran for a long time, and the monster chased them for a long time. Brother, I can't run anymore. Zhou Yun couldn't run anymore. Gradually, Lin Yi also began to feel exhausted. Can't we think of a way to shake it off? Lin Yi asked, panting heavily. This way, we'll go into the alley. Joe Kai carried Zhou Yun and ran into the alley. But shortly after they entered the alley, Joe Kai suddenly stopped. Why did you stop running? Lin Yi asked curiously. Hasn't the monster stopped chasing us? Joe Kai frowned, gritted his teeth, and said, We're surrounded. What? Lin Yi was startled. Another one is coming from the front. No way? Lin Yi looked around, trying to find something to use as a weapon for self-defense. But after looking around, he found nothing. Do we have to start all over again this time? Faced with this situation of being caught between a rock and a hard place, Lin Yi couldn't think of a way to deal with it for a while. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Joe Kai, if it comes to it, just kill me. Ha! Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhou Yun was surprised. If we can't escape, that's all we can do. Joe Kai tightened the knife in his hand. In the next moment, you must also tell the truth about what just happened. Only in this way can we avoid that monster and safely reach Sifan Mountain. I don't need you to tell me, I already know, Lin Yi sighed. He had thought that this time he could survive, but it seemed that he couldn't escape the fate of being killed. The next time he resurrected, the time should go back to June 7th. It's better this way. At least if he escaped on June 7th, he wouldn't encounter this mad monster. Hurry up and do it. Lin Yi closed his eyes. Give me a quick death. Joe Kai raised the knife in his hand. Just as he was about to stab Lin Yi, suddenly, a familiar voice came from the front of the alley. Lin Yi? Joe Kai? What are you doing here? Lu Linhai? Seeing the person walking out of the corner of the alley, Joe Kai's face darkened. What are you doing here? Lin Yi asked in surprise. He didn't understand why Lu Linhai, who should have been in the exam room, would appear here. Could it be that the current Lu Linhai in front of him was really the monster? But Lin Yi clearly remembered killing him in the previous time. The Lu Linhai at that time was definitely not a monster. I'm going home, Lu Linhai said, puzzled. Going home? Lin Yi frowned. Aren't you supposed to be taking the exam at this time? What time is it? The exam ended a long time ago. Linhai glanced at his phone. It was almost 6 o'clock, and the afternoon exam had indeed ended. What are you doing here? Lu Linhai asked as he walked towards them. Stop, don't come any closer. Joe Kai quickly shielded Joe Yun behind him and raised the knife in his hand. Joe Kai, what? What are you doing? Lu Linhai was startled by Joe Kai's actions, especially when he saw Joe Kai raising the knife and looking at him warily. Stop pretending, I know you're a monster. Joe Kai gritted his teeth. Monster? Lu Linhai looked puzzled. What monster? Joe Kai, when you mentioned the monsters surrounding us earlier, were you referring to Lu Linhai? Linhai suddenly realized. Joe Kai didn't speak, but he stared firmly at the nearby Lu Linhai and nodded in response. You scared me. Linhai breathed a sigh of relief. He's not a monster. Are you guys playing role-playing games? Seeing Lu Linhai raising his leg again, Joe Kai shouted loudly, I told you not to come closer. Although I don't know how you fooled Linhai, you can't fool me. Joe Kai, what's wrong with you? Lu Linhai asked. As they spoke, the sound from the alley entrance grew closer. Although Linhai didn't see anything, he knew that the monster was catching up. Joe Kai, trust me, Linhai urged, Lu Linhai really isn't a monster. Let's run, or it will be too late. I only trust my abilities. Joe Kai's expression was unusually serious. His heartbeat is exactly the same as the monster's. You're being silly. If he really is a monster, does he need to pretend to be human and approach us? If he really is a monster, showing his true form and teaming up with the monster behind us, we're doomed. Joe Kai frowned. Although he didn't speak, he also felt that what Linhai said made sense. Just as Joe Kai was wavering, Lu Linhai's expression suddenly changed. Oh my god? Lu Linhai raised his hand and pointed shakily at something not far away. What is that thing? Looking back, the monster was catching up. Linhai had thought that the narrow alley would restrict the monster's movements, but he never expected that the monster could climb quickly on the walls. The narrow alley not only did not restrict the monster's movements, but also made it more agile. Run! Linhai urged loudly. Joe Kai gritted his teeth and continued to run forward with Joe Yun. Linhai, what is that? Lu Linhai stared straight at the approaching monster. The role-playing game you guys are playing is too advanced. Advanced my foot. Linhai ran past Lu Linhai and shouted at him, that's a real monster. Run! A real monster? Lu Linhai snapped out of it and glanced at the monster again, then hurriedly chased after it. The alley's twists and turns, which Joe Kai thought would slow down the monster, ended up putting him in danger. The monster climbed up the wall and leaped from the top, blocking their path. Its side-like forearm swung down, and although Joe Kai reacted in time, Joe Yun behind him didn't have time to dodge. Joe Kai turned his back and hugged Joe Yun, watching as the monster's forearm was about to strike them, when Lu Linhai suddenly rushed forward. Run! Lu Linhai pushed Joe Kai and Joe Yun away, but the scythe pierced Lu Linhai's body. Lu Linhai! Seeing the blood flowing from Lu Linhai's wound, Linhai's mind flashed back to the scene of him killing Lu Linhai. Why? Joe Kai didn't understand why Lu Linhai would save him. How would I know? Lu Linhai's voice grew weaker. Maybe it was a subconscious reaction. He looked at Linhai and Joe Kai, his body starting to convulse. Perhaps not wanting them to worry, Lu Linhai tried to smile, but the convulsions made it impossible to control his facial expression. Linhai didn't know much about Lu Linhai. After all, Lu Linhai had only joined their class in their senior year as a repeat student. But in Linhai's impression, Lu Linhai had always been like an older brother. He was kind-hearted, always willing to help his classmates in trouble. Run! The monster's tentacles quickly wrapped around Lu Linhai. Its serrated mouthparts bit into Lu Linhai's neck, greedily sucking his blood. Lu Linhai's death bought them a brief moment. The monster didn't continue its attack, instead enjoying its delicious meal. Joe Kai helped Joe Yun up from the ground, looking at Lu Linhai caught by the monster, feeling a mix of emotions. Let's go, Joe Kai gritted his teeth. You go. Linhai didn't move, standing in place, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. A nameless anger surged in his heart, causing his body to tremble slightly with the anger. He's already dead. Joe Kai pulled Linhai, urging him repeatedly. We're no match for the monster, we can't save him. I can. Linhai took a deep breath, his eyes gradually becoming determined. I can save him. Do you? Joe Kai instantly understood Linhai's meaning. Even if you can save him now, what about later? Do you have to use your ability to go back every time someone dies? I don't know about the future. Linhai didn't waver, taking the knife from Joe Kai's hand and walking towards the monster with firm steps. But now, I have to do this. Because I owe him. Linhai, you go first. Linhai didn't look back. If my ability fails, at least you and your sister can survive. Joe Kai frowned and glanced at the determined Linhai, then turned and left with his sister. "Hey, ugly monster!" Linhai stood in front of the monster and shouted at it. "Let him go!" Seeing the monster ignoring him, Linhai tightened the knife in his hand and thrust it towards the monster. Linhai was smart. He didn't choose the monster's covered carapace but aimed for its abdomen, which was not covered in armor. However, even just these tentacles were not something Linhai could easily handle. Before the blade could reach the monster, the tentacles quickly entwined Linhai. The monster lifted Linhai up and looked at him with its remaining compound eye. "You piece of trash, go to hell!" Linhai roared and threw the knife with all his might. The blade pierced the monster's compound eye, and its tentacles flailed wildly, throwing Linhai with force. Intense pain spread throughout his body, as if every bone was broken, and even his internal organs seemed to have ruptured. The 6 insect legs continued to trample on the ground, repeatedly hitting Linhai's body. Ha ha, ha! Watching the monster's furious appearance, Linhai suddenly felt like laughing. One day, I will kill all of you. His consciousness gradually blurred, and everything in front of him gradually dimmed. "Dang, now, let's start the test." The familiar broadcast prompt sounded in his ear, and Linhai opened his eyes. Looking at the exam paper in front of him, Linhai knew he was back. This time, he had returned to the afternoon of June 7th. Linhai felt frustrated. It was like playing a game for 3 days and nights, thinking he could clear it smoothly, only to find out that he hadn't even left the beginner's village. Glancing at the invigilator sitting at the lectern, he wished he could rush up and kill them right now. Linhai was angry, and he exerted force, tearing the exam paper with the pen tip. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his emotions, and began planning how to escape from there. Joe Kai's sister would encounter the monster on June 8th. Although he knew about it in advance, Linhai wasn't sure if he could avoid it. He didn't know the true identity of the monster before it revealed itself, and if he escaped tomorrow, he might still encounter it. Therefore, the best time to escape was today. His mother would come to pick him up after the exam. If he escaped at this time and his mother didn't see him leaving the school gate, she would immediately notice, and the escape plan would be exposed. So, after dinner? Not feasible either, as tomorrow was the last day of the college entrance examination. If he hadn't returned by evening, his parents would also notice. Therefore, the most suitable time was after they fell asleep tonight. This way, even if the 2 monsters at home discovered it, they would have already run far away. When he thought of this, Linhai suddenly noticed someone standing beside him. He looked up and shuddered. He didn't know when, but the invigilator was standing next to him, frowning at Linhai's blank exam paper. "What are you looking at? I can't do any of it, okay?" Linhai said irritably. The invigilator was taken aback, seemingly not expecting a student who hadn't answered a single question to be so arrogant. After the invigilator left, Linhai quickly filled out the answer sheet. Leaving it blank would seem suspicious. After all, he had already written the answers once, so he quickly finished it. Finally, with 15 minutes left until the end of the exam, Linhai handed in his paper and left. Before leaving, he whispered a few words to Joe Kai. "What are you doing, examinee?" The invigilator said, "Hand in your paper and leave quickly, no whispering." As the words fell, Joe Kai stood up. "Teacher, I'm also handing in my paper." Joe Kai handed in his paper and followed Linhai out of the examination room. It was still the familiar rooftop. Linhai recounted the events to Joe Kai, describing them clearly, especially about Joe Kai and his sister, so Joe Kai didn't doubt him. However, when he heard that Lu Linhai had saved him and Jo Yun, he was still somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect Lu Linhai would actually save me. He has always been kind-hearted," Linhai casually said. "Besides, there are many things you can't imagine. If it weren't for Lu Linhai saving you, you probably wouldn't believe he's not a monster until you die. But his heartbeat is exactly the same as those monsters." Joe Kai still couldn't understand this. "It's probably because everyone's physique is different." Linhai thought for a moment and said, "Some people have their hearts on the right side." "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore," Linhai said, glancing at his phone. The exam was about to end. "Don't forget tonight, I will invite Lu Linhai to join us. Don't call him a monster again." After experiencing various things before, the current Linhai could face monsters as naturally as Joe Kai. Soon, it was evening. Linhai made sure that the 2 monsters at home were asleep and then sneaked out. He arrived at the agreed location with Joe Kai, who had arrived early. "Linhai, Joe Kai just told me that the people around us are all monsters. Is that true?" Lu Linhai hurried over when he saw Linhai. Joe Kai had mentioned the monsters. Jo Yun had always believed in his brother, so he was just scared when he heard about it. Lu Linhai, on the other hand, looked incredulous. "Do we really have to leave here?" Lu Linhai hesitated. "Joe Kai also said that you died once to save me. Is that true?" Lu Linhai had a lot of questions and couldn't wait to ask them all. Linhai, after you die, will you really go back in time? All of this is true, Linhai nodded, and we have no reason to lie to you. Linhai knew that Lu Linhai wouldn't believe it immediately. If he hadn't been killed by monsters several times in a row, he might not have believed that there were monsters in this world. Let's talk on the way, Joe Kai said, leading Joe-Yun by the hand. After you told me what would happen tomorrow, I deliberately paid attention on the way back and indeed saw a monster near the welfare home. It's an old beggar who seems a bit confused and asks for alcohol everywhere. The monster we will encounter tomorrow may be him. Although Lu Linhai still had doubts, he followed Linhai and Joe Kai to Sifang Mountain. Of course, one of the main reasons he followed them was because he was worried about them. Because they had planned the route in advance and set off at night, they quickly arrived at Sifang Mountain. Climbing up Sifang Mountain and continuing on after crossing it, they would have to walk about 600 kilometers to reach the neighboring city. It was a difficult journey, but in order to survive the monsters, they had to face it. Let's go, Linhai took a deep breath and took the first step. The mountain road at night was not easy to walk, and because it was summer, there were many mosquitoes. Fortunately, Linhai was prepared, not only with a flashlight but also with mosquito repellent. But when Linhai sprayed the mosquito repellent on himself, he suddenly saw Joe Kai frowning beside him. What's wrong? Linhai asked. It's a bit pungent, Joe Kai said, covering his nose. Pungent? Linhai looked at the mosquito repellent in his hand. I think it smells good. After saying that, Linhai thought of Joe Kai's ability. Oops, sorry, I forgot that your ability enhances your senses, Linhai said with a smile. Your nose is like a dog's now. As soon as he finished speaking, Joe Kai's face suddenly darkened. I was just kidding, don't be angry. Seeing Joe Kai's expression, Linhai quickly apologized. Should Joe Kai lowered his voice, there's a monster following us, I heard a sound. What? Lu Linhai was surprised. Is there really a monster? Where is it? Joe-Yun didn't say anything, but her face showed that she was a little scared. Joe Kai raised his head and sniffed, but all he could smell was the pungent scent of mosquito repellent. So, Joe Kai turned back and glared at Linhai. Maybe it's not here for us. Linhai thought for a moment and said, let's hide first. We've come this far, so we mustn't be found. They quickly hid in the nearby bushes. Soon, rustling sounds came, accompanied by faint footsteps getting closer to them. Could it really be following us up here? Linhai covered his mouth, even his breathing became cautious. But then, the voice from not far away made Linhai shudder, because it was his mother's voice. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping at home? What are you doing here? You have an exam tomorrow. Come, let's go home together. This isn't a monster, after all. Lu Linhai, who heard the shouting, was puzzled. He nudged Linhai and whispered, it's not a monster coming, it's your mother. Don't speak. Linhai glared at him, signaling him to be quiet. You said you left without being noticed, right? Joe Kai glanced at the bushes, then looked at Linhai and asked, when I left, they were indeed asleep. Linhai couldn't understand it either. When he sneaked out of the house, he made sure the two monsters at home were already asleep. Why aren't you answering, Mom? Mom's voice was getting closer, and Linhai became more and more nervous. Joe Kai was the same, tightly gripping the knife that was originally in his bag. Come out, Mom is here to take you home. It's so late, it's cold on the mountain. It wouldn't be good if you caught a cold. Mom would worry. Yeah, if you catch a cold, the taste of food will be worse. Linhai gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Linhai, are we really not going out? Perhaps because of the concern in his mother's tone, Lu Linhai seemed to waver. Linhai noticed something was off and frowned, saying, something's not right. If I had been caught when I left, why would the monster wait until now to make a move? It would have been better to stop me when I left, or to kill us when we met, right? Could it be? Joe Kai thought for a moment and said, someone leaked our whereabouts? At this point, they all looked at Lu Linhai. What are you looking at me for? Lu Linhai hurriedly explained, I'm innocent, I swear I didn't tell anyone about this. Besides, I don't even know Linhai's parents' phone numbers. Brother. Joe-Yun suddenly tugged at Joe Kai and said cautiously, the footsteps seem to have disappeared. Joe-Yun's reminder made Linhai's scalp tingle, because not only had the footsteps disappeared, even his mother's shouting was gone. It was eerily quiet all around, as if his mother had never been there. Left? Linhai thought to himself, because they didn't find me, they gave up? But then, Linhai felt something was wrong again. If that monster had really left, he should have heard the footsteps gradually fading away. And the monster's footsteps and shouting suddenly disappeared, so the monster must still be nearby. Thinking of this, Linhai suddenly noticed that Joe Kai's face had become very ugly. His hand holding the knife was trembling slightly from exertion. Joe Kai slowly raised his head and looked up. Following Joe Kai's gaze, Linhai also looked up. But just then, Linhai felt a chill down his spine, and goosebumps covered his whole body. Your mother has found you. Lin. Lu Linhai widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe what he was seeing. He opened his mouth and stammered, Linny, why does your mother's belly have so many octopus legs? Lin Yi's mother had not left. Spiky tentacles emerged from her abdomen, entwining the tree above Lin Yi and the others. His mother's face showed a sinister smile as she hung upside down above them, staring straight at Lin Yi and the others. Ah, disobedient child, that's not a good child. Mom's body began to swell, 6 insect legs constantly tearing through the skin, slowly stretching out. Fresh red blood dripped from the ruptured skin, and the sickle-like forearms instantly emerged. Run! Linny shouted as he came to his senses, without time to think. With a swoosh, he dashed out of the bushes. Joe Kai followed closely, pulling Zhou Yun along, but when he turned around, he found Lu Linhai still standing there. This was Lu Linhai's first time seeing a monster, and for a moment, she was at a loss. However, the monster's movements in the mountains were unusually agile. She released her tentacles, and the 6 insect legs forcefully kicked on the tree trunk, landing in front of Lin Yi in an instant. However, the monster did not attack Lin Yi. Her gaze passed over Lin Yi and looked at Joe Kai and the others behind him. Mom knows, it must be these people who have led you astray, right? Don't be afraid, Mom will kill them. Then, you will still be Mom's good child. The sickle-like forearm swung down, and the monster wanted to kill the people behind Lin Yi. Take Yun and go. Joe Kai's face darkened as he pushed Zhou Yun towards Lin Yi. The sickle fell, but fortunately, Joe Kai's ability allowed him to judge the monster's attack trajectory through the sound of the wind. After pushing Zhou Yun away, Joe Kai immediately dodged to the side. Nevertheless, the monster's forearm almost touched Joe Kai and pierced into the ground. Brother! Zhou Yun's face turned pale. Although the scene in front of her frightened her, she was more worried about Joe Kai's safety. Linny, take Yun and go! Joe Kai shouted, raising the knife in his hand to counterattack. Joe Kai's target was clear. The knife in his hand could not penetrate the monster's shell, so he attacked the unprotected areas. He aimed at the monster's abdomen and stabbed with force. However, the tentacles on the monster's abdomen kept moving, and even though Joe Kai's ability was convenient, his physical fitness could not guarantee that he could completely avoid them. Seeing several tentacles with thorns reaching towards Joe Kai, a roar came from the side. Ah! Lu Linhai roared, seemingly intimidating the monster and bolstering his own courage. He quickly rushed up and leaped onto the monster's back. He reached out and grabbed the monster's neck with his arms, shouting loudly, "You guys, run!" Joe Kai wanted to take the opportunity to attack the monster's abdomen, but the tentacles kept moving, and Joe Kai couldn't get close at all. One of the tentacles reached his back and quickly entwined around Lu Linhai. The monster's strength was terrifying, and Lu Linhai was powerless to resist, instantly being pulled down by the monster. The tentacles tightened more and more, and Lu Linhai's face turned red, letting out a painful roar. Let him go! Linny took off his backpack and took out something he had prepared in advance. It was a bottle of alcohol, a makeshift incendiary bomb that Linny had prepared early on. He lit the cloth soaked in alcohol with a lighter and held the flame to the bottle's opening. Let him go! Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Through the events that had occurred in the previous timeline, Linny knew that the weakness of these monsters was fire. So, when he escaped from home this time, Linny made a lot of preparations. His backpack was filled with bottles of alcohol, all made into makeshift incendiary bombs. A child playing with fire is not a good child. The monster was not frightened by the fire in Linny's hand. The tentacles entwined around Lu Linhai slowly moved down, using Lu Linhai as a shield in front of her. And, I believe our little E would not hurt Mom. The monster sneered. You are not my mom. Linny shouted, let him go. Otherwise, I will set the mountain on fire. We will perish together. When you say that, Mom is really sad. The tentacles entwined around Lu Linhai tightened continuously. Lu Linhai opened his mouth, but at this moment, he had no strength to shout, only blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Linny gritted his teeth, lit the cloth at the bottle's mouth, and said, I'll fight you. As Linny raised his hand, preparing to throw the bottle, Joe Kai suddenly looked at him and urgently shouted, Linny, get down! Hearing the shout, Linny instinctively crouched down, and at that moment, something flew over his head straight towards the monster. Looking closely, he saw that the sharp object flying towards the monster was actually a skinning knife. A knife? Where did it come from? Watching the skinning knife flying towards the monster, Linny felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for Joe Kai noticing the knife flying towards him, or if he hadn't crouched down in time, the knife might have taken his life. Without further thought, the monster nearby let out a roar. Looking up, Linny saw that the tentacles entwining Lu Linhai had been cut off by the skinning knife. What surprised Linhai even more was that the skinning knife didn't fall after hitting the monster. Instead, it remained suspended in the air, as if it had a life of its own and continued to attack. Taking advantage of the monster being entangled by the skinning knife, Joe Kai quickly pulled Lu Linhai over. "How is Lu Linhai?" Linhai ran over and helped Joe Kai drag Lu Linhai away from the monster. "I don't know," Joe Kai shook his head, "but he's still breathing." "Brother, are you okay?" Zhou Yun also ran over, looking at Joe Kai with concern. "Don't worry, I'm fine." After saying this, Joe Kai looked in the direction from which the skinning knife had flown. His expression was somewhat serious as he slowly said, "Someone is coming." "Is it a person or a monster?" Linhai asked. "A person." Following Joe Kai's gaze, under the moonlight, a man slowly approached. The man was bare-chested, muscular, and had bandages wrapped around his waist, with faint traces of blood seeping through. The man had a fierce and menacing look, with a stern face and a gaze full of hatred fixed on the monster. That person. Linhai felt that the man's appearance was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, he exclaimed, "I remember. He's in Changdao." "In Changdao?" Joe Kai looked puzzled. "The wanted fugitive from the Qianjiang Road butcher shop, in Changdao." Linhai explained, "I saw news reports about him on TV. So, to evade capture, he's been hiding in Sifang Mountain?" Joe Kai furrowed his brow. That knife. When he looked at the skinning knife again, Linhai suddenly understood. The skinning knife was a butcher's knife. "Brother, look." Zhou Yun's surprised voice came from behind. Turning around, Linhai saw something continuously flying out from behind in Changdao, forming a circle around him. 1, 2. Those things constantly spinning around in Changdao were all butchering tools. 3 bleeding knives, 3 boning knives, 2 cleavers, 1 meat cleaver, and a dark green bone-cutting knife. And Changdao furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even without getting close, Linhai could feel a terrifying aura emanating from him, making him feel a bit frightened. When the dark green bone-cutting knife flew in front of him, and Changdao quickly grabbed it and charged towards the monster. "Beast, die!" And Changdao let out a low growl, his deep and muffled roar sending shivers down one's spine. He raised the bone-cutting knife and fiercely attacked the monster. Within Changdao's action, Linhai saw fear for the first time on the monster's face. The sickle-like forearm was raised high and swung down towards Changdao. But as 2 flashes of cold light passed, 2 boning knives pierced into the monster's forearm. How can his knives be so sharp? Linhai was surprised. He never expected that the monster's tough shell could be pierced so easily. No, it's not his knives that are sharp. Joe Kai's enhanced vision allowed him to see more details. His knife struck the monster's joint perfectly. Joint? Linhai was momentarily puzzled, then immediately understood. Yes, why didn't we think of that before? The monster's shell is indeed strong, but no matter how strong it is, the joint positions cannot be covered by the shell in order to ensure the movement of its limbs. Even if we had thought of it, it might not have been achievable. Joe Kai shook his head. The monster's strength is greater than ours, and it is exceptionally agile. In addition to its tentacles on the abdomen, even attacking the monster's eyes and abdomen is very difficult, let alone the joints. In order to cleanly attack the joint position, and precisely pierce through the seams of the shell, it is almost impossible for us. And Chengdao's attack was not over yet. As the bone-cutting knife restricted the monster's forearm, several other knives also quickly went into action. These knives seemed to have a consciousness of their own, beginning to attack different parts of the monster's body. 3 bloodletting knives aimed at the monster's 3 insect legs, piercing from the joints. 2 bone-splitting knives followed the bloodletting knives, instantly cutting off the 2 insect legs. At this point, Changdao had already come to the front of the monster. He raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand, and as he swung it down, he cleaved the other insect leg that had been pierced by the bloodletting knife. Ah! The monster let out a piercing scream, and its tentacles on the abdomen quickly surged towards Changdao. The skinning knife and the meat-cutting knife moved in unison, along with the other knives, continuously severing the swinging tentacles. "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Repeatedly frustrated, the monster was completely provoked by Changdao. "Oh no, get out of the way." Sensing the monster's next move, the keen-sensed Joe Kai quickly shouted at Changdao. The monster charged madly towards Changdao, seemingly trying to crush him with its body. Changdao heard Joe Kai's warning, but he did not dodge. He tightly gripped the bone-cutting knife in his right hand, and slightly leaned to the left. As the monster approached closer and closer, Changdao exerted force from his waist, swinging the bone-cutting knife in his hand towards the monster. With a clang, the bone-cutting knife struck the monster's shell, sparking a series of sparks. Although the bone-cutting knife did not break through the monster's shell, it left a deep indentation. "This guy is too terrifying." Linhai looked on in astonishment. He knew how strong these monsters were, and how formidable they were. Faced with such a terrifying monster, and Changdao not only was not afraid, but even used the bone-cutting knife in his hand to force the monster to a stop. He's almost more like a monster than the monster itself, Linhai murmured. Those flying knives. Could it be his ability? Watching the continuously attacking knives in the air, Linhai felt a bit envious. This ability not only had strong attacking power, but also looked cool. It should be, Joe Kai casually replied. But soon, Joe Kai frowned. He noticed that the bandage on Changdao's waist had been completely soaked with blood. The confrontation with the monster had caused the wound on Changdao's waist to tear open again, and as he continued to exert force, blood continued to seep out from his waist. Ha ha ha! The monster seemed to smell the scent of blood in the air, becoming even more excited. She also noticed the wound on Changdao's waist, and the few remaining tentacles on her abdomen quickly stabbed towards the wound. And Changdao and the monster were now almost in close contact, and if those flying knives were to come, although they could injure the monster, they would also injure Changdao himself. So, Changdao wanted to retreat, but the monster seemed to sense his intention, and now it was too late to retreat. Butcher uncle. Above. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Linhai had a sudden inspiration and rushed over. He threw the bottle of alcohol in his hand towards the monster's head, and with a shout, Changdao saw the makeshift Molotov cocktail ignited above the monster's head. A bone-splitting knife flew upwards, and with a bang, the bottle shattered, and the alcohol inside was instantly ignited by the flames, falling onto the monster's head. A bottle of wine was not enough to burn this monster to death, so Linhai threw bottle after bottle of wine from his bag at the monster. Butcher, there's more here! Linhai shouted. Perhaps feeling that Linhai was too slow, Joe Kai also came over to help. 3 bone knives and a meat cleaver constantly circled above the monster's head, smashing the wine bottles thrown by Linhai and Joe Kai. The wine in Linhai's bag was all high-proof liquor, and the spilled wine intensified the fire, spreading instantly on the monster's body. Feeling the pain from the flames, the monster's remaining tentacles rose, trying to extinguish the fire on its body. However, Changdao would not give her that chance. The bone knife pierced the monster's remaining tentacles, and the skinning knife quickly cut off all of the monster's tentacles. The monster swung its remaining 3 insect legs, trying to escape, but Changdao leaped up with the bone-cutting knife in her hand, aiming at the joints and cutting off 2 in succession. The remaining insect leg was also pierced at the joint by the bloodletting knife, and could no longer move. The monster lost all its means of attack, lying on the ground rolling continuously, not knowing whether it was trying to extinguish the fire on its body or struggling in pain. In the flames, the monster slowly raised its head to look at Linhai. Save mom, save mom. You are not my mother. Linhai shouted. I am your mother, I am your mother. The monster wriggled its body, seeming to want to get closer to Linhai. I raised you for 18 years, I am your mother. Quick, save mom, mom is in so much pain, quick, save mom. 18 years. These words from the monster made Linhai uncontrollably angry. He gritted his teeth, feeling a kind of inexplicable oppression in his heart. Yes, you did raise me for 18 years, but that also means I have been separated from my biological parents for 18 years. It's you monsters, who have kept me separated from my biological parents for a whole 18 years. I don't know who my biological parents are, I don't even know what they look like. Joe Kai patted Linhai's shoulder and looked at the monster on the ground. Speaking for Linhai, stop pretending to be pitiful here, you know very well why you raised Linhai. Do you know who my biological parents are, right? Linhai hysterically shouted. Tell me, who are my biological parents? Where are they? Are they still alive? Linhai, don't go over there. Joe Kai held back Linhai, who wanted to approach the monster. The monster's voice became weaker and weaker, and soon it lay motionless on the ground. Is she dead? Joanne turned her head to the side, not daring to look at the charred body of the monster. She's dead. Joe Kai nodded, the monster's heartbeat had stopped. Ah! Linhai roared, as if wanting to vent the grievances and unwillingness that had been accumulating in his heart. I'm alive. Linhai took a deep breath, feeling a bit excited after venting. This time, we finally survived from the monster's hands. Yes, for Linhai, who had experienced death time and time again, this time he had finally defeated the monster. Although it was only one, it was still a good start. However, just as Linhai was immersed in joy, Joe Kai's face suddenly changed. A very faint sound suddenly appeared, entering Joe Kai's ears. This sound was the monster's heartbeat. No, it's not dead. Joe Kai shouted in a panic, but when he shouted, the monster had already moved. The mother's face had turned to ashes due to the burning flames, and the serrated mouthparts forcefully propped against the ground. The monster used all its strength to leap up, and the serrated mouthparts bit towards Linhai. This sudden scene caught Linhai off guard, and when he came to his senses, the monster was already in front of him. At this moment, Linhai was at a loss. With only one thought in his mind, he couldn't die. After finally defeating a monster, was everything going to return to square one after a brief moment of excitement? No, he refused to accept it. Linhai felt his body heating up, and it was at this moment that he suddenly noticed the monster about to bite him had stopped in midair. What had happened? Linhai was stunned for a moment, looked up, and realized that it wasn't just the monster that had stopped moving. The knives flying in the air, Zheng Kai preparing to shout, and Changdao raising his bone-cutting knife, the panicked Zhou Yun, and even the leaves falling nearby, it seemed that everything had come to a standstill. At this moment, the whole world became incredibly quiet, and everything was frozen in this moment, except for Linhai. Before he could figure out what had happened, Linhai's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt very uncomfortable, and his heartbeat seemed to accelerate at this moment. Linhai felt like he couldn't breathe, and the sudden feeling of suffocation made his consciousness start to blur. His legs gave way, and Linhai fell to the ground, and it was at this moment that everything that had been still returned to normal. Linhai! Zheng Kai's voice came from behind, but Linhai's sudden collapse left the monster's dying counterattack in vain. Beast! And Changdao roared, raising his bone-cutting knife and chopping off the monster's head. Linhai! Linhai, are you okay? Are you hurt? Zheng Kai hurried to Linhai's side. Linhai didn't speak, feeling like his head was about to explode, gasping for breath. It's okay, no injuries, Zheng Kai sighed in relief after checking Linhai's neck. How did you react so quickly just now? Recalling the scene just now, even Zheng Kai, with enhanced senses, didn't know what had happened. He clearly remembered the monster pouncing, about to bite Linhai's neck, but the next second, Linhai suddenly fell to the ground. Zheng Kai had been watching Linhai all along, but even he hadn't seen how Linhai had dodged the monster's attack. Monster! Monster! Lu Linhai, who had fallen to the side, woke up, seeming to remember what had happened before he passed out, and jumped up from the ground. Monster! Linhai, Zheng Kai, run! Lu Linhai shouted, but when he looked closely, he only saw the maimed body of the monster and its head rolling to the side. The monster is dead? Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment, only then noticing Changdao walking towards them. Are you okay? Zheng Kai was somewhat surprised. I'm fine, Lu Linhai shook his head. He saw Changdao not far away and asked, who is this uncle? Lu Linhai didn't know Changdao, but he noticed the bandage around his waist stained red with blood. Uncle, you're injured. Lu Linhai was about to go over and take a look, but before he could lift his leg, a bone-cutting knife suddenly appeared in front of him. Not only him, but Linhai on the ground, Zheng Kai beside him, and even a knife flew in front of Zhou Yun. The blades were aimed at them, as if any movement would immediately kill them. What are you going to do? Zheng Kai asked with a frown. And Changdao didn't speak, staring at them with a cold face full of hostility. Linhai gradually recovered, and his consciousness became much clearer. Seeing the floating knife in front of him, Linhai realized that the man who had killed the monster was a fugitive. At this moment, the stone that had just been put down in Linhai's heart was lifted again, and Changdao, who was approaching with a stern face, still had a murderous look in his eyes. The blood seeping from his waist had completely soaked the bandage, flowing down his leg, making him look like a demon crawling out of the abyss. What's your relationship with this aberration? And Changdao stared fiercely at Linhai, his low voice sending shivers down the spine. An anomaly? This monster? Linhai furrowed his brow, carefully considering that although this monster was indeed killed by Changdao, it didn't mean that Changdao wouldn't kill them. For a fugitive who had killed before, there wasn't much difference between killing a person and killing a monster. This monster, Linhai gritted his teeth, unwilling but forced to say, is my master. They have been raising me, just like raising a pig. When I am fattened up, they will eat me immediately. I don't want to be eaten by these monsters. I had planned to escape tonight while they were asleep, but this monster found me and chased after me. And Changdao remained silent, staring straight into Linhai's eyes, seemingly trying to determine if he was lying. Linhai didn't look away, meeting Changdao's gaze. Linhai didn't want to die. After finally defeating a monster, he felt unwilling to return to the past because of being killed by Changdao. Just as he was about to speak, Changdao suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. As Changdao collapsed, the knife that had been suspended in front of Linhai and the others fell to the ground. He's dead? Lu Linhai was startled. No, Joe Kai shook his head. He could still hear Changdao's heartbeat. He had just fainted due to excessive blood loss. Joe Kai pulled up Zhou Yun, preparing to leave. While he's still unconscious, let's go. Go? Lu Linhai was surprised. Are we just going to leave like this? He looked at Changdao on the ground and said, if we leave like this, he will die here. What does his life or death have to do with us? Joe Kai furrowed his brow. Lu Linhai, you need to understand that we can't even guarantee our own safety, so how can we care about his life or death? And do you know who he is? He's a fugitive who was killed before. You saw what happened just now. If he hadn't fainted, it would have been us who died. Lu Linhai opened his mouth to retort, but before he could speak, Linny spoke first. We can't just leave like this. Linny looked at In Changdao on the ground. Are you crazy? Joe Kai frowned and said, Linny, don't forget, if I hadn't noticed in time, it wouldn't have been that monster who died first, but you. I know, Linny nodded. But, isn't there something strange? During this time, there have been messages all over the city about capturing In Changdao. But if most of the people in the city are monsters in disguise, then could the people killed by him have been monsters disguised as humans from the beginning? Linny remembered clearly that when In Changdao saw the monster, there was no surprise in his eyes, only hatred. In addition, In Changdao's control over his abilities indicated that he had long known about the existence of these monsters. I always feel that he knows more about these monsters than we do, so perhaps we can learn more about the monsters from him. So what? Joe Kai was unimpressed. Why do we need to understand these monsters? Even if you understand these monsters, what can you do? Kill them? Do you know how many monsters there are in this world? Can you kill them all? All we need to do is escape from here and live in a city where no one knows us. Joe Kai, Linny shook his head, we can't hide forever. That's right, when facing these monsters, you can indeed pretend to be nonchalant. But what about your sister? Joe Kai paused, only then realizing that his sister, Jo Yun, was trembling behind him. Jo Yun was frightened by the monsters, not only by their terrifying appearance, but also by their almost frantic behavior and their cannibalistic actions. Bro, I'm fine. Jo Yun didn't want Joe Kai to worry. When she saw Joe Kai turn around, she tried her best to act as if nothing was wrong. But her trembling voice betrayed her. The important thing is not In Changdao, but what he might know, Linny continued. That's why I decided to help him. The information In Changdao holds might help us better face these monsters. Joe Kai gritted his teeth, thinking that Linny's words made sense. First, let's stop the bleeding for him. Joe Kai looked at the wound on In Changdao's waist. Lu Linhai immediately took action, using his own clothes because there were no bandages. Carefully, he removed the bandage from In Changdao's waist, and when Linny saw the wound, he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation. The wound on In Changdao's waist was deep, and although it had been stitched, it was clear that In Changdao had done it himself. He's very hot, like he has a fever. Lu Linhai pressed the wound with his clothes. If he's been hiding here these days and the wound hasn't been treated in time, it's likely to be infected, Joe Kai said. Do you have any antibiotics with you? Lu Linhai shook his head. He didn't have anything. Linny looked at his backpack and asked, can we use alcohol to disinfect the wound? But I threw away all the alcohol I had. Now I only have floral water and medicated oil in my bag. Joe Kai glared at Linny. Are you trying to save him or kill him? If we want to save him, we can only. Here, Joe Kai stopped. He looked up and glanced back at the way they had come. Linny understood what Joe Kai meant and continued, we can only do it this way. I know where there's a 24-hour pharmacy. It's still a few hours before dawn. I'll go and come back early. You wait here, I'll go with you. Joe Kai stopped Linny. It's not safe for you to go alone. If there's anything, we can take care of each other. Joe Kai patted Jo Yun's head and said, Xiaoyun, you wait here, remember, don't run around. If someone suddenly comes up the mountain, make sure to hide. Joe Kai looked at Lu Linhai and then said, Lu Linhai, you stay here too and take care of my sister. Don't worry, Lu Linhai patted his chest. Let's go, Linny urged. The two left Sifang Mountain and arrived at the nearest pharmacy. As a precaution, Joe Kai went into the pharmacy alone, while Linny stood across the street waiting for him. The streets in the middle of the night were quiet, and although it was a familiar city, for Linny at this moment, it felt different. Linny sighed and looked towards the pharmacy, where Joe Kai had already bought the medicine and come out. Linny was about to go over, but at that moment, a car suddenly came and stopped in front of Linny. The car window slowly rolled down, and when Linny saw the driver, he felt a sense of unease. Linny knew the driver. How could he not know him? After all, the guy in front of him was his father, another monster in the family. His father sat in the driver's seat without getting out of the car, staring at Linny without blinking, a hint of a sneer slowly appearing on his face. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping at home? What are you doing out here? Linny shivered, not understanding why this monster had appeared here. Not only him, but his mother had done the same before. They always seemed to find Linny's location. Linny quickly calmed down and pretended as if nothing was wrong, saying, the pressure of the exams these days is too much. Just thinking about the 2 exams tomorrow makes me so nervous that I can't sleep. So, in order to face tomorrow's exams in the best condition, I thought of coming out to relax and adjust my mood. I see, his father sneered, then said, you've been out for so long, your mood should be adjusted by now. Get in the car, Dad will take you home. Home? Did you go back and get eaten by it? No need, I can walk back by myself. Linhai wanted to refuse, but as soon as he finished speaking, his father's face instantly darkened. Stop pretending, I know you've already found out. His father's words made Linhai's heart sink. He gritted his teeth and wanted to turn and run, but his father's next words dispelled that thought. Don't even think about escaping, you can't get away. Something seemed to be wriggling under his father's skin, whether it was those few insect legs or those thorny tentacles. His eyes were impatient, and even saliva flowed down from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Besides, it's late, it wouldn't be good to wake up the sleeping people nearby. You don't want to attract attention and make a big fuss, do you? His father didn't say it explicitly, but Linhai understood. Joe Kai had told Linhai that once humans discovered the true face of a monster, that human would no longer be exclusive food for a certain monster. At that point, any monster in the city could attack that human. So, his father's meaning was clear: if Linhai wanted to escape, he would not face just one monster, but a group. Being eaten by one monster, or being eaten by a group? Linhai frowned, thought for a moment, and then got into the car. Very good, his father said with a smile, truly my child. He stole a glance at the car window, and Joe Kai, who had left the pharmacy, was nowhere to be seen. Linhai breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he got into the car was because he was worried that his escape would endanger Joe Kai. Besides, as long as Joe Kai wasn't discovered, he still had a chance of being rescued. There were not many cars on the streets at night, and Linhai was quickly taken home. Now, no one will disturb us. His father closed the door, and the wriggling under his skin became more intense. Faint sounds came from his body, like the sound of joints stretching and the sound of skin tearing. His father opened his mouth, and the saw-toothed mouthparts seemed as if they were about to emerge from inside at any moment. Hold on! Linhai shouted, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in such a rush. Linhai knew what he would face when he came back. This monster was different from the previous one. It was more powerful and more greedy. He didn't care when Linhai had discovered it. He didn't even care why the other monster hadn't come back. In his eyes, there was only appetite. I'll be 18 the day after tomorrow, Linhai hurriedly said. All he had to do now was to stall for time. Only by not being immediately eaten by this monster could he wait for Joe Kai to come and save him. How about, you wait until after my 18th birthday to eat me? Linhai knew this monster would agree. After all, the events of that day were still fresh in his memory. His father didn't answer immediately, but the wriggling under his skin gradually stopped. I've been looking forward to my 18th birthday. I want to have a big cake and have a happy birthday. Linhai pretended to be very sad. The monster frowned and muttered under his breath, indeed, the meat of a human on the day they come of age is the most delicious. Even if it's just a day late, the taste will be much worse. And I heard that emotions also affect the taste. Linhai heard the monster's words and quickly followed up. He remembered what had happened before. On June 10th, the monster had said before killing him that it was afraid that fear would make the meat sour. So Linhai continued, if I can't celebrate my 18th birthday, I'll be very sad. If I'm too sad, the taste will be much worse, right? After all these years of waiting, it's a pity not to have the most delicious meat. Don't worry, this time I absolutely won't escape. Even if you lock me in a room. Even if you want to escape, I can still find you. The monster sneered, and the wriggling under its skin stopped completely at that moment. The monster in front of him returned to its former father-like appearance, but his eyes were no longer the same as before. Go to bed early, Dad licked his lips. Linhai was full of disgust in his heart, but he couldn't show it. He couldn't anger the monster at this time, otherwise everything he had done before would be ruined. Back in his room, Linhai walked quickly to the window. He looked downstairs and didn't see Joe Kai's figure. Joe Kai wouldn't have missed that I was taken away, would he? Linhai was a little worried. But thinking carefully, Joe Kai's ability made his sense of smell sharper than a dog's, so he must have noticed when Linhai followed the monster away. And when Linhai got into the car, he stole a glance outside and didn't see Joe Kai, who had originally walked out of the pharmacy, indicating that he had already hidden. Don't worry, Linhai comforted himself in his heart. It's still early. Even if Joe Kai wants to save me, he has to come up with a foolproof plan. If he acts rashly, not only will he not be able to save me, but he will also have to explain to the monster himself. Joe Kai has always been cautious, so he must be planning a way to save me in some hidden place. Despite this, the worry in his heart did not diminish at all. In addition to this, there was one thing that Linhai could never understand. For some reason, these two monsters at home always seemed to be able to accurately find Linhai's location. Mom went to Sifang Mountain, and Dad drove to the pharmacy. If it weren't for Lu Linhai risking his life to save him, Linhai really suspected whether he had secretly leaked his whereabouts. Linhai touched himself, wondering if these monsters had implanted a tracker on him. Thinking of this, Linhai thought of his phone. If there really was a tracker on him, it was highly likely to be hidden in his phone. With this thought in mind, Linhai dared not use his phone to contact Joe Kai. If there really was a tracker in his phone, there might be other things as well, such as listening devices. No wonder Joe Kai prepared an old-fashioned phone and even found a SIM card without real name registration. It had to be said that Joe Kai's caution was indeed effective. That night, Linhai tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep at all. The next day, Dad didn't go out, he stayed outside all the time. His behavior was already very obvious, he would not leave until he had eaten Linhai. Linhai thought that Joe Kai would definitely take action that day, but until night fell again, Linhai still did not wait for Joe Kai to appear. Time passed by every second, and soon it was the evening of June 9th. At 11:54 p.m., the door of Linhai's room was pushed open. Dad walked in rubbing his hands. It's almost midnight. Once it's past midnight, it will be your 18th birthday. Do you know how much Dad has been looking forward to this day? Watching the monster getting closer and closer, Linhai became more and more anxious. He couldn't understand why, with only 5 minutes left until midnight, and seeing himself about to be eaten by the monster, why hadn't Joe Kai appeared yet? What had Joe Kai been doing all day? Could it be that Joe Kai had given up on him? Because Joe Kai knew that even if Linhai died, he would just go back in time, so he gave up on saving him? Linhai wanted to cry, really wanted to cry. Although Linhai could come back to life in the past after being killed, the pain of being killed was unavoidable. Linhai still remembered how painful it was when he was killed. Wait a minute! Linhai shouted, trying to stop the monster from approaching him. You promised to eat me tomorrow, not a minute, not a second before tomorrow. And where's the cake? It's my birthday, you should at least prepare a cake for me. I don't like sweets. The monster licked his lips, sneered, and the wriggling under his skin started again. I'm not giving it to you to eat. Linhai didn't give up and continued to shout, even if there's no cake to eat, let me blow out a candle and make a wish. The monster ignored Linhai and his body began to swell, the human skin gradually distorting as if the monster inside was about to burst out at any moment. I can't die. I don't want to die. Linhai gritted his teeth, and in his panic, he remembered the events on the mountain. Linhai remembered clearly that at the moment when the monster disguised as his mother was about to bite him, time seemed to stand still. Could it be that this was also his ability? If he could stop time, he could escape from the clutches of this monster. Thinking this, Linhai shouted in his mind, stop time. The monster didn't stop, and even quickened its pace. Why isn't it working? Perhaps shouting in his mind wasn't effective, he had to shout out loud, so Linhai opened his mouth and shouted, stop. Halt. Stop. Abracadabra. Linhai, don't be afraid, his father's smile became more sinister. His mouth widened, and Linhai even vaguely saw the serrated mouthparts inside. His abdomen bulged high, and the tentacles inside wriggled continuously, about to emerge from under the skin. As a livestock, being eaten by the master is something to be happy about. It's your good fortune. Good fortune? What good fortune? Do you want this good fortune? Linhai cursed in his mind. Linhai, it's midnight. The final 5 minutes were up. It's midnight. It's now June 10th. Happy birthday, Linhai. The monster's saliva flowed from the corner of its mouth, and it opened its hands, its whole body swelling up completely, the human skin seeming like it would burst at any moment. Linhai gritted his teeth and decided to confront this monster. Although he knew he wasn't a match for this monster, he would rather fight to the death than be eaten by the monster. Even if he couldn't escape being eaten in the end, at least he would disgust this monster before dying. Linhai retreated towards the desk, grabbing the chair in front of the desk. As long as the monster pounced, he would grab the chair and smash it. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside the room. Someone's here. Linhai saw Hope and shouted eagerly. Don't worry about it, the monster dismissed. Nothing is more important than eating you. The doorbell continued to ring. Perhaps seeing that ringing the doorbell was ineffective, the person outside the door began to knock forcefully. You should go check it out. Linhai cooperated with the knocking and said, if the person knocking doesn't leave, this commotion might wake the neighbors. If it attracts the other monsters in this building, you won't be able to eat alone. Ugh! The monster growled impatiently and quickly reverted to his father's usual appearance. You stay here obediently, I'll be back soon. His father glared at Linhai, turned and left the room, heading towards the front door. Taking advantage of this moment, Linhai quickly thought about how to escape. With a monster guarding outside the door, he definitely couldn't leave through the main entrance. But their home was on the 13th floor, so jumping out of the window wasn't an option either. In fact, Linhai had already considered all these methods, and if they could really help him escape, he wouldn't still be here. Linhai gritted his teeth and looked up at the window. If it doesn't work, I might as well lure all the monsters in this building here. Linhai said in his mind. After all the monsters come over, I'll jump down and die. Either way, I'll die, but before I die, I want to discuss this monster. Linhai walked towards the window, ready to open it, when a familiar voice came from outside the room. Hello, uncle, I'm Linhai's classmate. My name is Joe Kai. Joe Kai? Hearing Joe Kai's voice, Linhai breathed a sigh of relief. Can you not be late next time you save me? If you were any later, you might not have seen me. It's so late, what are you doing here? Outside the room came the voice of Dad. His tone was unfriendly, but thinking about it, it was understandable. Just as he was about to enjoy his meal, he was suddenly interrupted. Anyone would be unhappy in that situation. However, Joe Kai didn't care about this. He spoke calmly and slowly, saying, Uncle, it's like this. Linhai didn't go to the exam the day before yesterday, and he didn't come to the graduation dinner yesterday. His classmates are very worried about him, wondering if he's sick, so they sent me as a representative to come and check on him. Uncle, is Linhai okay? Is he really sick? Did he go to the hospital? Linhai has always been at the top of our class in terms of grades. The college entrance examination is so important, but he gave up. It's really a pity. Joe Kai kept talking outside the door, while Linhai in the room was a bit confused. Wasn't Joe Kai here to save him? Why did he suddenly start chatting with this monster? What are you here for? Dad was getting impatient, and you could hear the suppressed anger in his voice. Uncle, is there something wrong with your ears? Joe Kai continued to speak slowly, even slowing down his speech. It must be tiring to take care of Linhai. Okay, Uncle, I'll say it again. Because Linhai didn't go to the exam the day before yesterday. Joe Kai repeated what he had said before. What does Joe Kai want? Linhai in the room frowned. He couldn't understand. According to Joe Kai's cautious nature, he wouldn't appear in front of the monster without being completely sure. But Joe Kai kept talking about irrelevant things, and Linhai couldn't figure out what Joe Kai's plan was. As he thought about this, there was suddenly a muffled sound in the room, followed by footsteps slowly approaching Linhai's room. Linhai was stunned, and his back suddenly felt cold. Did Joe Kai die? Did the monster kill Joe Kai out of annoyance? No, Joe Kai's ability is enhanced senses. Even if Joe Kai couldn't kill the monster wouldn't be able to kill Joe Kai so easily. But why did Joe Kai's voice disappear? If Joe Kai was still alive, why did he suddenly stop talking? Linhai gritted his teeth, feeling full of self-blame. Joe Kai died trying to save him, and he had to do something for Joe Kai. Ugly monster, I'll fight you. Linhai grabbed a chair and rushed outside, but just as he reached the door, a familiar figure appeared outside the room. What are you doing? Joe Kai outside the room was puzzled, looking at Linhai holding the chair. Do you want to fight the monster? Why didn't you do it earlier? Joe Kai pursed his lips. You're not dead? Looking at the Joe Kai in front of him, Linhai couldn't help but feel surprised. Joe Kai wasn't dead? Did the monster die instead? Did Joe Kai kill the monster in return? Do you want me to die? Joe Kai frowned and asked. But I clearly heard. Linhai put down the chair in his hand. Walking out of the room, Linhai saw the monster lying in the hallway. The muffled sound just now was made when the monster fell. Joe Kai really killed the monster, but how did he do it? In his surprise, Linhai suddenly noticed something familiar on the monster's neck. It was in Qingdao's knife. Did you use these two knives to kill the monster just now? Linhai was surprised. You think too highly of me. Joe Kai shook his head and said, most of the people living here are monsters. In order not to wake up other monsters, you have to be quick, accurate, and ruthless when you make a move, preferably killing with one blow. I can't kill this monster in an instant. Looking down at the ground, this monster didn't even have time to show its true form before it was killed. If there was really someone who could do this, Linhai could only think of one person. And Qingdao? There were faint footsteps in the corridor, and then Qingdao walked in with a cold face from outside the door. He was wearing an ill-fitting hoodie that looked like Joe Kai's clothes. He had a bag on his back specifically for holding knives. He glanced at the monster on the ground, and two bone-splitting knives flew out from the monster's neck, returning to the bag on Qingdao's back. Why did you bring him here? Linhai asked quietly. If I didn't bring him, do you think I could have saved you from the monster alone? Joe Kai replied. To kill a monster in an instant, you must have a deep understanding of its structure. He has killed many monsters and is a butcher himself. He's the only person I can think of. Joe Kai shrugged. After seeing Linhai being taken away by the monster, Joe Kai knew that he couldn't save Linhai with his own strength. After much thought, he remembered in Qingdao on Sifan Mountain. So he hurried back to Sifan Mountain, helped in Qingdao rebandage his wounds, and fed him medicine. You were right before, Joe Kai said to Linhai, leaning in close. He really looks more like a monster than the monster itself. With such serious injuries, he shouldn't be able to move for at least 3 to 5 days. At first, I was just trying my luck, but the next day he woke up as if nothing had happened. Joe Kai thought he would have to persuade Changdao to help, but to his surprise, Changdao agreed immediately after hearing the plan. I remember you told me that you would be eaten by the monster on June 10th, so I rushed over. Joe Kai's plan was simple. He would knock on the door, distract the monster with conversation, and then use his ability to control the bone-splitting knives to kill the monster. There's one more thing. Do you know why those monsters were able to find us? Joe Kai asked. Linhai shook his head, unable to understand this. Pheromones, Joe Kai explained. These monsters leave pheromones on the humans they raise. With these pheromones, they can accurately locate you no matter where you go. Fortunately, only the owner can smell these pheromones, and now that all your owners are dead, you don't have to worry about them anymore. Hearing this, Linhai breathed a sigh of relief. Since you knew all this, why didn't you tell me earlier? Linhai asked. Joe Kai pointed to Changdao with his chin and said, he told me this on the way here. You're right, he understands these monsters better than we do. He was very glad he had made the decision to bring Changdao with them. If he had left Changdao and left directly, even if he hadn't returned to the city, he would have been found by the monsters because of the pheromones on his body. Linhai turned to look at Changdao. Perhaps because of the loss of blood, his face was deathly pale, but even so, Changdao, with a serious expression and furrowed brow, still looked fierce and menacing. Linhai felt he should thank him, but before he could speak, Changdao casually picked up the car keys from the shoe cabinet and said, the person has been rescued, now come with me to the butcher shop. The butcher shop? Linhai was puzzled. What are we going to do at the butcher shop? Are we going to escape with half a pig? Linhai glanced at Joe Kai, who also looked puzzled. This is not what we agreed on, Joe Kai said. We agreed that after saving the person, we would immediately return to Sifang Mountain and then escape from this city. Without the keys, you can't go anywhere, Changdao said coldly. Keys? Linhai asked in confusion. What keys? The keys to leave this city, Changdao continued. This city is much more complicated than you think. Do you think you can escape from here just by going along Sifang Mountain? Ridiculous. This city is like a breeding ground. Without the keys, even if you climb over Sifang Mountain, the end result will be a dead end. Breeding ground? Linhai was shocked. What do you mean? If you know this, do you know what these monsters are all about? Why are there monsters where we live? What exactly happened in this city? Changdao did not answer. He looked outside the corridor and walked straight out, talk on the way. Linhai and Joe Kai hurriedly followed. They arrived at the parking lot and found Linhai's father's car. After getting in the car, Changdao drove to the butcher shop. Uncle Lin, can you tell us now? Linhai couldn't wait to know what was going on. A few years ago, I had a pig farm in the suburbs, Changdao began to tell his experience of discovering the monsters. The pigs raised on the farm would be slaughtered and then sold at the butcher shop. Everything was fine until 3 months ago, when the pig pen door wasn't closed properly and all the pigs ran away. The scale of the pig farm is very small. If these pigs are not found, the whole year's work will be in vain. So, I started looking for these escaped pigs. I searched for a long time, until I saw the bodies of these pigs. These pigs were eaten by monsters? Linhai asked. Changdao shook his head and continued, not monsters, but a special device on the edge of this city. If you don't have the key, once you try to leave this city, you will die immediately. That's impossible. Linhai felt absurd. What about the people who go to college in this city? You only see them going to college, but have you seen them come back? Changdao retorted. Linhai was stunned, and suddenly thought of the son of Grandma Lu upstairs. Grandma Lu said her son was working outside, but Linhai had never seen him come back, even during the new year. And, as I said, this city is like a feeding ground. Humans are the livestock being raised, and the monsters are the feeders of humans. In order to keep the livestock in the feeding ground continuous, this city has special routes for entry and exit, which allows the monsters to trade the livestock. But these places are inaccessible to humans. Linhai understood that the special device at the edge of the city was like an electric fence surrounding a feeding ground. Once the livestock approached, they would be electrocuted. To leave, one must go through the main gate. The monsters can distinguish who is human, so without a monster accompanying them, humans cannot leave through the main gate. How do you know all this? Linhai asked. Because, when I was looking for the pigs, I found a skeleton. Next to that skeleton, before he could finish, Joe Kai's face suddenly turned very ugly. He interrupted Changdao and said anxiously, "Oh no, we've been tricked." As the butcher shop was just ahead, Joe Kai suddenly became nervous. "Quick, turn around!" Joe Kai shouted excitedly, urging Changdao to leave quickly. "What's wrong?" Changdao frowned and asked. Although Linhai didn't know why Joe Kai suddenly became so nervous, he knew Joe Kai's abilities, so he must have sensed something, which is why he was so agitated. Monsters, Joe Kai gritted his teeth. Many monsters are coming towards us. Monsters? And Chang Dao glanced out the car window. The street outside was quiet, and it didn't look like there were any monsters. Uncle Lin, please believe us, Linhai hurriedly said. It's almost too late to leave. Linhai remembered that Joe Kai's ability could only sense objects within 800 meters, which means the monsters Joe Kai mentioned were already very close to them. It's too late, Joe Kai frowned, quickly grabbing the handrail in the car. Hold on tight, Joe Kai shouted. Then, the sound of a car came from behind. A car came at a very fast speed and crashed into them. With a bang, Linhai felt a violent jolt. The impact did not stop, and the car behind continued to collide, seemingly trying to flip their car. And Chang Dao cursed under his breath and quickly opened the car window, and a bone-cutting knife flew out. There were successive sounds from the back of the car, and the bone-cutting knife pierced the tire of the car behind. There's more, Joe Kai reminded loudly, on the left, on the right, and in front too. Several more cars appeared, surrounding Lin and the others. Why did this monster find us? Lin couldn't understand. The two monsters that raised him were already dead, and only those two monsters could smell the pheromones on him. Why did so many monsters suddenly appear? They are coming for me, and Chang Dao said with a serious face. There are police cars in these cars, they are here to arrest me. They may have guessed that I would return to the butcher shop, so they have been lurking nearby these days. When we drove over, they saw me, so they appeared. And Chang Dao's gaze kept darting back and forth between the front and rear view mirrors. These suddenly appearing cars were getting closer and they had to get out of the car. Otherwise, if these cars continued to collide, their situation would be very dangerous. Hold on tight, and Chang Dao shouted and stepped on the gas pedal. With a loud bang and a violent jolt, and Chang Dao pushed the car in front out of the way. He drove the car towards the butcher shop, smashing through the shop's door and bringing the car to a stop. Get out of the car, and Chang Dao quickly opened the car door. As soon as he got out of the car, all the knives in his bag flew out, and Chang Dao grabbed the dark green bone-cutting knife, and the rest of the knives kept spinning around him. The key is hidden under the tile in the left corner of the second-floor bathroom. Smash it open and you will find everything you need to know, and Chang Dao said angrily, his eyes full of killing intent. At this moment, he was ready to fight to the death. After you get what you need, get out of here quickly and don't get in the way. The area outside the butcher shop was full of cars, and the people in the cars quickly got out. Although they still looked human, Lin knew very well that all these guys were monsters. And Chang Dao, you are surrounded, give up resistance. The monsters outside did not immediately come in. They knew how formidable Chang Dao was and were somewhat wary. If you want to fight, then fight. And Chang Dao cursed, where did all this nonsense come from? The bone-cutting knife flew out first, and before the monsters outside could react, it directly pierced the neck of the speaking monster. Instant kill. Lin was somewhat surprised. Although Chang Dao had killed the monster in his house like this, seeing it with his own eyes still felt astonishing. Why haven't you left yet? And Chang Dao asked in a low voice. We can't leave. Joe Kai's face looked grim. He looked around and picked up a knife from the floor of the butcher shop, holding it tightly in his hand. This place has been completely surrounded, upstairs and downstairs, we can't escape. What? Lin was taken aback. There are monsters upstairs too? There are several monsters outside the window. If we go up now, they will immediately break the window and rush in to kill us. Damn it, Lin gritted his teeth, to be surrounded by these monsters. We can't escape my ass. And Chang Dao cursed in a low voice, stick close to me, I'll lead you out. The knives spinning around in Chang Dao stopped at this moment, and the next second, these knives flew out towards the outside of the butcher shop. Go! And Chang Dao shouted, holding the bone-cutting knife in his hand and rushing outside. Kill him! The monsters outside the butcher shop shouted. They knew how difficult Chang Dao was, and at this moment, all the monsters' bodies began to swell. The human skin they had disguised themselves with burst, and all the monsters revealed their true forms. Go to hell! The monster near the butcher shop raised its sickle-like forearm and swung it at Chang Dao rushing out of the shop. A cold light flashed, and a bloodletting knife pierced the joint of the forearm, restricting the monster's movement. And Chang Dao leaped forward with all his might, wielding his bone-cutting knife to swiftly decapitate the monster. Impressive, Lin Yisan couldn't help but marvel. He knew how formidable these monsters were, yet Chang Dao was able to effortlessly kill them. No wonder these monsters had gathered to confront Chang Dao. Clear the way! And Chang Dao shouted, as all the knives gathered in front of him. The bloodletting knife continuously pierced the monsters' joints to restrict their movements, as did the bone-picking and bone-cutting knives. The skinning and meat-cutting knives severed the monster's tentacles, and with Chang Dao's bone-cutting knife, they seemed to be able to break through. Just as this thought crossed Lin Yisan's mind, a monster suddenly emerged, its tentacle piercing Chang Dao's left shoulder before quickly retracting. The barb on the tentacle pierced into his flesh, leaving a bloody hole as it retracted. Uncle Lin. Linhai wanted to help, but with only a knife he had picked up from the butcher shop, he was no match for these monsters. You bastard! And Changdao, seemingly impervious to pain, swung his bone-cutting knife at the monster, but this time, he missed. With his old wounds still unhealed and having lost too much blood earlier, he was now at his last gasp. As he made vigorous movements, the wound on his waist tore open again. His movements slowed, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Above, Joe Kai seemed to sense something and shouted at Changdao. The monsters that had been lurking outside the second-floor window now attacked, revealing their true forms as they jumped down from the building. 3 bone-picking knives flew upward, piercing the monster's insect legs. However, there were simply too many of these monsters, and even with Changdao's prowess, he couldn't possibly kill them all. Changdao dodged the second monster that jumped down, but he couldn't evade the attack of the third. The sickle-like forearm pierced through Changdao's chest as the monster landed. Uncle Lin. Linhai tightened his grip on the knife and rushed towards the monster. I'll fight with you. Stay back. Sensing Linhai running towards him, Changdao growled. Get lost. I don't need a little brat like you to save me. Gritting his teeth, Changdao raised his hand, and the skinning knife flew, cutting off the reaching tentacle. The bone-cutting knife pierced the joint of the monster's forearm, and the meat-cutting knife followed suit, instantly severing the monster's forearm. Hurry, get out of here. Don't get in the way. 2 bone-picking knives flew behind Linhai and Joe Kai, piercing their clothes and dragging them forward. The other knives protected them, constantly attacking the approaching monsters to clear a path for them. You bastards! Come at me if you dare! Changdao's voice came from behind, and at that moment, he laughed recklessly. You've always wanted to kill me, right? Come on then. I'm telling you, if you can't kill me today, I will definitely kill every single one of you. As long as I and Changdao live, you won't have it easy. One day, I will slaughter all of you damn beasts. Changdao's words completely infuriated the monsters, and they no longer paid attention to Linhai and Joe Kai, rushing towards Changdao one after another. After about 500 meters, the dragging force disappeared, and the knives that had been protecting Linhai and Joe Kai fell one after another. Looking at the fallen knives, Linhai seemed to understand something. Not yet, Joe Kai shook his head. Changdao is still alive, but his heartbeat is getting weaker. His ability should have a certain range limitation, similar to mine, or he no longer has the strength to control these knives. We have to go back and help him. Linhai wanted to go back to help, but was grabbed by Joe Kai. Get a grip. Joe Kai cursed. What can we do if we go back? Go to our deaths? We can't even handle these monsters in Ansheng. What can we do? He told us the hiding place of the key, hoping that we can come back alive to take the key next time. Hurry! Joe Kai urged. The monsters have seen us, and the surrounding monsters have heard the commotion. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Let's go back to Sifang Mountain first, hide, and come back for the key after this matter settles. Linhai was pulled by Joe Kai, and at that moment, he suddenly realized how useless he was. When the monsters caught up with him, he couldn't fight back. When the monsters took him away, he couldn't escape. When surrounded by monsters, he could only watch Ansheng sacrifice himself. Linhai felt suffocated, as if something was stuck in his throat, extremely uncomfortable. If only we had discovered these monsters earlier, Linhai said in his heart. If we had known earlier that there were monsters lurking nearby, we wouldn't have come, and Uncle Lin wouldn't have died. If only my abilities could help. Thinking of this, Linhai suddenly felt dizzy. The scenery in front of him seemed to be distorting, the sky flickering, and the whole world seemed to be spinning. Linhai, what's wrong with you? Joe Kai's voice came from his ear, but Linhai couldn't hear clearly. Linhai, what's wrong with you? The dizziness gradually dissipated, and Linhai, who came to his senses, saw Joe Kai standing in front of him. Did you hear what I just said? Joe Kai looked at Linhai with a puzzled expression. Pheromones, because of the pheromones left by the monsters on your body. So, is this my home? Seeing where he was, Linhai was stunned. The familiar place, familiar furnishings, and the dead monster's body on the ground. Are you going crazy? Joe Kai looked Linhai up and down. Has that monster already eaten your brain? If this isn't your home, then where is it? I came to save you. I'm back? Linhai couldn't understand. This time, he clearly didn't die, so why did he go back in time? And this time, he didn't go back to June 6th according to the previous pattern, but 2 hours earlier. Nonsense, you haven't forgotten that you were brought back by that monster, have you? Joe Kai said. As he said this, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Linhai turned to look, and sure enough, Ansheng walked in. He glanced at the monster on the ground, and the bone knife on the monster's neck flew back. Then he saw the car keys on the shoe cabinet and grabbed them. The person has been rescued, now come with me to the butcher shop. We can't go to the butcher shop, Linhai shouted in a panic. Speak more quietly. Joe Kai, who was beside him, was startled, wishing he could come up and cover Linhai's mouth. Do you want to wake up all the monsters in the building? Joe Kai glared at Linhai, then turned to Ancheng. This is not what we agreed on. Before he could finish his sentence, Linhai interrupted. I know there's a key hidden in the butcher shop, but you can't go. Key? Joe Kai looked at Linhai in confusion. Before he could continue asking, Ancheng's face darkened, and the bloodletting knife in his bag flew out and stopped in front of Linhai. How do you know there's a key hidden in the butcher shop? Ancheng asked coldly. Who are you? Joe Kai was very clever, and Ancheng's reaction meant that Linhai was right. So, he quickly guessed why Linhai said that. Linhai, does that mean you died again? Died? Now it was Ancheng's turn to be puzzled. Isn't he alive and well? This time I didn't die, but I don't know what's going on. Linhai didn't know how to explain it. He really didn't know why he had returned to the past without dying. But if we go to the butcher's now, it will be Uncle Lin who dies. What do you mean? And Changdao asked with a frown. Linhai, what happened after that? Joe Kai continued. What happened after that? And Changdao thought for a moment and asked, can you predict the future? More or less, Linhai replied casually, and then recounted what would happen in the future. After listening, Joe Kai and Changdao's faces were obviously not good. These monsters will not let me off easily, and Changdao gritted his teeth. His emotions were very agitated, even the knife in his bag started to tremble. According to what you said, we can't leave the city without the key. Joe Kai said with his head down, the key is hidden in the butcher's shop, and there are a large number of monsters lurking nearby. Once we approach the butcher's shop, these monsters will surround us. In that case, aren't we doomed? Not necessarily. Linhai seemed to have figured out a solution. He looked at Changdao and then said, I have thought of a way. If it goes smoothly, we should be able to get the ticket. The people those monsters want to catch are Uncle Lin, so as long as Uncle Lin doesn't go to the butcher's shop, it's fine. After saying this, Joe Kai looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you want to hear what you just said? Joe Kai gave Linhai a blank look. Even if Uncle Lin doesn't go to the butcher's shop, will the monsters lurking there leave? Those monsters will still be there. Even if Uncle Lin doesn't go, if we go to the butcher's shop to find the key, they will still find us. Do you think they won't suspect us? Two students going to the butcher's shop late at night, do you think they won't catch us? Linhai lowered his voice and said mysteriously, but what if Uncle Lin appears elsewhere? Hearing this, Joe Kai immediately reacted. Are you saying, we lure these monsters away? Linhai nodded, that's what I mean. Those monsters are lying in wait, and we lure them away. Let these monsters see what human intelligence is. Joe Kai thought for a moment and seemed to feel something was not right. But even if Uncle Lin appears elsewhere, the monsters guarding the butcher's shop may not all leave. Even if one or two monsters are left, we are no match for them. It's simple, we'll fight a guerrilla war. Joe Kai's concerns, Linhai had already thought of. In response to this, Linhai also came up with a countermeasure. Tonight, we'll make a scene. Linhai continued, Uncle Lin will drive around the city, and at each location, he will use his abilities to attack a few monsters. Remember not to linger in battle. As long as we wake up these monsters, Uncle Lin will immediately drive away. During this time, I will constantly send messages to the class group. Class group? Joe Kai was stunned for a moment. What are you sending messages to the class group for? To cause confusion. Linhai explained, those monsters in our class must also know about Uncle Lin's situation. I will tell them false information in the group, and I believe these monsters in our class will pass the message on to others. At the same time, I will keep calling emergency services to create more chaos. But, won't this cause all the monsters in the city to come out? Joe Kai was worried. If all the monsters in the city swarmed out, they would not only have no way to escape, but they would also die miserably. It won't. And Changdao shook his head. This city is like a breeding ground. Unless necessary, the monsters here will not swarm out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived until now. Speaking of this, I have a digression. Lin glanced at Changdao and said, I've always found it strange that since most of the people living here are monsters in disguise, why don't they reveal their true forms and insist on appearing in human form? Joe Kai was also curious and looked at Changdao. I don't know, and Changdao shook his head, but if we can escape from this city, maybe we can find the answer elsewhere. Let's talk about this later. Joe Kai brought the topic back. The urgent matter is to solve the trouble at hand. Without the key, everything is just talk. Lin nodded and continued, Uncle Lin and I will attract the attention of the monsters. In order to catch Uncle Lin, I think the monsters near the butcher shop will definitely rush over. At this time, Joe Kai, it's your turn to shine. Me? Joe Kai was stunned for a moment, then understood Lin's meaning. Right, my ability can sense the location of the monsters, Joe Kai said. I'm probably the only one who can enter the butcher shop without being noticed by the monsters. In that case, what are we waiting for? Lin seemed to see hope. With a hint of excitement in her tone, let's act quickly. Uncle Lin, take care of yourself. After all, you are still injured. Don't confront these monsters head-on. If too many monsters are attracted, just run. We each complete our assigned tasks and meet at Sifan Mountain in the end. Let's go. With the plan decided, the three quickly went downstairs, and Chang Dao drove away in the opposite direction of the butcher shop. Joe Kai immediately rushed to the butcher shop, waiting for the right moment to act. Lin's task was relatively flexible, mainly to distract the monster's attention, create false information, and prevent the monsters from immediately finding in Chang Dao. Seeing in Chang Dao and Joe Kai leave one after another, Lin quickly sent a message in the class group and mentioned everyone, surprise. Latest breaking news. Men silent, women in tears, don't regret it for a lifetime. Lin's message was quickly responded to. This was not surprising to Lin. In the timelines he had experienced, the monsters in the class had said that they slept very late after the college entrance examination. Now thinking about it, it was pitiful that the monsters still had to take the college entrance examination. Murderer spotted, boasting, planning to massacre the city tonight. Lin continued to send messages. More and more messages appeared in the group, and the monsters in the class started chatting. Lin did not immediately send out the wrong location. He had to wait for Chang Dao to take action first. As for the two messages just now, they were also to arouse the curiosity of these monsters. Lin temporarily exited the chat interface and made an emergency call. Hello? Help! Murderer! I saw the murderer. Yes, it's the one reported in the news these days. I just saw him riding a motorcycle towards the city center. I don't know what he's up to, but he looks very scary. Ah, right, Mincheng Hospital is near the city center. Could the murderer be planning to go to the hospital to kill people? So scary. While saying this, Lin ran towards the nearby park. Before leaving, Lin deliberately took the last few bottles of wine from home. When he arrived at the park, he poured the wine into the trash cans and flower beds, then lit them with a lighter. Under normal circumstances, Lin would never do such a dangerous and illegal thing. But now, he had to face monsters. Reasoning with them was a ridiculous thing in itself. After doing all this, Lin quickly left. After waiting for a while, Lin made another emergency call. Something's wrong. I saw the murderer setting fire in Tianfu Park. It's too scary. Come quickly, the fire is starting. During this time, the class group was extremely lively, with everyone frantically mentioning Lin, wanting to know the next message. So, Lin casually gave an address, telling them that the murderer seemed to be heading there, and warned classmates living nearby to be careful. That night, the city was destined to be restless. But what did Lin have to do with all this? He just wanted to survive from these monsters. Lin closed his phone, checked the time, and felt that he could head towards the four-faced mountain. But as he turned to leave, he suddenly heard an unexpected voice behind him. Lin, what are you doing here so late? The sudden voice made Lin frown. Looking back, not far away, Gu Zijin was slowly walking towards Lin. Monitor, it's late. Aren't you here too? Lin quickly adjusted his state and calmly replied. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk, Gu Zijin said with a smile. Me too. Watching Gu Zijin getting closer, Lin resisted the urge to avoid her. If there was any hint of resistance in Lin's expression, Gu Zijin would surely suspect something. Thinking that the person he once liked was actually a monster in human skin, Lin wanted to slap himself. Lin, I heard that you didn't take the exam the day before yesterday, and you didn't come to the graduation dinner yesterday, Gu Zijin asked with concern. Is something wrong at home? These past 2 days, your classmates have sent you a lot of messages, but you haven't replied. Lin did receive a lot of messages, but during that time, he was imprisoned at home by the monsters, and all he could think about was how to escape, so he didn't have time to pay attention to them. Lin, if something is wrong at home, you can tell me. I will definitely try to help you. Something wrong? Lin cursed in his heart. Even if something is wrong, it's none of your business. What could go wrong? I just didn't have confidence in this year's exam, so I gave up and planned to retake it. Lin quickly came up with an excuse to brush it off. Really? Gu Zijin didn't seem to believe it. Really, Lin nodded. Monitor, it's late now, I have to go back. You should go back early too. I heard that the police have been looking for the murderer, so be careful. Lin was ready to leave. He didn't want to waste time here with a monster. But as soon as he turned around, Gu Zijin called out to him again. Lin, let me walk you back. Ha! Lin was stunned. The body of the monster from his home was still lying behind the door. If Gu Zijin followed him back, she would definitely see it. So, Lin quickly refused. No need, Monitor, I can go back by myself. It's late, the road is not safe. You should go home quickly. If it's not safe, then why don't you walk me back? Guzi Jean still had a smile on her face. You can't let a girl go home alone late at night, can you? Girl? Linhai sneered in his heart. Do you even know what you're saying? You're nothing but a female monster at best. Let's forget it. Linhai shook his head. He didn't want to stroll in the night with a monster. If you feel it's dangerous, then call a taxi yourself. Linhai waved his hand. I really have to go back, otherwise my parents will scold me. Monitor, I'm leaving, bye. After speaking, Linhai turned and ran. He ran fast, occasionally looking back to make sure Guzi Jean didn't catch up, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Occasionally, a police car passed by, and Linhai quickly hid in a nearby alley. It looks like the plan was successful. Linhai glanced outside. All these monsters have been attracted by Uncle Lin, and by this time, Joe Kai should have gotten the keys. I don't know why I encountered Guzi Jean's monster in the middle of the night. It's really unlucky. I have to hurry back. It would be troublesome if I encounter other monsters. You have indeed discovered it. Just as Linhai was about to leave, Guzi Jean's low voice came from above. Linhai froze in place. He widened his eyes and slowly looked up. On the wall above, Guzi Jean's lower body was gone, replaced by 6 slender insect legs. She was clinging to the wall, staring straight at Linhai. Linhai was already very cautious, but he forgot that these monsters could climb walls, and he never expected Guzi Jean to have been following him all along. Since you've already found out, then I won't be polite. Guzi Jean's skin began to tear, revealing a black exoskeleton. She opened her mouth, and saw-toothed mouthparts emerged, followed by her huge compound eyes. The abdomen was covered with spiky tentacles that kept swaying, as if eager to pierce into Linhai's body. Don't come closer. Linhai was extremely nervous. At this moment, he envied Joe Kai's ability. If he had Joe Kai's ability, he would definitely be able to detect this monster that was following him. Linhai thought about what had happened in the butcher shop in the previous timeline. If he had returned to the past without dying, could he do it now? Retreat! 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 Linhai shouted. Unfortunately, time did not go back because of Linhai's shouting. Why is this ability so unreliable? Linhai felt like crying. Compared to Joe Kai and Chengdao's abilities, his ability was really unreliable. Guzi Jean jumped off the wall. In a panic, Linhai quickly picked up a brick from the ground and forcefully smashed it towards Guzi Jean. There was a dull thud, and a hint of anger appeared on Guzi Jean's face. Looking closely, Linhai was stunned. The brick hit Guzi Jean's forehead, leaving a shallow dent. What the hell? Linhai was puzzled. Weren't these monsters' exoskeletons quite hard? Why was a brick able to dent it, when even a knife couldn't pierce it before? Looking at Guzi Jean, who had turned into a monster in front of him, Linhai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Linhai had seen many monsters, especially in the timeline where the butcher shop was surrounded. However, compared to those monsters, the current Guzi Jean's physique was obviously much smaller. And the tentacles on her abdomen, compared to those monsters, Guzi Jean's tentacles and 6 insect legs were much thinner. After a little thought, Linhai seemed to understand. When Guzi Jean killed him before, Linhai did not see her complete form. Now it seemed that Guzi Jean was probably still an undeveloped monster. Only when these monsters fully develop, will their physique become larger, their tentacles thicker, and their exoskeletons become impenetrable. If his opponent was the current undeveloped monster in front of him, Linhai might have a chance to fight back. Thinking of this, Linhai gained a little confidence. So, Linhai had a plan in mind. Guzi Jean didn't know what Linhai was thinking, and she was quite angry after being hit by Linhai. Her 6 insect legs kicked the ground, and Guzi Jean quickly pounced towards Linhai. Wait! Seeing the monster approaching, Linhai shouted. He knew how greedy these monsters were, and unless absolutely necessary, they would never share their prey with other monsters. Are you planning to eat me here? Linhai asked. Although it's night now, because of the murderer, there might be other monsters passing by. If they see you eating a person, they might come over to share the feast. By then, you won't be able to enjoy my delicious flesh alone. If you really want to eat me, I know a place where you can eat me peacefully. Linhai raised an eyebrow and continued, after all, as food, there is also dignity. Linhai was very clear in his mind that he was no match for Guzi Jean if they were to fight in the alley. Firstly, he had no weapon, and secondly, the sound of the fight could attract other monsters. Therefore, Linhai used the greed and selfishness of these monsters to suggest changing the location. He dared not go to the butcher's shop, as he was unsure if Joe Kai was still there. If there were monsters lurking outside the shop, and they saw another monster following Linhai, they would surely know that he had discovered their true identities. Once fully developed, the monsters would undoubtedly kill Linhai. Linhai also had no choice but to avoid Sifang Mountain, as the journey was too far, and encountering other monsters on the way would make his situation even more dangerous. After some thought, Linhai decided on the destination, the abandoned factory on the back hill. In the timeline that Linhai had experienced, he had set a trap in the abandoned factory to kill Lu Linhai. At that time, he had arrived at the factory early and had searched for a long time, so he knew much more about the factory than Gu Zijin. Moreover, few people would go there at night, so for Linhai, the abandoned factory on the back hill was the best place to deal with the monsters. This was the first time Linhai had decided to face a monster alone, so on the way to the back hill, he felt both scared and excited. Back hill? Gu Zijin realized as they were about to arrive at the back hill. Yes, the back hill, Linhai nodded and calmly said, there are few people on the back hill, so you don't have to worry about other monsters coming to compete for food with you. He was worried that Gu Zijin might suddenly change her mind, so he added, and after you finish eating, you don't have to clean up, just wipe your mouth and leave, clean and hygienic, isn't that great? Gu Zijin did not speak, but she also seemed to think that the back hill was a good place. The back hill in the late night was quiet, occasionally the wind blew, and the rustling of the leaves carried a strange and eerie feeling. As they walked into the abandoned factory one after the other, Gu Zijin raised her forearms, and the tentacles on her abdomen swung violently, eager to eat Linhai. But she never expected that just as she was about to make a move, Linhai acted first. Linhai bent down to pick up a stone from the ground and then turned around to throw it at Gu Zijin with force. Compared to the alley, the abandoned factory was full of rocks, and for Linhai, these were all weapons. He could resist desperately without worrying that the sound would attract other monsters. You beast! Linhai cursed, if you want to eat me, you'll have to see if you have the ability. While cursing, he continued to pick up the stones from the ground and throw them at Gu Zijin. Although these stones could not break the shell on Gu Zijin's body, they successfully enraged her. A harsh low growl came from her serrated mouthparts, and her 6 insect legs suddenly kicked the ground as she pounced towards Linhai. Having seen too many monsters, Linhai was not flustered when facing a monster that was only slightly larger than himself and had not fully developed. Seeing Gu Zijin pouncing towards him, Linhai quickly felt around on the ground. In a previous timeline, he had searched for a long time here to set a trap, and he remembered that there was something here that could be used as a weapon. Soon, a cold touch came from his palm, and Linhai found it. It was a steel bar connecting broken cement blocks, perfect for use as a hammer. Linhai raised the steel bar, gripping it tightly with both hands in the manner that in Changdao had used to deal with monsters, and swung it at the pouncing Gu Zijin. He had thought that the process would be smooth, but when the cement block on the other end of the steel bar hit Gu Zijin, Linhai realized how powerful in Changdao was. The cement block hit Gu Zijin's waist, leaving a shallow pit on the shell around her waist, but it did not push her back. On the contrary, Linhai's hands went numb, and he fell to the ground due to the force's interaction, while the tentacles on the monster's abdomen wrapped around the steel bar. Linhai immediately let go of the bar to prevent himself from being pulled over by the monster. Is this the purpose you brought me here for? Tossing the steel bars aside, Gu Zijin disdainfully said, it's a pity, this low-level method won't protect you. Ignoring his trembling hands, Linhai quickly got up from the ground and ran towards the building. You can't escape. The enraged Gu Zijin changed her mind and decided to torture Linhai before devouring him. But since you want to play, I'll play with you. Running fast, Linhai picked up stones from the ground and threw them at Gu Zijin behind him. Gu Zijin didn't hurry, perhaps it thought the rooftop was a dead end, so in its eyes, Linhai's actions were just a struggle before death. But when it caught up to the rooftop, Linhai suddenly turned and charged towards it. Gu Zijin was momentarily caught off guard by Linhai's sudden move, and when it came to its senses, Linhai had already grabbed it. You scum, go to hell! The abandoned factory rooftop had no protection. With all his strength, Linhai held Gu Zijin and jumped off. You want to die with me? Gu Zijin still sneered. Although its carapace had not yet reached the hardness of an adult monster, falling from the rooftop would not hurt it at all. You're mistaken, Linhai coldly snorted. It was at this moment that Gu Zijin suddenly saw something moving behind Linhai. It was a rope tied to Linhai. In a previous timeline, Linhai had used this rope to set a trap to kill Lu Linhai. And now, this rope became Linhai's lifeline. Linhai knew where the rope was, after all, he had found it before. The reason he ran and picked up stones to attack Gu Zijin was not his final struggle. He used this method to cover up his actions, so that Gu Zijin did not notice that while picking up stones, Linhai also picked up a rope. The reason he ran fast was because Linhai needed time. While running, he tied one end of the rope to himself, and quickly tied the other end to a pillar on the rooftop. This way, even if Linhai jumped from the rooftop, he wouldn't fall to the ground. Only you will die. The rope suddenly tightened, and Linhai felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if it was about to break. Fortunately, the rope held Linhai, and only Gu Zijin fell. As she landed, Gu Zijin's face showed an incredulous expression. She heard a clang and saw a rusty steel bar piercing her abdomen. The reason Linhai jumped from this position holding Gu Zijin was because he clearly remembered that there was a protruding steel bar at this location. Falling from a height, the still developing carapace on Gu Zijin's body would definitely be pierced. Looking at the monster on the ground, Linhai smiled. "I told you, only you will die." The injured Gu Zijin let out a painful roar, its 6 insect legs struggling incessantly, desperately trying to get up. But because it was pierced with its back to the ground, it couldn't free itself for a while. As it struggled, the steel bar stirred inside its body, and Gu Zijin's tentacles quickly entwined around it. She tried to pull out the steel bar, but when she found that it didn't work, she slowly moved her body upwards, trying to climb out from the steel bar. Linhai guessed its intention, so he wouldn't give this monster a chance to escape. Climbing back to the rooftop along the rope, Linhai, ignoring the pain in his waist, picked up a stone from the ground. With force, he lifted the stone over his head and unhesitatingly smashed it down towards the monster below. With a bang, the stone missed its mark. Although it didn't hit the monster's body, it hit one of the monster's insect legs. "Ah!" The monster roared in anger. "Linhai, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. I'm going to peel your skin off and break your bones. You won't have the chance." Linhai sneered and picked up another rock. One rock wasn't enough, so he grabbed another. Linhai kept throwing rocks at the monster below, again and again. "No, please stop." Gu Zijin finally realized her situation. She stopped cursing and pleaded pitifully. "Linhai, please let me go. We've known each other for so many years, spare me. Don't you remember? I was so good to you in school. Have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten." Linhai gritted his teeth. "I remember very clearly." Linhai didn't expect these monsters to beg for mercy, but he wouldn't relent, "Because I remember very clearly, I will always remember how you killed me here." "Ha?" Gu Zijin was stunned, not understanding what Linhai meant. "I killed you?" Gu Zijin asked. "Linhai, what do you mean? I never wanted to hurt you." "You don't need to know," Linhai said coldly. "As long as I remember." He continued to throw rocks at the monster below, until it stopped struggling, until it died, until the sky gradually turned pale. Linhai slumped to the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. He looked up and laughed at the sky. The former Gu Zijin had killed Linhai here, and now Linhai had avenged himself. At this moment, all the pent-up emotions in his heart were released. Although he had only killed a monster that had not fully developed, for Linhai, this was a good start. "Just wait," Linhai shouted. "One day, I will kill all of you freaks." The sudden ringing of his phone startled Linhai, and he looked at the screen. It was an old man's number. "Hello?" Linhai answered the call. "Where are you?" came the worried voice of Joe Kai. "In the back mountain." "Back mountain?" Joe Kai's voice on the phone sounded puzzled. "What are you doing in the back mountain? Do you know what time it is now? Uncle Lin has already come back. Why haven't you come back? I thought you were caught by those monsters again." Joe Kai's series of questions moved Linhai. Although he didn't know who his biological parents were, at least he had a few friends. "That's enough. I met Gu Zijin." Joe Kai was silent on the other end of the phone. After a moment, Joe Kai asked, "Are you going to reopen it?" "Not necessary," Linhai smiled. "I killed it." "What?" Joe Kai was surprised. "You killed a monster by yourself? I'll talk to you when I get back." Linhai realized it was not the time to relax. He had to hurry to Sifang Mountain and discuss the next plan with Joe Kai and the others. After hanging up the phone, Linhai looked down at Gu Zijin. "Goodbye, class monitor." When Linhai returned to Sifang Mountain, Lu Linhai ran over quickly. "Linhai, are you okay?" Lu Linhai nervously looked at Linhai until he confirmed that Linhai was unharmed, then he breathed a sigh of relief. "I heard from Joe Kai that you encountered a monster. I was so scared. He's like a reckless man. He was just about to go to the back mountain to find you." Joe Kai also walked over. He looked around warily, confirming that Linhai was not being followed by monsters before continuing. "You're lucky, you actually killed a monster. It's not a fully developed monster. Its shell is not as hard as an adult monster's." Linhai explained, "I used some tricks and luckily won." Linhai recounted the whole process, and after hearing it, Joe Kai and the others felt relieved for Linhai. "Brother Linhai, are you okay?" There was a hint of concern in Zhou Yun's eyes. "I'm fine," Linhai smiled and asked Joe Kai, "Where is Uncle Lin?" Up ahead, Joe Kai pointed in the direction they had come from. "Uncle Lin's injuries haven't healed, and he ran all night. When we arrived, he fell asleep." "Did you get the key?" Linhai asked. Joe Kai nodded. "We got the key, and some other things too. Let's go, I'll show you." Near the cliff, Linhai saw Changdao lying on the ground. Perhaps hearing the commotion, Changdao suddenly sat up from the ground. "Uncle Lin," Linhai greeted, but Changdao didn't respond and lay back down. There was an iron box and a file bag beside him. The key is in the box. Joe Kai picked up the box and handed it to Linhai. Linhai opened the box and was surprised to see what was inside. He rubbed his eyes, doubting if he was seeing it correctly. Is this the key? In the palm-sized iron box was a diamond-shaped crystal. Seeing Joe Kai nod, Linhai felt his understanding being challenged. I know what you're thinking, Joe Kai said. When I first saw it, I was just as surprised as you. After all, this thing is completely different from the keys we know. Yeah, when I saw it, I thought I was mistaken, and thought this thing looked like a crystal, Lu Linhai agreed. Rather than calling this thing a key, I think it's more like a jammer or something, Joe Kai explained. Didn't Uncle Lin say there are invisible devices around the city's perimeter? This thing should be able to interfere with those devices and allow us to pass safely. I always feel like this world is getting stranger and stranger, Linhai couldn't help but exclaim. Take a look at this, Joe Kai handed over the file bag. After reading this, you won't be surprised anymore. Linhai took the file bag, which contained some assembled paper documents. After taking them out, Linhai saw a few glaring words: Human Ranch 798. Human Ranch. Looking at the 4 big words on the documents, Linhai felt a chill run down his spine. Just like Uncle Lin said before, the city we live in has been a ranch from the beginning, Joe Kai explained quietly on the side. The humans living here are food for the monsters, and the monsters living here are like caretakers, or rather, owners. When humans grow up, the monsters will not hesitate to eat us. And some high-quality humans may be sent to other places in a different way, to provide for other monsters. Other ways. Does that mean going to work in other places, or getting into universities? Linhai asked. Joe Kai nodded. That's the only possibility I can think of for now. As for the 798 at the end, Joe Kai pointed to the numbers on the documents. I think it might be a code. So, it means there are at least 798 ranches like this city? Linhai was astonished. At least 798, but I think there are more. Linhai gritted his teeth. In just a few sentences, Linhai's worldview had gradually begun to collapse. He didn't know what had happened to this world. If humans were livestock raised by monsters from the beginning, then what did all the knowledge they had learned over the years represent? Could it be that human history was also fabricated by these monsters? Uncle Lin found these things next to that skeleton, Joe Kai continued. The skeleton may have discovered the true nature of these monsters before it died, which is why it wanted to leave. However, I can't think of what could have happened to make a person with a key die there. Uncle Lin said that the location of the skeleton was already very close to the outskirts of the city. Could it be that those monsters found him, caught up to him, and killed him? Lu Linhai asked. Joe Kai shook his head. If that person really died there because of the monsters, we wouldn't see these things. It's a pity that when Uncle Lin found these documents, they were already torn apart. Although they were pieced together, the information we can grasp is limited. Linhai took out the documents from the file bag and saw that the documents had been reassembled after being pieced together. Many pieces were missing from the documents, but at least some information could be gleaned from them. It records the method of using the key. Joe Kai pointed to one of the pages. When near the edge of the city, the center of the key will light up with a red glow. As the red light slowly spreads, until the key completely turns red, then you can leave. In addition to this, there are also sketches of the monsters on this page. Linhai flipped to the back and saw the sketch. The sketch depicted the monsters that Linhai had encountered. He would never forget the appearance of these monsters, with scythe-like forearms resembling mantis arms, tentacles like those of an octopus but without suckers, instead covered in spikes. There were also several disgusting insect legs, as well as 2 huge compound eyes and saw-like mouthparts. The grotesque appearance made Linhai feel uneasy. Species name, touch mantis, wingless subclass, medium intelligence species. Below the sketch, the information about this type of monster was recorded. Carnivorous alien, side-shaped forearms, prominent compound eyes, large and bright, tentacles on the abdomen used to entangle prey. The neck can rotate freely, with saw-like mouthparts. Touch mantis? Linhai was taken aback. Is this the name of those monsters? Joe Kai shrugged. That's how it's written in the documents. Looking at the documents in his hand, Linhai felt even more puzzled. If there are records of the appearance and characteristics of these monsters, it means that someone has studied them. So, as long as we find someone who has studied these monsters, can we find a way to get rid of them? If we can really get rid of them, do you think this city will still be reduced to a pasture for breeding humans? Joe Kai sighed. Linhai was at a loss for words. I know what you're thinking, Joe Kai continued. Linhai, what we need to do is not to kill these monsters. Do you know how many of these monsters there are? And according to the information in the documents, it indicates that there are definitely more than one type of these monsters that we have seen. We are not their match, and our goal has never been to kill them. What we need to do is simply to survive. At this point, Joe Kai looked at the nearby Zhou Yun. I just hope that Xia Yun can grow up safely and live a peaceful life. That's all I've ever wanted. Joe Kai's thoughts had always been like this. If possible, he didn't want to confront these monsters at all. Even if he knew that the people around him were all monsters, he just wanted to live with his sister. That's why he pretended not to know, and has been growing up like this until now. However, Lin Yi's thoughts were different from Joe Kai's. Lin Yi hated these monsters because it was because of these monsters that he was separated from his biological parents. If possible, Lin Yi wanted to know what had really happened in this world and get rid of these monsters. Even if we want to survive, do you think those monsters will spare us? Lin Yi said. In the eyes of those monsters, humans are nothing more than food. They don't care about the food's opinion, and they certainly don't care if the food about to be eaten has dreams. All they have to do is open their mouths and eat the food. Joe Kai, we can't escape. We can. Joe Kai's eyes showed a rare glimmer of hope. He took the documents from Lin Yi's hand, pulled out the last page, and placed it on top. Then, Joe Kai pointed to the writing on top with a pen and said, as long as we go here, we can live safely. Looking in the direction Joe Kai pointed, the pen's writing was already faint, but it was still possible to make out what was written. It was a neatly written line, saying the far north, peach blossom spring, humanity's last hope? What does this mean? Unlike the other contents on the document, only this line was written with a pen. If Lin Yi guessed correctly, this line might have been written by the deceased. The north, Joe Kai said, after leaving here, we head north. There might be a place that belongs only to humans, a place without monsters, that's why it's called Peach Blossom Spring. As long as we go there, we can live our lives peacefully. Are you crazy? Lin Yi was surprised. This line was obviously written later, and there's even a question mark at the end. How do we know if we don't go and see? Joe Kai's tone was firm. Just as the two were arguing, and Chang Dao, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sat up. 3 bloodletting knives from his bag flew out and hovered in front of him. And Chang Dao looked at Lin Yi and the others, and in a deep voice, he said, you can't go anywhere. Look at you, I told you to keep quiet, don't disturb Uncle Lin's rest. Lu Linhai, seeing in Chang Dao's bad expression, immediately stepped forward to mediate. He first pretended to be angry and scolded Lin Yi and Joe Kai for speaking so loudly, then looked at Chang Dao apologetically and said, Uncle Lin, sorry for disturbing your rest. You continue sleeping, we'll go somewhere else to talk. But before Lin Yi and the others could turn around, the 3 bloodletting knives that had been hovering in front of Chang Dao flew over. Lin Yi was startled, he hadn't expected Chang Dao to suddenly make a move against them. When he tried to dodge, it was already too late. One of the bloodletting knives hovered between Lin Yi's eyebrows, as if it would pierce in the next second. Lu Linhai was in the same situation, another bloodletting knife against his neck, a slight movement would pierce the skin. Uncle Lin, let's talk, don't move the knives. Among them, only Joe Kai, relying on his enhanced senses, barely dodged the flying bloodletting knives. When he dodged, he slipped and fell. However, the bloodletting knife that Joe Kai dodged stopped in front of Zhou Yun. Don't hurt her. Seeing the bloodletting knife hovering in front of Zhou Yun, Joe Kai hurriedly got up from the ground. And Chang Dao glanced at them, snorted, and said disdainfully, I told you, you can't go anywhere. Why? Lin Yi was not convinced. You, don't speak. Joe Kai, worried about his sister's safety, shouted at Lin Yi. Then, Joe Kai looked at Chang Dao and asked, what do you want to do? Look at you now. And Chang Dao slowly stood up from the ground. As he spoke, he walked in front of Lin Yi and took the box containing the keys from the ground. Even my knives can't be dodged. Even if you leave this city, how far can you go? Instead of letting you die in the hands of monsters outside, I might as well kill you now. At least, you can die at the hands of humans, with a dignified death. Despite his words, the knives hovering in front of Lin Yi and the others flew back. The bloodletting knives went back into the bag, and Chang Dao took the keys and sat down on the ground. You, don't think that killing a monster makes you great. And Chang Dao raised his head slightly and glared at Lin Yi. Who doesn't know how to talk big? You think you can get rid of them? A little rabbit like you, who hasn't even grown a full coat of fur, thinks he can get rid of anyone. Do you think that all the humans in this world are not as formidable or intelligent as you? And Chang Dao spoke without leaving any room for argument. Lin Yi frowned, although he felt indignant, and Chang Dao was right. Lin Yi wanted to get rid of these monsters, but was he the only one with such thoughts? If these monsters were really so easy to get rid of, this city would not have become a pasture for breeding humans. You and Chang Dao looked at Lu Linhai, with underdeveloped limbs and a simple mind. If you didn't know about the existence of these monsters, you might have lived a few more years. But now that you know, you won't survive 3 days if you leave here. Lu Linhai pursed his lips and nodded on the side. And you, and Changdao glanced at Joe Kai, who was standing in front of Zhou Yun. Your ability is indeed very convenient, allowing you to discern monsters and evade most attacks. But what about your sister? Can you always stay by your sister's side? Besides, with your own limited strength, even if you can stay with your sister, the end result will be watching your sister being killed by those monsters. With your limited abilities, what are you talking about leaving here for? What difference does it make if you leave? It's just dying in a different place. If you want to die, you can tell me, there's no need for those monsters to do it. And Chengdao's words were harsh, but each one left Linhai and the others unable to refute. Uncle Lin, we were wrong. After a while, Lu Linhai said softly, and Chengdao ignored them, closing his eyes as if falling asleep. Linhai looked at Chengdao sitting on the ground and felt his mind in turmoil. He sat down under a nearby tree, thinking a lot that night. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Linhai got up from the ground. He came to Chengdao, seeming to have something to say. Before Linhai could speak, Chengdao opened his eyes. What's up? And Chengdao didn't look up. Uncle Lin, I want to ask you something. Linhai squatted down and looked at Chengdao. Uncle Lin, you are so powerful, even those monsters are no match for you. So, I want to ask you to teach me. And Chengdao raised his head and asked, what, not leaving? I will leave, but not now, Linhai said firmly. Uncle Lin, you're right. I'm no match for these monsters right now. Even if I leave this city, the result waiting for me is death. So, I want to become stronger, so that when facing monsters, I won't think about running away, but about how to kill them. Linhai spoke earnestly. Unlike Joe Kai, he couldn't sense monsters, so he had a much greater chance of encountering them. Linhai didn't want to spend the rest of his days fleeing from monsters. If the world outside this city was also full of monsters, where else could he escape to? He remembered a scene from a previous timeline where Chengdao faced a group of monsters. If it weren't for Chengdao's injuries and the burden of Linhai and Joe Kai, perhaps that group of monsters wouldn't have been a match for Chengdao. Linhai also wanted to become like Chengdao. Me too. Lu Linhai's voice came from the side. He quickly got up from the ground and walked to Linhai's side, saying, Uncle Lin, teach me too. I haven't been of any help in these past few days, and I don't want to be powerless when my friends are in danger. And Chengdao didn't answer, turning to look at Joe Kai not far away. And you? What do you think? And Chengdao asked. Joe Kai looked at Zhou Yun, who was still unconscious beside him. Although he didn't speak, he stood by Linhai with a determined stride. Very well. And Chengdao stood up, a rare smile appearing on his face. Yesterday's Chengdao suddenly took action in order to make Linhai and the others aware. Seeing the determined look in the eyes of the three teenagers, Chengdao began training them. In the following time, Chengdao formulated a series of special training plans. Lu Linhai, unlike Linhai and Joe Kai, did not have special abilities and could only start with physical fitness. Therefore, Lu Linhai's daily task was to climb mountains and run. Fortunately, Lu Linhai had perseverance and persisted through the hardships. Not only that, Lu Linhai seemed to have a strong recovery ability. No matter how tired he was the day before, as long as he slept, he would still be full of energy the next day. Joe Kai's training plan was relatively simple. He was cautious and careful, and combined with his abilities, under normal circumstances, Joe Kai would hardly get injured. Therefore, Joe Kai's task was to maximize his body's reaction speed to keep up with his perception speed. For example, when facing a sudden attack from a monster, even if Joe Kai saw it, if his body couldn't react in time, he would still be unable to dodge it. In addition, Joe Kai had other tasks, such as purchasing supplies and guarding against monsters entering the mountain. As for Linhai's training plan, Chengdao was momentarily at a loss. Considering the different characteristics of Linhai, Joe Kai, and Lu Linhai, Chengdao formulated different training plans. Lu Linhai's training plan was the simplest but also the most tiring. His situation was different from Linhai and Joe Kai's because he didn't have special abilities, so Lu Linhai's only task was to enhance his physical fitness. Climbing, running with weights, rock climbing. Any exercise that could be done on the mountain, Lu Linhai did almost all of them. Lu Linhai was very clear that only by enhancing his physical fitness could he have the strength to fight monsters and be of help to his friends in danger. Moreover, even if he still couldn't win, he would have enough strength to escape with his friends. Therefore, Lu Linhai had no complaints about these monotonous and tedious training. He trained very seriously, and even after completing Chengdao's arranged training plan, he would continue to train on his own. Joe Kai's training plan was relatively more complex. His perception ability was very convenient, but only by synchronizing his body's reaction speed with his perception speed could he maximize his abilities. So, before dawn every day, Joe Kai had to climb to the top of Sifang Mountain. While climbing, he trained the coordination of his body and perception, and at sunrise, he would look into the distance to strengthen his visual adaptation. After a short rest, Changdao would cooperate with Joe Kai's training. He would blindfold Joe Kai and use his abilities to make the blades fly, creating noise through collisions to train Joe Kai's hearing, while continuously throwing prepared stones at Joe Kai. Joe Kai needed to hear the sound of the stones coming from these noisy sounds and catch them accurately to train the coordination of his body and hearing. For Joe Kai, sharp senses were a double-edged sword, bringing convenience while also causing some trouble. For example, when they were climbing the mountain before, Linhai only sprayed a little floral water, which made Joe Kai feel uncomfortable and even unable to distinguish who the monster following them was through smell. So, this time, the floral water brought by Linhai also played a role. Joe Kai had to adapt to various stimulating smells and find the target from various smells. In addition, every 3 days, Joe Kai would go down the mountain to purchase supplies. He needed to use his abilities to avoid monsters as much as possible and reduce unnecessary trouble. This could be considered real combat training for him. As for the money for the purchases, there was no need to worry at all. After getting the key from the butcher shop, Joe Kai did not leave immediately. Considering that it would cost money to go to other cities, Joe Kai took all the money from the butcher shop when he left. This money would be enough for them to live for a while. But when it came to Linhai, Changdao was at a loss. Compared to Lu Linhai, Linhai, although determined, couldn't match his opponent in physical fitness. With the same amount of exercise, Lu Linhai remained energetic the next day, while Linhai suffered from back pain. At first, Linhai persisted, but the high training load only led to exhaustion. Linhai's understanding of his abilities was not as good as Joe Kai's. This was not surprising, as Joe Kai had discovered his special abilities at a young age. In order to protect himself and his sister, Joe Kai had been exploring his abilities. Relying on this ability, he was able to repeatedly save his sister from the monsters. However, Linhai only discovered his special ability after being killed by a monster. Therefore, Linhai was unable to control his ability. Changdao could only help Linhai explore his ability while training his physical fitness at half the level of Lu Linhai. Half a month passed, during which Changdao's injuries improved under Zhou Yun's careful care. Although the wounds had not completely healed, they would not affect their future actions. Lu Linhai continued to train hard, increasing his training load every day, yet he remained energetic the next day. Joe Kai's mastery of his abilities had improved, with his perception range increasing from the initial 800 meters to 1,000 meters. Although his body's reaction speed still did not match his perception speed, he was able to accurately catch 3 or 4 out of every 10 stones thrown by Changdao. On the other hand, Linhai, after half a month, still had not figured out his own abilities. Fortunately, the physical training had increased his stamina, preventing him from standing still. However, one day, after half a month, Joe Kai returned with bad news from the mountain. "I heard that the monsters are preparing to search the mountain." Lu Linhai was startled. "Why are they suddenly searching the mountain? They have been looking for me for so long, and since they haven't found me, it's not surprising that they decided to search the mountain," Joe Kai explained. After hearing this news, Changdao was not surprised. "I think their purpose in searching the mountain is not just to find Uncle Lin." Linhai thought for a moment and said, "Do you remember the first few days? Classmates in the class group kept asking about the 3 of us." In the first few days, Linhai, Joe Kai, and Lu Linhai's phones were constantly receiving messages from classmates. This was because the 3 of them had all given up on the college entrance examination, and none of them had attended the graduation party. In addition, the monster in Linhai's house was lying behind the door, and it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Therefore, the monsters in their class must have guessed that their identities had been discovered by Linhai and the others. Linhai and the others had been ignoring the messages on their phones, and when their phones ran out of battery, they simply stopped paying attention. However, the monsters would never allow humans who knew their true identities to live in this world. Since they couldn't find Linhai and the others in the city, the most likely hiding place would be in the mountains. "There aren't many mountains around here, so we'll probably be found soon," Linhai said with a frown. "It's good that they're coming. We'll catch them off guard in the mountains." Lu Linhai gritted his teeth. Changdao stood up, looking calm, and brushed off the dirt on his body, saying, "There's no need to risk your lives for those monsters. You have indeed become much stronger these days, but it's still too early to face a group of monsters. Pack up. We leave tonight and head to the neighboring city. It will take about 5 days to cross the 4-square mountain." During these days, Linhai and the others continued their training while traveling. They set off before the monster search in the Forfang Mountains, and everything went smoothly along the way. However, when they finally reached the edge of the city, they discovered something unexpected. "Is this the edge of the city?" Linhai looked at the forest in front of him, feeling both anxious and hopeful. After 5 days, they finally reached the edge of the city, and all they had to do next was to pass through the forest to reach the neighboring city's mountain. Linhai knew nothing about the world outside the city. However, because of the existence of those anomalies, the outside world was likely to be different from what was seen on TV. The outside world might be filled with various monsters, which could be even more terrifying and brutal. Are you ready? Lu Linhai suddenly shouted, seemingly to boost his own courage and to encourage everyone. Zhou Yun tightly held onto Joe Kai's sleeve, looking nervous but without any hesitation in her eyes. Joe Kai's eyes also showed determination as he patted Zhou Yun's head, telling her not to worry. Linhai looked back at the road they had come from. Although the city's buildings were no longer visible from their current position, for Linhai, the events that had happened before seemed like just yesterday. Goodbye, Linhai silently said in his heart. He was bidding farewell to the city where he had lived for 18 years and to his past self. Let's go, and Chengdao took out a key. As they entered the forest, the crystal in Chengdao's hand emitted a faint red light. It's changing color. Lu Linhai exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the key and shouting, the key is reacting. As they continued forward, the red light inside the crystal grew stronger. This thing is really the same as described in the records. When the red light fills the entire key, we can leave this ghostly place, Linhai thought to himself. Finally, the red light completely filled the crystal, but just as they were confidently preparing to leave, Linhai suddenly felt dizzy. He felt extremely uncomfortable, his head was spinning, and even the scene in front of him began to blur. This feeling became more and more pronounced, as if something was desperately tearing at Linhai's soul. Linhai realized that something was wrong and wanted to alert the others, but he found that his body was out of control at that moment, and he couldn't say a word. What's going on? Linhai roared in his mind. Why is this happening? Have those monsters caught up with us? No, if there were monsters approaching us, Joe Kai would definitely have noticed. Damn it! Damn it! Victory was right in front of us, why is this happening? Linhai's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and in a daze, he seemed to see two familiar figures sitting in front of him. They had loving smiles on their faces, clapping their hands and saying something. The flickering candlelight and cheerful singing reached his ears. Linhai had heard this song before, a song he used to look forward to every year, but now he never wanted to hear it again. This song marked the beginning of Linhai's nightmare. Happy birthday to you, wishing you happiness every day, wishing you eternal happiness. Linhai, happy birthday. Blow out the candles. After a moment of confusion, Linhai came to his senses. He saw clearly the two people sitting opposite him, and instantly felt his scalp tingle. Linhai? Linhai, what's wrong with you? The two people sitting opposite Linhai were his father and mother, who had long been killed by Chengdao. My birthday? Linhai realized that he had once again returned to the past. This time, he had gone back to his 18th birthday on June 10th. Yes, Linhai, today is your birthday. His father's voice made Linhai jump up from his chair, and he quickly backed away, almost tripping over the chair behind him. Linhai, be careful, his mother was startled by Linhai's sudden movement. Why are you still alive? Lin couldn't believe it. Why did time go back to my birthday? The memories flooded back, and Lin remembered that he and Joe Kai had come to the edge of the city. He was about to leave the city, so why did he suddenly find himself back on June 10th? Could it be I died again? Lin shook his head, feeling that something was off. He didn't remember any monsters appearing at the time, nor did he remember how he died. So, could it be that his ability had been activated, just like when Chengdao faced a group of monsters alone in the butcher shop? A sense of frustration welled up within him. He had spent over half a month in the mountains, and just when he thought he could finally leave, he found himself back at square one in the blink of an eye. If all of this couldn't be changed, then what did all his efforts amount to? What's wrong with you? When his mother stood up, Lin saw the knife on the table. He grabbed the knife, looking warily at his parents in front of him. Don't come any closer. Lin shouted. Are you okay? His mother seemed very worried. Are you alright? His father was equally concerned. They kept looking at Lin, but their eyes didn't have the same greed as before. Instead, they showed a kind of nervousness and concern. Stop pretending. Lin quickly calmed himself down. After over half a month of training, although Lin wasn't confident that he could defeat two adult monsters, he felt that he could try to escape from them. I know you are monsters, Lin said without hesitation. Today was June 10th, Lin's birthday, the day he was eaten. So, instead of beating around the bush, he might as well just say it. However, his parents' reaction surprised Lin. Monsters? His mother was stunned for a moment and looked blankly at his father. What monsters? I don't know, his father shook his head and said, could he be talking about the video games he plays? What's wrong with you? His father continued with a puzzled look. Is it because the exam pressure has been too much these days, and after the exams, you suddenly relaxed and your mind went wrong? Hospital. His father thought for a moment and said, Come, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. Yes, the hospital. His mother echoed, It's okay, both Dad and Mom are here, you will be fine. Lin was stunned. Why was the scene in front of him different from what he had experienced before? Lin had already exposed the fact that he had discovered the monsters, so why did they tear off their disguise? Why didn't they pounce on Lin to eat him? Where are the car keys? Where did I put the car keys? His father seemed a little anxious. They are on the shoe cabinet. You always put them there when you come back, his mother reminded him. Right, on the shoe cabinet. His father went to the entrance, grabbed the car keys, and opened the door to go out. I'll go drive first, and when you come down, we'll go to the hospital right away. Mom will take you to see the doctor. His mother walked towards Lin. Don't come any closer. Lin raised the knife in his hand, looking warily at the people in front of him. Don't scare Mom. His mother's eyes gradually became moist, and her concern didn't seem fake. For a moment, Lin was at a loss. What's happening? Lin couldn't understand. Don't be afraid, Mom is here. His mother slowly approached. Even though Lin was holding a knife, she still came to Lin without hesitation. Mom is here, no matter what happens, Mom will be by your side. His mother took the knife from Lin's hand and hugged him, gently patting his back. Mom will take you to see the doctor. His mother took Lin's hand. Don't worry, you will be fine. No. Lin felt his mind was in a mess. What happened? Why did things change after going back in time this time? Why didn't those two monsters kill him? Could it be that the past experiences were all illusions, and what is happening in front of him now is the reality? Or is it that during this time travel process, something unexpected happened that Linny didn't notice? Linny began to recall the entire process of entering the woods, but couldn't find anything strange. Let's go, Mom will take you to the hospital. It seemed that Mom noticed Linny's pale face and spoke with a cautious tone. She supported Linny and quickly arrived at the parking lot. Linny remained vigilant of his mother, but she never turned into a monster or tried to eat him. Dad drove the car over and comforted, it's okay. No matter how you do on this exam, Mom and Dad won't blame you. Even if you don't do well this year, we can always try again next year. Yes, don't feel burdened. No matter how you do, you are still our child. Next year? Linny was stunned. Weren't those two monsters supposed to eat him today? Could it be that he was mistaken? Perhaps all the previous experiences were just illusions caused by exam pressure, and what was happening now was the true reality? Get in the car quickly, Dad urged. Whether there's something wrong or not, let's go to the hospital first. I'll feel better after a checkup, Dad said. The worry on Mom and Dad's faces warmed Linny's heart. Thinking carefully, if his parents in front of him were really monsters, they would have attacked him as soon as he revealed the truth. But until now, Linny still didn't see any greed in their eyes. Perhaps, he really was mistaken. At that moment, Linny wavered. Mom opened the back door of the car for Linny, and he got in. What's the deal with the monsters you mentioned earlier? Mom, sitting in the passenger seat, asked in a low voice, perhaps out of curiosity. It's nothing, Linny didn't know how to tell them, as even he felt that all of this was too absurd. With a click, the car door locked. However, Dad didn't start the car. The monsters you mentioned. Mom and Dad's tone suddenly changed. The previously worried tone instantly turned cold. The lights in the parking lot went out, leaving only the car's lights shining on Mom and Dad sitting in the front. They slowly turned their heads, and their skin began to peel off. Then, that familiar face appeared in front of Linny, unmistakably the face of a monster. The sudden turn of events caught Linny off guard. He wanted to open the car door and run out, but then remembered that the door was locked. The transformed monster parents didn't attack him, but suddenly started laughing, a piercing sound that kept stimulating Linny's nerves. The laughter made Linny's head ache, and then it felt like something was tearing at his body. The intense pain spread throughout his body, and Linny passed out. Are you ready? Linny suddenly came to his senses at the sound of Lu Linhai's shout, realizing that he was outside the woods on the edge of the city. Let's go, and Shangdao took out the keys and was about to enter the woods when Linny hurriedly stopped them. Wait! Linny looked panicked as he grabbed Joe Kai and asked, Joe Kai, quickly, look around, are there any monsters? Have those monsters caught up with us? Or, are those monsters hiding in the woods, waiting for us to walk into a trap? Linny, what's wrong with you? Lu Linhai, seeing the panic in Linny's eyes, couldn't help but feel worried. Linny, are you okay? Zhou Yun also seemed to sense Linny's nervousness. Hurry! Linny did not respond to them, and continued to urge Joe Kai. Joe Kai frowned and glanced at Linny, seeming to understand something. Joe Kai nodded and began to use his abilities to sense the surroundings. No, Joe Kai shook his head after a moment, there are no monsters nearby. Impossible. Linhai didn't believe it. If there were no monsters nearby, why would he go back in time? His ability only activates after he is killed. If there are no monsters nearby, why did he die? Linhai, calm down. Joe Kai grabbed Linhai and continued. First tell me what happens after entering the woods. Your ability has activated again? And Changdao also understood. After entering, we will die, Linhai answered with a frown. He recounted his previous experiences, but after hearing it, Joe Kai felt something was off. Something's not right, Joe Kai thought and said, although we don't know exactly how your ability works, based on what happened before, the time you go back to after dying is different each time. If we are killed by monsters after entering the woods, then you shouldn't go back to June 10th. Linhai was initially stunned, but after thinking for a moment, he felt that Joe Kai's analysis made sense. Before, I always thought that the time I go back to after dying would gradually be delayed, starting with June 10th, then June 9th, and then June 8th. Joe Kai continued to analyze. But during the butcher shop incident, you only went back a few hours. So, even if we are killed by monsters after entering the woods, you should go back to either June 7th, or just a few hours before like now. But I did go back to June 10th this time, Linhai remembered clearly. The cake and knife on the table, his parents sitting across from him, the same birthday song, and, thinking of this, a hint of confusion appeared on Linhai's face. Yes, the events of June 10th this time are different from before. Linhai didn't know what this meant, but one thing he was sure of was that he did die. Just to be safe, I'll go in and take a look, and Changdao looked at the woods in front of him. His knife flew out from his backpack and spun around him continuously, and Changdao held the cleaver in his hand and said seriously, we have limited knowledge of these anomalies. Maybe there are monsters here that we don't know about. In any case, it's always better to be careful, Joe Kai nodded, I'll keep an eye on the surroundings. After that, and Changdao walked into the woods. Linhai and the others nervously surveyed the surroundings, forming a triangle with Joe Kai and Lu Linhai, protecting Zhou Yun in the middle. Time passed, but the monsters never appeared, and Joe Kai didn't feel anything unusual. After a while, footsteps came from the woods. And D has returned, Joe Kai reminded. And Changdao came out of the woods, and the knife that had been circling him returned to his backpack. It's safe inside, and Changdao's message left Linhai puzzled. The woods were safe, and no monsters appeared around them, so how did he die? Let's go, and Changdao took out the key again. Don't worry, Joe Kai patted Linhai's shoulder, if there's anything wrong, I'll let you know immediately. This time, they were even more cautious as they entered the woods. However, when the red light filled the key again, that inexplicable dizziness and the tearing sensation of the soul struck again. A cacophony suddenly rang in Linhai's ears, accompanied by intense headaches, and the scenery in front of him gradually distorted. Linhai's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and when he shook his head hard, he came to his senses and found himself sitting in a KTV private room. He came back, once again returning to the night of June 9th. What on earth is going on? Linhai gritted his teeth, not understanding why this was happening. They had been so careful, so why did they still die after entering the woods on the edge of the city? And last time, they had only gone back a few hours, but this time, why did they return to June 9th again? The singing echoing in the private room annoyed Linhai, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong. He had gone back to June 9th before, and that time, when he opened his eyes, his classmate was passionately singing into the microphone. But this time, he heard the original singer's voice in his ear, not his classmate's. Looking up, Linhai saw that everyone in the private room was sitting neatly on the sofa, all of them looking at the screen with serious expressions, as if they were bewitched. Linhai didn't see Joe Kai and Lu Linhai. He remembered that Joe Kai had claimed to have something to do that day, so he didn't come. But where was Lu Linhai, who should have been here? The singing on the screen suddenly stopped, and at that moment, everyone slowly turned their heads and looked at Linhai. What? What are you all looking at me for? The scene in front of him was inexplicably eerie. You guys are singing, I don't have the lyrics on my face. Linhai was a little scared. Did he expose himself? No, this was too strange. He had just returned to June 9th, and he hadn't done anything, so these monsters couldn't have found out. The classmates in the private room remained silent, staring at Linhai intently, not even blinking. Linhai felt a little frightened. He stood up to leave, but before he could take a step, he heard a series of sounds, and the skin on these people's faces began to peel off. Linhai realized that things were not good. If these monsters attacked at the same time, he would undoubtedly die. I suddenly remembered that there's something at home. I have to go. Linhai was startled and ran towards the door of the private room. At the moment the door opened, a familiar figure appeared outside. Linhai, what are you doing? Looking up, Lu Linhai was standing outside with a pile of snacks in his arms. Quick, come with me. Linhai pulled Lu Linhai and ran out of the KTV as if escaping. Linhai, what's wrong with you? When they ran to a corner where no one was around, Lu Linhai asked in confusion. At this time, Lu Linhai didn't know about the existence of the monsters, so Linny had to explain everything. But when Linny was halfway through, Lu Linhai's face suddenly turned dark. Monsters? Lu Linhai stared motionlessly at Linny. I know what I'm saying sounds ridiculous, but you have to believe me. Linny was cautious, not noticing the change in Lu Linhai's expression. I believe you. Lu Linhai's voice became somewhat grating. When Linny looked up, he suddenly saw Lu Linhai smiling. What? Why are you laughing? Linny frowned. Linny, the monsters you mentioned. The skin on Lu Linhai's face began to peel off, like damp wall paint, falling off in pieces. Linny was stunned. He saw the familiar serrated mouthparts and the huge compound eyes on Lu Linhai's face. Lu Linhai was a monster? Is this what it looks like? The grating laughter came out of Lu Linhai's throat. In an instant, Linny felt a splitting headache. There was nothing around, but it felt as if countless invisible hands were pulling him, tearing his body apart. Ah! Linny shouted in terror. He suddenly sat up from the ground, waking up the person next to him. Linny, what's wrong with you? Lu Linhai's voice came from beside him, startling Linny. He groped the ground with both hands, grabbed a stone, and smashed it towards Lu Linhai. Monster! Linny shouted, so you're a monster too. Lu Linhai did not expect Linny to suddenly attack him, but after more than half a month of training, Lu Linhai immediately reacted. He rolled on the ground and dodged the stone thrown by Linny. When Linny picked up another stone and was about to continue attacking Lu Linhai, a strong hand grabbed him. What are you doing? A familiar voice sounded in his ear. It was in Chengdao's voice. Uncle, quickly, kill him. Linny shouted anxiously, he's a monster. He's been deceiving us, he's also a monster. Linny, what are you talking about? Joe Kai shielded Zhou Yin behind him and asked in confusion. I understand, I finally know why we died after entering the woods. Linny stared at Lu Linhai and gritted his teeth. It's you killed us. Because you, this monster, have been lurking around us, so Joe Kai didn't notice any monsters around. When we entered the woods, you took the opportunity to kill us when we weren't paying attention. Linny, what's wrong with you? Lu Linhai looked puzzled, his eyes full of worry. I didn't understand anything you said. Joe Kai furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, seeming to understand something. Linny, have you returned to the past again? Joe Kai asked. The past? Linny was first stunned, then looked around, and then realized. This time, Linny had returned to the night before they arrived at the woods. Why is this happening? Linny felt confused. Clearly, he had returned to June 9th before, so why did he now come back to the night before they arrived at the woods? Don't worry for now, Joe Kai walked over, calm down, and then tell us what happened. Linny breathed heavily, and after a moment, he began to recount his experience. After listening, everyone's faces showed a solemn expression. I really am not a monster, Lu Linhai said helplessly. If Lu Linhai was a monster, there would have been no need to save us before. Joe Kai thought for a moment and continued. And we have lived together for more than half a month. He had many chances to kill us. But if Lu Linhai is not a monster, then what did you see? It's fake. Lu Linhai said loudly. It must be those monsters impersonating me. No, on June 9th, Linny had not been exposed yet. The monsters couldn't have impersonated you for no reason to deceive Linny. Joe Kai shook his head. Linny remained silent. These frequent returns to the past had made his mind very confused. He tried hard to recall what had happened after these returns to the past, and as he thought, Linny seemed to realize something. Linny appearing on the night before they arrived at the woods now meant that the last time he returned to June 9th, he was killed. However, the transformed monster Lu Linhai only revealed his monstrous appearance, and it seemed that he did not attack Linny. If the transformed monster Lu Linhai did not kill Linny, then why did his ability suddenly activate? Could there be other types of monsters hiding in the woods? Lu Linhai was somewhat anxious. After all, at this moment, he was the prime suspect. Joe Kai shook his head and said, even if it's another type of monster, I can sense it. It's not possible for this kind of monster to have no scent, not need to breathe, and not even have a heartbeat. Maybe it's this kind of monster, Lu Linhai continued. We don't know much about these monsters. There might really be a kind of monster in the woods that has no scent, doesn't need to breathe, and doesn't even have a heartbeat. This is not an impossible thing. Jellyfish don't have a heartbeat. Why do monsters have to have a heartbeat? Okay, even if there really is this kind of monster, it must act when it kills us. Once the monster acts, I can also feel it. Joe Kai frowned and said, could it be that this kind of monster is quite powerful, and can kill us instantly before we even notice it? If such monsters really exist, then there's no point in running away. We wouldn't stand a chance against them. Joe Kai thought for a moment and added, besides, according to what Linny said, Uncle Lin went in alone before. If there really are such monsters, why didn't they attack Uncle Lin? Perhaps they wanted to catch us all at once, Lu Linhai retorted. Catch us all, my foot. If these monsters are so powerful, why would they need to resort to such tricks to deal with us? Linhai didn't say anything. He began to recall the events that had occurred after his recent trips back in time. Upon careful consideration, whether it was Lu Linhai turning into a monster on June 9th, or his parents turning into monsters on June 10th, it seemed that they only revealed themselves as monsters in front of Linhai. They didn't attack Linhai, yet he still died. Furthermore, there was a common point in these two instances of time travel. Before dying, Linhai felt intense pain, as if his body was being torn apart. Since the monsters didn't attack him, why did Linhai feel pain? In addition to this, Linhai remembered something else. Both times he entered the woods, he felt a headache, as if his soul was being torn apart, a feeling of extreme discomfort. However, if Linhai remembered correctly, before the last time he went back to the woods, Uncle Lin had entered the woods alone to confirm if it was safe. And after Uncle Lin came out, he didn't feel any discomfort. After much thought, a chilling speculation suddenly emerged in Linhai's mind. His gaze slowly shifted to Joe Kai's backpack, which contained the essential key to leaving the city. The key? Linhai exclaimed in surprise. The key? What about the key? Lu Linhai didn't understand why Linhai suddenly mentioned the key. Joe Kai quickly grabbed the backpack from the ground, checked that the key was still inside, and breathed a sigh of relief. The key is still in here, Joe Kai said. Both times we entered the woods, we died when the key was completely filled with red light. Linhai's voice trembled as he spoke. When the key turned completely red, I felt a strong headache, everything in front of me started to blur, and the whole world seemed to be constantly spinning. And my body was out of control, my consciousness became increasingly blurred, and then I went back to the past. So, when he reached this point, Linhai paused. This speculation was an extremely bad news for them. Could it be that this thing is not the key to leaving here at all, but the reason for our deaths? Impossible. Joe Kai was somewhat agitated. The information Uncle Lin found clearly states that this thing is the key. If we don't have the key, we will die as soon as we approach the edge of the city. But we died while holding the key, didn't we? Lu Linhai said softly. Linhai only returned to the present after dying, and he died several times. But that doesn't mean there's a problem with the key, Joe Kai argued. Linhai also said that red light did indeed come out of the key, which means the information in the documents is correct. What if the information Uncle Lin found was a trap from the beginning? Linhai voiced his speculation. The skeleton Uncle Lin found clearly had the key, but didn't leave here, and instead died at the edge of the city. Now thinking about it, isn't it extremely similar to the situation we encountered? Joe Kai opened his mouth, but for a moment didn't know what to say. For them in this time, Linhai was the only one who had entered the woods. If there were monsters in the woods, or if they were being chased by monsters, Linhai couldn't possibly forget. And there's one more thing. Perhaps it was because of the calmness that Linhai's thoughts began to become clearer. The future will change because of what I did after returning to the past, but the things that have already happened in the past will not change. Just like the graduation dinner and singing on June 9th, and my birthday on June 10th, Linhai continued. But these two times, after I returned to the past, I found that the past events had changed. My parents didn't immediately kill me after I made a birthday wish, and even started comforting me when I showed signs of panic. And then there's Lu Linhai, he shouldn't be a monster. Linhai was certain of this, having once killed Lu Linhai. What do you mean by shouldn't? I'm definitely not a monster. Lu Linhai interjected. You, be quiet for a moment. Linhai glared at him and continued. But this time on June 9th, Lu Linhai turned into a monster. Are you saying that the past timeline has changed? Joe Kai asked. Lu Linhai was killed by the monster ahead of time, and then took his place? Linhai shook his head. I don't think the past timeline has changed, but rather these two instances of time travel are simply fake. Fake? Joe Kai was puzzled. What do you mean? These two instances of time travel may have been illusions that I saw, not real at all, Linhai explained. After the key turned red, I started to have a headache. I thought I had returned to the past, but in reality, I only saw illusions related to the past. Because I remembered what happened in the past, but due to fear, the illusions changed based on my fears, thus showing a different past. Then why did you die? Joe Kai asked. Even if these two instances were illusions, you returned to the forest edge before and now, indicating that you did indeed die. Can illusions also kill people? I don't know if illusions can kill people, and Shangdao suddenly spoke up. Frowning, he said in a serious tone, but there is something that can definitely kill us. To prevent humans in the city from escaping, a special device is deliberately installed at the edge. Once a human approaches, it will immediately kill them. But we have the key in our hands, Joe Kai said. That's why I said the key was a trap from the beginning. Linhai's expression became somewhat serious. I wasn't killed by the illusion, but after seeing the illusion, I lost control of my body. My consciousness was immersed in the illusion, but my body kept moving forward. When I approached the edge of the city, those devices killed me. So, I felt a severe pain as if my body was being torn apart alive. These are all your speculations, not necessarily true. Joe Kai was not convinced, even showing some excitement. Linhai knew why Joe Kai had such a reaction. Most of the monsters in this city already knew about their situation, and now, they couldn't continue living in this city as if they didn't know anything. For Joe Kai, the key was the only way to leave now. Once the key in their hands couldn't help them leave, they would be trapped in the mountains. Moreover, the monsters in the city had already started searching the mountains, and it was only a matter of time before they were found. Faced with numerous monsters, even in Changdao, no matter how powerful, could not be their match. There may be other reasons why we died after entering the forest, Joe Kai thought for a moment and said, such as traps set in the forest in advance, unrelated to the key, just plain traps. We just happened to trigger this trap when the key turned red, so Linhai made a mistake. Perhaps Linhai didn't make a mistake. And Changdao seemed to have thought of something. He shook his head, his expression becoming somewhat grim. Do you remember what I said before, that the reason I discovered the existence of monsters was because my pig ran away? Lin nodded, and Changdao once said that he occasionally discovered the skeleton while chasing the runaway pig, and also saw the pig, equipped with a special device, die as it prepared to cross the city's edge. When those pigs crossed the city's edge, their bodies expanded at an extremely fast rate. When this expansion reached its limit, the pig's body exploded. Although I don't know what kind of feeling this is, but I think it's similar to the intense pain of being torn apart that Linhai just mentioned. So, Linhai's guess might be right. If the key is fake, then what should we do? Hope turned into a bubble at this moment, and Joe Kai couldn't accept it for a while. If the key is fake, it means we can't cross the city's edge. If we can't leave here, what was the point of our perseverance and efforts all this time? Brother, it's okay. Joyun seemed to sense Joe Kai's anxiety. She walked over and comforted him. As long as we are together, we will definitely be able to come up with a solution. Whether the key is a trap or not, I think we can give it a try. In fact, Linhai also didn't want to believe that the key was fake. So, Linhai thought for a moment, and a bold idea came to mind. What method? Joe Kai asked eagerly. Tomorrow, we will go to the forest at the edge of the city again, but this time, I will go in alone with the key. No, that's not possible. As soon as the words fell, and Changdao shook his head. It's too risky. I can't let you do that. Even if someone has to go, it should be me. Uncle An, please listen to me first. Linhai continued, first of all, even if something really happens, and I die in the forest, my ability can bring me back to the past. Secondly, I didn't say I was going to die in there. Linhai explained his complete plan. Before entering the forest, he would carry in Changdao's backpack. The backpack contained in Changdao's knife, so in case of an accident, the in Changdao outside the forest could use his ability to control the knives to fly out. In this way, Linhai, carrying the backpack, would also be dragged out of the forest by the knives in the backpack, ensuring his safety. But, Brother Linhai, how do we know if you are safe? Joyun asked from the side. That's up to your brother. Linhai continued, after entering the forest, I will keep singing. Joe Kai can use his ability to hear my voice, and if he notices the singing stops, he can immediately inform Uncle An. This method sounds feasible. After thinking about it, Joe Kai agreed with Linhai's plan, and Changdao frowned, but also felt that there was no problem. It was Lu Linhai who shook his head and said, No, I disagree. Why? Linhai asked. I don't disagree with your plan, I disagree with you going. Lu Linhai expressed his thoughts. This kind of thing should be handled by me. Lu Linhai patted his chest and continued, I am in good physical condition, and if the key really has a problem, with my physical quality, I can hold on for a while longer. And, my recovery ability is strong, if there are any after effects, with my physical quality, I don't have to worry. Linhai shook his head and said, It has to be me. Only I will remember what happened after entering the forest, so it's necessary for me to go into the forest to determine whether the problem is with the key. Even if this method fails and I don't come out, even if I return to the past, I will remember what happened and how I felt after entering the forest, which will be convenient for comparison. But, Linhai is right, and Changdao interrupted Lu Linhai. It's most appropriate for him to complete this matter. After the discussion, everyone agreed to Linhai's plan. Soon, the time came to the next day. They arrived at the forest, and Linhai held the key tightly in his hand. With Changdao's backpack on his back, Linhai walked into the forest. Brother Linhai, be careful, Joyun shouted with concern. Although my ability can control the knives I have used, the control distance will decrease with my state, and Changdao reminded. With my current state, the range does not exceed 1,500 meters. Once it exceeds this range, I will not be able to control the knife. So, no matter what you find, as soon as I feel that the distance is about to exceed 1,500 meters, I will immediately stop and pull you back, Joe Kai continued in Qingdao's words. And me, Joe Kai continued in Qingdao's words, my current perception range is 1,000 meters, and after that, I can't feel anything. Linhai, you must be careful. Lu Linhai was worried about Linhai going alone. If anything seems wrong, stop singing immediately. Linhai nodded, don't worry. Linhai turned around, took a deep breath, and walked into the forest. As he walked, he sang a song. Soon, the key in his hand emitted a red light. At 600 meters, the red light began to spread. At 700 meters, the speed of the red light spreading in the crystal gradually increased. At 800 meters, the red light had spread 2/3 of the entire crystal. At 900 meters, it was almost there, and the red light was about to fill the key. At 1,000 meters, the key in Linhai's hand turned completely red. It was at this moment that the uncomfortable dizziness struck again. Yes, it was this feeling. The 2 previous times Linhai entered the forest, he felt this dizziness. Linhai's head began to ache, as if it was about to explode, making it impossible for him to think. It seemed like someone was speaking in his ear. Who was it? Classmate. This classmate. Linhai recognized this voice, it felt very familiar. Whose voice was it? This classmate. The exam has already started, why are you still sitting still? Linhai remembered, it was the voice of the invigilator. In an instant, the surroundings changed. The original forest turned into a familiar examination hall. Linhai came to his senses and saw the exam paper in front of him. He had come back to the day of the exam on June 8th. No, this is an illusion, it must be an illusion, the awakened Linhai kept telling himself in his mind. He blinked hard, but when he looked up, he found himself still in the examination hall. There was no sound around, it was eerily quiet. It seemed that the students in the examination hall all slowly turned their heads to look at Linhai at this moment, motionless, staring at him. Their eyes were vacant, devoid of any emotion, like puppets placed on chairs, staring straight at Linhai. This feeling made Linhai shudder, and he became more and more anxious. Wake up quickly, come on. Wake up, Linhai repeated in his mind. Classmate, are you having any trouble? The invigilator beside him not only did not leave, but even leaned in. His voice became somewhat strange, sounding neither male nor female, somewhat hoarse, like a faulty recording. With a pat, something fell on the exam paper. Linhai glanced at it and instantly felt his scalp tingle. What fell on the exam paper was a piece of human skin. If you are having any trouble, you can tell me. Oh, the invigilator's throat emitted a low and piercing laughter. Along with this eerie laughter, the skin on his face kept peeling off. If you are having any trouble, you can tell us. The others in the examination hall repeated the invigilator's words, and as they opened their mouths, the skin on their faces also began to peel off, one piece after another, constantly falling off. The scene before him was completely different from the June 8th experience Linhai had gone through. He was certain it wasn't real, but even knowing it was an illusion, he was still chilled by this eerie scene. As the skin on these people's faces peeled off, jagged mouthparts and huge compound eyes appeared faintly. Sensing Linhai's panic, they let out stiff laughter from their throats. This isn't real, Linhai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look at these people. He had to do this, only by overcoming the fear in his heart could he make these illusions disappear. You are not monsters, Linhai stood up, trying to calm himself as much as possible. I have seen the process of those monsters revealing their true forms. When they reveal their true forms, their bodies swell because their original size is much larger than that of humans. So when they reveal their true forms, their skin tears, not peels off like yours. You are not monsters at all, you are just illusions born from my inner fears. I'm not even afraid of monsters, so how could I be afraid of you, things that don't even exist? With Linhai's shout, the laughter in the classroom abruptly stopped. The people in the classroom became dull again, still staring at Linhai, but they became lifeless puppets as before. I won! Linhai's face showed a relieved smile. He felt he had succeeded, felt he had overcome these illusions. As long as he overcame the fear in his heart, these illusions were no match at all. But why hadn't these illusions disappeared? At this moment, a familiar voice appeared behind Linhai. So what? Turning around, Joe Kai, who was in the same examination room as Linhai, walked over with a stiff gait. Whether we are monsters or not is not important at all, Joe Kai said as he walked up to Linhai. Even if we are not monsters, you cannot escape from here. Since you cannot escape, why not stay with us forever? At this moment, everyone in the classroom stood up. The laughter that had disappeared before once again emerged from their throats. The laughter spread in the classroom, even more ear-piercing and disturbing than before, making Linhai feel agitated. Then, the sensation of tearing in his body reappeared, and intense pain spread throughout Linhai's body in an instant. You cannot escape, stay here with us forever. Joe Kai approached closer. Linhai gritted his teeth, and with the corner of his eye, he saw a pen on the table. He was unwilling to lose to the monsters, and now he had to lose to these damn illusions. Linhai! Linhai! Joe Kai's voice came again, different from before, this time full of concern. However, Linhai, who was restless, did not notice this and, looking at Joe Kai walking towards him, looking at his mocking smile, Linhai couldn't hold back his anger. Linhai cursed and grabbed the pen on the table. He raised his hand, wanting to stab the pen into Joe Kai's neck, but before his right hand could come down, something invisible suddenly grabbed him. Linhai struggled hard but couldn't break free. Linhai! Wake up, Linhai! Surprised, Linhai suddenly heard Lu Linhai's voice, but he hadn't seen Lu Linhai appear in this examination room at all. Brother Linhai! This time, even Zhou Yun's voice came out. Linhai was stunned, only then did he notice that the sensation of tearing in his body had disappeared. You can't escape, Joe Kai leaned in. As the skin on his face continued to peel off, jagged mouthparts emerged. The mouthparts opened, and a tongue covered in mucus slowly licked Linhai's face. I understand. Although the feeling made Linhai feel nauseous, when the intense pain disappeared, Linhai understood. My plan succeeded. Linhai smiled. I have been pulled out of the woods by Uncle Lin. You know I can't die, so you want to destroy my will with this method. For you, my negative emotions are your nourishment, whether it's fear, anger, or tension. As long as I still have negative emotions, you damn illusions will never disappear. Thinking of this, Linhai simply closed his eyes. He let his brain empty, and then the laughter around him began to dissipate. What should we do? Linhai hasn't woken up yet. Along with the laughter, this time, Linhai clearly heard Lu Linhai's worried voice. Brother, think of a way quickly. This was Zhou Yun's voice. If it doesn't work, just give him a slap. Joe Kai's voice, tinged with excitement in his worry. Maybe slapping him twice will wake him up. I'll do it, I'm strong. Lu Linhai said. No, let me do it. Joe Kai stopped Lu Linhai. No, this kind of strength work should be left to me. Lu Linhai retorted. Linhai opened his eyes, the exam room around him disappeared, and he was standing outside the woods on the edge of the city. Do you all just want to hit me? Looking at Joe Kai and Lu Linhai vying to slap him, Linhai looked helpless. Linhai, are you awake? Zhou Yun asked. Linhai nodded and looked back at his right hand, which was tightly held by Enchangdao. It seemed that what happened in the illusion was also happening in reality. Uncle Lin, I'm fine. Enchangdao didn't let go, frowning and staring at Linhai, making Linhai feel uneasy. Enchangdao stared at Linhai's eyes without blinking, until he confirmed through his eyes that Linhai was really awake, then he let go. That's good. Enchangdao breathed a sigh of relief. Tell us, what did you find? Enchangdao's words drew everyone's attention to Linhai. Linhai frowned and sighed, although I don't want to admit it, but this thing is indeed a trap. Linhai held up the key in his hand and continued, it was fine at first, but when the red light inside this thing completely filled up, the dizziness I felt twice before reappeared. Then, I saw the exam room on June 8th. But this time, I was very clear, because what I saw was completely different from my past. This thing can create illusions based on our negative emotions, causing us to lose control of our bodies until we hit a special device on the edge of the city and die. If Uncle Lin hadn't pulled me out in time, and your shouts, even if I hadn't died because of those special devices, I would never have been able to wake up because my will was destroyed. This thing is actually fake. Lu Linhai gritted his teeth in anger. Joe Kai was the same. He took the key from Linhai's hand and smashed it forcefully on the ground. With a bang, a crack appeared on the surface of the crystal, but Joe Kai didn't stop, as if he wanted to vent all his anger on this thing. He cursed as he picked up the key and smashed it on the ground again. With his continuous venting, the crystal finally shattered into pieces. But when Linhai and the others saw what was inside the crystal, they were stunned. The inside of this thing is not transparent? Lu Linhai exclaimed. Lying inside the crystal, what appeared transparent on the surface was just an illusion. When the crystal was smashed by Joe Kai, Linhai and the others saw the densely packed metal parts inside. I always thought it was a crystal-like substance. Linhai picked up a piece from the ground and muttered, after all this trouble, this thing is a machine. Linhai roughly understood. The reason this thing could create illusions for them was probably because it was a mechanical device itself. It could sense the special device at the edge of the city. Once someone approached it, it would be activated, causing nearby people to have illusions. But as he looked at it, Linhai felt something was not right. Both the structure and the components inside were much more sophisticated than the machines they knew. Not only that, all these components were ones Linhai had never seen before. Looking at the instrument in his hand, Linhai couldn't help but feel surprised. Could the technological level of these monsters have far surpassed human civilization? If that's really the case, do they really have hope of victory? If the key is fake, then the information Uncle Lin found. Lu Linhai, who was beside him, didn't know what Linny was thinking, and he frowned and said softly, "That information is half true and half false." Linny picked up all the broken instruments from the ground and put them in his bag. He felt that these things still needed to be studied. For example, the page that records the monsters. Because we have seen the monsters, we believe the contents of the information. Linny continued. But we never thought that these real contents would be mixed with traps. The peach blossoms spring in the extreme north on the information. When he said this, Lu Linhai glanced at Joe Kai. Could it also be fake? Joe Kai didn't speak, but from his eyes, it was clear that he also had some doubts. This matter is temporarily not mentioned. Linny shook his head and said, whether it's true or false is no longer important to our current situation. The urgent matter is what we should do next. The monsters in the city already know about us, so we definitely can't stay in this city. Linny turned to look at the woods behind him and then said, the special devices at the edge of the city will kill us, so this route is also not feasible. What if we dig out these special devices? Lu Linhai asked. These devices should be buried underground, after all, it's too obvious to put them on the ground. If we dig out the devices and destroy them, can we pass through? Can't dig them out. And Chang Dao said with a cold face, after knowing the existence of these special devices, I tried to find them. But because I'm not sure of the specific location of these devices, and I don't know how deep they are buried, I can't find them for a while. We can't stay in Sifan Mountain either. Joe Kai added. The monsters in the city have already started searching the mountains, and it's only a matter of time before they find us. If we continue to hide here, we will be found sooner or later. By that time, what we will face is not just one or two monsters, but a group of monsters. This won't work, that won't work. Are we just waiting for a dead end? Lu Linhai thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, if it really doesn't work, we'll fight those monsters. Even if we die, we have to kill a few. There is also a way to leave here. Linny seemed to have thought of something. Have you figured out a way? Joe Kai asked. Uncle Lin said, didn't he, that high-quality humans will be sent to other places by the monsters in the city? Linny said. In other words, these routes do not have special devices, and we can leave from these routes. No. And Chang Dao shook his head. These routes do have special devices, but these devices will open a gap at a specific time for those monsters to come and go. I have investigated these routes. One is the route where the long-distance bus leaves the bus station, and the other is the high-speed rail. And Chang Dao picked up a stick from the ground and drew two lines on the ground. One more thing to note is that even if we want to leave these two routes, we must take the bus and the high-speed train. Only by taking the transportation can we avoid being killed by the special devices. I experimented with pigs. Once the bus left, I drove the pigs along the route of the bus. When the pigs approached the edge of the city, they died as well. So, only by taking the designated transportation of these monsters and moving along these two routes can we leave here. But these two conditions are even more difficult for us than reaching the sky. Joe Kai sighed. That's right, without the company of the monsters, humans cannot buy tickets. Not only can't we buy them, but we will also attract the attention of the monsters. Especially since our situation has already been discovered by the monsters, and Chang Dao threw away the branch in his hand. Linny frowned and came up with a bold idea. We temporarily won't consider the high-speed train route, after all, the train attendants on the high-speed train are likely to be monsters in disguise, Linny said. However, I think we should try the bus route. Try? Joe Kai raised his head and asked, how do we try? Hijack the bus. Linny said word by word. Are you crazy? Hearing the two words from Linny, Joe Kai looked shocked. Don't worry, listen to me first. Linny knew why Joe Kai had such a reaction. After all, hijacking a bus was a very dangerous thing for their current situation. But Linny had his own considerations. The reason I ruled out the high-speed train route is because there are many attendants and train police on the high-speed train. They are all monsters in disguise. Once they take action, there are many of them, and we may not be able to beat them. Linny continued. Secondly, we cannot stop the high-speed train while it's running, which means if we want to take the high-speed train to leave, we must go through the high-speed train station. If we appear at the high-speed train station, the monsters will immediately catch us. But the bus is different. Linny paused here. Joe Kai was first stunned, then seemed to understand Lingy's idea. There are indeed monsters on the bus, but how many monsters can there be on a bus heading out of the city? Joe Kai said. The tourist bus in this city, including the driver's seat and the co-driver's seat, can accommodate up to 51 people. Even if half of these 51 people are monsters, there are at most 25 or 26, much fewer than the high-speed train. Secondly, the purpose of these transportation is to transport high-quality humans, so do you think there are more monsters or humans on the bus? More humans, Lu Linhai answered. That's right, Linhai nodded and looked at Joe Kai, continuing, your ability can distinguish who is a monster and who is a human. As long as we stop the bus and divert the monsters inside, we can hijack the bus and escape from here. After listening to Linhai's explanation, Joe Kai thought about it and felt it was reasonable. Moreover, this was their only way out. However, Chang Dao had a different opinion. No, your method sounds fine, but it's a bit troublesome to implement. And Chang Dao shook his head. The most crucial problem is how do you ensure that the bus will stop? We stand in the middle of the road to stop it, Lu Linhai answered. If you want to stop the bus in this way, I can guarantee that the driver will just drive over you, and Chang Dao said bluntly. You see, the driver is not a human, but a monster, and they won't hesitate because of a person in front of them. Moreover, even if the driver stops the bus, after seeing us, they may immediately notify other monsters. If it's just 1 or 2 monsters, I'm confident that I can kill them immediately. But if we have to face more than 10 monsters, it will be more troublesome to deal with. The longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it is for us. What if the bus stops without us appearing? And Chang Dao's concern was also thought of by Linhai, and Linhai had a corresponding solution. If we don't show up, the monsters on the bus won't be as vigilant because of other things, and our chances of taking the bus will be higher, right? What could happen? Lu Linhai asked, can Uncle Lin use his ability to puncture the tires? But then we won't be able to use the bus either. No, there are other ways. For example, Linhai thought for a moment and slowly uttered 2 words, inside help. Inside help? Joe Kai looked at Linhai in confusion. Where would we find inside help? Most of the monsters in the city now know about us, Joe Kai continued. Not to mention Uncle Lin's situation, the monsters in our class must have noticed because we didn't take the exam or attend the graduation dinner. It goes without saying that the welfare home where I and Xiao Yun must have discovered our escape. So, none of us can sneak onto the bus as inside help. We can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. Linhai said calmly. You know, besides us, there are other humans in this city. Who do you plan to find? And Chang Dao asked, not to mention whether those people will believe what we say. Not all humans can get on the bus leaving the city. Just find a high-quality human. Linhai thought for a moment and said, for example, this year's college entrance examination top scorer. Speaking of which, it's been more than 20 days since our college entrance examination ended, and the results have indeed come out. Joe Kai pondered for a moment. But how can you be sure that the college entrance examination top scorer is the high-quality human the monsters want to send to another place? I'm guessing. Linhai shrugged. Monsters select high-quality humans based on intelligence, physical strength, and so on. When those 2 monsters wanted to eat me before, they said they were afraid it would affect the taste, which shows that they value the quality of human flesh. Even if the college entrance examination top scorer is no longer human, we can still find other humans. Besides, although my ability is unreliable, at least it can be used. At this point, Linhai looked into the distance. If we can't find a suitable person, we can also use my ability to select someone from the bus leaving the city. Then, use my ability to go back in time and contact this person. As long as that person believes in the existence of monsters, they can act as our inside help. By then, the inside help only needs to cause some chaos on the bus to make it stop. We can then take the opportunity to seize the bus. Everyone, this is our only way. In fact, Linhai also knew that his method had loopholes, but they didn't have much time left. Instead of wasting their willpower hiding in the mountains, they might as well try other methods. Even if these methods fail, they could just rush in front of the monsters and let them kill him, then start over in the past. Linhai made up his mind that he didn't want to lose to those monsters no matter what method he used. Only by escaping from this city would he have a chance to understand what had really happened in this world. In that case, let's give it a try. And Chang Dao sighed and finally nodded. With a new plan in place, Linhai and the others immediately set off. They were ready to return to the city first and then find a suitable person to act as inside help. It took 5 days to get to the edge of the city, and now it will take another 5 days to go back. But as long as we can eventually escape from here, it's all worth it. 5 days later, they returned to Sifang Mountain. They had planned to descend under the cover of night and find a place to hide. But before they could take any action, Joe Kai's face suddenly turned ugly. He stopped the others and said in a low voice, "Everyone, bad news, there are monsters coming up." Monsters? Lu Linhai frowned and asked, "Have those damn monsters found us?" Zhou Yun tightly held Joe Kai's hand, showing signs of nervousness. Joe Kai shook his head and said, "Not yet. From the positions of these monsters, they are scattered. They must be searching the mountain. Joe Kai looked around and continued, however, almost all the paths down the mountain have monsters. If we go down directly, we will definitely encounter them. It's not feasible to continue hiding here. These monsters will find us sooner or later. I didn't expect them to find this place so quickly. Lu Linhai gritted his teeth. Their speed is considered slow, Linhai roughly calculated in his mind, then said, according to normal speed, these monsters should have started searching Sifang Mountain several days ago. The reason they started searching here so late is probably to avoid arousing suspicion from other humans in the city, deliberately choosing to search the mountain at night. Linhai thought for a moment and continued, and they should be searching very carefully, which is why the search speed has slowed down. Regardless of whether it's fast or slow, since we've encountered them, we'll fight them and make a bloody path out. Lu Linhai showed a serious expression, seemingly ready to fight the monsters at any time. Fight what? Joe Kai glared at him and said, do you know how many monsters are in the mountains now? Instead of making a bloody path, I think it's more likely that we'll be killed into a pile of flesh. Why are you so brave like a monster, destroying your own prestige? Lu Linhai pouted and said with a grievance, whose side are you on? Joe Kai is right, Linhai explained, it's nighttime, we're in the mountains, and there are more monsters than us. The timing, location, people, and monsters are all in their favor. Facing them head-on, even with Uncle Lin, the result won't be too ideal. I'll lead them away. The bone-cutting knife flew out of the bag and was held by Changdao. When they come after me, you can take the opportunity to go down the mountain. What about you, Uncle Lin? Zhou Yun asked worriedly. No, we can't let Uncle Lin go alone. Lu Linhai said, it's too dangerous. I've been training for so long, I should be able to help. Linhai frowned and thought, and Changdao leading the monsters away would indeed allow them to safely descend the mountain. However, facing a large number of monsters, what would Changdao do after leading them away? Just leave him behind? Linhai couldn't do that. So, he quickly came up with a way that could lead the monsters away and ensure everyone's safe descent. It's not necessary to be so complicated, Linhai said, raising his head. I have a good idea. What idea? Joe Kai asked. Let's use a diversion to confuse these monsters, Linhai continued to explain. We don't need to personally attract the monsters into the mountain. We can set fire to the mountain. Set fire to the mountain? Lu Linhai was somewhat surprised. And Changdao frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded, that is indeed a good idea. Joe Kai sensed that the monsters were almost scattered on every path down the mountain. Even if Changdao went to attract the monsters' attention, he might not be able to attract all the monsters from every direction. Although Joe Kai's ability can sense the location of monsters, it cannot guarantee that Linhai and others can successfully avoid all the monsters and safely leave Sifang Mountain. For example, they chose a path down the mountain, only to find halfway that there were monsters about to enter the mountain. When they wanted to go back and choose another path down, they found monsters on the path behind them. In this way, they were caught in a dilemma. However, the situation is different with the forest fire. Once the flames start burning, it is much more conspicuous than in Changdao acting alone. Once the fire grows, all the monsters on the mountain can see it. But how can you guarantee that these monsters will definitely go towards the spreading fire? Lu Linhai questioned. Because these monsters need to maintain human habits, Linhai replied. Although the vast majority of this city is inhabited by monsters, there are still humans. In order to prevent these humans from discovering the true identity of the monsters, these monsters will definitely maintain human living habits. So, they definitely won't let the fire spread, and it's not beneficial for them either. When the time comes, let Uncle Lin use his ability to create some chaos, and these monsters will definitely fall for it. Alright, let's do as Linhai says. Lu Linhai nodded eagerly, wanting to take action. Joe Kai's perception range is 1,000 meters, which means those monsters are already very close to us. We need to act quickly and catch them off guard. You guys take these. And Changdao's bag flew out 3 bone-cutting knives and a bloodletting knife, landing in the hands of Linhai and the others. Although we need to start a fire, we can't act together. And Changdao looked into the distance and continued, I know where the bushes are most likely to catch fire, I can go alone. Uncle Lin, Linhai was worried about Changdao acting alone. You guys following me won't help, and Changdao interrupted Linhai. Don't worry, I will do it your way and won't confront those monsters head-on. You guys find a place to hide, and when the fire starts, find an opportunity to go down the mountain. I will catch up with you. Although I can't sense your location, my knives are in your hands, and I can find you by controlling the knives. Uncle Lin, I'd rather go with you. Lu Linhai tightened the knife in his hand. I didn't discuss it with you. And Changdao's tone was firm. You know how troublesome those monsters are, so the 3 of you must stay together. In case you encounter monsters, the 3 of you can act together, so you won't be killed by the monsters. Only then can you protect Xiao Zhouyun and successfully go down the mountain. Linhai frowned, although he was worried. He still nodded. Uncle Lin, you must be careful. Joe Kai looked at Zhou Yun beside him and didn't say anything else. Uncle Lin, we'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain, you must come down. After speaking, and Chang Dao turned and left. Linhai and the others quickly found a place to hide. With Joe Kai there, they wouldn't be immediately discovered by the monsters. Soon, there was a fire on Sifang Mountain. The fire spread rapidly, just as planned by Linhai, and the monsters on the mountain quickly rushed towards the burning area. The monsters on this path have all left, Joe Kai said quietly. Let's go, down the mountain. Linhai and the others quickly descended the mountain. Just as they were about to leave Sifang Mountain, Joe Kai's face suddenly darkened, and he turned back to look behind them, his eyes showing a hint of panic. What's wrong? Linhai noticed Joe Kai's expression. There's a monster coming towards us. Joe Kai's words instantly made the atmosphere tense. It might be a monster that just happens to be coming down the mountain, not necessarily coming after us, Lu Linhai said with a furrowed brow. Let's find a place to hide for a while, and come out when this monster is gone. It's too late. Joe Kai's face looked terrible. He turned around and looked behind him, then said, this monster is very fast, and what? Linhai asked. And we all know this monster, Joe Kai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rustling sound in the distance. Something was jumping in the trees, getting closer to Linhai and the others. In the moonlight, they could see the figure clearly, and Linhai and Lu Linhai couldn't help but freeze in place. Is that Teacher Yao? Lu Linhai blurted out unconsciously. What do we do now? Joe Kai's face turned serious as he tightened his grip on the bone-cutting knife in his hand. Should we fight? You guys go, I'll stay and hold him back. Lu Linhai took a few steps forward. There might be other monsters following behind it, we can't all stay here. Watching Teacher Yao getting closer, Linhai seemed to have an idea. We can fight. Linhai took a deep breath to calm himself down quickly. These monsters are greedy by nature. When facing humans, if they can eat us themselves, they definitely won't share with other monsters. So, we might only have to face one monster, 3 against 1, let's do it. Linhai had thought about escaping, but when Joe Kai said no time, Teacher Yao's gaze had already locked onto them. Teacher Yao jumped from one tree to another, using the high vantage point to see Linhai and the others, so even if they ran away, Teacher Yao would still catch up. Once they ran out of the mountains and into the city, the situation would be even more dangerous. If they attracted other monsters, they would be doomed. So, it was better to take advantage of the fire on the mountain to distract most of the monsters and fight this one. With a smack, Teacher Yao landed from a nearby tree. He walked over with a smile on his face, looking at Linhai and said, "Where have you been all these days?" The teacher was so worried about finding you. The familiar face, the concerned tone, looked just like the usual Teacher Yao. But Linhai saw the greed in his eyes that only appeared when facing food. "Teacher Yao, what are you doing here?" Linhai took a few steps forward, gesturing to Joe Kai and Lu Linhai behind him. "Of course, I came to find you," Teacher Yao said eagerly. "I heard from the police that you were kidnapped by a murderer, and I was so worried." As he spoke, he walked towards Linhai. "As your teacher, how could I stand by when my students are in danger? So, as soon as I heard the news, I immediately contacted the police and started searching the mountains with them. Fortunately, heaven helps those who help themselves, and I finally found you." Teacher Yao opened his arms and walked over warmly. "Quick, let the teacher see if you're injured." Although he said that, as Teacher Yao got closer, Linhai clearly saw the tentacles in his abdomen wriggling excitedly, as if eager to burst out from under the skin. "Attack!" Just as Teacher Yao walked up to Linhai, he shouted. Zhou Yun dodged to the side, and Joe Kai and Lu Linhai each circled around to Teacher Yao's sides. They quickly pounced, holding Teacher Yao tightly. Linhai tightened his grip on the bone-cutting knife in his hand, his target clear, to attack the monster's eyes. As the knife rose and fell, just as it was about to stab Teacher Yao's left eye, his body quickly swelled. His skin began to tear, and his sickle-like forearm pushed Joe Kai and Lu Linhai away. The thorny tentacles in his abdomen quickly emerged, trying to entangle Linhai's hand holding the knife. Fortunately, after half a month of training, Linhai's reflexes had improved. With a sudden kick, Linhai quickly stepped back, creating distance between himself and Teacher Yao. "You really are a disobedient student." The serrated mouthparts broke through the skin, and along with the compound eyes, emerged. "Disrespecting elders is not right." "Elders?" Lin found it ridiculous. The monster in front of him did not look the least bit like an elder. "I don't know if we are bad students, but you are definitely not a good teacher." Lin slightly bent his body, ready to strike at any moment. "Did the murderer tell you all this? Ha, if you didn't know anything, you could have died more easily." 6 insect legs emerged from Teacher Yao's body, and as they swung, he quickly charged towards Lin. As his right arm raised, just as it was about to strike, Joe Kai loudly reminded, "Lin, attack left, dodge right." Lin understood and quickly dodged to the right. The side-like forearm fell, hitting Lin's left side perfectly. Ha! Teacher Yao was stunned. He never expected his attack to be seen through by Joe Kai. In the past half-month, in addition to their individual training tasks, Lin and the others had a common training coordination. Joe Kai could predict the opponent's attack trajectory in advance through his ability. If they were to fight at night, Joe Kai's ability would play an unexpected role. In order to make his ability help Lin and Lu Linhai, they established a simple set of commands. Just like the one Joe Kai had just shouted, attack left and dodge right, meaning the monster would attack the left side, and they should dodge to the right. While Teacher Yao was briefly distracted, Lu Linhai leaped forward and tackled Teacher Yao's back. Teacher Yao, I remember you said that you can't be distracted while studying. So, does that mean you can't be distracted in battle either? Lu Linhai raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand and forcefully stabbed Teacher Yao's left eye. Ah! Teacher Yao let out a painful roar, and the tentacles from his abdomen quickly rolled back. However, after Lu Linhai's strike, he did not stay on Teacher Yao's back, but immediately pulled out the knife and jumped down, quickly creating distance from Teacher Yao. Therefore, those swinging tentacles did not catch Lu Linhai at all. The reason why Lu Linhai's strike was successful, in addition to the training of the past half-month that improved his physical strength and reaction speed, was also because Teacher Yao underestimated Lin and the others. In Teacher Yao's eyes, the reason why Lin and the others had escaped for more than 20 days must be because they were afraid. Even if they were now facing him head-on, it was just a struggle before death, just a futile effort. But he never expected that the students in front of him were different from before. It's now! With Lin's shout, Joe Kai and Lu Linhai quickly took action. And Changdao was originally a butcher, and had killed monsters, so he was very familiar with the structure of monsters. Under Changdao's training, Lin and the others were very clear about the joints of the monster. The three of them simultaneously used the bone-cutting knives in their hands to accurately hit the joints of the insect legs. They rotated the bone-cutting knives to ensure that they could sever the muscle connections at the joints, making it unable to move. This process was not easy for Lin. He did not have Joe Kai's precision or Lu Linhai's strength, so even if he wanted to rotate the bone-cutting knife, he found it very difficult. However, Lin thought of another way. He forcefully pushed the bone-cutting knife forward, using the strength of his body to cut as many muscle connections at the joints as possible. Retreat! Joe Kai's voice came from his ear. Lin did not linger in the battle, knowing what Joe Kai's shout meant. Pulling out the bone-cutting knife, Lin did not hesitate and quickly retreated. It was at this moment that the tentacles from Teacher Yao's abdomen reached their position. Fortunately, they retreated in time, and the tentacles still failed to entangle them. Damn humans! The serrated mouthparts kept opening and closing, and angry roars came from Teacher Yao's throat. The consecutive failures made Teacher Yao extremely angry. I will make you wish you were dead. Teacher Yao, this doesn't sound like something a teacher should say to a student. Linny continued his verbal assault. His goal was to provoke the other party. As long as he could make these monsters uncontrollably angry, they could rely on Joe Kai's ability to find a breakthrough. The insect legs pierced by Joe Kai and Lu Linhai had completely lost their mobility, and the one pierced by Lin Yi, although it could move reluctantly, was almost powerless. The swinging tentacles entwined the two immobile insect legs, and then Teacher Yao did something unexpected to Lin Yi and the others. It used its tentacles to break off the two insect legs. Instead of discarding the broken legs, the tentacles continued to entwine them. At this moment, the two broken insect legs had become the weapon of this monster. That's ruthless, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The fire on the mountain became more intense, and it was unclear whether it was due to the wildfire, but a strong wind suddenly blew. The leaves around rustled in the wind, and amidst these sounds, the tentacles on Teacher Yao's abdomen swung wildly and quickly charged towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi dodged to the right. Joe Kai hurriedly reminded after noticing Teacher Yao's movement. However, just as Lin Yi dodged, one of the entangled tentacles suddenly loosened, and the insect leg flew at Joe Kai at an extremely fast speed. Joe Kai! Lin Yi frowned. He knew very well that the monster in front of him must have sensed something. Just as Lin Yi had expected, although Teacher Yao did not know about Joe Kai's special ability, it knew that in this dark night, Joe Kai was the eyes of Lin Yi and Lu Linhai. However, Joe Kai always seemed to foresee his attack trajectory in advance, so Teacher Yao swung its tentacles wildly to create a false impression for Joe Kai. Teacher Yao succeeded. The erratic swinging of the tentacles disrupted the wind trajectory. Besides relying on his vision, Joe Kai also relied on his hearing to predict the opponent's attack trajectory. So, until the insect leg flew towards him, Joe Kai had not anticipated Teacher Yao's intention. Faced with the sudden attack, Joe Kai closed his eyes, held his breath, and focused his attention. He recalled the scenes of training with Changdao in his mind. The flying insect leg at this moment was like the stone thrown at him by An Changdao. Amidst the chaotic sound of the wind, Joe Kai heard the only trajectory. He suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly sidestepped. The bone-cutting knife in his hand was raised, and the blade stood in front of his chest. With a crack, the insect leg slid against the blade, sparking a series of sparks. Success! Joe Kai felt a sense of relief. However, the shout from Lu Linhai not far away made Joe Kai realize that things were not going well. Focusing his attention on the monster's attack had caused Joe Kai to overlook other things. When he came to his senses, he realized that the monster had changed its target. It neither continued to attack Lin Yi nor Lu Linhai. Its target was Zhou Yun on the side. "Yun, run!" Lu Linhai shouted, and Lin Yi also ran towards Zhou Yun. However, Teacher Yao's actions were too sudden, and by the time they reacted, it was already too late. This monster was not foolish. It could see that Lin Yi and the others were cooperating seamlessly. Due to being injured and underestimating the enemy, Teacher Yao was not in good condition. In this state, facing Lin Yi and the others, Teacher Yao couldn't guarantee a victory. Therefore, in order to kill them, it had to find a way to break their cooperation. The best way was not to attack one of the three, as Teacher Yao had initially done. When it attacked Lin Yi, Joe Kai acted as the eyes to help Lin Yi evade, and Lu Linhai acted as the hand to attack. To break their cooperation, Teacher Yao had to make Lin Yi and the others panic on their own. So, Teacher Yao targeted Zhou Yun, who had been hiding on the side. Zhou Yun wanted to run, but she couldn't outrun Teacher Yao. A tentacle wrapped around Zhou Yun's leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Teacher Yao raised his scythe-like forearm. "No!" Joe Kai shouted desperately, trying to rush over. Whether it was due to panic, Lin Yi, who was running, suddenly felt his body heating up. This sensation felt familiar, and he suddenly remembered the events that had occurred in the Fangshan Mountains half a month ago. Looking up, he saw that the monster's forearm had stopped, as well as Joe Kai and Lu Linhai running, and Zhou Yun on the ground. Everything was frozen in this moment. This feeling again. Lin Yi's body began to tremble, his heart rate increasing, and breathing becoming difficult, as if he were about to suffocate. "No, I can't collapse here." Lin Yi gritted his teeth, struggling to stay conscious. He tried to calm himself down as much as possible and regulate his breathing. As Lin Yi slowed his pace, the uncomfortable feeling seemed to ease. Lin Yi didn't know why, but he didn't have time to ponder it at the moment. Fortunately, everything was frozen, so even though Lin Yi's steps were slow, he still made it to the front of the monster. Slowly raising the bone-cutting knife in his hand, Lin Yi found the joint of the monster's forearm. He exerted all his strength to stab the knife in, but he didn't have the strength to pull it out. Standing in place, Lin Yi once again felt suffocated, and the hard-won relief was replaced by discomfort. Lin Yi's consciousness began to blur, and he struggled not to collapse, reaching for the bloodletting knife in Zhou Yun's hand. Trembling, Lin Yi raised his hand and, with his last bit of strength, stabbed the bloodletting knife into the monster's other eye. After doing all this, he could no longer hold on, feeling weak all over, his legs giving way, and he fell to the ground. As Lin Yi collapsed, everything that had been frozen returned to normal. In a daze, Lin Yi heard Teacher Yao's agonizing roar. He wanted to get up from the ground, but his mind was muddled, his body felt incredibly heavy as if filled with lead, and everything in front of him was still blurry, and he couldn't see anything clearly. "What have you done to me?" Teacher Yao kept roaring angrily, as if going mad, his throat emitting a hair-raising scream. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you! You lowly beasts, damned beasts! Why resist? You damned beasts! I'll kill you!" Along with Teacher Yao's howls, Lin Yi's blurred vision vaguely saw it wildly swinging its last side-like forearm. The tentacles on the monster's abdomen swung wildly, indiscriminately attacking everything around. However, every attack from the monster missed, hitting Lin Yi lying on the ground. "Lin Yi, are you okay?" Lin Yi heard Zhou Yun's concerned voice. He knew he had succeeded, although he didn't understand why time had suddenly frozen, but at least the result was good. Not only did he save Zhou Yun from the monster's clutches, but he also deprived the monster of its sight. "Lin Yi, I'll take you away." Lin Yi felt Zhou Yun helping him up from the ground. He could feel Zhou Yun trembling, not knowing if it was from fear or because he was too heavy. Although the monster had lost its sight, it still had its hearing. As Zhou Yun helped Lin Yi move away from the monster, the sound of their movements caught the monster's attention. The monster's wild attacks ceased, as it listened carefully to discern Lin Yi and Zhou Yun's location. "Found you." The other side-like forearm was raised high and then slammed down. Just as they were about to be hit, Lu Linhai finally arrived. "Quick, get out of the way." Lu Linhai pushed Lin Yi and Zhou Yun aside, but he couldn't dodge in time. The forearm hit Lu Linhai's back shoulder, and Lu Linhai stumbled and fell to the ground. "Ha!" The monster suddenly made a puzzled sound. Before it could react, Joe Kai jumped up and plunged the bone-cutting knife into the monster's forearm joint. "You bastard!" Joe Kai's eyes were full of anger. How dare you bully Xiaoyun, I'll kill you. Taking advantage of the gravity as he landed, Joe Kai successfully severed the monster's last forearm as he jumped high. How are you? Joe Kai quickly stepped back to Lu Linhai's side. I'm fine. Lu Linhai touched his back shoulder, his eyes first showing a hint of confusion, but then turning into surprise. I'm fine. Lu Linhai got up from the ground, seemingly trying to appear calm. It just hit me because it was off balance, it just hurts a bit, nothing serious. Lu Linhai seemed to be hiding something. Let's not talk about this, let's go check on Lini and Xiaoyun. Lini, are you okay? Although his vision was still blurry, Lini heard Lu Linhai's voice, and they finally caught up. Xiaoyun, are you injured? Joe Kai looked at Zhou Yun and, after confirming that she was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn Siscon, shouldn't you be more concerned about me who fought so hard? Lini wanted to complain, but because he didn't have the strength to speak, he could only curse in his heart. Xiaoyun, let me help you. Lu Linhai took over Lini, and the four of them quickly distanced themselves from the monster. Lu Linhai is still the best, Lini sighed in his heart. Xiaoyun, what just happened? Joe Kai glanced at the frenzied monster, then turned to look at Zhou Yun. Why was Uncle N's knife stuck in the monster's eye? And Lini's knife. Lu Linhai noticed the bone-cutting knife stuck in the monster's forearm joint. I remember Lini was still behind me. How did he suddenly appear in front of the monster in the blink of an eye? They didn't know what had happened, they only remembered that the monster was about to kill Zhou Yun in the previous second, but in the next second, the monster was suddenly injured. And Lini, who was originally running at the back, also suddenly appeared and fell in front of the monster. Could it be Uncle N? Lu Linhai looked around, but he never saw in Chengdao's figure. Let's not talk about this, let's take advantage of the fact that the monster can't see us and leave quickly. Joe Kai pulled Zhou Yun, wanting to leave. We can't leave. Lini blinked hard, his vision gradually returning. Although the monster can't see us, it can hear us. If we run out now, it will definitely follow the sound. If we attract the attention of the outside monster, it may be even more troublesome. What do you want to do? Joe Kai asked with a frown. Take advantage of its weakness and end its life. Lini gritted his teeth, he let go of Lu Linhai's hand and stood still. I agree. Lu Linhai tightened the bone-cutting knife in his hand and stood firmly by Lini's side. Joe Kai sighed and said softly, I really can't do anything with you guys. He patted Zhou Yun's head and whispered, Xiaoyun, stay away, let your brother deal with this monster first, and then we'll leave. Zhou Yun nodded, this time, she stayed far away. Are you okay? Joe Kai stood on the other side of Lini, teasingly asking. Yeah, Lini, your knife is still stuck in the monster. I see you can't even stand steadily. If you can't hold on, don't force it, the two of us can handle it, Lu Linhai echoed. Stop talking, let's do it. Lini smiled, then his expression became serious. With Lini's shout, the three quickly dispersed. The blind monster could only rely on its hearing to locate Lini and the others, but Joe Kai and Lu Linhai's constant running was highly disruptive. Teacher Yao, I'm here. Lini stood in place and shouted loudly at Teacher Yao. He kept cursing non-stop, saying all sorts of nasty things. Lini was well aware that with his inability to find Joe Kai and Lu Linhai, along with his cursing, the monster would definitely be provoked and attack him. This was the best time for Joe Kai and Lu Linhai to take action. Ah, damn beast, die! The monster charged towards Lini as planned, and Lu Linhai leaped and once again landed on the monster's back. Lini, catch! Lu Linhai pulled out the bone-cutting knife from the monster's forearm and threw it towards Lini. Quickly dodging the tentacles reaching for him from the monster's abdomen, Lini managed to evade their entanglement. Joe Kai swiftly approached, using his abilities to avoid the swinging tentacles and thrusting his knife into the joint of the monster's insect leg. When the tentacles reached towards Joe Kai, Lu Linhai seized the opportunity to attack the monster in the same way. My turn. Lini said to himself, taking a deep breath as his strength had somewhat recovered at this point. Lini exerted force and ran towards the monster. Dodging the monster's tentacles, Lini thrust the bone-cutting knife into the joint of the monster's last insect leg. Although Lini's strength had somewhat recovered, it was still somewhat difficult to completely sever the muscles at the joint. To avoid the tentacles reaching from the monster's abdomen, Lini decided to leave the knife in the joint. The three quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the monster. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Damn beasts! The monster continued to curse, with four of its insect legs completely disabled by Joe Kai and Lu Linhai, rendering it immobile. As for the two insect legs attacked by Lini, although they could still move, they were unable to support its body. The monster lay on the ground like a dying lobster, with only its abdominal tentacles struggling, giving Lini and the others a sense of accomplishment. This was the first time they had defeated a monster with their own strength, albeit through the combined efforts of the three. It also proved that their half-month of training had not been in vain. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" The monster's curses echoed, but Linhai didn't feel angry. In fact, he found the curses quite pleasing. It was a confirmation of their efforts, a good start. Uncle Lin said that to kill these monsters, we either have to destroy their hearts or sever their nerves from the neck. Linhai said, looking at the monster on the ground. The situation was not over yet, as the monster had only lost its mobility and had not completely died. "Destroying the heart would be troublesome for us," Joe Kai pondered and said. Uncle Lin can use his abilities to stab the monster's abdomen and directly hit the heart. But the monster's abdomen has those disgusting tentacles. If we approach recklessly, we'll be entangled. So, we can only find a way to sever its neck nerves. "I'll go." After handing the bone-cutting knife to Linhai, Lu Linhai picked up a rock from the ground. With both hands, he raised the rock over his head and smashed it towards the monster's head. With a loud bang, the monster's head remained intact, and the rock bounced off to the side. Joe Kai slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "Did you even listen to what I said? I said to sever its neck nerves, not to smash its head with a rock. Its head is covered with a shell, a rock won't kill it." He. Lu Linhai chuckled and said, "I know, I just wanted to vent a bit. We've been chased by these monsters for so long, and finally defeating one, I should be allowed to let off some steam, right?" With that, Lu Linhai prepared to lift the rock again. But at that moment, the monster on the ground locked onto Lu Linhai's position. Its abdominal tentacles quickly gathered and pushed against the ground, pouncing towards Lu Linhai. "Be careful!" Lin shouted loudly. The serrated mouth of the alien opened, and as the alien approached, suddenly, a knife flew out from its body. The bone-picking knife pierced the alien's abdomen, and the bloodletting knife plunged deep into the monster's compound eye. In an instant, the jumping monster fell to the ground, almost crushing Lu Linhai. Lin was first stunned, then suddenly understood and turned to look back at the way they came. Uncle Lin is here, Joe Kai heard in Changdao's heartbeat and also smelled him. Soon, and Changdao's figure appeared before them. And Changdao walked over at the fastest speed, looked at the alien on the ground, and said with a stern face, "Didn't I tell you, when dealing with these aliens, you must not hesitate, attack their vital points at the fastest speed, and kill them? Is this what you've been learning for the past half-month?" Lu Linhai sneered and whispered, "Uncle Lin, I'm sorry, I was wrong." And Changdao sighed and continued, "Being able to kill the aliens means that you have indeed grown. This time, I'll just barely pass you. Uncle Lin, how is it on the mountain?" Lin looked up at the mountain, and the fire was still spreading. Most of the aliens have been drawn away by the fire, but there is still a small number that hasn't. These aliens are smarter than we thought. Some of them have guessed our plan. While the others rushed to where the fire was spreading, a small number of aliens tried to find us along the way down the mountain. This alien should be one of them. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but glance at the already killed teacher Yao on the ground. These aliens are greedy by nature. In order to enjoy humans alone, even if they guessed Lin and their plan, they didn't tell the other aliens, but took the opportunity to act secretly. "I encountered a few when I was coming down the mountain, but I killed them all," and Changdao said casually, but Lin was touched. After all, it took Lin and the others a lot of effort to kill one monster, while Changdao could easily kill many. The sound of fire trucks? Joe Kai suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Fire trucks? Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment. Could it be that these aliens called them? Nonsense, these aliens have been imitating human life all along. Now that the fire is so big, what's so strange about calling the fire department? Lin said, "We need to leave quickly. If the fire department comes, we might not be able to get away," Lin said, and then the group hurried down the mountain. The spreading fire on the mountain attracted many people, and they discussed the cause of the fire, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. At first glance, they were no different from ordinary people. However, only Lin knew that there were many man-eating aliens mixed in the crowd. This way, relying on Joe Kai's ability, they tried to choose places with fewer people as much as possible. They were low-key all the way, after all, and Changdao was a celebrity. As they walked, Joe Kai quietly reminded, "There are people coming ahead." "People?" Lu Linhai asked. "Are they human?" Joe Kai nodded, "Yes, they are human. And there's only one, probably wanting to go and see the fire on the Four Directions mountain. What's there to be afraid of with humans, as long as they're not aliens?" As the words fell, a figure appeared not far away. The person hurriedly ran from the other side of the road towards them, his eyes always looking in the direction of the Four Directions mountain. "The fire is really burning, I have to go and see. Such a big fire, it's so spectacular." The person muttered, every word entering Joe Kai's ears. "Ha!" The person's speed slowed down, and he seemed to have noticed Lin and the others. Joe Kai thought to himself that this person had seen in Changdao. However, what the person said next made them all freeze. "Lin, is that you, Lin?" The person waved and shouted at Lin. Linny looked up and saw the other person's face under the street lamp. He instinctively called out, "Tian Meng? Linny, it's really you." The young man in the distance looked about the same age as Linny. He seemed a little excited and quickly ran over after confirming it was Linny. "Do you know him?" Joe Kai asked cautiously. Linny nodded and said, "He's my childhood friend. We used to play together when we were young. But he didn't pass the entrance exam to our school, and then he moved several times, so we rarely kept in touch." "It's okay, I know him, he's a good person." "Linny, what are you doing here?" Before Tian Meng could finish speaking, a look of fear suddenly appeared on his face. He saw In Changdao standing behind Linny and should have recognized In Changdao's identity. His face turned pale instantly. He is. Tian Meng swallowed and quickly averted his gaze from In Changdao, not daring to look at him. His smile became somewhat stiff, but it was clear that he was still trying to remain calm. Linny, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. My mom asked me to go out and buy soy sauce. If I go back late, my mom will scold me. Linny, let's meet again next time. I'll go first." Tian Meng turned to leave, but Linny noticed the hint of fear in his eyes. If he let Tian Meng leave like this, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. So, Linny hurriedly caught up. "Tian Meng, wait a minute." Linny grabbed Tian Meng's arm and felt that Tian Meng's body was trembling slightly. "Why did you chase after me?" Tian Meng was startled and quickly glanced at In Chengdao's position. Seeing that the other party did not follow, he breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, "If you come over like this, won't the murderer know that I found him? I saw him in the news. The news said that this person is extremely brutal and has killed many people. The news also said that several students were taken away by the murderer, and your photo was among them. When I saw you just now, I thought you had escaped." "Linny, don't worry. I'll pretend to leave first, and then I'll immediately call the police to save you. You can rest assured that I will definitely rescue you. Just calm down, don't be so nervous." Linny guessed right, Tian Meng did recognize In Changdao. It made sense, as the news about In Changdao had been broadcasted on TV and radio for days, it was hard not to know. However, Linny didn't expect their photos to be on TV as well. In this way, whether it was the people in this city or the outsiders, they could recognize them at a glance. These damn monsters, they didn't give them any chance at all. "I'm very safe, you don't need to be afraid either," Linny smiled and said, "I stopped you to tell you not to call the police. It's already this late, and you're still able to smile?" Tian Meng was a little anxious. "If I don't call the police, do you want me to watch you being killed by this murderer?" "I understand, is it that the murderer is forcing you to do this?" "Don't worry, just pretend you don't know. I'll secretly call the police, he won't find out. Let go, don't hold on to me." Tian Meng became even more anxious when Linny didn't let go. He urged, "If I also get caught by the murderer, there will be no one to save you. You can rest assured, we've been friends since childhood, you know me, I will never abandon you." "It's because I know you that I stopped you," Linny explained. "Uncle Lin is not a bad person, trust me. And, I really am very safe. If Uncle Lin is really the kind of brutal murderer as mentioned in the news, do you think I would still be alive now? If he is really extremely brutal, I would have been killed by him long ago." Tian Meng thought about it and felt that what Linny said made sense. It's been so long since Tian Meng saw Linny in the news. If In Changdao is really as the news says, I'm afraid I can't leave. But can the content of the news be fake? Tian Meng stared at Linny and suddenly showed a look of sudden realization on his face. "I understand," Tian Meng said firmly, "you have Stockholm Syndrome." "Nonsense," Linny pretended to be angry. "I'm not joking with you. Uncle Lin is really not a bad person, and he even saved me." Tian Meng frowned and glanced at In Changdao in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the people standing next to In Changdao seemed to be the ones who appeared in the news. "Really?" Tian Meng's tone sounded half-believing. "Linny, are you really okay? Do you really not need me to call the police?" "I really don't need to," Linny nodded. "We've known each other for so many years, when have I ever lied to you? Remember, don't call the police, and don't tell anyone that you've seen us," Linny reminded. "Do you remember?" The sound of police sirens in the distance was getting closer, and Linny realized he had to leave. "Remember what I told you, this is not reverse psychology," Linny said, then turned and ran back. "Everyone, we need to leave here quickly," Linny hurriedly said to Joe Kai and the others. "The fire sirens are getting closer, and with the fire on the mountain, it will definitely attract people nearby. Our faces have appeared in the news. If more people gather, we will be recognized. By then, we may not be able to leave." Linny, just as he finished speaking, Joe Kai raised his chin slightly, indicating Linny to look behind him. Linny turned to look, and Tian Meng not far away had not left, but had turned back. Why did you come back? Linhai was somewhat surprised. Tian Meng, I'm really okay, you don't need to worry about me. That. Tian Meng raised his hand to touch his nose, perhaps still afraid of Changdao, his eyes darting around, unable to look directly at Linhai. Watching Tian Meng's movements, Linhai was first stunned, then frowned. I want to say, do you need to find a place to hide? If you need to, you can go to the storage room at my house. Tian Meng's parents are in the clothing business and have a dedicated storage room for their goods. Tian Meng, we've known each other for so many years, you should understand me, and you know that I understand you. Linhai did not directly respond to Tian Meng. Yes, because we've known each other for so many years, I believe you. Tian Meng continued, you said they are not bad people, so they must not be. As for why there would be that kind of news on TV, there must be some misunderstanding. At this point, Tian Meng said with a sudden realization, I understand, this uncle has been wronged. Linhai, you must have found some clues and want to help this uncle. Linhai, don't worry, I will definitely help you, after all, we are friends. You can rest assured, my dad has gone out of town to buy goods these days and won't be back for a few days. My mom rarely manages the store and rarely goes to the storage room, so you don't have to worry at all. Linhai thought for a moment and nodded, then I'll trouble you. Hearing Linhai's answer, Tian Meng smiled, but Linhai's face became even more serious. Let's go, I'll take you there. Tian Meng's family store is very close to Sifang Mountain, so they quickly arrived at the storage room. You must be hungry, I'll go get you some food. Tian Meng opened the door to the storage room and gestured for Linhai and the others to go in. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. Tian Meng closed the door, and as his footsteps gradually faded away, Linhai quickly turned around and said to Joe Kai and the others, everyone, change into some clean clothes and then we'll leave here immediately. Leave? Lu Linhai was taken aback. Aren't we hiding here? Linhai shook his head and glanced at the closed warehouse door. It's not safe here anymore. With a click, the warehouse door opened from the outside. The door was gently pushed open, and as Tian Meng looked into the dark warehouse, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Linhai, why aren't you turning on the lights? Tian Meng stood outside the door and called in. Don't worry, the lights are on inside, and you can't see them from outside. Tian Meng didn't come in, just stood outside the door. He reached out and touched the switch on the right inside of the door, turning on the lights in the warehouse. The warehouse was quiet, as if there was no one inside. Linhai? Tian Meng hesitated for a moment and called out again. There was no response from Linhai in the quiet warehouse, and at that moment, he seemed a little anxious. Linhai, it's me, Tian Meng. I brought food for you. Tian Meng walked into the door, but his hands were empty. Where are you guys? Tian Meng raised his voice. Come out, stop joking around. Linhai. Linhai? Tian Meng seemed to realize something, a hint of urgency between his brows. He began to search for Linhai and the others in the warehouse, but after a thorough search, he didn't see anyone. Footsteps came from outside the door, and then a man in a police uniform walked in. Where are the people you mentioned? The person who came in was a police officer, and he looked around the warehouse, but there was no one else here except Tian Meng. They were just here. Tian Meng said hurriedly. I see. Tian Meng thought for a moment, seeming to understand something, and then said, they must have escaped. Yes, that must be it. They knew I had called the police, so they escaped ahead of time. The police officer didn't speak, but lowered his head to check the warehouse door. This warehouse has no windows, the only entrance and exit is this door. The police officer raised his head and looked at Tian Meng. But you said earlier that you specifically locked the door when you left. There are no signs of the door being broken, so if that's the case, where did they escape from? Tian Meng was at a loss for words. He did lock the door before he left. If Linhai and the others wanted to leave, the only way was to break the door. But the door wasn't broken, and when he opened it just now, the door was indeed locked. So where did Linhai and the others escape from? Tian Meng couldn't understand, and his eyes inadvertently glanced at a few larger boxes in the corner of the warehouse. If they didn't escape, Tian Meng muttered softly, slowly approaching the corner. Then they must be hiding here. He shouted and quickly opened the boxes. The boxes were filled with neatly packaged clothing, and Tian Meng reached into the boxes, only to find clothes, and no one was hiding inside. This can't be. Tian Meng found it hard to believe. The people he had locked in here had inexplicably disappeared. He pulled out the clothes from the boxes, checked one box, and then started checking another. Are you sure you really saw the people we are looking for? Seeing Tian Meng's flustered appearance, the police officer standing outside the door seemed to have some doubts. I really saw them, Tian Meng said loudly. I remember what they look like, and I really locked them in here. Uncle policeman, you have to believe me. The police officer looked at Tian Meng, thought for a moment, and then turned and walked out of the warehouse. He took out a walkie-talkie and said, "Search the area nearby." The walkie-talkie received a response, and soon, more than a dozen police officers appeared from a nearby alley. The police that Tian Meng brought were not just one person, they did not appear but instead hid nearby, waiting for orders. After quickly searching the area, they did not find the wanted criminals that Tian Meng had mentioned. "Young man, making a false report is illegal. This time, I'll let it go, but don't let it happen again," the police said before leaving. "Uncle Police, I didn't lie. I really brought them here." Tian Meng felt somewhat frustrated as he watched the police leave. He muttered to himself and kicked a nearby box, venting his grievances and frustration. They were clearly locked inside, so why did they suddenly disappear? Tian Meng couldn't understand. He locked the door to the storeroom and was about to leave when he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Turning around, he saw someone walking towards him, causing Tian Meng to freeze in place. Linhai, what's wrong? Are you surprised to see me?" Linhai said coldly, staring at Tian Meng. Tian Meng glanced behind Linhai and didn't see in Changdao and the others, which relieved him. The police searched nearby, and since they didn't find them, it means they weren't here just now, Tian Meng pondered. If they weren't here just now, they wouldn't know the police came, let alone that I secretly brought the police here. Thinking this, Tian Meng's panicked emotions stabilized. He looked at Linhai and said with concern, "Linhai, where did you go?" "I didn't see you when I came back, and I was worried," Linhai replied. "I thought the murderer had attacked you. I was so scared." "Where did you go?" Linhai asked with a stern face. "I went to get food for you guys," Tian Meng answered. "Where's the food?" "The food is." Tian Meng hesitated. From the beginning, he had no intention of bringing food for Linhai and the others, so he naturally had nothing in his hands. "I forgot to ask what you guys wanted to eat, so I came back to ask you." Tian Meng casually made up a lame excuse. Linhai sighed and continued, "Tian Meng, we've known each other since we were very young." "Yes, what's the matter?" Tian Meng responded, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to keep Linhai there and then report to the police again. It would be best to find out where in Changdao and the others had gone and catch them all at once. He would become famous for finding the fugitives that the police had been pursuing for so long. "I feel like I understand you," Linhai said as he approached Tian Meng. "Because I understand you, I know that when you lie, you subconsciously touch your nose and your eyes wander around." When Tian Meng mentioned providing a hiding place for Linhai and the others, Linhai could tell he was lying at a glance. He didn't expose it because he didn't want to believe that his childhood friend would betray him. He also wanted to know why Tian Meng was doing this. "But now it seems that I don't really understand you," Linhai said as he stood in front of Tian Meng. "Tian Meng, why are you doing this?" What did I do?" Tian Meng's heart skipped a beat, but he still clung to the hope of not admitting it. "I just didn't bring you the food. Wait for me, I'll go get it for you." Tian Meng turned to leave, but Linhai's voice came after him. "I told you not to call the police, so why did you bring them here?" Hearing this, Tian Meng realized that his actions had been exposed. He frowned, and his previous smile disappeared instantly. "Yes, I did bring the police here," Tian Meng said seriously. "But I did it for your own good. What good can you learn from following that murderer? I did it because I didn't want to see you go astray. Uncle Lin is not a bad person." Linhai frowned and said, "I've told you about this before. If he's not a bad person, then what is he?" Tian Meng was unconvinced. He turned around and looked at Linhai with a hint of something else in his eyes. "If he's not a bad person, why would the police want to arrest him? Don't tell me there's a misunderstanding." "Whether there's a misunderstanding or not is not for you to decide. Linhai, turn back and call the police with me. Let the police catch the murderer. Don't get deeper into this." Although he said this, he didn't really mean it. As Tian Meng spoke, he slowly reached into his pocket. Linhai noticed his movement and quickly walked over, pulling his hand out of his pocket. Tian Meng was holding a phone in his hand, the screen already lit up, showing 3 numbers, just a press of the dial button away. Tian Meng. Linhai was a little angry. He didn't understand why Tian Meng didn't believe him after so many years of friendship. Tian Meng wanted to press the dial button, but Linhai snatched the phone away from him. "Give me back my phone." Tian Meng rushed over to try to snatch the phone back, but Linhai, who had been trained by in Changdao for half a month, was not someone Tian Meng could handle. Linhai grabbed Tian Meng's wrist, pulled it forward, and swept his foot towards Tian Meng's leg, causing him to fall to the ground. "Tian Meng, we've known each other for so many years, don't you understand me?" Linhai questioned loudly. "If Uncle Lin is really a bad person, if he really did something illegal, do you think I would do it? We're friends. Why don't you believe me? Go to hell with your friends." Tian Meng gritted his teeth as he climbed up from the ground. He turned back to glare at Linhai, seemingly a little resentful that he had been easily knocked down, and the jealousy and disgust that had appeared in his eyes before became even more apparent. Understand you? Yes, Linhai, I do understand you. Tian Meng's face became somewhat gloomy. You're the good student in the eyes of the teacher, the good kid in the eyes of the adults. I do understand you, and I know you wouldn't do such a thing. But what does that have to do with me? I just need to hand you over to the police, and then let others see that you, the good student, the good kid, would actually collude with a murderer. By then, I can become famous, surpass you, and prove that you're not as good as me at all. Friends? Linhai, don't disgust me, I never thought of being friends with you. Tian Meng's words left Linhai stunned in place. He never expected that a friend he had known for so many years would say such heartless words. Linhai, I'll tell you the truth. I actually quite dislike you. Whether it's my parents, teachers, or even those former classmates, they always like to compare you and me, whether it's in life or in studies. So, you really make me sick. Tian Meng, are you saying this out of anger? Linhai's breathing became somewhat rapid. Tian Meng ignored Linhai and continued, Linhai, do you know why I've been playing with you since we were kids? You don't really think I wanted to be friends with you, do you? I just wanted to prove that you're not as good as they say. I wanted to make you make mistakes, to make you become like me, that's why I stayed by your side. But I was wrong. No matter what you do, even if you really make a mistake, they will blame me and think that I led you astray. Why? Why? I've had enough of you. I don't want to see you anymore. That's why I didn't choose the same school as you for the high school entrance exam. Do you know how happy I was when I saw the news of you being with a murderer? I've wished countless times for you to be killed by the murderer, but I never thought you would actually associate with a murderer. When it comes to this, Tian Meng's face showed a hint of mockery, but it's fine. When the police catch you, you'll be an accomplice to murder. By then, I can tell my parents and those who think highly of you that they've been wrong all these years. You're just a hypocritical pseudo-gentleman. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Meng lunged at Lin once again. He wanted to snatch back the phone, call the police, and send Lin to prison. However, compared to those cannibals, Tian Meng was too weak. He didn't even have time to throw a punch before Lin grabbed his neck with his arm and pushed him to the ground again. Tian Meng, I've always considered you a friend since we were young. I have no idea about what you're saying. Lin looked at Tian Meng on the ground and suddenly felt sorry for him. I don't know how my existence has caused you so much trouble, but even without me, these things would still happen. By then, the person they talk about could be anyone. You're not wrong about these things, it's the people around you who are wrong. But you shouldn't vent your resentment on me. With that, Lin raised Tian Meng's phone and smashed it on the ground. The screen shattered and went black after a few flickers. Don't worry, I won't be around you anymore, never. Lin felt empty inside, but he didn't have time to be sentimental. He had more important things to do. Lin let go of Tian Meng, who got up from the ground. He glared at Lin fiercely and asked, "There's one thing I don't understand. I clearly locked you in, so how did you manage to escape?" In fact, from the moment Lin realized Tian Meng was lying, he had started to be wary of him. Since discovering that his parents were actually different, and finding out that his teachers, classmates, and even the majority of people in this city were different, Lin had become very cautious. In the past half-month, Lin and Joe Kai had deepened their understanding of each other. From Joe Kai, he learned that when he was young, he had developed the skill of picking locks in order to take away his and his sister's files from the office. So, even though Tian Meng had locked the door when he left, Joe Kai could still open it without damaging the door. After that, they quickly found a place to hide. Joe Kai sensed that Joe Kai, who had returned here with a group of different people, but because of Joe Kai's ability, it was impossible for these different people to find them. Lin didn't tell Tian Meng about this, as it was meaningless to say these things now. However, Lin decided to give Tian Meng a chance. Not a chance to reconcile, but a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Lin didn't leave and turned to walk towards Tian Meng. "What are you going to do?" Tian Meng looked at Lin warily. After 2 encounters, he knew he was no match for Lin. He thought of Changdao, the murderer, and seeing Lin in front of him, he began to feel afraid. "Don't come near me. What are you going to do?" Tian Meng started to back away, worried that Lin might kill him. "Lin, you better not mess around. Even if the police are gone, there are still many people living nearby." Tian Meng glanced around. "If you dare touch me, I'll scream. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape." Every word Tian Meng said felt like sharp needles piercing into Lin's heart. Looking into the wary eyes of the other, Lin finally realized that his friend had never trusted him. Lin felt bitter and helpless. "I've said it before, Uncle Lin is not a murderer, and I won't kill you either." Lin walked up to Tian Meng. He lowered his voice and said words that only the two of them could hear. "Tian Meng, listen carefully. I'm giving you a chance now, a chance to survive. The city we live in is fake, and everything you see is also fake. Most of the people around us are monsters disguised as a kind of aberration, and we are the food they raise. You. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Tian Meng was stunned. Of course, he would not believe what Lin Yi said, and even thought that Lin Yi was mentally unstable. Are you crazy? Listen to me. Lin Yi knew that Tian Meng did not believe him, but whether the other person believed him was no longer important to him. He was just fulfilling the last duty as a friend. After saying these things, Lin Yi also bid farewell to his past self. Tian Meng, remember, don't trust anyone around you. What I have told you, including what you saw of me tonight, do not tell anyone else, even the people you trust the most. Then, go find the truth, find a way to leave here alive. Are you sick? Tian Meng pushed Lin Yi away and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Is that murderer brainwashing you with these crude methods?" Tian Meng, I have said what I needed to say. After saying this, Lin Yi planned to leave. Remember what I have said, every word I said is true. So, take care of yourself. With that, Lin Yi turned and left. Naturally, Tian Meng dismissed what Lin Yi said. He was still calculating how to catch Lin Yi and hand him over to the police. As long as he could successfully catch them, he would be seen differently in the eyes of his parents and even others. By then, he could also become the neighbor's kid in other people's mouths. So, after Lin Yi walked away, he secretly followed. Tian Meng followed behind Lin Yi cautiously, afraid of being discovered. But after a while, he suddenly realized that he had lost track of him. Tian Meng was furious and kicked a trash can on the roadside, muttering to himself. He clearly remembered that Lin Yi had walked into this alley, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. After searching nearby for a while and not finding Lin Yi, he had to return home disappointed. When he got back home, Tian Meng found the living room light on. His mother was sitting on the sofa and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping at home so late at night? Where did you go?" Tian Meng thought for a moment, and since he couldn't catch Lin Yi, he decided to tarnish Lin Yi's image in the eyes of others. So, Tian Meng decided to tell his mother about what happened tonight. As for Lin Yi's warning, he had long since disregarded it. "Mom, let me tell you, I just saw Lin Yi." Tian Meng walked into the living room excitedly. "Lin Yi?" His mother's expression became somewhat strange, but Tian Meng, who was in high spirits, didn't notice. "Yes, it's the one who used to pester me to play with him. Didn't Sifan Mountain catch fire at night? I was going to go and take a look, film a video and post it online, but on the way there, I saw Lin Yi." "Mom, do you know who Lin Yi was with?" "With whom?" His mother's tone became somewhat strange, but Tian Meng, who was speaking enthusiastically, didn't notice at all. "It's the murderer that the police are looking for," Tian Meng said in an exaggerated tone. "I thought Lin Yi had been captured by this murderer and wanted to report it to the police to save him, but Lin Yi told me not to report it. I started thinking that Lin Yi must have been threatened by the murderer, so he had to do this, but later I found out that Lin Yi and the murderer are in cahoots. Mom, I have told you before, this Lin Yi is not a good person. He may seem honest on the surface, but he is really bad to the core behind the scenes. Before, you said that I was the one who led him astray, now you know, he is the real bad one." Tian Meng became more and more excited as he spoke. In his mouth, Lin Yi's smile concealed a knife, with a human face and a beastly heart, committing numerous crimes and framing others. He was even more terrifying than a villain. "It's a good thing I'm smart and fast, otherwise you might never see me again," Tian Meng said, taking a breath. When he looked up, he noticed that his mother's expression seemed off. Although she had a smile on her face, it seemed somewhat forced. And his mother seemed to have not blinked at all. "Mom, did you hear what I said?" His mother nodded and asked, "Besides this, did Lin Yi say anything else to you?" "Anything else? Yes, I never expected Lin Yi to be like this. I really misjudged him before," his mother continued. "It's a good thing our little Meng is so determined and hasn't been influenced by Lin Yi all these years. Little Meng is indeed a good child, you make me proud," his mother praised, which made Tian Meng happy. He felt that he had gained his mother's approval and proudly said, "By the way, Mom, I think Lin Yi might be mentally unstable. Do you know what he said to me? He said that there are monsters in this world, and that most of the people around us are monsters. It's ridiculous. Anyone with a normal mind wouldn't say such things." As she finished speaking, the smile on his mother's face became even more exaggerated. "Mom, what's wrong?" Tian Meng finally noticed something was amiss. "Your smile. It's making me scared." "How wonderful," his mother opened her mouth and said slowly, "Your father happens to be away on a business trip, so I can enjoy the flesh of the livestock all by myself. Even if he comes back, there's nothing I can do to blame you for discovering these things, right?" His mother's body began to swell, the skin on her face started to tear, and something seemed to be wriggling violently in her abdomen, as if it wanted to come out. The sight made Tian Meng's legs go weak, and at that moment, he finally realized that everything Linhai had said was true. Help! Help me! Linhai! Linhai, save me! Save me! Meanwhile, at the street corner, Linhai sneezed. He turned around and, after confirming that he had lost Tian Meng, quickened his pace. But just as Linhai continued walking forward, a figure suddenly darted out from the alley and pulled him in. The person who appeared suddenly covered Linhai's mouth with their hand and quickly pulled him into the alley. Linhai was startled and instinctively swung his right fist at the person behind him. The person caught his fist, and as Linhai prepared to continue attacking with his left elbow, he heard a familiar voice in his ear. It's me. The person who had pulled Linhai into the alley was Lu Linhai, his face tense as he whispered to Linhai. Shh, don't speak. Lu Linhai gestured for Linhai to be quiet. Linhai was initially puzzled, but quickly understood. Returning to meet Tian Meng was Linhai's own decision, so he didn't go with the others and had arranged to meet in a different location. However, the meeting place was not here. Lu Linhai's appearance here meant that something had gone wrong on their side, or that Linhai had been followed. With Joe Kai around, they shouldn't have been discovered by the anomalies, so the latter was more likely. Linhai held his breath, and soon, footsteps could be heard in the distance. As the footsteps drew closer, a conversation could be heard. Those guys are useless. They've been searching for so long and still can't catch a few livestock. This was a woman's voice. Exactly, if it were me, I could catch them in no time. This was followed by a sharper male voice. The commotion caused by those livestock is getting out of hand. Just thinking about having to share the spoils later, I'm not willing to go. If you ask me, the fire at Sifang Mountain must have been caused by those few beastmen, the woman continued. I just don't understand, these beastmen are useless, except for their tasty meat, they have no value, the man complained. Why can't we just eat them directly? It's bad enough that we have to keep them, but to live with them and become like them? There's no way around it, these beastmen are timid. If they get even slightly scared, their meat turns sour, the woman sighed. If it's just a brief scare, the slightly sour meat can enhance the taste, but if they're scared for too long. Here the woman paused, disdainfully snorted, and then continued, last time, one of the beastmen was scared to death by me, and the meat was absolutely inedible. Have you said enough? A deep male voice interrupted their conversation. The leader said that we shouldn't casually mention anything about the beastmen outside of mealtime. If the leader finds out, do you still want to keep your lives? We're just talking among ourselves when there are only a few of us here. The woman seemed a little afraid and lowered her voice. Let's stop talking about it. At the end of the alley, several shadows were elongated by the streetlights. Then, 3 people passed by the alley and gradually disappeared, until their footsteps faded away. Linhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to speak, but found that Lu Linhai's hand was still covering his mouth. He reached out and patted it, and Lu Linhai reacted and let go. How did you get here? Linhai asked. Joe Kai sent me. Lu Linhai touched his head. He sensed something unusual behind you and suspected that you were being followed. Originally, Uncle An wanted to come and thought about just killing these few anomalies. But Joe Kai thought that if we killed the anomalies here, it would definitely attract the attention of other anomalies to our hiding place in the city, which would not be good for our next actions. So, I volunteered to come and get you. Fortunately, you weren't being followed, and these anomalies should have gone to see the commotion. Tisk, these disgusting anomalies really are like humans, even liking to watch commotions. Here, Lu Linhai peeked outside the alley, made sure no one was there, and continued, what kind of thing is the leader that those anomalies were talking about just now? It should be their leader, Linhai replied. Similar to the head sheep in a flock. If we kill the leader of these anomalies, can we save all of humanity? There was a hint of excitement in Lu Linhai's eyes. You're daydreaming. Linhai looked at Lu Linhai as if he were a fool. Not to mention that we don't know where the leader is. Can we handle the existence that manages all the anomalies and makes them all afraid? By then, we probably won't even have seen a trace of the leader and will have been eaten by other anomalies. Let's go back and meet up with Joe Kai and the others. I don't feel at ease without Joe Kai by my side. Soon, they arrived at the meeting place. Is everything taken care of? Joe Kai asked when he saw Linhai approaching. Linhai nodded. Some people are destined to be passing through your life, don't take it so seriously. Perhaps seeing a hint of disappointment in Linhai's eyes, Joe Kai comforted. Lu Linhai recounted what had just happened, and in Changdao nodded in agreement with Linhai's thoughts. Since we know that these anomalies are managed by a leader, then we must find a way to kill this leader. But, as Linhai said, with our current strength, we may not be a match for the leader. You are the hope of humanity's future. When you have fully grown, and when we have united more humans, it will not be too late to deal with these anomalies. Let's not talk about that for now, Joe Kai interrupted their conversation. There's something I'm curious about. Joe Kai looked at Linhai and then said, It's about Linhai's ability. My ability? Linhai was taken aback. He hadn't expected Joe Kai to suddenly bring this up. Uncle Len's ability can control metal objects he has used, but the control distance will decrease based on the weight of the object and his own condition. My ability is sensory enhancement. Both Uncle Len and I have a certain understanding of our abilities. But what exactly is Linhai's ability? Isn't it possible to go back to the past after death? Lu Linhai interjected. If Linhai's ability is simply to go back to the past, then how do we explain what happened on Sifang Mountain? Joe Kai asked. If I remember correctly, this is already the second time, right? Joe Kai remembered very clearly that similar things had happened twice. The first time, Linhai's owner, the alien disguised as Linhai's mother, caught up with them. At the moment when it was about to bite Linhai to death in a desperate counterattack, Joe Kai was sure that Linhai couldn't have avoided it. But the next second, for some reason, Linhai fell to the ground, and the monster missed. If Linhai had avoided it himself, then with Joe Kai's superhuman vision, it would have been impossible for him not to see Linhai's trajectory. But that time, Joe Kai didn't see anything. The second time was the previous incident. When the monster caught up with Zhou Yun, the same thing happened when it was about to strike Zhou Yun. Not only that, this time was even more exaggerated. Linhai not only instantly appeared in front of the monster but also counterattacked. This time, Joe Kai also didn't see anything. Linhai remembered all of what Joe Kai said very clearly. Linhai himself was also unclear about what his ability was. But just now, Linhai had a bold guess in his mind. Could my ability be time control? After hearing Linhai's guess, everyone was stunned for a moment. Especially Lu Linhai, who excitedly shouted, startling the others. Are you trying to attract all the nearby aliens? Sorry, Lu Linhai apologized with a smile. I got too excited and couldn't hold back. Joe Kai turned to Linhai and asked seriously, Linhai, what is your basis for saying this? Linhai recounted the two incidents of time stopping at Sifang Mountain. After listening, Joe Kai furrowed his brow and thought. Unlike Joe Kai, Lu Linhai seemed very excited, even more so than Linhai. It was as if the owner of this ability was not Linhai, but him. Lu Linhai reached out and patted Linhai's shoulder, excitedly saying, Linhai, you're too amazing. Time control, you're invincible. Since you have such a powerful ability, why are we still running? You can just stop time, and we'll take down the aliens. What aliens? What leader? Under your abilities, they're all trash. Screw them. You're talking nonsense, Joe Kai interrupted Lu Linhai. Didn't you hear what Linhai said? When his ability is in effect, his body will experience various discomforts. Joe Kai's expression was particularly serious, and he earnestly explained, Linhai, you need to pay special attention to this. The use of abilities is not without limitations. Once used excessively, it will cause irreversible damage to ourselves. Joe Kai is right about this, and Chang Dao nodded in agreement. I've mentioned before that my ability is related to the weight of metal tools and my condition. This is because my ability will continuously consume my physical strength during use. The longer the ability is used, the greater the burden on the body, especially on the heart. In severe cases, it can even lead to heart failure. My ability is the same, Joe Kai continued in Chengdao's words. My ability requires intense concentration when in use. Overuse can cause irreversible damage to the brain. Furthermore, prolonged use of my ability can damage my sensory organs, potentially leading to blindness, deafness, or even death. Generally, I alternate the use of my ability. For example, I may use my sense of smell for a period of time, then switch to hearing to give my sensory organs a rest. The more powerful the ability, the greater the burden on the body, and Chang Dao pondered. So, if you feel discomfort in your body when activating your ability, it may be the burden it places on your body. The burden of Linhai's ability is indeed significant, Lu Linhai nodded. He has to die every time to go back in time. Can the burden not be great? If it were me, dying over and over again, I would have gone mad long ago. Especially remembering what happened in the previous timeline even after going back, the dual oppression of mind and body, just thinking about it feels terrifying. Linhai deeply understood this. When he first found out that the people around him were all different, Linhai almost collapsed. Especially the pain of being killed every time he went back in time was still fresh in his memory. If it weren't for meeting Joe Kai and knowing that Joe Kai was also human like him, Linhai might have really gone insane. However, what Lu Linhai said is not entirely correct. In fact, you don't have to die to go back in time, Linhai said. When I went to the butcher shop to get the key, I didn't die, but time went back several hours. Linhai remembered that at that time, he wanted to rescue Chang Dao, who was surrounded by the different. Perhaps it was this strong belief that caused his ability to activate. It was because of this that Linhai felt that his ability was to control time. Unfortunately, in the past half month, Linhai had been trying continuously, but had not succeeded even once. With a clap, Lu Linhai said firmly, "Steady." "What's steady?" Joe Kai asked. This further proves that Lin Yi's ability is to control time. In future battles with the different, as long as Lin Yi is there, we will be absolutely steady. Lu Linhai's words earned a roll of the eyes from Joe Kai. He said impatiently, "Steady my foot." Let's not talk about whether Lin Yi's speculation is correct. The key is that Lin Yi currently can't control his ability, so, until Lin Yi fully masters his ability, this ability will not be included in any battle plans. Including Lin Yi's ability to go back in time, Joe Kai remained cautious as always. Although Lin Yi's speculation had some merit, without absolute evidence proving that Lin Yi's ability was to control time, Joe Kai didn't want Lin Yi to risk his life. If one time Lin Yi's ability failed to activate, and he couldn't go back in time, the result would only be death. Half a month ago, when the different were on the brink of death and counterattacked, Lin Yi activated his ability because he suddenly fainted, which luckily saved his life from the different's mouth. Although after half a month of training, the time freeze has become a little longer, allowing Lin Yi to make a proper counterattack, his physical discomfort has not disappeared. If Lin Yi's ability suddenly fails to activate due to the excessive burden on his body, at that time, Lin Yi may never be able to go back in time again. At this point, Joe Kai glared at Lu Linhai again. "If you want to kill Lin Yi, you don't need to be so troublesome, just give him a stab now," Joe Kai joked. Lu Linhai stuck out his tongue and smiled apologetically at Lin Yi. Moreover, when Lin Yi's ability is in effect, we cannot act, and Chang Dao interjected, "We can't just let him kill all the mutants in the city by himself. Let's not talk about Lin Yi's ability for now," and Chang Dao continued. If Lin Yi's ability can really control time, it would be extremely advantageous for them. However, the immediate priority is not to study Lin Yi's ability, as there are more important things waiting for them to do. After we escape from here, we can take the time to study Lin Yi's ability. Also, if we manage to escape, Lin Yi's training needs to be intensified. Only when the physical fitness keeps up can we bear the burden of the ability as much as possible, and Chang Dao added. "So what do we do now?" Lu Linhai asked. "We need to find a way to get a cell phone." Joe Kai looked around and focused on a nearby house. "We've been in the mountains for so long, we have no idea what's happening outside. To find high-quality humans, high-quality people, we must first understand the situation outside. For example, knowing who the top scorer in the college entrance examination is," Joe Kai said, and when he was thinking, Zhou Yun suddenly walked up to Lin Yi. She gently tugged at Lin Yi's clothes and asked softly, "Brother Lin Yi, I have a question. When you use your ability and feel like you can't breathe, could it be because?" Zhou Yun looked somewhat unsure. Although she spoke very little, she was also trying very hard to help everyone. Could it be because of the stillness of the air? Air? Zhou Yun's words enlightened Lin Yi. Although he was not sure if Zhou Yun's guess was correct, Lin Yi felt that this possibility was very likely. To be precise, it was not the air that was still, but the flow of air. The 2 times when time stood still were very urgent, and at that time, Lin Yi, because of nervousness, accelerated his breathing rate. The rapid breathing led to an accelerated consumption of air, and when the air around Lin Yi, or more accurately, only the small area in front of Lin Yi, was exhausted, due to the stillness of the airflow, air from other places would not replenish it. So, Lin Yi felt suffocated, as if he couldn't breathe, causing a series of chain reactions. But when Lin Yi started to move, this situation began to ease, because at this point, Lin Yi's actions allowed him to breathe in air from other locations. Of course, this was just their speculation. However, Lin Yi had already decided that if the next time time stood still, he would definitely try it out. As long as he could master the ability proficiently, he would be able to deal with mutants easily in the future. While Lin Yi was contemplating, Joe Kai had already targeted a household. Using his hearing and years of practical experience, Joe Kai successfully opened the door of that household. Then, using enhanced vision and touch, he sneaked in stealthily. When he returned, Joe Kai not only successfully obtained a cell phone, but also unlocked it with the owner's fingerprint, and even took a box of strawberries from someone else's refrigerator and handed it to Zhou Yun. Lin Yi was familiar with this series of operations and felt like reporting a theft. Stealing a phone was one thing, but stealing strawberries, and the key point was that the stolen strawberries were only for Zhou Yun to eat, this was intolerable. Sister control, Lin Yi rolled his eyes in his mind. Found it. After searching the internet on the phone, Joe Kai quickly found this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Oh my, this guy scored 749 points? Lu Linhai went up to take a look, and said in amazement. The person they found was named Zhang Chang, and apart from losing 1 point in the Chinese essay, he scored full marks in all other subjects. As for the 1 point deducted from the composition, it was because Zhang Chang wrote an irrelevant sentence at the end of the composition, which was unnecessary and spoiled this perfect composition. What did he write at the end of the composition? Linhai was a little curious. He wrote, Joe Kai smirked, orcs will never be slaves. Linhai was silent for a while, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. This Zhang Chang feels a bit juvenile. It's not just that. Lu Linhai stared at the news report on the phone screen. This guy was originally recommended, but he gave up the recommendation and voluntarily participated in the college entrance examination. It's still that kind of, if you don't let me take the exam, I'll show you attitude. Anyway, let's go and make contact first, Joe Kai said. If he is still human, there is a high probability that he is the high-quality livestock mentioned by the mutants. It's just that where he lives is a bit far. Lu Linhai looked at the content on the phone screen. It's okay, we'll drive there, Joe Kai said nonchalantly. Drive? Linhai was puzzled at first, then seemed to guess something. You wouldn't. Joe Kai smiled and took out the car keys from his pocket, along with his phone and strawberries. He even took the keys to this household's car. Joe Kai, what exactly do you do? Lu Linhai smiled helplessly. The stolen car couldn't be parked casually, and in Changdao was quite conspicuous, so it was almost impossible to appear in the city during the day. Therefore, the task of contacting Zhang Cheng fell on Linhai and the others. They thought the next action would be very smooth, but for 3 consecutive days, they didn't even see a trace of Zhang Cheng. On the 4th day, Lu Linhai couldn't bear it anymore. It's already the 4th day. How can this guy stay indoors for 4 days in a row? Lu Linhai complained. Is he really a high school student? After studying for so long, he finally finished the exam. Shouldn't he come out and have some fun? Even though it's been so long since the college entrance examination, he shouldn't stay at home all day long. Juvenile attributes, staying indoors all day. Could this Zhang Cheng be a shut-in? Linhai also found this matter troublesome. The community where Zhang Cheng lived was an upscale one, with exam invigilators everywhere. Even if Linhai and the others could sneak in, they would be quickly discovered. So, if Zhang Cheng never came out, Linhai and the others would never be able to contact him. If it's not possible, we'll have to change our approach, Joe Kai sighed. That day, they still didn't wait for Zhang Cheng to come out. In the evening, just as they were preparing to leave, Joe Kai suddenly looked up and frowned as he looked towards the community. What's wrong? Seeing the expression on Joe Kai's face, Linhai immediately became alert. Something's coming. Is it a mutant? Lu Linhai quickly prepared for battle. But what Joe Kai said next surprised them. From the sound, it should be a drone. A drone? Linhai was stunned for a moment, then followed Joe Kai's gaze and looked up at the sky. Before long, a drone flew towards their location. The appearance of this drone was somewhat strange. It didn't look like it was bought, but more like it was assembled from different parts. After reaching Linhai and the others, the drone began to descend and landed on the ground. What is this thing going to do? Lu Linhai picked up the drone from the ground. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a muffled voice suddenly came from the drone. If you're going to take it properly, don't fiddle with it, bumpkin. Have you never seen a drone before? Lu Linhai was startled, and almost dropped the drone in his hand. This thing can talk? Lu Linhai was somewhat surprised. There's a camera here. Linhai frowned and noticed a small camera on the drone. You've been squatting outside for 4 days. What exactly are you here for? The voice from the drone continued. But this sentence made Linhai and the others nervous. During these 4 days, in order to avoid being discovered by the anomalies in the community, they had hidden in a relatively secluded place while ensuring they could see the house where Zhang Cheng lived. Coupled with Joe Kai's abilities, it was impossible for anyone to find them. Who are you? Linhai asked with a frown. I'm your father. The response made Linhai grit his teeth, wishing to smash the drone in his hand. Before Linhai could speak, the voice from the drone continued, making them even more nervous. You guys have a lot of nerve. Don't you know the police are looking for you everywhere? Instead of finding a place to hide, you dare to come out. Do you want to live longer? Who are you? Joe Kai realized that something was amiss. He had absolute confidence in his abilities, but the other party not only discovered them but also knew who they were. However, Joe Kai had not noticed who the other party was or where they were hiding. But the other party's words relieved Linhai. The fact that the other party knew who they were and their location but did not inform the anomalies to capture them indicated that the other party had no malicious intent. Linhai thought for a moment and had a guess. If this person did not have abilities, then the other party probably saw Linhai and the others through other means. Since this person could see their location, it meant that the other party's location should also be within their line of sight. Thinking of this, Linhai pulled Joe Kai aside and whispered a few words to him. After listening to Linhai, Joe Kai nodded. He looked towards the nearby community. While they were talking, Lu Linhai and the drone in his hands started arguing. Lu Linhai was furious but couldn't out-argue the other party, his face turning red with anger. Hey, why is the gorilla's face turning red? The voice from the drone sounded contemptuous, constantly mocking. I only know that a monkey's butt is red. I didn't expect a gorilla's face to be red too. Ha ha. If you have the guts, come out. Stop hiding, Lu Linhai shouted through gritted teeth. Zhou Yun tugged at Lu Linhai, seemingly trying to signal him to speak more quietly. But at this moment, Lu Linhai was too angry to notice Zhou Yun's gesture. If you're a man, let's face off. Do you dare? Ha! Did you misspeak? The other party continued to taunt. How can you call yourself a man? You're clearly a male gorilla. Lu Linhai was momentarily speechless, and for every word he said, the other party seemed to have 10 comebacks. Linny glanced at Lu Linhai and then urged Joe Kai. How's it going? Have you found it? Not yet, Joe Kai said, but his eyes were fixed on the community not far away. He was unusually serious at this moment, scanning the area around the community. Don't rush me. If your guess is correct, as long as the distance is within my range, I will definitely find it. As he looked, Joe Kai seemed to have found something. He was momentarily stunned, then squinted and carefully examined something as if trying to identify it. Then, Joe Kai smiled softly. Found it. Joe Kai turned to Linny and said with a smile, it really fits the saying, you search among the thousands, yet the person is by your side. Could it be that the person controlling this drone is? Joe Kai's words surprised Linny. Seeing Joe Kai nod, Linny also smiled. Turning to Lu Linhai, Linny took the drone from him. Yes, Linny, help me scold him. Lu Linhai thought Linny had come to help him and said angrily, scold him. Give him a good scolding. I'm glad to meet you, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, classmate Zhang Chang. Lin Yi's words made Lu Linhai a little anxious. What are you doing? I asked you to help me scold him. Why are you greeting him? Could it be the legendary first courtesy, then force? Ha! Wait a minute. Lu Linhai suddenly reacted, surprised, and asked, what did you just call him? Zhang Chang? It's us. Before Lu Linhai could finish his sentence, he was pulled away by Zhou Kai. Don't speak. Zhou Kai glared at Lu Linhai and stood next to Lin Yi. The person opposite the drone was silent for a moment, then said in a dismissive tone, who is Zhang Chang? I don't know anyone named Zhang Chang, Li Chang, Wang Er, or Ma Chang. Did you mistake the person? Is that so? Zhou Kai leaned in front of the drone, and mockingly said in the same contemptuous tone, if you're not Zhang Chang, then who is the person standing in front of the window holding the remote control? Another moment of silence. Before the other party could speak, Zhou Kai continued, by the way, the telescope next to you looks pretty nice, definitely not cheap. I didn't expect the top scorer in the college entrance examination to have such a little-known hobby. Is your telescope a proper one? Why can you see me? The voice from the drone became serious. In theory, even if your vision is good, you shouldn't be able to see me from your current position. Although the other party did not explicitly state their identity, these words already indicated that he was indeed the Zhang Chang that Lin Yi was looking for. He used the telescope to see Lin Yi and the others, perhaps out of curiosity, or perhaps because he thought Lin Yi and the others couldn't find his location, so he controlled the drone to play a prank. But he never expected that not only was his location exposed, even the telescope in front of the window, and even the remote control in his hand, were all clearly seen. Is it convenient to meet and chat? Lin Yi asked. Not convenient, the other party replied decisively. If it's not convenient, then forget it. Lin Yi snorted and casually placed the drone on the ground. Ha! The other party didn't expect Lin Yi to be so decisive. Goodbye. Lin Yi signaled to the others. So, the others also turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! Before they could take a step, Zhang Cheng shouted. You haven't answered my question. The drone, under Zhang Cheng's control, flew in front of Lin Yi. How did you find me? And also, didn't the news say that you were taken away by a murderer? Where is the murderer? Why weren't you killed? Did you escape? How did you escape? Zhang Cheng seemed like a chatterbox, going on and on. If you want to know, we can meet and chat. Lin Yi did not answer Zhang Cheng, nor did he intend to. Lin Yi was very clear that convincing the other party that there are anomalies in this world is a very difficult task, especially to make these people believe that his parents are also anomalies. Convincing the other party would take some time, and if the other party's attitude was very resistant, then Lin Yi and the others had no need to continue. With this effort, they might as well find other people. After all, there is more than one high-quality human in this city. Can't we just chat like this? Zhang Cheng asked. No, Lin Yi shook his head and said, you can rest assured, I can swear on my life, we will absolutely not harm you. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police now and have them arrest you? Please do. Lin Yi replied. After a brief silence, Zhang Cheng sighed. It's not that I don't want to come out, it's that I can't come out. Pa! Lu Linhai sneered. Do you not have legs or can't you walk? Still can't come out. I see you just don't want to come out. This is communication between humans, immature gorillas shouldn't speak. Zhang Chang retorted, and Lu Linhai gritted his teeth in anger. Why can't you come out? Linhai asked curiously. Because those two at home won't let me, Zhang Chang replied casually, but there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. However, his words made Linhai feel somewhat strange. What did you just say? Linhai asked tentatively. What do you call your parents? They are not my parents, Zhang Chang said with a hint of anger. This statement surprised Linhai. Could it be? Linhai thought for a moment and then asked, were you adopted? It's not a problem to put it that way, Zhang Chang replied. But, never mind, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Linhai furrowed his brow and glanced at Joe Kai, who nodded in agreement. So Linhai continued, when did you find out? Find out what? Zhang Chang asked. When did you find out that they are not human? This time, Zhang Chang remained silent for a long time. After a moment, his tone seemed to become somewhat excited. Do you know what you're saying? Upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, Linhai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was wrong? Did Zhang Chang not know about the existence of the others? Linhai thought for a moment and said with a furrowed brow, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know, Zhang Chang replied bluntly. I don't understand either. If you don't have anything else, then I'll leave. The drone began to ascend, seemingly preparing to leave. However, the ascent speed was somewhat slow. You know, you only pretended not to know anything because you were suspicious of us, Linhai said, seeing the drone's slow ascent. If you really didn't know, you wouldn't have written orcs will never be slaves as the last sentence of your college entrance essay. Although this approach is a bit juvenile, it's your way of expressing your attitude. You dare not say it explicitly, so you use this method to vent your dissatisfaction. As Linhai spoke, the drone, which had been slowly ascending, came to a stop. If you really didn't know anything, when you discovered us, you should have immediately called the police or told the people around you, instead of controlling this drone to approach us. After a brief silence, Zhang Chang, who was controlling the drone, said slowly, you're quite interesting. At least more interesting than that gorilla next to you. Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment and angrily shouted, you're the gorilla. Your whole family are gorillas. Zhang Chang's response relieved Linhai. It would be much easier to persuade someone who knew about the existence of the others. Moreover, it was someone who not only knew about their existence but had also survived until now. If I'm not mistaken, you must have come to find me, right? The drone slowly descended and stopped in front of Linhai. After all, that gorilla just now let it slip, and you didn't leave immediately after discovering me, even taking the time to talk to me. Linhai nodded, we did come to find you. However, I'm curious, how did you discover those others? And Changdao knew about the existence of the others because his pig had run away, and he had found out by chance. Joe Kai's abilities suddenly awakened, and Linhai had exchanged her life for the answer. As for Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun, they had come to know about the existence of the others because they believed in Linhai and Joe Kai, and later they had seen the others. So Linhai was indeed very curious about Zhang Chang knowing about the existence of the others. The others? Zhang Chang sneered, is that what you call those monsters? It does sound quite fitting. To be honest, I have never seen the true appearance of these anomalies, but I have seen what they have done. What have they done? Lin was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously thought of two words: eating people. You probably don't know that there is a huge basement in the central hospital, right? Zhang Chang began to recount the process of his discovery of the anomalies. It was when Zhang Chang had just entered the first year of junior high. That year, due to an accident, Zhang Chang was hospitalized and happened to meet a beautiful girl in the hospital. At the age of first love, Zhang Chang immediately liked this girl. At that time, he did not understand what love was, he just wanted to see this girl every day. Until one day, the girl cut off her long hair, and Zhang Chang realized that the girl had cancer. However, this did not affect Zhang Chang's liking for the girl. He still went to see the girl every day, talked to her, made her happy, comforted her, encouraged her, until, suddenly, the girl disappeared from the hospital. The nurse told Zhang Chang that the girl had been discharged. But Zhang Chang felt something was wrong. The girl had just started chemotherapy, why would she suddenly be discharged? Even if she had to leave because of her family's situation, the girl would not leave without a word. So, Zhang Chang sneaked into the monitoring room to check the surveillance footage of the night the girl disappeared. However, the surveillance footage from that night had been deleted. Since the surveillance footage was deleted, how did you find out? Lu Linhai interjected. Without a doubt, he was once again retorted by Zhang Chang, don't talk nonsense, or you'll be taken to the zoo for public viewing. Lu Linhai gritted his teeth. The hospital's surveillance was deleted, but the surveillance outside the hospital was still there, Zhang Chang continued. There was a convenience store directly opposite the hospital gate, and the store's surveillance cameras happened to capture the hospital gate. So, Zhang Chang lied that he had lost his family's wallet and wanted to check the surveillance to find the person who found it. The convenience store's surveillance did not involve what happened inside the hospital, so the surveillance of the night the girl disappeared was not deleted. Because of his frequent interactions with the girl, Zhang Chang remembered the car the girl's father drove. However, that night, the girl's father's car did not come to the hospital. In other words, the girl did not leave the hospital at all. Knowing that the nurse was lying, Zhang Chang became even more suspicious of the hospital. At that time, he had never thought that there were anomalies in the world, he just felt that this hospital was secretly engaged in illegal organ trafficking. Zhang Chang wanted to avenge the girl and expose the hospital. So, he started investigating, trying to find evidence. But no matter how hard he looked, Zhang Chang found nothing. The entire hospital, except for one place, had not been searched. That place was the hospital morgue. Zhang Chang was very afraid, but at the thought of the girl's unfortunate experience, he suddenly found the courage. To avoid surveillance, Zhang Chang made a great effort to sneak into the morgue, and this time, he really found a clue. He discovered a hidden door leading to the underground in the morgue. You can never imagine what kind of scene was in that basement. When he said this, Zhang Chang's voice trembled. His breathing became somewhat rapid, as if the scene from that year was once again appearing before his eyes. Even his tone was filled with anger. The basement exuded a nauseating stench and a pungent smell of blood. A huge machine kept running, and in the center of this basement, there was a deep pit. Could it be? When Linhai heard this, he seemed to guess what was in the deep pit. That deep pit was full of people. Zhang Chang took a deep breath, as if trying to calm himself down. No, they were no longer human. Under the stirring of that huge machine, the people in the deep pit had long turned into a pile of rotting flesh. Zhang Chang's account made everyone's faces unusually solemn. Aren't those anomalies supposed to eat people? Why would they turn people into? Lu Linhai asked through gritted teeth. Linhai thought for a moment and slowly said, the reason those anomalies do this is probably to generate electricity. Generate electricity? Lu Linhai felt shocked. Linhai nodded slightly, although it was just his guess. The anomalies have high demands for flesh, they won't eat people with cancer, let alone spend time and effort to treat them. And these people have become the resources to keep this city running. Decaying flesh produces biogas, which is used to generate electricity and power some of the city's machines. Of course, this is just my guess. At this point, Linhai paused. His face became somewhat unpleasant, and he made a guess that made everyone feel disgusted. Or perhaps this decaying flesh has other uses, such as processing into human food. Ugh, Linhai's words made Lu Linhai unable to help but dry heave. Just the thought that the food he had eaten might have been human made Lu Linhai feel like his stomach was churning. If possible, he would have wanted to take out his intestines and wash them. Beside him, Zhou Yun covered her mouth. Although she didn't bend over to dry heave like Lu Linhai, her face turned pale, and she felt equally uncomfortable. Joe Kai noticed his sister's expression, gently nudged Linhai, indicating for him to stop. After noticing Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun's reactions, Linhai quickly changed his tone. Don't take it seriously, these are just my wild guesses. Perhaps the machines underground in the hospital are just a way for the anomalies to deal with humans. For example, after grinding them up, they could be used as fertilizer in the fields, or mixed with cement to build houses, not necessarily being eaten by us. Pfft, laughter came from the drone. Joe Kai, standing nearby, twitched the corners of his mouth, wishing to cover Linhai's mouth. He did change his wording, but it wasn't much better than before. Stop talking. Lu Linhai gasped, wiped his mouth, and said, knowing the truth but not exposing it, there are still friends. Linhai smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Looking up at the drone in front of him, Linhai continued, what happened after that? How did you know that the girl was killed? I found her hairpin next to the pit, Zhang Chang said. It was her favorite hairpin. She said that when her hair grew back after her illness, she would wear this hairpin every day. Linhai noticed a hint of sadness in Zhang Chang's tone, so he didn't continue to ask about the girl, but changed to another question. How did you manage to hide yourself all these years without being discovered by those anomalies? Zhang Chang's situation was different from Joe Kai's. Joe Kai managed to avoid being found by the monsters due to protecting his sister and the awakening of his abilities. However, Zhang Chang had no abilities. If he did, he would have guessed when Joe Kai found him earlier. For a person without abilities to survive in a city full of monsters is not an easy task. After running out of the basement, my first reaction was to tell my parents about this and then have them report it to the police. After all, the basement of the hospital is evidence, and the hospital couldn't handle it in a short time. Zhang Chang was still young at that time, and being able to remain calm in such a terrifying situation was quite remarkable. He didn't know how to handle it, and the only thing he could think of was his parents. However, after returning to the ward, Zhang Cheng thought of the girl's parents. The girl hadn't been discharged from the hospital, yet her family hadn't come to the hospital to look for her. Zhang Cheng found it strange, so he didn't immediately tell his parents about his discovery, but continued to investigate the hospital. Soon, Zhang Cheng discovered that many cancer patients in the hospital were in the same situation as the girl. They will suddenly disappear in one night, and their families will not ask about it. Zhang Cheng felt more and more abnormal, and began to suspect the people around him. With this experience, Zhang Cheng observed things around him more carefully. He began to notice similar disappearances around him. Sometimes it was his classmates, sometimes it was his neighbors. Some classmates would reappear quickly after disappearing, while others never reappeared. Moreover, for those who never reappeared, the people around him reacted strangely, as if that person had never existed in the world, and was never mentioned again. Gradually, I noticed that the people around me were acting strangely, Zhang Cheng continued. So, I started to avoid contact with the outside world. This gave me more time to study, and I felt that only by learning more knowledge could I find the truth. Later, my studies improved, but the attitudes of those two at home towards me became increasingly strange. Whenever I achieved excellent results, although they didn't say it, I could tell they were very unhappy. Linhai didn't find this strange at all. These anomalies were selfish, and they were probably angry because Zhang Cheng's performance had turned him into high-quality food that they needed to offer. Thinking that the livestock they had raised so painstakingly couldn't be eaten by them, of course they would be angry. After Linhai mentioned the high-quality livestock, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. No wonder they insisted on me going to a guaranteed admission program before, and kept saying how good it would be to take me to see the universities with guaranteed admission. At the time, I felt something was wrong. Their sudden enthusiasm made me feel very strange. So, I strongly insisted on giving up the guaranteed admission and chose to take the college entrance examination. Now it seems that they were eager to send me away. Linhai nodded. Only by sending you away can they raise new livestock. But, since there are so many anomalies in this city, why don't they just take over the city directly and raise humans as real livestock? Zhang Cheng was puzzled. In that case, they could eat whenever they wanted, without all this trouble, and without wasting 10 or more years raising 1 or 2 humans. We have also discussed this issue, Linhai said. But we have too little information in our hands, so we have not reached a conclusion. And now the most important thing is to escape from here. As for other matters, we can study them slowly later. Perhaps outside this city, Linhai and the others could find more clues. Just like the information left by the skeleton before it died, the peach blossom spring in the far north. This is the reason you came to find me, right? Zhang Cheng's tone sounded somewhat proud. You are very good, knowing to come to me, a genius, to help you escape. On the side, Lu Linhai coldly snorted, you are shameless, calling yourself a genius. Oof. Besides, it doesn't have to be you, any high-quality human can do it. At least this shows that I am a high-quality human, better than some gorillas, right? Zhang Cheng joked. But, a talking gorilla, can barely be considered a high-quality gorilla, right? You. Lu Lin was also itching with anger. You came to find me, do you need me to help you come up with a perfect escape plan? Zhang Cheng asked. You are locked up by the anomalies and can't escape, and you want to help us come up with a plan. Lu Linhai sneered. If you have the ability, you can escape on your own. You don't need to worry about that. If I want to come out, those two things can't keep me locked up. We already have a plan, Linhai said, revealing the plan they had devised. After listening, Zhang Cheng fell silent for a moment. Internal response? Sounds good, but Zhang Cheng seemed to have a different opinion about Linhai's plan. If you really follow this plan, you will definitely fail in the end. What makes you think our plan will fail? Lu Linhai stepped forward to the drone, staring angrily at the camera on the drone. He clearly did not agree with Zhang Cheng's words. You, who have never seen the true nature of the mutants, what gives you the right to say that? Because I have a brain, Zhang Cheng retorted. Lu Linhai wanted to argue, but was stopped by Linhai. Linhai shook his head at him and humbly asked, what are the shortcomings of this plan? Of course there are, Zhang Cheng said with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. The plan itself is actually not a problem, and it sounds feasible in general. However, you have overlooked some details. Details? Linhai was puzzled. Abandoning the high-speed rail route and choosing the bus route with relatively fewer mutants gathering is commendable. But, disregarding the quantity, it is a form of self-deception and self-comfort. The mutants on a bus are indeed no match for those on a high-speed train, but what about 2, 3, or even 10 buses? At this point, Linhai frowned, vaguely sensing the shortcomings of this plan. You have chosen the wrong time, Zhang Cheng continued. According to your plan, the days for intercepting and robbing the buses are chosen in the days before the start of the university. That period is indeed when students go to the university, but this is under normal circumstances. You should know that the students being sent out of this city are not real students. In the eyes of the mutants, they are just goods. So, during those days, there will definitely be more than one bus leaving the city. You are right, I didn't consider it comprehensively enough. Linhai indeed overlooked these issues. If the buses leaving the city depart in a concentrated manner, then when this plan is implemented, they may face no fewer mutants than those on the high-speed train. Another point, since it is transporting goods, how could the mutants not be fully prepared? Zhang Cheng's perspective on the issue was much more comprehensive than Linhai's. Perhaps, apart from the mutants on the buses, there may be other mutants accompanying them to ensure the safe delivery of the goods. So, that's why I say your plan will definitely fail. It's easy for you to say. Lu Linhai was angry, but also felt that Zhang Cheng's considerations were not unreasonable. So, Lu Linhai said in frustration, if we don't act on those days, we won't know when other buses will leave the city. Joe Kai nodded and continued Lu Linhai's words, even if we know the time the buses leave the city, we don't know who will be on the buses, which is not conducive to our next actions. If you hadn't found me, dealing with these issues would indeed be troublesome. Zhang Cheng's tone was somewhat proud. But since you have found me, these issues are no longer problems. Do you have a solution? Linhai asked. Of course, Zhang Cheng replied. Don't forget, those two things in my house are very eager to send me away. So, if I tell them I want to go to the university to experience the campus life in advance, do you think they will agree? Linhai thought for a moment, seeming to have some concerns. What if they choose to take the high-speed train instead of the bus? You're wrong. The choice of transportation is not important to the mutants. What's important is to send the goods away, Zhang Cheng said. So, if I tell them I want to leave by bus, they won't refuse. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to successfully take the college entrance examination in the first place. In addition, due to the early timing and before the start of the school year, it's impossible for the aliens to send all the students out of the city. After all, this kind of action is too abnormal and easily arouses suspicion among the humans in the city. The aliens have extremely high requirements for the quality of meat, especially for high-quality livestock. In order to ensure the deliciousness of high-quality livestock meat, they must try to appease the emotions of the livestock as much as possible, thereby ensuring that the taste is not damaged before delivery. Zhang Cheng improved Linhai's plan, and 3 days later, the escape plan officially began. Near the toll station, a car stopped on the side of the road. Inside the car, Lu Linhai nervously looked around. Is it too arrogant for us to park the car here directly? Lu Linhai asked. Don't worry, Uncle Lin is using hazard lights, so it won't arouse suspicion from the aliens in the short term. Joe Kai closed his eyes and carefully listened to the sounds nearby. There is still a distance from the entrance to the highway, and the aliens there won't come over. When we hijack the bus, we can just break through. Once on the highway, even if those aliens catch up, Uncle N's abilities can kill them. Instead of that, can you move a bit to the side? Haven't you noticed that you're squeezing Xiaoyun? Lu Linhai pouted and leaned towards the door. They're here. Joe Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He heard a sound. There are 18 units on the car, 11 of them are people, and the remaining 7 are aliens. Uncle Lin, can you do it? Linhai turned his head to look at In Changdao, who nodded. Linhai quickly took out a drone from his bag. This was Zhang Cheng's drone, and because there were aliens on the bus, Linhai had to inform him of the action without being noticed. The drone took off, and the footage captured by the camera appeared on the screen connected to the remote control. I see it. Soon, a bus appeared in the footage. Uncle Lin, you can start the action. With Linhai's soft shout, and Changdao started the car, quickly turned the car around, and began driving against the traffic. On the other side, some of the people on the bus were students, just like Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng chatted with some of the students and learned that they were all called out by their parents. They were told they were going on a trip and visiting future universities. The others looked like working professionals on business trips. Zhang Cheng didn't know how many of these people were aliens. But even so, he was still excited. After all, this was his first direct confrontation with the aliens. Along the way, Zhang Cheng nervously looked out the window. When he saw the drone in the air approaching, he knew the plan was about to begin. Zhang Cheng held onto the bag in his arms, ready at all times. The drone in the air began to descend, and with a bang, it hit the front windshield of the bus. Ah! Zhang Cheng exaggeratedly shouted. Zhang Cheng's acting was a bit exaggerated, but fortunately, it didn't affect his plan. He left his seat, grabbed his backpack, and walked to the driver's side, asking nervously, Master Driver, what's happening? Is the car broken? The driver, with a cold face, glanced at the cracked windshield and casually said, it seems to have hit something. This is too dangerous, the windows are all broken. Zhang Cheng continued to shout in an exaggerated tone. Zhang Cheng, come back and sit down. Zhang Cheng's father in the back said. Zhang Cheng ignored him, with his back to the back seat, slowly unzipped his backpack. It was at this moment that a car came driving against the traffic towards the bus. Quick! Stop the car! We're going to crash! Seeing the oncoming car, Zhang Cheng shouted urgently. Despite the approaching car, the bus driver showed no intention of stopping. Zhang Cheng frowned and shouted at the passengers in the car. Driver, stop the car! We're going to crash! Are you trying to kill us? Zhang Cheng shouted loudly. After all, this was his task as an insider. He had to make sure the bus stopped. The passengers in the front heard Zhang Cheng's shouts and saw the oncoming car, and started urging the driver as well. Driver, stop the car! Step on the brakes! Brake now! The bus driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, and luckily Zhang Cheng held onto the handrail tightly, preventing himself from falling. As the bus came to a stop, the oncoming car also stopped. The car door opened, and Linhai and his group got out. The driver recognized in Changdao. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, preparing to drive straight into them. However, Zhang Cheng wouldn't give him that chance. This was Zhang Cheng's second task, to ensure that the stopped bus wouldn't start again. The driver was not human, and upon seeing in Changdao, he would not hesitate and would definitely accelerate directly towards them. If the bus collided with the car, Linhai and his group would have no chance. Driver! Zhang Cheng leaned towards the driver's seat, with his back to the other passengers in the car, and opened his backpack. If there's a next life, I'll try to be a better person. Zhang Cheng muttered quietly, then two flashes of cold light shot out from the backpack at lightning speed, heading straight for the driver. It was in Qingdao's knives. In the days leading up to the operation, Zhang Cheng had learned about Qingdao's abilities from Linhai. At the same time, he had also obtained the two knives that Linhai had given him using a drone. He had been carrying these two knives all along, for this moment. The driver was completely unprepared for Zhang Cheng, and because the distance was too close, the driver didn't have time to react. Under Qingdao's control, one bone-splitting knife was thrust into the driver's throat, and the other bloodletting knife was stabbed into the driver's abdomen, continuously penetrating until it went in. Impressive! Zhang Cheng marveled in his heart. Although he had heard about Qingdao's abilities from Linhai, seeing it with his own eyes for the first time still surprised him. However, in the blink of an eye, a mutant had died at the hands of Qingdao. The driver weakly leaned against the backrest, and the passengers in the back couldn't see anything. However, the co-driver seemed to have sensed something and stood up to come over. Zhang Cheng remained calm, having seen the horrors of the hospital pit when he was young. Compared to that, what was happening now was nothing. So when Zhang Cheng noticed the co-driver standing up, he immediately turned around and shouted to the passengers in the car, "The murderer is here. It's the wanted murderer in Changdao." This was the third task that Zhang Cheng needed to complete to cause panic. Although Zhang Cheng's acting was still exaggerated, the person walking towards them was indeed in Changdao, so when the passengers saw him, they didn't care whether Zhang Cheng's shouts were true, all they felt was fear in the face of a murderer. "Oh my god! It's really the murderer!" A passenger by the window exclaimed in fear. "I've seen his face on TV. It's him! We're done for. Why did we have to encounter this murderer here? I heard he killed over a dozen people. It's too scary. What do we do? Will he kill us?" "Ladies and gentlemen, please don't worry." The co-driver reassured them. "He can't come in. As long as we stay in the car, we'll be fine." Yes, he can't come in for a while," a passenger echoed. Of course, Zhang Cheng didn't know whether the passenger's agreement was from a human or a mutant. After all, he couldn't tell. "Call the police, call the police. Zhang Cheng, come to mom and dad." Zhang Cheng's parents in the back row stood up and walked towards Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng sneered inwardly, looking at the two mutants in front of him. After finally getting rid of them, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Can't come in? I'll just let them in." Zhang Cheng sneered inwardly. His fourth task was to open the car door. With a click, Zhang Cheng pressed the door unlock button, opened the door, and quickly ran towards it, shouting, "The car is not safe at all. Run! What are you doing?" The co-driver turned back and hurriedly chased after him. "Come back." He reached out to grab Zhang Cheng, but as he reached the car door, a bloodletting knife stabbed at the co-driver's throat. The co-driver quickly raised his hand, and the bloodletting knife hit his arm, cutting through his skin and hitting the exoskeleton underneath. Before the co-driver could react, Changdao burst in from outside the door. He tightly gripped a dark green bone-cutting knife and swung it horizontally at the co-driver's neck. With a bang, the co-driver raised his hand to block Changdao's knife again. However, as he defended himself, two bone-cutting knives stabbed into his knee joints from the left and right. "Ah! Murder!" The passengers in the car panicked. At this moment, Linhai's voice came from outside the bus. "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to be killed by the murderer? He shouted to the passengers in the car, "Run. If you don't run, you'll all die." The door was already open, meaning the car was no longer safe. With Chengdao's appearance, the passengers' first thought was to escape. This was not only to make the situation more chaotic but also to protect themselves. Once they confronted the creatures would surely reveal their true form. If the passengers on the bus saw them, if they didn't escape, it would be fine, as there were many seats on the bus, and Linhai didn't mind taking them with him to escape. But if these passengers saw the creatures and then escaped, the creatures in the city would definitely not let them go. Linhai didn't have time to bring them back. So, in order to ensure that they didn't see the true face of the creatures, Linhai planned to scare them away. As long as they didn't see the creatures' appearance, they might be able to live a few more days. The passengers escaped from the rear door, running back the way they came, and started calling the police with their phones. "Uncle Lin, we need to make a quick decision." There were a total of 7 creatures on the bus, 1 dead, 1 injured, leaving 5. 3 of the creatures had to escape with their own children because of their disguise as students' parents. They had to do so before their own bred creatures found them. So, at this moment, there were actually only 2.5 creatures on the bus, the injured co-driver and Zhang Cheng's parents. Lowly creatures. "I'll kill you." The co-driver's body began to swell, and with a crack, the skin on his abdomen quickly broke, and thorny tentacles surged towards Chengdao. Chengdao seemed to have anticipated this scene, leaned back, pushed off, and quickly jumped outside the bus. "Zhang Cheng, so you found out early." Zhang Cheng's parents walked out from the rear door of the car. They stared at Zhang Cheng without blinking, with a hint of a smile on their faces. "Since you found out, then it's not our fault." Zhang Cheng's father opened his mouth, and saw-toothed mouthparts emerged. "High-quality creatures, I've wanted to taste you for a long time." Something was violently wriggling under Zhang Cheng's mother's skin, and she twisted her neck, revealing black exoskeleton from the torn skin. Zhang Cheng looked at it with disgust. "So ugly. Living with such disgusting things for over 10 years, just thinking about it makes me sick." Zhang Cheng took a step back and shouted to Chengdao, "Come on, it's up to you, Uncle Murderer." Chengdao frowned, seemingly disgusted by the title, and turned back to glare fiercely at Zhang Cheng. "I'll take care of the injured one, you deal with those 2. Chengdao turned back, and all the knives flew out of his backpack, spinning around him. "Deal with them?" Zhang Cheng was stunned for a moment. Just as Chengdao was rushing towards Zhang Cheng's parents, the deputy driver, who had regained his original form, ran out from the front door of the car. 2 bone-piercing knives were inserted into its 2 insect legs, rendering it immobile, but the remaining 4 legs were enough to keep it moving. It saw Zhang Cheng and raised its side-like forearms to strike down. "Stop, Uncle Lin, let's deal with this one first." Zhang Cheng was startled as a figure darted over from the side just as the forearm was about to strike down. "Don't be presumptuous, Uncle Lin meant for us to deal with this creature, not you." "Gorilla?" Linhai had never told Zhang Cheng about their battles with the anomalies, so Zhang Cheng had always thought it was Chengdao who fought the anomalies. In his eyes, Linhai was just the one who came up with ideas, Joe Kai was the one who gathered information, and Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun were just dragging their feet. However, the scene before him made Zhang Cheng reconsider his opinion of Linhai and the others. When the anomaly's forearm came down, Lu Linhai rushed over with a steel rod in hand. He gripped the rod tightly and smashed it against the anomaly's forearm. With a clang, Lu Linhai's powerful blow forced the anomaly's forearm open, and then he pulled Zhang Cheng behind him. Glancing back at Zhang Cheng, although he had seen this top scholar in the news, strictly speaking, this was their first meeting. They had only communicated through drones before. Zhang Cheng wore a pair of black-framed glasses, and despite his tall stature, he was quite slender, and his loose-fitting clothes were quite unusual. "Skinny as a bamboo pole, stay out of the way and don't get in the middle of things here." Lu Linhai smiled, feeling like he had gained an advantage in physical fitness. "What's there to be proud of for looking like a gorilla?" Zhang Cheng pouted, complaining in his mind. "It's just having a muscular body, muscles are almost growing into your brain." Despite his words, he knew he couldn't help in the fight and quickly moved to the side. The anomaly was furious, raising both forearms and sending its abdominal tentacles swiftly towards Lu Linhai. Lu Linhai was well aware of the anomaly's attack patterns. He quickly retreated to create distance, and at the same time, Linhai, who had been lurking on the other side of the bus, made a move. Linhai gripped the knife in his hand and swiftly approached the anomaly from behind. He aimed at the joint on its insect leg, raised his hand, and without hesitation, forcefully stabbed the knife in. Linhai didn't pull the knife out, but just like Lu Linhai, he quickly retreated and took out another knife from his backpack. They had made ample preparations for this operation. They had continuously refined the plan during the day with Zhang Cheng, and at night, they utilized Joe Kai's expertise in lock-picking to gather weapons. In addition, Chengdao had sharpened the knives, so while they weren't razor-sharp, they were still very sharp. "You beast, come on." Linhai stared at the anomaly, taunting incessantly. "Aren't you looking down on humans? Aren't you arrogant? Come on, attack me. If you can't kill me today, I'll look down on you." The anomaly emitted a harsh growl, about to launch an attack on Linhai when another shout came from behind. "Ugly freak! Look here! Look here! There's a surprise here!" Not far away, Zhou Yun waved and shouted loudly. The anomaly subconsciously turned around, and with a whoosh, a crossbow bolt struck its compound eye. Joe Kai raised his crossbow and turned to look at Zhou Yun, asking, "How about that? Is your brother handsome?" "Ah, you despicable beasts!" The anomaly, ashamed and angry, wildly swung its abdominal tentacles. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Linhai circled around the monster's back and struck its head with the steel rod. With another clang, although the steel rod couldn't pierce the monster's carapace, Lu Linhai's actions served to distract the anomaly and provide cover for Linhai and Joe Kai. When the mutants turned to look at Lu Linhai, Lin rushed towards the mutants again. This time, the mutants were smarter. As the forearm slashed towards Lu Linhai, the tentacles from the abdomen rolled towards Lin. "Lin, attack left, dodge right, jump up," Joe Kai shouted, and Lin acted immediately according to Joe Kai's instructions. He dodged to the right, avoiding the tentacle reaching from the left, then quickly jumped up to evade the tentacle trying to entangle his legs. Another tentacle reached for Lin's neck, but before it could get close, a crossbow arrow flew in and hit the tentacle. Seizing the opportunity, Lin approached the mutant again and stabbed the knife into the joint. The three of them cooperated seamlessly, attacking with full force whenever one of them was targeted by the mutants. Compared to them, and Chang Dao on the other side seemed more relaxed. Even when facing two mutants at the same time, he was not at a disadvantage. And Chang Dao's fighting style was both bold and meticulous. The Wuching bone-cutting knife continuously hacked at the mutants, while he used his abilities to control other knives for constant sneak attacks. Dozens of butcher knives flew through the air, cutting off the monster's tentacles and insect legs. In just a few minutes, these three mutants were forced to retreat under the onslaught of Lin and the others. Zhang, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Damn it! Xiao Figan is here!" Lu Linhai also shouted, thrusting his steel rod into the mutant's abdomen. Joe Kai began to move, shooting a crossbow arrow at the monster's front. The arrow pierced the monster's neck, and at the same time, Lin leaped onto the monster's back. "Die!" Gritting his teeth, Lin forcefully stabbed the knife into the monster's neck. And Chang Dao had already finished the battle on the other side. After the two mutants fell, he turned to look at the fight of Lin and the others. After observing for a while, Chang Dao did not intervene and went straight into the bus. As Chang Dao started the bus, Lin and the others finally ended the battle. "Get on the bus," and Chang Dao's voice came from inside the vehicle. After everyone got on the bus, Chang Dao drove towards the highway entrance. As they approached the entrance, Lin's heart was in his throat. The toll booth workers noticed something unusual on the bus and saw that the driver was Chang Dao. They quickly revealed their true forms and tried to stop the bus. "Hold on tight," and Chang Dao shouted and stepped on the gas, ramming through. With a bang, the mutant in front of the bus was sent flying. The speeding bus broke through the barrier and was about to exit the highway when a mutant climbed up from the side. The mutant raised its forearm and smashed the window. Just as it was about to crawl in, Zhang quickly pulled out a tightly wrapped glass bottle from his bag. "Let me do it." After tearing open the package, Zhang ran over and forcefully smashed the glass bottle at the mutant. The glass bottle shattered on the mutant's face, and the liquid inside began to corrode the monster's hard shell. "Damn, I missed. I was going to throw it at its eyes," Zhang complained. "That's sulfuric acid?" Lin was surprised. "Where did you get it from?" "I stole it from the school's chemistry lab when I was in school. I originally planned to use it against the two mutants at home, but then I met you guys. I thought I might need it, so I brought it along when we left." The mutant didn't let go and tried to continue crawling in. Lu Linhai raised his steel rod and stabbed at the corroded area with sulfuric acid. With a hiss, this time, the steel rod pierced into the mutant's brain. "Go to hell!" With a curse from Lu Linhai, the monster was pushed down. As the bus entered the highway, it seemed to pass through an invisible barrier, and the vehicle momentarily slowed down. In an instant, Lin felt a moment of confusion, and when he came to his senses, he noticed that the surroundings had suddenly changed. The plants on both sides of the highway were no longer lush and green. The tree trunks were twisted and grew in an extremely eerie manner. The leaves on these trees were not green and lush, but sharp needles resembling those of a cactus. The dry air exuded a sense of oppression, making people feel unusually stifled. Is this the world outside the city? The scene in front of Lin was extremely shocking, but when he looked back at the city behind him, he found nothing. The special devices completely isolated the entire city from the outside, making it impossible to see in from the outside, while inside, all that could be seen were false images. What in the world has happened? Look over there. Lu Linhai, who was beside him, seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed in surprise. In the woods on both sides of the highway, a group of strange-looking birds perched on the branches. Their jet-black feathers were tattered and missing in places. The flesh on their chests seemed to have rotted, and upon closer inspection, one could see many bloody fleshy growths wriggling incessantly. As the strange birds made their calls, Joe Kai noticed that these birds had sharp teeth in their beaks. The group of strange birds noticed the bus driving on the road and looked over. Fortunately, these strange birds did not catch up, otherwise it would have been quite a trouble. What in the world are these things? Lu Linhai frowned, finding the appearance of these strange birds even more disgusting than the anomalies in the city. They look like crows, Linhai said uneasily. With the strange plants in front of him and the disgusting strange birds in the trees, the world he was in must have experienced something terrible, which is why it had become the way it was now. But what exactly had happened? Are these things crows? Lu Linhai was somewhat surprised. Judging from their calls and colors, they do seem like crows, Zhang Chang nodded. But I wonder why they have turned into such ghastly creatures. Seeing that the group of strange birds did not fly over, Zhang Chang also did not pay much attention to them. He turned to Linhai and asked, "Where exactly is this extreme northern land that you mentioned? The Arctic? If we were to go to the Arctic, that would be quite a project." Linhai shook his head. "I don't know, we have limited information at hand. If we want to go to the extreme north, we probably have to keep heading north. But I don't recommend doing that." Linhai glanced at Joe Kai and his sister sitting in the back row, then continued, "Let's go to the next city first and see if we can find any clues. If we can't find any, we'll figure it out if we can't find any." Linhai sighed. The atmosphere in the bus was somewhat heavy as it drove on the highway. Perhaps unable to accept the reality before them for the time being, everyone on the bus remained silent. The highway was empty, with no other vehicles in sight except for the bus they were riding in. About 4 hours later, Joe Kai, who was sitting in the back, jumped up from his seat. "There are people ahead," Joe Kai frowned and shouted, instantly alerting Linhai and the others. "Have those anomalies run ahead of us? When did they run ahead? I didn't see them." Lu Linhai gritted his teeth, ready to act at any moment. "It's not anomalies, it's people," Joe Kai continued. "There are probably more than 30 people in the woods on both sides of the highway." "People?" Linhai was taken aback. Accustomed to the gathering of monsters, he suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable knowing that so many people had gathered nearby. Due to the lack of cars on the highway, and Chang Dao was driving fast. So when Joe Kai sensed it, they had already entered the range where this group of people was. Linhai hurriedly looked out the window, but just as he wanted to see those people, a gunshot rang out in the woods. With a bang, the gunshot hit the tire of the bus. The front of the bus veered sharply to the left, but fortunately Chang Dao held the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the brake, and quickly adjusted the direction, avoiding hitting the guardrail and bringing the bus to a stop. "They have guns." Linhai frowned. Before leaving the city, Linhai and the others had considered getting a gun. However, the city was built as a ranch according to the environment for human life, so finding a gun was not a simple matter. Especially given their exposed situation, it took a lot of effort for them to find a crossbow. Their cold weapons were at a severe disadvantage against the enemy's firearms. "Why are they attacking us?" Lu Linhai was puzzled. However, his words sparked a realization in Linhai's mind. Could it be because they think there are mutants on the bus? The bus was used to transport high-quality livestock people, which was why this group had ambushed them. They did not have Joe Kai's ability to discern whether the passengers were humans or mutants. That's why they attacked the bus's tire, forcing it to stop. "We are human, not monsters." Linhai shouted urgently out of the window, "Don't shoot, everyone on the bus is human, we escaped from there." With Linhai's shout, several heads appeared from both sides of the woods. Then, a few people emerged from the woods and slowly approached the bus. "The guy is holding a hunting rifle?" Zhang Chang noticed the leader holding a gun and quietly said to Linhai beside him. "Strange, why does only one person have a gun, and it's a 3-round semi-automatic hunting rifle?" Zhang Chang found it odd. In his opinion, since the world had been occupied by mutants, both humans and mutants should have acquired some powerful firearms. Not to mention planes, tanks, and artillery. At the very least, they should have obtained some decent rifles. However, along their journey, not only were the mutants' fighting methods quite primitive, but even now, the only gun they saw was a semi-automatic hunting rifle. Could it be that all firearms had been destroyed by mutants? Or were they hidden by mutants? Zhang Chang couldn't figure it out for a moment. "Get off the bus." The leader raised the hunting rifle in his hand, and the people behind him held cold weapons such as knives and axes. "What should we do now?" Lu Linhai asked. Linhai thought for a moment and said, "Let's not get off the bus for now." Linhai glanced warily at the approaching people and said quietly, "Although they are human, we don't know what these people are up to. If these people are not good people, it's very dangerous for us to get off the bus recklessly." "I agree," Zhang Cheng echoed. "Let's negotiate with them first, and if it doesn't work." Zhang Cheng looked at Changdao. "Uncle, can the car still run?" "It can," and Changdao nodded. "The body suddenly veered to the left just now. It should be because the left front tire was shot. Although one tire is damaged, there shouldn't be a problem driving out, just a bit bumpy." "That's fine," Zhang Cheng nodded. "I'll go negotiate with them." Linhai walked to the window with a frown. Linhai felt that he was the most suitable person to negotiate. If the other party opened fire, even if Linhai was killed, he could go back in time. As for the others, once they died, it would be over. "Brothers, we are all human, not monsters," Linhai said according to his guess. "We ran out from the city, we mean no harm. Get off the bus." The man with the hunting rifle ignored Linhai. He aimed the gun at Linhai and shouted fiercely, "If you don't get off, I'll shoot." If the other party continued to remain silent, negotiation would be impossible. If they didn't know what the other party was trying to do, then Linhai and the others could only break out. Linhai frowned. For safety's sake, he decided to let Changdao drive out. But at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. A man emerged from the crowd and walked up to the man holding a hunting rifle, shouting excitedly at Linhai, "Linhai, it's you, right? Do you remember me?" Looking at the sudden appearance of the person, Linhai was first stunned, and then a memory from several years ago jumped into his mind. "You are Uncle Tian?" Linhai was somewhat surprised. Several years ago, there was a tenant named Tian Wenlei living downstairs from Linhai's family. Although he was in his 30s, he had a childlike innocence, and the children in the neighborhood liked him. Tian Wenlei had many different types of game consoles at home, so whenever it was vacation time, Linhai would always go to Tian Wenlei's house to play games. Tian Wenlei didn't mind at all, and even played happily with Linhai. But later, Tian Wenlei got married and never came back after going on a honeymoon with his wife. Some said Tian Wenlei took his wife back to his hometown, while others said Tian Wenlei had bought a house and moved away with his wife. Since then, Linhai had never seen Tian Wenlei again. Now thinking back, Linhai finally understood that something must have happened to Tian Wenlei during the honeymoon trip. "Ha, I knew you would remember me, kid." Tian Wenlei was very happy and excited, saying, "It's been several years since we last met, and I never thought I would see you again." Tian Wenlei turned to the man next to him holding the hunting rifle and said, "Lei Gu, this young man is my little brother, let them pass." The man called Lei Gu by Tian Wenlei had a stern face. He did not put down the hunting rifle, and said in a low voice, "No, Wenlei, don't forget why we're here. If they are different, we must kill them." "But they shouldn't be different," Tian Wenlei said with a smile. "Whether they are different or not, it's not up to you or me to decide. We have to wait for the Lady Saint to see them before we can determine whether they are different or not." "Lady Saint?" Linhai was stunned. He didn't know who the Lady Saint mentioned by the other party was, but if this Lady Saint could distinguish between humans and different beings, she was likely to have special abilities. "Hey, old man, if we really are different, do you think you can kill us with just that hunting rifle in your hand?" Zhang Cheng glanced at the hunting rifle in Lei Ji's hand and said disdainfully, "Different beings have tough shells. Even if a hunting rifle can cause them some damage, with just one hunting rifle, it's no match for different beings. Do you want to try?" Lei Gu aimed the hunting rifle in his hand at Zhang Cheng. "Stop! Stop!" Tian Wenlei hurriedly shouted. "Linhai, Lei Gu is not a bad person, he is a chosen one, chosen by the gods to lead humanity against different beings." Tian Wenlei couldn't persuade Lei Gu, so he turned to Linhai. "Chosen one?" Linhai frowned. The strange words kept adding up. Tian Wenlei looked worried, and it was clear that he was genuinely worried that Lei Gu would take action against Linhai and the others. "Linhai, Uncle Tian has never lied to you. They are not bad people, nor are they different beings. When my wife and I were traveling, it was Lei Gu who saved me from those different beings." Tian Wenlei continued, "We all live in a village far away, where everyone was saved by Lei Gu and the others. Come with us and see for yourselves. I swear on my life, as long as you are all human, there will be no danger." "Linhai, these people use the term different beings," Zhang Cheng reminded in a low voice. Linhai nodded. He had also noticed this. When ordinary people encounter anomalies, they tend to instinctively call them monsters. Linhai and Joe Kai were no different at first. It wasn't until they met in Changdao and saw the records of these anomalies that they learned they were called anomalies. Now, the fact that the people in front of them are using the term anomalies indicates that they likely have similar information in their hands. The information in Linhai's hands is incomplete, and although some of the content may be true or false, obtaining more information might help them better understand anomalies, and even understand what has really happened in this world. Moreover, Linhai is somewhat interested in the chosen one mentioned by Tian Wenlei. Uncle Tian, please wait a moment, I need to discuss with my friend. Linhai turned around and the group walked to the driver's seat. What do you think? Should we visit this village? Linhai didn't rush to answer Tian Wenlei. Now, he and Changdao and the others are a team, so whether to go or not, everyone in the car has the right to speak. I think we can go take a look. Joe Kai has always pursued a stable life. Since the people outside are indeed human, their village may become a place for him and Zhou Yun to live in the future. And Changdao did not object and glanced outside before saying, if they are all human, even if there is danger, I can handle them. Majestic, indeed Uncle Lin, Lu Linhai said. I think the opinions of gorillas are not considered. Without waiting for Lu Linhai to speak, Zheng Cheng joked. You're asking for it. It's already this late, and you still have the heart to joke. Lu Linhai glared at Zheng Cheng. I can do it, Zhou Yun answered softly. Since no one objects. Linhai thought for a moment, then let's bring our weapons and go take a look. After the decision was made, Linhai and the others got off the bus. One team will continue to stay here, and the second team will come with me to take them to the village, Brother Lei shouted. After we go back, I will have the third and fourth teams take over. A group of people surrounded Linhai and the others, but kept a certain distance from them. Linhai could understand this. If it were him alone, without Joe Kai's abilities, he would not trust these people either, nor would he get off the bus and go to some village with them. Linhai, how did you escape from those anomalies? Perhaps because they were old acquaintances, Tian Wenlei was not afraid and walked to Linhai's side to chat with him. Those anomalies are not easy to deal with. If it weren't for the chosen one in the village, we would not be able to match those anomalies at all. Uncle Tian, what is the chosen one? Linhai asked, feeling that he could learn more information from Tian Wenlei. It's the person chosen by the gods, Tian Wenlei replied. Only those chosen by the gods can. Before Tian Wenlei could finish his sentence, Brother Lei, who was at the front of the team, shouted, Wenlei, come here, don't talk to them until we are sure whether they are human or not. Tian Wenlei nodded apologetically at Linhai, smiled, and walked into the team surrounding Linhai and the others. The chosen one they mentioned, could it be someone with abilities? Joe Kai leaned over and whispered. Linhai was not sure, but if Brother Lei and the others could rescue humans from the anomalies, then the chosen one was probably someone with special abilities like them. It's possible. That's not important, Zhang Chang also walked over. What's important is the holy maiden they mentioned. Indeed, Linhai nodded, they clearly respect this holy maiden, and now it can be confirmed that this holy maiden must also have special abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to distinguish between humans and anomalies. What I want to say is, generally, the people who can become saints should be very beautiful. Zhang Cheng's response was obviously unexpected. Just as they were talking about this, someone in the group surrounding them suddenly spoke up. When walking, look ahead and be careful of those trees. The surrounding trees grew strangely, their trunks not growing straight up, but twisting and contorting at various odd angles. If it weren't for these strange trees, Linhai and the others could have walked faster. Be careful not to get pricked by the thorns on the trees, someone reminded them. What happens if you get pricked? Linhai asked curiously. These thorns are poisonous, another person explained. Although the poison won't kill you, the area where you were pricked will be extremely itchy for many days. If you accidentally scratch the skin, the bloody smell will attract those disgusting strange birds. Someone walking behind the group also added. Not only those strange birds, but also some large black rats that only come out at night will be attracted by the bloody smell. Yes, those large black rats are the most terrifying. What's so scary about rats? Lu Linhai asked in confusion. Zhang Cheng sneered and said, you don't understand anything. No matter when, rats are the most terrifying. Not only are they full of bacteria, but they also have a terrifying reproductive ability. If our world is really facing doomsday, perhaps the ones who can survive to the end are not humans, but rats. Moreover, the rats outside may be different from the ones in the city, Linhai continued Zhang Cheng's words. Just think about the appearance of those strange birds, maybe the rats outside are also similar to the strange birds. Remember, never get bitten by those large black rats, someone in the group kindly reminded. If you get bitten, even if it's just a small skin break, the wound won't heal and will gradually rot. Unless you cut off that piece of flesh, the rot will spread from the wound to the whole body. If you cut off that piece of flesh, the bloody smell will attract even more strange birds and rats, and then it will become a vicious cycle. Linhai glanced at the nearby strange trees and became more vigilant. These people don't seem so bad, and Changdao said quietly. Although these people had been wary of Linhai and the others, they were only concerned that Linhai and the others were disguised as human-like aliens. Moreover, on the way to the village, they would kindly inform Linhai and the others of the dangerous things nearby. Perhaps, they really were, as Tian Wenlei said, all humans who had escaped from the hands of aliens. Because of these strange trees, Linhai and the others had walked for about an hour. As they walked, Joe Kai seemed to sense something. He walked to Linhai's side and whispered, "There are a lot of people ahead, it should be their village. Are you sure they are all human?" Linhai asked. Joe Kai nodded, "They are all human, probably more than 100. And I also heard the laughter of children." Hearing this, Linhai breathed a sigh of relief. A village full of humans, although not many in number, but since Joe Kai heard the laughter of children, it meant that the people in this village were indeed not bad. Soon, they arrived at the village. However, rather than calling it a village, it was more like a dilapidated settlement. The houses inside were dilapidated, mostly makeshift wooden sheds. The people in the village stayed in simple wooden sheds, and upon seeing Linhai and the others, they also showed a hint of wariness in their eyes. Occasionally, one could see several children around 7 or 8 years old playing and frolicking, but the appearance of those children A hint of surprise appeared on Linhai's face. The appearance of those children was very strange, and each one was different. Some of the children were clearly around 8 years old, but they had no teeth when they opened their mouths. Some children have many bumps on their faces, and they scratch them from time to time, seemingly without pain or itchiness. They are not tall, very thin, some hunchbacked, some walking with a limp, looking silly. When they open their mouths to laugh, their runny noses mix with saliva and are sucked into their mouths. Afterward, they smack their lips as if they have tasted something delicious. Joe Kai, are they really human? Lu Linhai asked quietly. Joe Kai nodded. But why do they look like this? Lu Linhai asked puzzled. Could it be because of some kind of mutation? Zhang Cheng speculated for a while and said, for example, the trees, birds, and the rats we haven't seen outside are all due to this mutation. Didn't you say there are special devices to isolate the outskirts of the city? Could the existence of these devices also isolate these mutations? But why do the adults look so normal? Lu Linhai asked. Because these children were born later, Tian Wenlei, who was originally walking in front, came over. He seemed to know that Linhai and the others would talk about these children and explained in a low voice, children born in the outside world, for some reason, all look very strange. Perhaps, Zhang Cheng guessed, this is the way those anomalies limit the growth of humans. If the escaped humans start to reproduce in a few decades, or even hundreds of years, they will threaten the existence of the anomalies. In order to solve this problem at its root, the anomalies have tampered with the breeding of humans, or perhaps tampered with the outside environment, causing the children born in the outside world to. Here, Zhang Cheng stopped. They arrived at the entrance of the village, and the people guarding outside saw them and shouted, "Brother Lei, you go and inform the members of the 3rd and 4th teams to exchange with each other." Brother Lei arranged. Then, Brother Lei looked at Linhai and the others and said, "The rest of you come with me and take them to see the Lady Saint." The so-called Lady Saint lived in a dilapidated temple. Brother Lei asked Linhai and the others to wait outside, and he walked into the temple alone. The Lady Saint must be very beautiful, Zhang Cheng muttered quietly, seeming eager to see the Lady Saint. But when the temple door opened, the person who walked out behind Brother Lei was an old lady with gray hair. Although the old lady walked unsteadily, the clothes she wore seemed to be the style that young girls liked. "Lady Saint, they are the people who came out of that city this time," Brother Lei said respectfully with his head bowed. "Please take a look and see if they are human or anomalies." "Ha!" Zhang Cheng was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked surprised at the old lady who came out of the temple. "Is she the Lady Saint? Isn't it a mistake? Shouldn't the Lady Saint be fair-skinned, beautiful, and have long legs?" "Keep your voice down," Linhai glared at him. "Haven't you noticed how much the people in this village respect the Lady Saint? If they hear you say that, they'll beat you up." The old woman referred to as the Lady Saint slowly walked out. She first came to Linhai, looked at him, and nodded slightly. Then she walked to Zhang Cheng and nodded as well. But when she came to Lu Linhai, her expression suddenly changed. The Lady Saint took 2 steps back, looked Lu Linhai up and down, and said, "What's wrong?" Lu Linhai looked puzzled. Linhai and the others also looked at Lu Linhai, but didn't find anything strange about him. At that moment, the Lady Saint spoke. She opened her mouth, and her teeth were almost falling out. She trembled and raised her hand, pointing at Lu Linhai, and said, "What are you? How can you insult people, old lady?" Lu Linhai looked wronged, not knowing how to respond for a moment. However, when the saint finished speaking, Rij on the side quickly became alert. He raised the hunting rifle in his hand, quickly loaded it, and aimed the gun at Lu Linhai, ready to shoot at any moment. And Chang Dao behind Lu Linhai quickly took action. The bone-cutting knife flew out and he held it tightly in his hand, ready to strike back at any moment. "Chosen one?" Rij frowned and looked somewhat surprised when he saw the bone-cutting knife fly out of the bag. "It's okay," the saint raised her hand, signaling Rij to put down the gun. he is not a different kind. The saint looked at Lu Linhai. But he is not human either. Ha! Lu Linhai was a little confused. He had been a human for so many years. How did he suddenly become a non-human, non-different kind of being? Saint, are you mistaken? Linhai was also puzzled. In the past timeline, he had personally killed Lu Linhai, so he believed that Lu Linhai was human. The saint's judgment cannot be wrong, Reed said sternly. Joe Kai on the side did not speak. In fact, he had always felt that Lu Linhai was strange. After all, Lu Linhai's heartbeat was very similar to that of a different kind. But because Lu Linhai had never harmed them, and even sacrificed himself to help them, he did not delve into the matter. Now, Joe Kai had a guess in his mind. He looked at the saint and asked, could it be that he is the product of a combination of human and different kind? What? Lu Linhai was even more confused. He had been a human for so many years. How did he become a half-human, half-different kind of being? And how could those disgusting monsters with tentacles be combined with humans, whose taste was so heavy? The saint shook her head. No. He has neither the scent of a human nor the scent of a different kind, and I don't know what he is specifically. Saint, is there a possibility? At this moment, Zhang Cheng suddenly approached Lu Linhai. He smiled and said, he is indeed neither human nor different kind, because he is a gorilla. Saint, you have never seen a gorilla like him, so you don't know. Lu Linhai stared at Zhang Cheng. Gorillas don't easily harm humans, so he is not dangerous. Zhang Cheng ignored Lu Linhai and continued, no, since he is not human, he cannot stay in the village. Reej did not want any threatening presence to stay here. He wanted to drive Lu Linhai out of the village, but the saint seemed to have discovered something. Her eyes lit up, and even her tone of voice became excited. This is... The saint quickly walked forward. Her trembling body made Linhai worried that she would fall at any moment. The saint walked past Lu Linhai and came to Zhou Yun's front. Joe Kai frowned and instinctively protected Zhou Yun behind him. What are you going to do? Joe Kai asked. Little girl, come here. The saint beckoned to Zhou Yun, signaling her to come over. What are you going to do? Joe Kai raised his voice, but the saint did not pay attention to him. Do not be disrespectful to the saint. Reej sternly shouted. Brother, it's okay. Zhou Yun was worried that Reej would shoot, and walked out from behind Joe Kai. She walked to the saint and looked up at her. The saint reached out and caressed Zhou Yun's cheek, her eyes showing a hint of excitement and joy. Found it, the saint muttered. Finally found it. Have you touched enough? Joe Kai pulled Zhou Yun back and frowned. Saint, does this mean she is your successor? Reej quickly walked over. The saint nodded, and then said, yes, this little girl will become the new saint in the future, leading humans to reclaim everything that belongs to us. Ha! This time, it was Joe Kai who was confused. His sister had suddenly become the new saint, and she had to lead this group of people to reclaim everything that belonged to humans. Saint, what is going on here? Lin asked. As you can see, I am getting old and my health is deteriorating day by day. I don't have much time left. After I leave, a new saintess will be needed to lead humanity in overcoming the aliens. This young girl possesses boundless power within her, and she will become the new saintess after my death. I disagree, Joe Kai firmly refused. He did not want his sister to become a saintess, and he especially did not want Zhou Yun to be exposed to the aliens. He only wished for Zhou Yun to live a peaceful life. You don't need to rush to answer me, the saintess shook her head. This is a destined matter, her responsibility that cannot be avoided. You must be tired from escaping the city full of aliens. Rest in the village for a few days, the saintess said, trembling even more. Perhaps it was due to her earlier excitement, she looked even more haggard. What about this? This thing? Lei Gu glanced at Lu Linhai. This thing? Lu Linhai was furious. It's fine, the saintess shook her head. He can accompany the saintess, perhaps it is also God's arrangement. Lei Gu nodded, then waved for two people to help the saintess back to the shrine. You can move around the village, but you cannot leave, Lei Gu said after seeing off the saintess. Why? Lu Linhai said, we never agreed to stay here. This is for your safety and to protect the new saintess, Lei Gu said loudly. Lu Linhai wanted to argue, being labeled as neither human nor alien already made him angry, and now they were being restricted from leaving. However, Lin gestured for Lu Linhai to hold back. Lin had his own plan. These people knew about the aliens and the chosen ones, indicating that there was information in the village that Lin and the others did not know. So, the immediate priority was not to argue with these people about leaving the village, but to gather more information. Instead of confronting them now, it was better to go along with their wishes and make these people relax their guard. After collecting enough information, they could quietly slip away. Big Gorilla, do you have anything to say now? After Lei Gu and the others left, Zhang Cheng approached Lu Linhai. He said, it's confirmed. Nonsense. Lu Linhai gritted his teeth. What saintess? I am a real person. Let's stroll around the village, chat with the people here, and see if we can gather any useful information. Lin whispered his plan. Even if they were going to leave eventually, they needed to gather information about the aliens and find out how many people in the village had abilities like theirs. Only then could they ensure their safety when they left. But halfway through, Joe Kai's face suddenly darkened. He looked at a few strange-looking children not far away, who were pointing and talking about Lin and the others. What's wrong? Lin asked. Those kids are discussing us, Joe Kai replied. What are they saying? Lin knew that if those kids were just having a normal conversation, Joe Kai would not have this expression. They are discussing which part of us is the best to eat. Wow, Joe Kai's words did not scare Zhang Chang. He was even curious and asked, did they specify which part of me is better to eat? Joe Kai glared at Zhang Chang and casually said, they said you were so thin, all bones, definitely not tasty. Ha, in that case, if this village really eats people, I should be able to live longer than you guys. The people in this village don't really survive by eating people, do they? Lu Linhai frowned. Maybe, Zhang Chang shrugged. Think about it, we've walked all the way here, the road is so desolate, plus the existence of the mutants, there must be a shortage of supplies. If the people here want to survive, they must eat something. What if they can't find food? Then they have to eat people. Why do you think they intercept the buses coming out of the city along the way? Is it really to eliminate mutants? Or do they want to take advantage of the opportunity to take away a few humans as food? You know about the virus, right? Zhang Chang glanced at the group of children not far away. If they eat people, they might get infected with that thing. Patients with the virus may exhibit a series of symptoms such as intellectual disabilities, which are quite similar to those children. At this point, Tian Wenlei ran over from not far away. Lin Yi, I heard from Brother Lei. Tian Wenlei looked very happy. Brother Lei said that you are all humans and can stay in the village. And Brother Lei also said. Tian Wenlei suddenly became respectful when he saw Zhou Yun standing next to Joe Kai. This beautiful young lady must be the successor to the Holy Lady. When I saw this young lady before, I could tell she was extraordinary at first sight. Uncle Tian, is there something you need? Lin Yi interrupted Tian Wenlei. Nothing much, I just told my wife about your arrival. My wife said that you must be hungry after running for so long, so she prepared some food. Tian Wenlei waved his hand and said, let's go, come to my place and have something to eat. Lin Yi thought for a moment and tentatively asked, Uncle Tian, this doesn't seem right. It should be difficult to find supplies in the outside world, and now you have to share them with us. We really feel sorry. The supplies outside are indeed not as abundant as in the city, but they are not that scarce, at least there is no problem with food, no one will starve. Tian Wenlei spoke naturally, looking like he was not lying. Lu Linhai glared at Zhang Chang and whispered, what about the shortage of supplies? You just like to scare people. Zhang Chang shrugged, unimpressed. Let's go, you'll know after you've been there, just don't be picky after seeing it. Tian Wenlei's words made Lin Yi curious, so they followed Tian Wenlei to where he lived. It was a wooden shack, surrounded by wooden boards pieced together to block the wind. There was no door in the shack, and there was no furniture inside, only a wooden board that should be their bed for sleeping. The house is very simple, don't mind it. Tian Wenlei pointed to the shack. You can sit wherever you want, don't be picky. It's not as furnished as the city outside. We don't mind. Lin Yi shook his head. It was not easy to survive in a world full of mutants, so they were not picky in other aspects. They had prepared themselves mentally when they decided to escape from the city. Moreover, this place was much better than the half-month they spent in the mountains. Lin Yi is here. A woman walked out of the shack, her skin slightly rough, looking a bit haggard. Do you still recognize me? The woman was carrying a large bucket of steaming soup, which looked slightly dark in color. And one. Lin Yi recognized the woman, she was Tian Wenlei's wife. Uncle Tian, what kind of soup is this? Zhang Chang glanced at the dark soup in the bucket and asked with a frown. Tian Wenlei awkwardly scratched his head and said, I won't hide it from you, this is rat soup. Rat? Rat? Zhang Chang was stunned. The big black rats you mentioned before? Lin Yi asked. Tian Wenlei nodded and said, we've searched around here, and besides the rats, there are only those strange birds. It's hard to catch those strange birds, but these big rats are easy to catch because there are so many of them. Don't worry, I've cleaned them all up. Antwin put down the wooden bucket and brought over a few wooden bowls from the side. The first time I ate it, I felt nauseous, but later I got used to it and didn't feel nauseous anymore. I also roasted a few, I'll bring them to you. I'll go too, Tian Wenlei followed. To be honest, Lin Yi didn't mind eating rats. After all, resources were scarce outside the city, and having meat to eat was already a rare thing. To survive in such a harsh environment and fight against the mutants, eating rats was nothing to be mentioned. Linhai scooped up a spoonful of dark soup. Although it looked disgusting, it smelled okay. He picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks. The black meat was torn into thin strips, and if it wasn't mentioned, you couldn't tell it was rat meat. "Do you think this meat could be human flesh?" Zhang Chang asked in a low voice. And Changdao shook his head beside him and said quietly, "Human flesh doesn't look like this." "I'll eat first," Linhai said. "If I'm okay after eating, then you can eat." Along the way, Linhai and the others were indeed hungry. Although they had some food in their bags, it wouldn't last long. Once this food was gone, they would have to find other food. If these rats were edible, it would help them solve some problems. After chewing and swallowing, Linhai didn't feel any discomfort in his body. "The roasted meat is ready." Tian Wenlei walked over with a few skewers of roasted meat. "The roasted meat has a milder smell, and my wife was afraid you would dislike it, so she specially prepared it. Look, you can't tell it's rat meat at all if you look at it like this." Tian Wenlei raised the skewer of meat in his hand. The meat on it was cut into pieces, and indeed it didn't look like rat meat. "We usually just roast it directly when we eat it. There are no seasonings, so just eat it as it is." Tian Wenlei ate a skewer casually, then distributed the rest to Linhai and the others. When Tian Wenlei wasn't paying attention, Linhai nodded to Joe Kai and the others, indicating that they could eat. Although they knew they couldn't be picky in the current situation, it was the first time they had eaten this kind of meat, and except for in Changdao, the others felt that this meal was incredibly long. However, after drinking a bowl of hot soup, their spirits relaxed a bit. As the sky darkened outside the wooden shed, after eating and drinking their fill, they were ready to start gathering information. According to the plan, Linhai and Joe Kai would be one group, Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang would be another group, and Changdao would be alone, each going to different parts of the village to investigate. However, when they started their investigation, they found that this village was full of strangeness. The people living in this village were exceptionally warm, and whenever they saw Linhai and the others, they would come over to inquire about their well-being. But whenever Linhai wanted to ask about the village, the answers he got were surprisingly consistent. Under the protection of the Holy Lady and the Chosen One, this village was very safe. Apart from that, Linhai didn't get any valuable information from them. As for how the Holy Lady and the Chosen One specifically protected the village, they didn't say, and always diverted the topic. "I always feel like the reason these people are telling us this is to make us stay in this village," Linhai said quietly to Joe Kai. "I have the same feeling," Joe Kai nodded. The Holy Lady and Lei Gu said that everything the people in the village do is to reclaim everything that originally belonged to humans. But, at this point, Joe Kai looked around. "However, we've been wandering around here for so long and still haven't seen them preparing for battle. And, Joe Kai, don't you think the people in this village are a bit strange?" Lin glanced at the person waving at him not far away. Lin politely responded and then continued, "I didn't pay much attention before, but after wandering around the village for a while, I feel like everyone in the village has a bit of a hunchback." The villagers all had hunched backs, but the degree varied. Lin hadn't noticed before, as living in this environment might naturally lead to fatigue and hunching. Lei Go and the others seem to be okay, it's not as obvious. Lin continued, "But the older they are, the more severe the hunchback, including the holy woman we saw earlier." Recalling the holy woman walking out of the shrine, Lin had thought her hunchback was due to her age, causing her to walk unsteadily. "Do you remember the house we passed by just now?" Joe Kai looked back. "When you were talking to that family, I glanced inside the wooden shed. There was a person lying face down in the corner on that wooden board. Everyone has different sleeping positions, so lying face down isn't necessarily strange. But the premise is that the bed underneath you is soft enough. If you're lying on a hard wooden board, sleeping face down would be quite uncomfortable. That person lying on the board didn't move at all. If I couldn't hear his heartbeat, I would have suspected that he was dead. And, a hunchback is due to the curvature of the spine, and severely hunched individuals wouldn't be able to sleep face down on a bed. But that person did, and when lying face down, there was a lump on his back. Could it be caused by mutation?" Zhou Yun asked in a low voice. "Just like those children. It's not impossible." Lin thought for a moment and then looked towards the shrine in the distance. "Let's go to the shrine again." Lin lowered his voice and said to Joe Kai, "Let's eavesdrop on the holy woman in the shrine. Maybe we can find something out." "I was thinking the same thing." Joe Kai's thoughts coincided with Lin's. They quickly arrived at the location of the shrine. To avoid suspicion, they didn't get too close and stayed within the range of Joe Kai's abilities. Joe Kai began using his abilities and listened carefully, but after a while, he shook his head. "What's wrong?" Lin asked. "It seems like she's asleep." Joe Kai replied. "The sound of her breathing is the same as the person who was sleeping face down earlier. The holy woman also sleeps face down?" Upon hearing this, Lin felt even more uneasy. Could it be that there's something on their backs? Are they sleeping face down to avoid crushing whatever is on their backs? If they have something on their backs, what could it be? Jo Yun was curious. Lin thought for a moment and felt a wave of unease. Do you remember the information Uncle Lin found? Lin looked around cautiously and then said in a low voice, the term aberration used in the information doesn't just refer to the monsters in the city. The term aberration is a general term for all monsters. Because Lin and the others had only been in contact with the mantises, they had overlooked this issue. Now thinking about it, they felt a chill down their spines. Are you saying these people could possibly be other types of aberrations in disguise? Joe Kai furrowed his brow. He thought for a moment and his expression became serious. I've been careless. Joe Kai realized the seriousness of the situation. The frequencies of heartbeats of different types of anomalies may not be the same, so relying on the sound of heartbeats to judge whether the other party is an anomaly may not work. But if the people in this village are also anomalies, why don't they attack us? Jo Yun asked. Could it be that they, like the anomalies in the city, only attack us when we discover that they are not human? Linny shook his head. It shouldn't be. Regarding the anomalies in the city never bring it up unless the humans they raise reach a certain age, or when their true identity is discovered. Although I don't know why they do this, they have always tacitly maintained this way. But the people in this village actively bring up the matter of anomalies, and they even know about the existence of abilities. At this point, Linny suddenly noticed a problem. Joe Kai, have you seen anomalies here? The mantises from the city? Linny asked urgently. Joe Kai shook his head. Don't those anomalies all live in the city? Their heartbeat frequencies are different from humans, so if they appeared here, I wouldn't have missed it. No, I'm talking about the bodies of the mantises. Bodies? Joe Kai was puzzled for a moment. If the people in this village have been fighting the mantises and have successfully rescued so many people, they must have killed mantises. So, how do they deal with the bodies of the mantises? Linny looked back at the village. If it were me, I would use the parts of the mantises to make weapons. The hard shells can be made into armor to protect the body, and the sharp forearms can also be made into knives. But in this village, we haven't seen anything related to the mantises at all. Could it be that they are being handled centrally? Joe Kai furrowed his brow and asked. After all, we only explored a part of this village, and Uncle Lin and Lu Linhai might have made other discoveries. Linny didn't say anything, although these were all his speculations. Once there was doubt in his heart, the village in front of him became different. Let's go back and see if Uncle Lin and the others have returned. Linny thought for a moment. If they haven't found anything either, we'd better leave here. Just as they were about to return to Tian Wenlei's residence, a limping little boy suddenly walked towards them from a distance. The little boy's face was covered with many small lumps, which looked a bit scary. When he approached, the little boy stared at Jo Yun and smiled foolishly, revealing a mouthful of crooked teeth. Mom! The little boy suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Jo Yun, shouting, Mom, I finally found you. The little boy limped towards Jo Yun, continuously calling out Mom. He opened his arms to hug Jo Yun, but Joe Kai quickly grabbed his collar as the little boy approached. You little brat, stop talking nonsense, and dare to lay a hand on us. I'll beat you up. Joe Kai frowned and said fiercely, Kid, are you mistaking me for someone else? Jo Yun asked softly, I'm not your mom. The little boy became anxious, waving his hands and continuing to shout Mom. As he shouted, the little boy started to cry. Compared to the other children in the village, Linny felt that this little boy's reaction was a bit unusual. After carefully recalling, there was no such little boy among the children who gathered together and talked about the delicious parts of their bodies. Kid, why do you say she's your mom? Linny crouched down and asked softly. The little boy looked at Jo Yun and murmured, My mom is the most beautiful. Beautiful? Linny was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Joe Kai. What he said just now is right. My sister is indeed pretty, Joe Kai casually remarked. Mom, I've been looking for you for so long. The little boy stared at Jo Yun without blinking, tears streaming down his cheeks, looking very pitiful. Mom, please don't leave, okay? It was obvious that the little boy had a low intellectual level, and no matter what others said, he couldn't change his mind about what he believed. However, his next words caught Linny's attention. The little boy reached out to grab Jo Yun and said, Mom, I miss you so much. Please don't leave with them, they are bad people. Leave with them? Linny frowned, and when she looked up again, her eyes met Joe Kai's. Little friend, who did your mom leave with? Joe Kai also noticed that the little boy's words were strange, so he asked hurriedly. However, the little boy completely ignored him and just kept looking at Jo Yun, murmuring the same words. Brother, let me ask him. Jo Yun thought for a moment. Since the little boy mistook her for his mother, perhaps he would answer her questions. Little friend, who are those bad people you mentioned? Where did they take your mom? The little boy listened to Jo Yun's words, raised his hand, and pointed to the nearby ancestral hall. "Mom, please don't go in there again." "Ancestral hall?" Linhai was somewhat surprised. "Is this child's mother in the ancestral hall?" "Impossible," Joe Kai shook his head. "Other than the elderly saint in the ancestral hall, there are only 2 men responsible for protecting the saint, and they are all male. Unless this child's mother is already gone," Joe Kai said quietly. "This village is indeed problematic." Linhai's expression became somewhat serious. He thought for a moment and said, "No, we can't stay here for long. Let's go, we'll go back and meet with Uncle and sneak out at night." Joe Kai nodded, but when he let go, the little boy quickly grabbed Zhou Yun's hand. He held on tightly, showing no intention of letting go. "Let go!" Joe Kai shouted. Although the little boy was very scared, he still didn't let go. He clung to Zhou Yun as if she would disappear if he let go. "No! I want to be with my mom." Joe Kai was about to speak, but was stopped by Linhai. "He clearly has no intention of letting go. If we forcibly pull him away, he will definitely attract the attention of people nearby." Linhai glanced at the ancestral hall and continued, "And besides, the ancestral hall is not far from here. If that saint inside notices, it will be troublesome. Let's go back to Uncle Tian's place, and then we can find an excuse to have Uncle Tian send him away." Returning to the wooden shed where Tian Wenlei lived, before they even entered, Tian Wenlei saw the little boy following Zhou Yun. "Xiao Hu." Tian Wenlei immediately recognized the little boy. He walked over and, without waiting for Linhai to speak, said, "Young lady, does he mistake you for his mother?" Tian Wenlei's words surprised Linhai. "Xiao Hu, let go quickly, she is not your mother." Tian Wenlei reached out to try to pull the little boy away from Zhou Yun. "Mom, let's go quickly. He is a bad person," the little boy shouted while holding onto Zhou Yun. "You child." Tian Wenlei sighed and withdrew his hand. "Linhai, please don't mind, as long as there are new people in the village, he always acts like this." Tian Wenlei seemed unconcerned about the things the little boy shouted. His reaction made Linhai curious. After thinking for a moment, Linhai asked straightforwardly, "Uncle Tian, what about this little boy's mother?" Normal people would be curious when encountering such a situation. If you don't ask, it will seem a bit strange. "Gone," Tian Wenlei replied bluntly. "Xiao Hu is a pitiful child," he continued. "In fact, there are many people like him in the village. You also know that casualties are inevitable in battles with anomalies. In that battle, Xiao Hu's mother was seriously injured. We finally brought Xiao Hu's mother back, hoping that the Holy Lady could save her, but it was too late. When we brought her into the shrine, Xiao Hu's mother had already passed away." Tian Wenlei's answer indeed explained Xiao Hu's strange behavior. Seeing the people in the village bring their own mother into the shrine, but since then, his mother has disappeared. Due to his intellectual limitations, Xiao Hu doesn't understand what death is, so he sees the people in the village as bad people and doesn't want to go near the shrine. At this point, Tian Wenlei sighed again. He looked at Xiao Hu next to Zhou Yun and said with a bitter smile, "But it's also good in this way. At least he thinks his mother is still alive, just hidden by us." "So that's how it is," Linhai echoed. But Tian Wenlei's words made Linhai notice another strange thing. According to Tian Wenlei's explanation, the people in this village have been fighting anomalies for many years, so if there are casualties among the villagers, why hasn't Linhai seen any injured people? Xiao Hu is now living with his grandfather. "I'll take him back first. If we go back too late, his grandfather will be worried," Tian Wenlei said, reaching out to the little boy again. "No!" The little boy's emotions suddenly became extremely agitated. He picked up a stone from the ground, along with the soil, and haphazardly threw it at Tian Wenlei. The raised dust accidentally got into Linhai's eyes. He rubbed them, and when he opened them again, he vaguely saw something coming out of the little boy's body. It was a faintly glowing thread. One end of the thread was connected to the little boy, and the other end was slowly drifting towards Zhou Yun. "What is this?" Linhai didn't know what this suddenly emerging thread was. It looked like a spider's silk, but because it emitted a faint white light, it became somewhat noticeable. If a thread emerged from Xiao Hu, does it mean that he is not actually human, but an anomaly? Linhai dared not touch the thread directly. He didn't know what would happen if he did, but he also couldn't just watch the thread connect to Zhou Yun. Seeing Tian Wenlei in front of him trying to stop Xiao Hu from throwing stones, Linhai had a sudden inspiration. "Xiao Hu, stop, don't throw anymore," Linhai said, stepping forward. "Oh!" Just as he took a step, Linhai exclaimed as if accidentally tripping, and he bumped into Tian Wenlei. Taking advantage of the situation, he pushed Tian Wenlei straight towards Xiao Hu, who had not reacted. The other end of the thread touched Tian Wenlei's body, but just as Linhai breathed a sigh of relief, the thread unexpectedly pierced out of his body and continued to drift towards Zhou Yun. "What on earth is this thing?" Linhai was somewhat anxious. He couldn't find a suitable tool around him for a moment, so he took off his clothes and swung them forcefully at the thread. This thread was extremely strange, it seemed to have no substance at all. No matter how Linhai swung, the clothes would pass through the thread. Linhai, what's wrong with you? Joe Kai noticed Linhai's series of strange actions. He was very clear that Linhai couldn't do these things for no reason. Joe Kai became alert and carefully observed using his abilities, but he didn't find anything. Let me go. I want to be with my mom. Xiaohu, who was throwing stones randomly, was grabbed by Tian Wenlei. Tian Wenlei picked him up and let Xiaohu struggle, but he never let go. Looking back at Linhai, Tian Wenlei asked, Linhai, why did you push me just now? I wasn't standing steady just now, almost fell, and accidentally pushed you, Linhai explained in a hurry. Sorry, Uncle Tian. It's okay, the roads here are not as easy to walk on as the cement roads in the city, Tian Wenlei said, looking at the clothes Linhai was holding and asked, then why are you taking off your clothes? Linhai hesitated for a moment, then said, there's a bug. I thought I saw bugs flying around just now. Xiaodian is most afraid of bugs, I want to drive the bugs away. Bugs? Tian Wenlei frowned, I've lived in the village for so long and never seen any bugs. Maybe I saw it wrong. Uncle Tian, do you want to take Xiaohu back first? Since these methods couldn't stop the silk thread from floating towards Zhou Yun, the best way was to let Tian Wenlei take Xiaohu away. You're right, if he goes back too late, his grandfather will worry, Tian Wenlei nodded. I'm not going. I want to be with my mom. Xiaohu and Tian Wenlei's arms shouted, but his struggles were in vain. You guys are weird. You want to harm my mom. Mom! Linhai, I'll take Xiaohu back first and come back later. Tian Wenlei seemed accustomed to Xiaohu's reaction. It's dark now, you're not familiar with the village, don't run around. With that, Tian Wenlei walked away with Xiaohu in his arms. As they left, the glowing thread disappeared at some point. Linhai turned to Zhou Yun and asked worriedly, Xiao Yun, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Uncomfortable? Zhou Yun shook her head, no, I feel fine now. Don't rush to answer me, feel it carefully. Linhai, did you notice something? Joe Kai asked. You were waving the clothes around just now, as if you were possessed. Didn't you see it? Linhai was taken aback. A thread came out of the kid called Xiaohu. Linhai recounted what he had seen, but after hearing it, Joe Kai was even more puzzled. A thread? Joe Kai shook his head. I didn't see any thread coming out of him. Linhai, I didn't see any thread floating towards me either, Zhou Yun recalled. Indeed she didn't see the thread Linhai mentioned. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Joe Kai asked. If there really was a thread coming out of that little thing, I couldn't have missed it. Thinking carefully, Linhai also found it strange. The thread was emitting a faint light. It should have been very conspicuous in this dark night without electric lights. But why did only he see it? Thinking of this, Linhai frowned. Could it be because of drinking that pot of rat soup? What you saw was actually an illusion. Joe Kai didn't doubt Linhai. If there really was a thread as Linhai said, with his enhanced vision, he would definitely be able to see it. You also drank the soup. Why are you guys fine if it's really an illusion? Linhai asked back. Regardless of what the threat is, we can't stay in this village any longer. Joe Kai thought for a moment and felt that the village was not safe. After Uncle and the others come back, we'll discuss how to slip away. Not long after, and Shangdao came back. Like Linhai and the others, and Shangdao also interacted with the enthusiastic villagers, but when he tried to inquire about the village, the descriptions from these people were surprisingly consistent. The village was still so good and safe. Compared to the people in this village, I feel like the weirdos in the city are more human, and Shangdao frowned and said, carefully think about it, if those anomalies didn't reveal their true appearance, their words and actions would indeed be similar to humans. It's the people in this village that make Linhai feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Why haven't Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang come back yet? And Shangdao glanced outside the wooden shed, his tone tinged with worry. Since they had decided to leave this village, they needed to act as soon as possible. No one knew what would happen next, and the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it became. But they had waited for a long time and still hadn't seen Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang. Instead, Tian Wenlei, who had originally taken Little Tiger back, came back looking anxious. Linhai, have the two young men who were with you come back? Linhai shook his head, no. Uncle Tian, what's wrong? Oh no, they wouldn't have really gone to the forest north of the village, would they? Tian Wenlei looked very worried. The forest north of the village? Linhai continued to ask, Uncle Tian, is it forbidden to go to the forest north of the village? You can't go there. Tian Wenlei frowned and said, it's my fault for not telling you. The forest north of the village is a forbidden area in the village, especially at night. If you go to the forest north of the village at night, you're as good as dead. Tian Wenlei's words instantly made the atmosphere tense. Linhai furrowed his brow, worried about Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang, but also curious. Since the forest north of the village was dangerous, why did the people in the village still stay here? Weren't they afraid that the danger in the forest would eventually spread to the village? Uncle Tian, what exactly is in the forest north of the village? Why is it certain death for anyone who enters the forest at night? Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Tian Wenlei shook his head inside. The forest north of the village is where the village concentrates on handling corpses. Handling corpses? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Whose corpses? Everyone's corpses, Tian Wenlei continued. Do you remember the strange birds and rats that the people in the village told you about on the way here? These strange creatures are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. If allowed to multiply unchecked, their existence would eventually threaten the people in the village. To prevent this situation, whenever someone dies, whether from natural causes or at the hands of anomalies, the village would concentrate on handling the bodies. This way, the strange birds and rats would be drawn to one place. The birds and rats would fight over the bodies, which, to some extent, not only reduced the number of these strange creatures, but also solved the village's food problem. The people in the village would enter the forest north of the village in groups during the day, making it easier to catch the birds and rats due to their concentration. They would clean and process the birds and rats caught in the forest and bring the meat back. This way, they wouldn't attract them to the village because of the smell of blood. Tian Wenlei's words made Lin Yi think of the anomalies in humans in the city. What about the injured people? Joe Kai interjected. His question was actually what Lin Yi wanted to ask. They hadn't seen any injured people in this village. If someone got injured in a fight with anomalies, what would happen to these injured people? After all, the blood flowing from the wounds of the injured would also attract the birds and rats to the village. We deliberately selected a place near the forest north of the village to build a temporary residence for the injured. The injured people would stay there temporarily, and the people from the village would be responsible for guarding the area around the house. Although those strange birds and rats look weird, they are still animals and are afraid of fire. At night, we would light torches around the shed to prevent them from approaching. Those strange birds and rats aren't stupid. Instead of risking their lives to attack the injured, they would rather go directly to the place where the bodies are handled and eat the ready-made ones. Tian Wenlei's explanation seemed to make sense. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Tian Wenlei turned around and prepared to leave. I won't talk to you for now. Tian Wenlei looked very anxious, as if he was ready to rush to the forest north of the village. Fresh footprints were found on the way to the forest north of the village, and it is speculated that you went in, so let me take a look. I have to hurry over to search. Many people from the village have also gone. If they haven't gone far, maybe we can still save them. I'll go too. And Chang Dao put on the bag containing the butchering knife, wanting to follow. You guys shouldn't go. Tian Wenlei shook his head. You've just arrived in the village, and you're not even familiar with the village, let alone the forest north of the village. If people aren't found, and you get lost, it will be really troublesome. They are the ones I brought out, and I must ensure their safety. And Chang Dao spoke with a cold face, emitting an irresistible momentum. Moreover, according to your words, I am the chosen one. And Chang Dao raised his hand, and a bloodletting knife flew out of the bag and landed in his palm. And Chang Dao's ability had been demonstrated when he met the saintess before, so there was no need to hide it now. Of course, and Chang Dao only showed a small part. Uncle Tian, let us go. Lin Yi also stood up. We won't go in, we'll wait outside the forest. I promise not to cause trouble. Tian Wenlei frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Even if I don't let you go, you will definitely go in the end. Instead of letting you find your own way, it's better for me to take you there to be safe, so you won't get lost. Let's go. Lin Yi and the others followed Tian Wenlei quickly towards the north of the village. Along the way, and Chang Dao frowned, and had already held the bone-cutting knife in his hand before reaching the north of the village. It was clear that he was really worried about Lu Linhai and the others. Uncle Lin, do you really think Lu Linhai and the others went to the forest north of the village? Lin Yi glanced at Tian Wenlei running ahead, and pulled in Chang Dao to the back of the group. Did they not go? And Chang Dao was stunned. If it's just Lu Linhai, he might have gone. Lin Yi said softly. He is careless and rarely pays attention to details. But Zheng Cheng is different. Lin Yi said while paying attention to Tian Wenlei in front. A person without abilities, who has lived for so many years in the presence of anomalies, must be quite cautious. In fact, when Lin Yi heard Tian Wenlei mention this matter, he was somewhat suspicious. Zheng Cheng was very clever. Since he was collecting information, he naturally wouldn't go to the deserted forest north of the village. Even if he did go, he wouldn't choose to go at night. As for the footprints found by the villagers, perhaps Zheng Cheng deliberately made them to attract the attention of the villagers. Zheng Cheng didn't tell Lin Yi and the others about this, so even if the villagers didn't find the footprints, Lin Yi and the others would still be worried, prompting the villagers to help search. In this way, the footprints left outside the forest would still be discovered. Of course, this was Lin Yi's speculation. The reason for insisting on going was, first, to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Since they had decided to slip away, it was essential to find a safe route. Second, even if Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang really went to the forest north of the village, it would be easier to search using Joe Kai's ability. As for why Zhang Chang did this, perhaps he wanted to understand how many chosen ones there were in the village, or there might be other reasons that Lin Yi hadn't thought of at the moment. Now that you mention it, there is such a possibility. Although Chang Dao said so, the worry in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. And Chang Dao was the only elder among them, and in his eyes, Lin Yi and the others were like his children. Since they were brought out of the city, and Chang Dao decided that he must protect them. Compared to himself, and Chang Dao felt that this group of young men and women were the hope of the future of humanity. Therefore, he couldn't be completely sure about Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang before they entered the woods. Wen Lei, why did you bring them here? Outside the woods to the north of the village, there were many people holding torches gathered. The leader was still Lei Gu, who, after glancing at Tian Wenlei with a hunting rifle, stared fiercely at Lin Yi and the others. Under the moonlight, the twisted and growing trees in the distance looked like grinning monsters. The thorns on the trees seemed like their fangs and claws, giving off an indescribable sense of strangeness and loneliness. You can come with us, Lei Gu pointed his hunting rifle at Chang Dao. I remember you are the chosen one, and you won't drag us down after you go in. You should be able to help. But you guys can't. Lei Gu looked at Lin Yi and the others next to Chang Dao. Those big black rats and strange birds are very active at night. If there's danger, we won't have time to take care of you. So, if you don't want to die, just stay outside obediently. Besides, among you, there is the successor personally chosen by the Holy Lady. If something happens to her, we can't bear that responsibility. Lin Yi frowned. In fact, he had no intention of entering the woods with Lei Gu and the others. The reason for coming here was just to confirm if there was a possible escape route nearby. Based on Lin Yi's understanding of the village, the shrine where the Holy Lady lived was to the west of the village. The Holy Lady might be the chosen one, and with people nearby protecting the Holy Lady, the probability of being discovered on this route was high. To the east of the village was the mountain, and crossing it would lead them to the city they had escaped from, so that was not a consideration. As for the south of the village, that was the route Lin Yi and the others had taken to come here. The people in the village would be waiting here to ambush the bus coming from the city. Leaving from here, they would definitely encounter the people from the village. So, the only remaining route was the woods that the villagers considered forbidden. You stay outside, and I'll go in with them, and Chang Dao walked towards Lei Gu, holding a bone-cutting knife in his hand. And Chang Dao wanted to go in to see if Lu Linhai and the others were in the woods, and at the same time, to check if this route could be used to escape. A cold wind blew from the woods, carrying a pungent stench, and Lin Yi felt a bit dizzy, as if there were some fine sand in the gust. He rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw the faint white light emitting from the thread once again. But this time, the thread was coming out of the hunting rifle in Lei Ji's hand. One end of the thread was connected to the barrel, and the other end was slowly drifting towards Chang Dao. As Chang Dao approached, the thread connected to his chest. Joe Kai, did you see that? Lin Yi tugged at Joe Kai beside him. See what? Joe Kai didn't understand what Lin Yi was pointing at. The thread I told you about before. Lin Yi whispered. The thread? Yes, it's on Uncle. Joe Kai hurriedly looked at Chang Dao, but he didn't see anything. I didn't see any thread on Uncle. You two stay to protect the successor, and the rest come with me. Let's go. Lei Gu left Tian Wenlei and another person behind in the team. Wait. Just as they were about to enter the woods, Lin Yi ran over. Do you have something else to do? Lei Gu frowned and asked. Lin Yi ignored him and walked in front of Chang Dao, asking, Uncle, do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Yi didn't know what the sudden appearance of the thread meant, but precisely because he didn't know, he felt uneasy. I'm fine, and Chang Dao shook his head. What are you trying to do? Lei Ji's tone sounded a bit impatient. Lin Yi, what's wrong? And Chang Dao also felt that Lin Yi was acting strange. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain for a moment. After all, only he could see this thread. After a moment of thought, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the thread on Chang Dao's body. Strangely, the thread that was previously untouchable was now in Lin Yi's hand. With a strong pull, Lin Yi pulled the thread connected to Chang Dao off. At the moment the thread broke, Lin Yi suddenly heard a gunshot, followed by a sharp, piercing pain in his chest, his face instantly turning pale. Lin Yi? And Chang Dao supported Lin Yi's swaying body. Lin Yi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he looked down at his chest, which was unharmed. He then looked back at Lei Gu, who hadn't fired a gun, and didn't even have a loaded hunting rifle in his hand. So, what was the gunshot he heard? Lin Yi, are you okay? Tian Wenlei hurried over. He helped Linhai away and turned to Changdao, saying, maybe he's just tired. I'll take care of him here, he'll be fine. When Linhai came to his senses, the thread that had been connected to Changdao had disappeared. And Changdao reached out and touched Linhai's head, saying, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Linhai, should I take you back first? Tian Wenlei said. Linhai shook his head. The strange events just now had left him puzzled. He didn't continue to stop Changdao from leaving, firstly because it would seem too deliberate to insist that Changdao stay. After all, if he really didn't want Changdao to enter the woods, he would have said so from the beginning. Secondly, Linhai hadn't figured out what the thread was, and since it had been broken, there shouldn't be any problem. The first time he saw the thread was from Xiaohu's body. If Xiaohu was an anomaly, these threads were likely its means of attack. But this time, the thread he saw came from the hunting rifle. Could it be that Lei Ji's hunting rifle was also an anomaly? This was obviously impossible. Uncle Lin, be careful when you go in. Linhai walked up to Changdao and whispered, especially watch out for the person with the gun. Changdao nodded, then followed Lei Guo and the others into the woods. I'll be fine after a rest. After Changdao and the others left, Linhai turned to Tian Wenlei. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. Tian Wenlei's eyes showed a hint of concern. What's going on? To avoid the people in the village, Linhai and Joe Kai walked to the side. I don't know either. Linhai recounted what had just happened, and Joe Kai also felt puzzled. Let's not talk about that for now. Linhai took a deep breath, and the pain in his chest had disappeared with his awakening. Have you found Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang? Linhai asked. Joe Kai shook his head and looked into the woods. Within my range, I haven't sensed Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang, but there's one thing they didn't lie about. There are indeed many creatures in the woods, from the sounds, they are indeed rats, and those strange birds we saw before. And I also smelled a strong scent of blood. At this point, Joe Kai's face became somewhat grim. Too much noise and an overly stimulating smell would burden Joe Kai's sensory organs. In this situation, he couldn't use his abilities for a long time. So, given the current situation, perhaps Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang were really as Linhai guessed, leaving footprints outside the woods to divert the people in the village. But there was another possibility, they had encountered something unexpected. Linhai was more inclined to the former. He didn't think Zhang Chang would be so careless, nor did he think Lu Linhai would be so easily killed by those rats. We'll take a look around here. If we can't leave the village through the woods, we'll look for another route to see if we can go around the woods. Joe Kai nodded. However, just as they were about to act, Tian Wenlei and another person who stayed here followed them. Joe Kai turned to look at the people following them, feeling like a prisoner out for a walk, constantly being watched. Could you please not follow us all the time? Joe Kai stopped and frowned. Linhai also didn't want them to follow, so he continued Joe Kai's words, Uncle Tian, we just want to walk around nearby and calm down. You also know that our friend has not been found yet, and we feel uneasy. I understand your feelings now. Tian Wenlei took a few steps forward, speaking in a calm and comforting tone, sounding like a patient elder. But as you said, you are not calm now. What if you get anxious because you're worried about your friend going into the woods? Linhai, I don't want you to get into trouble. And, the successor to the Holy Lady is also here. She is related to the future of the village. We must ensure her safety. So, if I don't go, you won't follow? Zhou Yun's sudden words surprised Joe Kai. In Joe Kai's mind, Zhou Yun had always been obedient, well-behaved, and sensible. From childhood to adulthood, almost all decisions that needed to be made were analyzed by Joe Kai, and then Zhou Yun made decisions according to Joe Kai's wishes. But at this moment, Zhou Yun's words were unexpected. Xiao Yun, what are you going to do? Joe Kai quickly pulled Zhou Yun aside. Brother, aren't we looking for a safe way to leave here? Zhou Yun answered softly. They have been following us, it will be very inconvenient for us to act. If they find out that we want to escape from here, who knows what will happen. Since they want to protect me, I'll just stay here. As long as they don't follow you and Brother Linhai, you can act freely. No, I can't leave you alone here. Brother! Zhou Yun pouted, looking a little unhappy. Can you stop treating me like a child all the time? I have grown up, although I am not as capable as you in dealing with the abnormal, I don't want to be a burden to you. But that's not possible. Joe Kai shook his head. I'll stay with you, and let Brother Linhai go alone. If Brother Linhai goes alone, what if he encounters danger? There won't be anyone to watch out for each other. Zhou Yun's tone was very firm. As long as I stay in the village and they follow, there won't be any danger. Even if there is danger, I'm not afraid. Zhou Yun continued, when we were in the mountains before, although Uncle Lin didn't give me devil training like you, he also taught me a lot of self-defense techniques. If I really have to fight, even if I'm not their match, I won't be easily caught by them. With that, Zhou Yun patted her backpack. Uncle Lin helped me sharpen a knife in my bag. On the bus, Zhang Chang also gave me a box of lime powder. If there is really danger, I'll throw lime powder in their eyes, then stab them, and then run away. To reassure Joe Kai, Zhou Yun continued, when I shout, you will definitely come over. I think Xiaoyun's method is feasible. Linhai walked over. Even if the people living in the village are not good, they dare not act in the village. Why? Joe Kai glanced at Linhai. Because they don't want to get hurt, Linhai explained. They said that the mice and strange birds in the forest are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. As long as someone is injured, they will gather and take the injured person to a specific place for treatment. If they start a fight in the village, and someone gets injured, the smell of blood will attract the mice and strange birds to the village. When Tian Wenlei told Linhai about the place where the bodies were concentrated in the village, Linhai immediately thought of this point. At first, he couldn't understand why, if the people in the village were also different, or in other words, if they were human but not good people, why didn't they attack them when Linhai and the others entered the village? There are also chosen ones in the village. If they all attack together, even with Chang Dao on their side, the other side could use their numerical advantage to defeat them. But now, Linhai understood. The people in the village feared the mice and strange birds in the forest. In terms of numbers, the people in this village could not compare to these strange creatures. Brother, just trust me this once. Zhou Yun tiptoed and patted Joe Kai's shoulder, smiling. I'm not that useless, and besides, Linhai's vision is not as good as yours. Together, you will definitely be able to quickly find a safe way out of here. Joe Kai did not speak, and it was clear that he was quite hesitant. Seeing Joe Kai's conflicted expression, Linhai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Joe Kai was not only obsessed with his sister, but also a late-stage sister complex patient. Brother, if you don't listen to me, I won't talk to you anymore. Zhou Yun frowned, pretending to be angry. Then I won't call you brother anymore, I'll go solo. Fine, I'll go, okay? Joe Kai finally relented. After Zhou Yun decided to stay, another person arranged by Lei Gu followed her closely. Tian Wenlei was somewhat worried about Linhai, but after Linhai's repeated assurances, Tian Wenlei could only give up. Xiaoyun, if anything happens, just shout, and I will come back immediately. After repeated instructions from Joe Kai, he followed Linhai and walked away. They walked eastward along the village until they were out of sight of Tian Wenlei and the other person, then quickly approached the forest and continued walking along the edge of the forest. The dark forest exuded a chilling and eerie atmosphere, occasionally accompanied by rustling sounds, whether from the lurking mice in the forest or the strange birds perched in the trees, it was unknown. As they walked, Joe Kai suddenly stopped. Linhai, there's a fire ahead. Linhai looked up, but because he didn't have Joe Kai's superhuman vision, he didn't see anything. Let's get closer and take a look. Continuing forward, Linhai finally saw the fire that Joe Kai had mentioned. It was a dilapidated house, without a roof, surrounded by a circle of torches. There are people inside the house. Joe Kai used his ability to listen for a moment, but the breathing sounds inside seem a bit slow. And there's a foul smell inside. Could this be the temporary residence for the injured people that Uncle Tian mentioned before? Linhai furrowed his brow. The house was surrounded by a circle of torches, seemingly to prevent the mice and strange birds from approaching, but the number of torches was not enough to serve any purpose. Furthermore, the house had no roof, so how could it prevent the strange birds from entering? Let's go take a look. They quickened their pace, but after a while, Linhai suddenly grabbed Joe Kai. Linhai forcefully pulled Joe Kai back, almost causing him to fall. What's wrong? Joe Kai steadied himself, looking at Linhai with a puzzled expression. Strange, why is it gone again? Linhai stared at the road ahead, muttering softly. What's going on? Joe Kai asked. Try lifting your leg again. Linhai didn't answer. Joe Kai was puzzled, but still lifted his leg as Linhai had said. Just as Joe Kai lifted his leg to take a step forward, Linhai hurriedly stopped him. Don't move. Linhai frowned. Don't put your foot down. Lin fixed his gaze on the ground, and just as Joe Kai's foot was about to touch down, a faint white light emanated from the ground, and a thin line slowly emerged, floating towards Joe Kai's foot. What on earth is this? Lin felt increasingly puzzled as he watched the thread connect to Joe Kai's ankle. You saw those threads again? Joe Kai's body swayed slightly, but he continued to step forward, his raised leg suspended in midair. Lin nodded and crouched down, reaching out to grab the thread. With a tug, just like with Chang Dao before, the thread snapped. At the same time, Lin suddenly heard a click, followed by a sharp pain in his ankle. Lin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without making a sound. Seeing Lin's furrowed brow, Joe Kai asked, What's wrong? He retracted his foot and squatted beside Lin. I snapped the thread I saw. After the pain in his ankle eased a bit, Lin spoke. Something's not right. Lin pondered for a moment. He picked up a branch from the roadside and stabbed it towards where the thread emerged. With a click, something instantly sprung from the ground, tightly gripping the branch in Lin's hand. A trap? Joe Kai looked surprised at the sudden appearance of the object. If Lin hadn't stopped him, it wouldn't have been the branch in Lin's hand that was caught at this moment, but his foot. The trap's jaws were rusty, covered in dried blood and dirt, some of it turning black. The pain in his ankle had disappeared, and Lin stood up, holding the branch in his hand, continuing to probe the nearby ground along with the trap. About 4 or 5 steps away, when he forcefully stabbed down, there was another click, and another trap was triggered, catching the end of the branch that hadn't been removed. There are more. Joe Kai frowned. Could it be that this road is lined with these things? He looked around, feeling puzzled. Why are these traps placed here? To prevent the forest's mice from entering the village? We've walked all the way here, and only this place has traps. If it's to deal with the forest's mice, the traps wouldn't only be placed here. At this point, Lin raised his head. He glanced at the roofless house in the distance and said with a furrowed brow, "This road leads to that house. Are you saying that these traps are to prevent someone from going to that house?" Joe Kai asked. Lin thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps. It's to prevent the people in that house from entering the village. If those in the house were all injured, once they entered the forest, the bloody smell from their wounds would attract mice and strange birds. Moreover, due to their injuries, their movements might be inconvenient. If they chose to walk through the forest, they might easily be pricked by thorns on the trees due to their limited mobility. The end result would be a dead end. Even if they didn't enter the forest and chose to walk this road, the outcome probably wouldn't be much better. I can understand the temporary placement of the injured outside the village to prevent the smell of blood from attracting creatures from the forest," Joe Kai said, looking at the ground. "But even if it's to prevent them from entering the village, is it necessary to place traps on the road? This approach doesn't seem like it's for the care of the injured, but rather for killing those who run out of the house." Linhai continued with what Joe Kai had said. The situation they saw was completely different from what Tian Wenlei had told them at the beginning. "I should have thought of that earlier," Linhai continued. "This place is different from the city. Due to the lack of supplies, recovering from illness or injury is not a quick process. It's okay if it's just a minor injury like a scratch, but once the injury is a bit more serious, there are no medications in the village to treat them. It's quite difficult to let wounds heal on their own in this environment." So, Linhai didn't continue. If the village was really as he thought, then the distant house was not a place to shelter the injured, but a place for the injured to perish on their own. The people sent into that house definitely wouldn't want to die like that, but when they wanted to escape, they would face either the mice and strange birds in the woods, or the traps along the road. "Wait a minute," Joe Kai looked at Linhai. "Are you sure the silk thread you just saw came from the location of the trap? And you said this thread was connected to where my ankle is. If you hadn't noticed, if I had stepped on it directly, the trap would have caught my ankle." Recalling the sound and pain he felt after breaking the silk thread, Linhai found it somewhat unbelievable. Both the sound and the pain could only be felt after the trap was triggered. Could it be that the silk thread I saw was not because the people in the village are different, but because of my own reasons? Linhai guessed. "Isn't your ability to control time?" Joe Kai asked curiously. "Why did it suddenly become a silk thread again?" "The future," Linhai exclaimed, after breaking the silk thread. "Could I feel what might happen in the future? Could these glowing silk threads possibly represent future timelines?" "It's not entirely impossible," Joe Kai thought for a moment, then continued. "But I always feel that your ability is becoming more and more strange." "I think it's quite good," Linhai smiled. "The appearance of these timelines is different, at least it can avoid danger." "Are you saying that you can now stably see these lines?" Joe Kai asked. Linhai shook his head and said, "I don't know, but every time you might encounter danger, I can always see these glowing lines. And the place where the silk thread emerges is the source of danger, and the target the silk thread floats towards is the person who is about to be in danger." At this point, Linhai's face suddenly became somewhat grim. "Oh no, Uncle Lin. If the existence of these silk threads is really as Linhai thought, then before entering the woods on Chengdao, he clearly saw the silk thread emanating from the gun in Lei Ji's hand floating towards Chengdao's chest." Thinking of this, Linhai couldn't help but frown. If these silk threads really represent future timelines as he guessed, does the silk thread extending from Lei Ji's gun to Chengdao's chest mean that Chengdao will be hit by the bullet in the gun? Linhai remembered the gunshot he heard when he broke the silk thread, and the piercing pain in his chest. Uncle Lin is in danger. At this moment, he really wanted to immediately enter the woods to find Chengdao. If he could find Chengdao before Lei Gu fired the gun, perhaps he could save him. However, Linhai didn't do that. He took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. Joe Kai's ability couldn't be used for a long time in such a harsh environment, which was too much of a burden on his sensory organs. Even if they were to enter the woods immediately to search, they might not necessarily find Chengdao, and might even put him and Joe Kai in danger. By that time, not only would they fail to save in Changdao, but they would also die here due to their rash actions. Linhai believed that in Changdao would not die so easily. Moreover, before in Changdao set off, he had reminded the other party to be careful of Lei Gu. The future will change, and perhaps his reminder will save in Changdao from danger. Even if in Changdao really cannot escape this disaster, he can die once and use his abilities to go back in time. Linhai looked up at the house without a roof in the distance and said softly, let's go to that house and take a look. Since the incident had already occurred, they must gather as much information as possible before it ends. Even if they really have to die at that time, they will not have to start all over again because of their impulsiveness. As long as they gather enough information, even if they go back in time, they can turn the tables. As they continued to walk towards the distant house, Linhai and Joe Kai were extremely cautious. This road was buried with many traps, and their locations were unpredictable. Even though the torch in their hands could illuminate the path ahead, they could not visually determine the specific locations of these traps. Fortunately, Linhai could see the glowing threads. Once their feet landed on a spot where a trap was buried, the thread would emerge from the ground and connect to their ankle positions. Using these threads, Linhai and the others avoided the traps on the ground. Although it took a lot of time, they were getting closer to the house. As they were about to reach the house, even though Linhai did not have Joe Kai's ability, he could smell the foul odor emanating from the house. It was not just the smell of blood, but also mixed with other odors. It was like the smell of decay, and the stench of excrement. This place is definitely not a place for healing, Linhai said with a serious look at Joe Kai beside him. The outside world is scarce in resources, and the speed of recovery from injuries is not as good as in the city. Joe Kai nodded, sharing the same view as Linhai. If the environment for healing is extremely bad, rather than saying that this house is a place for healing, it is more like a place for waiting to die. Joe Kai felt a little dizzy. The strong odor penetrated his nostrils, constantly stimulating his nerves. His stomach churned, and even though he covered his nose, he could still smell it. Sorry, this place is too stimulating for the sensory organs, so I won't use my abilities for now, Joe Kai said, easing up a bit after stopping the use of his abilities. Let's leave after we finish looking around. I feel uneasy without using my abilities, Joe Kai said cautiously. The house in front of them not only had no roof, but as they approached, they saw that the house didn't even have doors or windows. It was completely open, unable to keep rats and strange birds out. Although there were torches around the perimeter of the house, the torches were spaced far apart and did not serve as a deterrent. Faint and weak moans could be heard from inside the house. Linhai glanced at the house and instantly felt his scalp tingle. The house was filled with white bones, and teeth marks from rodents could be seen on the bones. The ground was covered with disgusting filth, and it was hard to tell whether it was blood or biological waste. Even though Linhai had seen anomalies in the city, he was still shocked by the scene before him. He remembered what in Changdao had said before, that compared to the people in this village, the anomalies in the city seemed more human. At least, when those anomalies attacked, they would give the person being eaten a quick death, rather than leaving the injured to fend for themselves in pain and despair. Are these people all injured from the village? Joe Kai, who was beside him, also frowned, finding the scene before him too horrifying. Those guys are too cruel. No wonder there are so few people in this village. The scene in front of him made Linhai understand. According to what Uncle Tian told us before, if this village has really existed for so many years, and they are still constantly rescuing people coming out of the city, then the people in the village should not be so few. Now it seems that for this village, people are just a kind of consumable, Linhai sighed. In order to prevent the injured from attracting rats and strange birds into the village, coupled with the scarcity of resources, unable to ensure rapid healing of wounds, once the injury is too severe, they will be sent here. Then, using their cries and the bloody smell of their wounds to attract the rats and strange birds in the forest, thus ensuring the safety of the village. This house is simply a cafeteria for those strange creatures, Linhai gritted his teeth. Let's go, let's leave here quickly. Joe Kai was worried about Zhou Yun in the village. After confirming that the people in the village were not good people, Joe Kai became more worried about his sister's safety. Joe Kai, look over there. When Linhai turned around, he suddenly noticed a person lying in the corner of the room who was not dead. The low moans they heard were coming from this person. The person was lying face down on the ground, with a skinny body and bones, and the only difference from the surrounding white bones seemed to be just an extra layer of skin. How could there be a hole on his back? Following Linhai's gaze, Joe Kai also saw the person. There was a terrifying wound between the shoulder blades on the person's back, as if something had been torn off his back. The skin next to it was torn off, making it look like an irregular hole. The people in the village have something on their backs, Linhai guessed. He thought of the hunched posture of the villagers. Since the people in this house were all injured people from the village, their situation should be the same. Although Linhai temporarily did not know what was on the backs of these people, it was definitely not something good. Just as Linhai was thinking about this, a familiar voice came from not far away. Linhai, how did you guys come here? Linhai, didn't you say you were just wandering near the village? Why did you come here? There was a rustling sound in the woods, as if something was taking advantage of the night to move freely, like a ghost wandering in the darkness. Looking back, Linhai saw Tian Wenlei walking towards them. Because Joe Kai had temporarily stopped using his abilities, and the scene in the room was too shocking, they didn't notice the other person until he spoke. Linhai, it's very dangerous around here, especially at night. The torchlight illuminated Tian Wenlei's face, and he suddenly showed a strange smile. It was at this moment that Linhai saw a familiar greed in his eyes. It was the kind of look that only appeared when a monster was about to devour a human. The person in front of him, Tian Wenlei, was not human at all. Not only him, but probably everyone living in this village was not a true human. Uncle Tian, why are you here? Linhai quickly calmed down and pretended to be nonchalant. He planned to stabilize the other party first. After all, this was their territory, and they had lived here for so many years, knowing much more about the surroundings than Linhai and Joe Kai. Moreover, if there was more than one person like Tian Wenlei, and the other people from the village were hiding nearby, Linhai and Joe Kai's situation would be very dangerous. I haven't seen you guys come back for so long, so I was a little worried, and came out to find you. Worried? Linhai found it ridiculous. He didn't see a trace of worry on Tian Wenlei's face. Uncle Tian, is this the place in the village where bodies are gathered and processed? Linhai continued, when we were out for a walk, we saw the fire here, so we came to take a look. Seeing these results is really terrifying, he said as he walked up to Joe Kai. Linhai gestured for Joe Kai to use his abilities to sense the surroundings. Thank goodness Uncle Tian, you came. I was so scared just now, I even forgot the way back to the village. If Uncle Tian hadn't come to find us, I wouldn't have known how to get back. Joe Kai understood Linhai's meaning. In fact, when Tian Wenlei's voice sounded, he had already activated his abilities. The pungent smell pierced his nostrils, accompanied by the noisy sounds in the woods, constantly stimulating his nerves. Joe Kai felt uncomfortable, as the environment here was too stimulating for his sensory organs. It was like falling into a biogas pool, with the constant noise of construction from the construction site, making him feel suffocated. However, Joe Kai endured the discomfort and said, Uncle Tian, it's late, and you came to find us alone. I'm really sorry. Linhai immediately understood Joe Kai's words. If only Tian Wenlei had come here alone, even though he was different, Linhai had enough confidence to deal with it. However, Linhai's confidence seemed to be a bit inflated. Linhai, you promised me that you would just wander around the village, so why did you come here? Tian Wenlei's tone changed. Although he still had a smile on his face, his tone gradually became low. You saw it, didn't you? Saw what? Linhai realized something was wrong. He took off his backpack and held it in his arms, pretending to be afraid. Uncle Tian, are you talking about these bodies? You already know the secret of this village, don't you? Tian Wenlei threw away the torch in his hand. Secret? What secret? Uncle Tian, why can't I understand what you're saying? Linhai slowly unzipped his backpack. Linhai, you were not like this when you were young. You were obedient and would never act on your own like you do now. You could have been like me, staying in this village forever, living happily. Why do you have to do these unnecessary things? Happy? Linhai felt that Tian Wenlei must have misunderstood these two words. But it's okay, I forgive you. You can still stay in the village, after all, a young body is still the best. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Wenlei suddenly jumped in front of Linhai. His explosive power far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and Linhai didn't even see his movements clearly. Linhai instinctively stepped back to dodge, but the next second, Tian Wenlei once again showed astonishing speed, quickly bringing his face close to Linhai's. His pupils began to move in different directions, then slowly protruded from his eye sockets. Connecting the pupils were two sticky strips of flesh, with a disturbing color, constantly wriggling like a parasitic worm inside a snail, making one's scalp tingle. Linhai, don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Tian Wenlei quickly grabbed Linhai's arms with his hands. His strength was terrifying, and Linhai couldn't break free at all. After that, you will experience unprecedented happiness, and then, you will stay here with me forever, living happily. Get off! Seeing that he couldn't break free, Linhai quickly raised his leg and forcefully kicked between Tian Wenlei's legs, but Tian Wenlei, who was hit, seemed to feel no pain at all, and even let out a mocking laugh from his throat. Linhai, you should listen to Uncle Tian obediently, just like when you were a child. Uncle Tian loves you, he would never harm you. Linhai reached into his backpack and pulled out a knife, aiming it at Tian Wenlei's chest. At the same time, while Tian Wenlei was grabbing Linhai, Joe Kai took a knife and circled around to Tian Wenlei's back, aiming at the position between his shoulder blades. His goal was clear, whether it was the stooped figures of the villagers or the person they saw in the room, it all indicated a problem with the villagers' backs. Perhaps this place was their Achilles heel. However, Tian Wenlei's back seemed to have another pair of eyes. His reaction was astonishingly terrifying. Even when Lin Yi and Joe Kai attacked simultaneously, he could easily handle it. He released his grip on Lin Yi's arm, then quickly sidestepped, and at the moment Lin Yi and Joe Kai made their move, he grabbed their wrists separately. The tight grip on their hands restrained their movements, and even though Joe Kai could predict it with his ability, his body couldn't react immediately. I only need one person, the other one I have to take back. Tian Wenlei's eyes, with eyes emerging from his eye sockets, curved in different directions, looking at Lin Yi and Joe Kai. But don't worry, you will both stay in the village in the end. Joe Kai struggled, but after finding he couldn't break free, he immediately released the hand holding the knife. As the knife fell, his other hand quickly caught it and aimed it at Tian Wenlei's arm. But at the moment he swung the knife, Tian Wenlei let go again, dodging the attack and kicking Joe Kai in the stomach. Whether it was explosive power or speed, strength or reaction ability, the strength Tian Wenlei was displaying at this moment was even more terrifying than the anomalies in the city. Joe Kai tried to get up, but the intense movement accelerated his breathing, and the close-range stench in the room kept assaulting his nostrils, making it impossible to concentrate. Despite the special training from Changdao, the current environment was 100 times worse than before. Joe Kai felt dizzy, his mind was in a daze. If he continued to enhance his hearing and sense of smell, he might end up mentally collapsing due to the stimulation of his sensory organs, even though he killed the anomaly. Lin Yi's voice came from his ear, he was still attacking, he couldn't fall here. But if he stopped using his ability, he would be even less of a match for Tian Wenlei. Joe Kai gritted his teeth. If he didn't enhance his hearing and sense of smell, then he would focus all his energy on enhancing his vision. Even though this would increase the burden on his eyes, compared to mental collapse and dying here, this result was obviously acceptable. Joe Kai closed off the enhancement of his other senses and focused all his energy on his vision. His pupils felt a sharp pain, he blinked hard, enduring the pain, and when he opened his eyes again, everything seemed different. The surrounding environment became clearer, and he seemed to see something else. What was it? Joe Kai carefully felt it. It seemed to be the wind. The wind that was both formless and tangible. Countless tiny things appeared in Joe Kai's field of vision. These things were extremely small, and if Joe Kai hadn't enhanced his vision to the limit, he wouldn't have been able to see them at all. These tiny things seemed to fill the air, drifting slowly in the air. Soon, Joe Kai knew what these things were. The wind was formless, so what Joe Kai saw was not the wind in the true sense. What he saw was the floating dust in the air, which was imperceptible to the naked eye. The floating dust in the air moved with the wind, and their movements formed the shape of the wind. Joe Kai completely closed off his hearing and sense of taste, leaving only his normal sense of smell and touch, and then focused all his energy on enhancing his vision. The stinging sensation in his pupils became even stronger, but with the closure of his hearing, the whole world became incredibly quiet. In that moment, Joe Kai's extremely sharp vision noticed the floating dust around Lin Yi and Tian Wenlei starting to move. The trajectory of the floating dust was the trajectory of the wind, the trajectory of the movement. The quiet environment made Joe Kai's mind as calm as still water, and when he saw the trajectory of the wind, all of Lin Yi and Tian Wenlei's next actions naturally appeared in Joe Kai's mind. Lin Yi would use the hand that wasn't caught to take out another knife from his bag and then stab Tian Wenlei with all his might. However, his attack was destined to fail. Perhaps it was because Tian Wenlei was different. His speed was much faster than Lin Yi and the others. Tian Wenlei would grab Lin Yi's hand and restrain his attack. Then he would lean in front of Lin Yi and press his disgusting face against him. What happened next was just like the scene that appeared in Joe Kai's mind. As they moved, the air around them also moved along the contours of their bodies. Their movements caused the surrounding air to form air currents, which carried the floating dust in the air. This was the wind that Joe Kai saw at that moment. Tian Wenlei grabbed Lin Yi's hands and began to exert force. Lin Yi felt intense pain in his wrists, as if his bones were about to be crushed. The hand holding the knife gradually became numb and weak, but he gritted his teeth and never let go of the knife. "It's good to have a young body, strong and energetic," Tian Wenlei said as he leaned in. His eyes, filled with greed, moved constantly in their sockets against Lin Yi's face, as if those disgusting eyes also had a sense of touch, carefully feeling Lin Yi's skin. Even the skin is so smooth and tender. Tian Wenlei's eyes were full of greed. He opened his mouth, as if something was wriggling in his throat, eager to come out. Those eyes, full of mucus, made Lin Yi feel extremely disgusted, but at that moment, he couldn't care less. All he could think about was how to kill this anomaly. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi opened his mouth and, suppressing his disgust, quickly turned his head to bite at Tian Wenlei's eyes. If he could bite off his eyes, perhaps he could take away his sight. Unfortunately, Tian Wenlei's reaction was much faster than Lin Yi's. Just as Lin Yi moved, those eyes immediately agilely dodged to a position where Lin Yi couldn't reach. Joe Kai took a deep breath and quickly took out a crossbow from his backpack. "Do you think you can deal with me with that thing in your hand?" Although Tian Wenlei was facing Joe Kai, his right eye was fixed on Lin Yi, while his left eye curved to look at Joe Kai's position. Joe Kai couldn't hear anything, as his sense of hearing was completely blocked. However, from Tian Wenlei's lip movements, Joe Kai could probably guess what he was saying. "Since you're so confident, why don't you give it a try?" The intense pain in his eyes urged Joe Kai to speed up. He knelt down, forming a triangular support with one foot and one knee on the ground. He held the lower part of the crossbow with one hand, elbow resting on his knee, and aimed at Tian Wenlei. "Ha!" Tian Wenlei sneered at Joe Kai's actions, showing his disdain. "Go to hell, you bastard." Joe Kai pulled the trigger, and the crossbow arrow shot towards Tian Wenlei in an instant. Tian Wenlei's face showed a hint of disdain. He leaned back slightly to avoid the flying arrow, but just as he moved, the trajectory of the arrow in the air suddenly shifted slightly. This unexpected situation caused the arrow to pierce into Tian Wenlei's heart at a slanted angle. "Strange, how did you do that?" Tian Wenlei didn't fall, one eye curved towards the arrow piercing his heart, and he said in confusion, "I should have been able to dodge it." "Wind," Joe Kai said only one word. After the shot, he closed his eyes to give them a brief rest. "This time, I'm going to hit your temple." He reached for a new arrow and loaded it into the crossbow, then opened his eyes and pulled the trigger again. Watching the arrow flying towards him, Tian Wenlei twisted his body and turned his head to dodge, but the position he dodged to seemed to be exactly where the arrow was flying. Tian Wenlei frowned, realizing that something was wrong. In his eyes, his reaction speed was much faster than Lin Yi and Joe Kai's. But even so, Joe Kai managed to hit him twice, and even told him the location of the attack the second time. This situation made Tian Wenlei curious. "Is it the wind again?" "No." Joe Kai closed his eyes again and said softly, "This time, it's because you're too foolish." Two crossbow arrows, one hitting Tian Wenlei's heart, the other hitting his head. But the two fatal wounds caused by Joe Kai not only did not make Tian Wenlei fall, he didn't even feel any pain. As he put on the crossbow arrows, pulled the bowstring, and opened his eyes, Joe Kai was ready to pull the trigger again, but Tian Wenlei let go of Lin Yi's hand. He pushed his right leg against the ground and quickly dodged to the left. But just as he exerted force with his right leg, Joe Kai moved the crossbow faster than him, and aimed at the ground to the left of Tian Wenlei in advance. Just as Tian Wenlei moved to the left, the crossbow arrow hit his knee accurately. 3 consecutive attacks hit their mark, surprising not only Tian Wenlei, but even Lin Yi found it unbelievable. Unlike the mantis they had encountered before, although the mantis's body was large, it was slightly slow in turning or changing direction because its entire body was covered with a hard shell, only exposing the joints. But when Tian Wenlei fought them in human form, combined with his strength far exceeding that of a human, he could react both mentally and physically to attacks, and even counter immediately. And now, Tian Wenlei couldn't dodge Joe Kai's attacks. But then, Lin Yi noticed Joe Kai's reddened and even somewhat bloodshot eyes. He realized that Joe Kai's abilities were about to exceed the limits of what his body could handle, and if it continued, Joe Kai's eyes might go blind from overuse. "How are you doing this?" Tian Wenlei seemed a little angry. The smile on his face disappeared, and his tone became even more solemn. "You can't possibly keep up with my speed, so why have you been able to hit me every time?" Tian Wenlei muttered under his breath, and then, as if he understood something, a smile appeared on his face again, even those disgusting eyes were excitedly moving. "I know, you're the chosen one. You used your abilities, right? Great, I never thought I would encounter a chosen one. The body of the chosen one is much better than that of an ordinary person." Tian Wenlei's voice rang out recklessly, but what surprised Lin Yi was that this guy was clearly speaking, but could also laugh at the same time. "As long as I get your body, I can use your divine power." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Wenlei rushed towards Joe Kai. He quickly reached out his right hand to grab Joe Kai's neck, but at that moment, Joe Kai immediately stood up from the ground. He dodged to the left quickly, easily avoiding Tian Wenlei's outstretched hand. The crossbow in his hand was aimed forward, and in the second before he pulled the trigger, there was nothing there, but the next second, Tian Wenlei was right there. The crossbow arrow shot out and hit Tian Wenlei's neck accurately, but he still didn't fall. Lin Yi stepped forward with his knife ready to cover Joe Kai, but as he ran, he suddenly saw a thread coming out of Tian Wenlei's back, connecting to Joe Kai's mouth. "Joe Kai!" Lin Yi didn't know that Joe Kai had completely blocked his hearing, so he ran towards Joe Kai's position, shouting loudly to warn him to be careful. But Joe Kai couldn't hear anything, and at that moment, he was completely focused on Tian Wenlei in front of him, quickly devising a way to deal with him. The consecutive crossbow arrows hit Tian Wenlei's heart, head, joints, and neck. Unlike the mantis, even if these parts were hit, they couldn't kill him. So, to kill this anomaly, it seemed that the only way was to attack the position between his shoulder blades on his back. Just now, in order to avoid Tian Wenlei's attack, Joe Kai only managed to grab 3 crossbow arrows while dodging. One arrow hit Tian Wenlei's neck, leaving him with 2 more. After placing one of the arrows in the crossbow groove, Joe Kai said, "This time, I'm going to aim for your heart." After pulling the trigger and shooting the arrow, Joe Kai quickly loaded the other arrow. He aimed the first arrow at the end of the arrow already embedded in Tian Wenlei's heart. If Tian Wenlei didn't choose to dodge, the shot arrow would hit the one already in his heart, pushing it further into his body. Perhaps with the second impact, the first arrow would penetrate closer to his back. Joe Kai focused on Tian Wenlei, observing his movements through the trajectory of the wind beside him. Tian Wenlei would dodge to the side. So, Joe Kai quickly aimed to the left and pulled the trigger again. Tian Wenlei's dodge would expose his side. At that moment, the arrow Joe Kai shot would slant into the space between his shoulder blades. After Tian Wenlei showed interest in Joe Kai, he faced him directly. Hitting Tian Wenlei's back was not easy, so Joe Kai came up with this method. Dodge, and the first arrow would hit the heart. Don't dodge, and the second arrow would slant into the space between the shoulder blades. Regardless of whether Tian Wenlei dodged or not, one arrow would hit. With the help of a slight breeze, the second arrow flew with a slight deviation, perfectly slanting into the space between Tian Wenlei's shoulder blades. Tian Wenlei suddenly let out a painful scream. The space between his shoulder blades suddenly bulged, then collapsed, and then bulged again, repeatedly. Tian Wenlei reached behind him as if trying to hold onto something on his back. The disgusting eyes in his eye sockets began to shrink, and in that moment, he seemed to age significantly. "No, please, don't," he kept pleading, but the pain made him howl from his throat. His body started trembling, as if his strength was draining in that moment, and even his body became thin. Finally, his trembling legs couldn't support him anymore. He fell, but his hands continued to roll on the ground until his whole body began to convulse, and weak moans came from his throat. "Is this winning?" Lin, who had arrived next to Joe Kai, was stunned. Joe Kai closed his eyes, and his energy was exhausted at that moment, making his tired body feel particularly heavy. Fortunately, Lin supported him in time, preventing him from falling. But Lin didn't understand why the thread connecting to Joe Kai's mouth hadn't disappeared after Tian Wenlei was defeated. He reached out and broke the thread, and for a moment, Lin felt nauseous. "What are you vomiting?" Joe Kai stopped using his ability. He heard Lin's dry heaving as his hearing recovered. His eyes throbbed, as if they didn't exist. "I saw a thread connected to your mouth just now, so I broke it to see what would happen in the future," Lin explained, "but I found something had entered my mouth, and that feeling, disgustingly nauseating." Lin didn't know how to describe the feeling, the sticky sensation accompanied by a nauseating stench, prying open his mouth and smoothly sliding down his throat. "How is he?" Joe Kai asked. "Is he dead?" Lin shook his head, noticing that Joe Kai had been keeping his eyes closed. So he said, "He's not dead, but he's still convulsing. However, his current state is not much different from being dead." Tian Wenlei lay on the ground convulsing, his eyes closed, and his emaciated appearance was a far cry from his previously lively self. At this moment, Tian Wenlei was just like the person lying in the room behind him. Although he wasn't dead, he was barely clinging to life. "Just to be safe, I'll go and patch him up," Linhai said, frowning. "You shouldn't go, I cut the thread just now. If you go, something unexpected might happen." Joe Kai nodded, and after Linhai let go, his body trembled as if he could fall at any moment. After all, the intense observation and thinking had drained too much of his energy, and coupled with the evasion just now, it was already good that he could stand here on his own. "Wait for me, I'll patch him up and come back soon." Linhai tightened the knife in his hand and quickly walked to Tian Wenlei. Looking at Tian Wenlei convulsing on the ground, Linhai felt a touch of emotion in his heart. The Tian Wenlei in his memory was gentle and kind, patient enough to play with children. If it weren't for these damn anomalies, perhaps Tian Wenlei wouldn't have ended up like this. "Uncle Tian, goodbye." Linhai gritted his teeth and turned Tian Wenlei over. Tian Wenlei's body was so light that Linhai only needed a little force to turn him over. He raised the knife in his hand and stabbed it forcefully at the position of Tian Wenlei's shoulder blades on his back. He knew very well that the reason Tian Wenlei was like this was because Joe Kai had hit the weak point between his shoulder blades. So, to completely kill him, he had to attack that area. However, when the blade of the knife stabbed down, the sensation in his hand was very strange. Although the blade had penetrated the body, there was no sense of impact. As the blade pierced, an outline appeared on the back of Tian Wenlei's clothes. "Ha!" Linhai frowned and quickly lifted Tian Wenlei's clothes. In the position of his shoulder blades, there was a hole that was extremely similar to the one on the person in the room. No! Linhai suddenly became alert. Tian Wenlei's head lay on the ground, and Linhai quickly opened his eyelids. There were no disgusting eyes that had popped out before in his empty eye sockets. Oh no! Joe Kai! Linhai realized that something was wrong. Quickly turning back, there was a sticky substance on the ground in front of Joe Kai, moving closer to him. The color of the substance was extremely similar to the soil, and under the cover of the night, it was almost impossible to notice if one didn't look carefully. This anomaly hadn't died at all, it had been pretending from the beginning. It had targeted Joe Kai's body, but Joe Kai, who could use his abilities, always managed to dodge its attacks, so this anomaly came up with this method. It pretended to be killed by Joe Kai, then detached from Tian Wenlei and took the opportunity to approach Joe Kai. The painful appearance of Tian Wenlei just now was indeed not an act, but the reason he desperately pressed on his back was not because of the pain, but because he didn't want the anomaly on his back to leave. Joe Kai! Run! Linhai ran towards Joe Kai with all his might. But at that moment, the anomaly on the ground leaped high and pounced towards Joe Kai's face. Linhai ran very fast, feeling that this might be the fastest he had ever run in his life. Even when he had escaped from the anomalies before, he hadn't run as fast as he was now. Although Linhai didn't understand this anomaly, its sticky appearance, coupled with the hole on Tian Wenlei's back, made it easy to guess that it was a kind of anomaly parasitic in the human body. So, when he cut the thread connected to Joe Kai's mouth, he felt something drilling into his throat. If Joe Kai hadn't overused his abilities, perhaps he could still see this disgusting anomaly on the ground. But at this moment, Joe Kai had his eyes closed, and he couldn't detect it without his enhanced hearing. When he heard Linhai's shout, the anomaly had already jumped up. Time! Linhai frowned and shouted, "Freeze!" At this moment, only by activating his ability could he save Joe Kai from this anomaly. But time didn't freeze. As the alien creature was about to envelop Joe Kai's head, a dramatic scene unfolded. Hearing the shout, Joe Kai instinctively turned to run, but his weary body caused his legs to give way, and he fell to the ground. The coincidence of Joe Kai's fall was unbelievable. The leaping alien creature missed him and jumped over his head. Could such a coincidence really happen? Linhai found it somewhat incredible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Linhai rushed to Joe Kai's side. He raised the knife in his hand, ready to strike the creature on the ground. However, as he swung the knife, Linhai suddenly noticed that the alien creature's sticky body was covered with some black hairs resembling strands of hair. If Linhai had struck with the knife just now, although he could have hit the creature, he would also have been entangled by these black hairs on its body. Linhai didn't know what these black hairs were, so he stopped for safety. The black hairs swayed in the air, and the pair of eyes, like suction cups, emerged from its soft body, staring eagerly at Linhai and Joe Kai, crawling towards them. Linhai came up with a plan as he looked at the alien creature on the ground. He threw away the knife in his hand, rushed a few steps to the outskirts of the house, picked up a torch standing there, and waved it towards the approaching creature. Feeling the heat of the flame, the creature prepared to escape. Linhai wouldn't let this creature go. He hated this disgusting thing that wanted to take over Joe Kai's body, the mastermind behind Tian Wenlei's transformation. These aliens, who took away human lives and treated humans as food, Linhai wished to tear them to pieces, burn them into jerky, and grind them into powder to feed the rats. After losing its host, the creature seemed unable to speak. Not only that, its speed, strength, and reflexes had all decreased significantly. As the flame approached, the black hairs instantly curled. With the swing of the torch, accompanied by the smell of burning, the black hairs burned away in an instant. The creature's soft body trembled violently, as if the burning of these black hairs had caused it pain, and more mucus emerged to protect itself. Unfortunately, the area was abundant with highly flammable dry branches. Without these black hairs, Linhai picked up the knife from the ground. When the creature tried to escape, he forcefully stabbed the knife into its body, pinning it to the ground. He picked up nearby branches and threw them at the monster, then threw the torch at it. The dry branches ignited, and as he watched the struggling figure of the creature in the raging flames, Linhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. "How is it?" Joe Kai heard a series of sounds and felt somewhat worried. "It's okay," Linhai said, somewhat uneasy, adding some branches to the flames before walking to Joe Kai's side. "This creature looks like a slug parasitized by a pair of suction cup worms, with some black hairs resembling hair, disgustingly so. It should be a parasitic type of alien, weak as hell after leaving its host. Could those black hairs on its body be used to control human organs?" Joe Kai asked. "It's possible," Linhai sighed. "However, when it was parasitic in a human body, it was so powerful. Why is its true form so weak after coming out?" Linhai thought for a moment and speculated, could it be that Uncle Tian's formidable strength was activated by this creature through some means, such as speed, strength, or even the inability to feel pain? Just like your abilities, excessive use could make Uncle Tian's body weak, even leading to organ failure? Linhai felt this possibility was very likely. Otherwise, with the strength Tian Wenlei had just shown, the people in the village could have easily subdued them when they entered the village, without wasting so much time. It must be so. For this kind of alien, humans are expendable. Once they stimulate the human body through some means, their host will quickly become weak, forcing them to change hosts. Tian Wenlei's body functions had been pushed to the limit, but even so, he still couldn't catch Joe Kai. Seeing Tian Wenlei's body about to become too weak to continue using, this peculiar creature had no choice but to separate from Tian Wenlei and choose to ambush Joe Kai. Unfortunately, its plan failed as Joe Kai coincidentally stumbled, narrowly escaping. Besides this reason, another reason these creatures didn't act in the village was that they didn't want their hosts to get hurt in the village. Otherwise, the smell of blood would attract the old mice and strange birds in the woods, making things even more troublesome. How are your eyes? Linhai asked with concern. You won't go blind, will you? Don't worry, even if you go blind, I will never abandon you. I swear, Linhai said, patting his chest. Can't you say something positive? Joe Kai frowned. It's just temporary blindness from overusing my ability, I'm not blind yet. Resting for a while should help you recover. Joe Kai seemed a bit worried at this point. It's just that during this time, I can't use my vision, and it's making me uneasy. But, other sensory organs can still be used. Besides, at this point, Joe Kai smiled and jokingly said, if I really go blind, I'll give you a knife and let you go back in time to find a way to prevent me from going blind. Let's go. Now that we know that everyone in this village is peculiar, I'm worried about Xiao Yun. Joe Kai's expression became serious when he mentioned Zhou Yun. We don't know when these peculiar creatures will attack us. I'm worried about Xiao Yun being alone with them, and it's best to inform everyone about this matter as soon as possible. Linhai nodded and said, wait for me, I'll clean up the battlefield. Linhai made Joe Kai stand still, quickly putting the knives in Joe Kai's crossbow into the bag, even remembering to retrieve the crossbow arrows from Tian Wenlei's body. Before leaving, Linhai deliberately made a few cuts on Tian Wenlei's body. The smell of blood would attract the old mice and strange birds in the woods, and these strange creatures would help them deal with Tian Wenlei's body. After they returned, they would continue to act as if they knew nothing. Tian Wenlei did not return to the village, and the villagers would definitely come out to search for him. If they found Tian Wenlei's body here, they would definitely suspect Linhai and the others. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Linhai had to resort to this last resort. With Joe Kai temporarily unable to use his abilities due to weakness, Linhai became more cautious on the way back. He constantly checked if there were any threads connecting them, as this was his only means of avoiding danger now. Fortunately, they safely returned to the village, but when Linhai saw Zhou Yun, he found a rather unpleasant person standing next to her. Why did you stop? Although Joe Kai's eyes couldn't see clearly for the time being, he still sensed something was wrong when Linhai, who was supporting him, suddenly stopped. Joe Kai, listen to me calmly. Linhai lowered his voice and said softly. First of all, Xiao Yun is temporarily safe. The situation now is the same as when we left. So, you must not be in a hurry later, or these peculiar creatures will suspect us. In Linhai's impression, Joe Kai had always been cautious and careful. However, this was on the condition that it didn't involve Zhou Yun. Once this matter was related to Zhou Yun, Joe Kai would easily lose his composure, especially when Zhou Yun was in danger. Hearing that Zhou Yun was safe, Joe Kai's expression softened a lot. What's going on? Joe Kai asked. That saintess is standing next to Xiao Yun right now. What? Linhai's answer instantly made Joe Kai alert. Since the people in this village are all hosts parasitized by aliens, then the saint they worship must be an even worse existence. At this moment, this terrible existence is standing beside the person he cares about the most. How could Joe Kai not worry? It's all nonsense to say that Zhou Yun is the successor to the saint, bearing a heavy responsibility, destined to lead humanity to defeat the aliens and reclaim their homeland as the new saint. The parasite inside the saint's body only senses that the current host is about to be consumed, and it wants to replace the host. It has set its sights on Zhou Yun, its real purpose being to make her its new host. Fortunately, Linhai told him earlier that Zhou Yun was safe, which calmed Joe Kai down. Besides the saint, there are 5 other people around Zhou Yun. Linhai quietly informed Joe Kai of the situation. One of them is the person arranged here by Lei Gu, and the other 4 may be responsible for protecting the saint. When we go over later, we must act as if we know nothing, Joe Kai said. With the other side having more people and Joe Kai's temporarily unclear vision, they were simply no match if they were to fight now. Don't worry, I'm much better at this than you, Joe Kai replied. After all, I've been pretending for over a decade without being discovered. It's certain people who shouldn't suddenly stand up and shout like during an exam, Linhai said, glaring at Joe Kai, even though Joe Kai couldn't see it. Don't bring up the dark history. Brother! Zhou Yun, not far away, saw Linhai and Joe Kai approaching. She noticed that Linhai had been supporting Joe Kai, who had his eyes closed, and immediately realized that they must have encountered some trouble. Zhou Yun hurried over and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Zhou Yun spoke in a low voice, only Linhai and Joe Kai could hear her. Although she didn't know about the people in the village being parasitized by aliens, she sensed that something was amiss with these people. "I'm fine," Linhai suddenly raised his voice, "it's just night blindness acting up. It's pitch black outside the village, he can't see clearly, and he just tripped by accident." Night blindness? Zhou Yun was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized and said, imitating Linhai's tone, "Brother, I told you not to run around everywhere. You have night blindness, it's very dangerous because it's pitch black outside the village and you can't see clearly." These excuses were thought up by Linhai and Joe Kai on their way to the village. After all, Joe Kai's eyes were fine before they set off, but now suddenly he couldn't see clearly, which was hard not to arouse suspicion. Because they hadn't been in contact with the people in the village for long, claiming night blindness might be able to fool them, as it could be attributed to decreased vision due to the darkness outside the village. However, Linhai didn't expect Zhou Yun to cooperate so seamlessly. "I was just too worried about Lu Linhai and the others, and I forgot about this," Joe Kai chimed in. As they were talking, the saint, supported by another person, walked over. "Why hasn't the saint rested yet?" Linhai asked. "I heard that someone accidentally entered the woods at night, so I came to check." The saint's voice seemed weaker, and she looked much more haggard. "After all, the people in the village are the hope of the future of humanity." The hope of the future of humanity? Linhai found it extremely ridiculous. Since when did these disgusting aliens become the hope of humanity? Talking about being worried, it was just an impatient desire to replace the host, wasn't it? "Where's Tian Wenlei?" The saint raised her head slightly and looked at the path Linhai and Joe Kai had taken. She coughed a few times, then continued, "It's very dangerous outside the village at night. Tian Wenlei was worried about you, so he went out to find you." "Why didn't he come back with you? Uncle Tian?" Linhai pretended not to know, shook his head and said, "I didn't see Uncle Tian. I was just about to ask why Uncle Tian isn't here. Did he go out to look for us? Maybe he took the wrong path." Joe Kai continued Linhai's words. "Did Uncle Tian go out alone?" Linhai continued to ask, "Could he be in danger? I'm worried. Maybe I should go out and look for him." Linhai deliberately looked very anxious. "Linhai, maybe you shouldn't go." Zhou Yun didn't know if Linhai was pretending, but she understood her brother. When Joe Kai spoke, she knew her brother was lying. Zhou Yun guessed that Joe Kai's current demeanor was likely related to Tian Wenlei, who had left earlier. Although Linhai said he wanted to go out and look, he turned very slowly. So Zhou Yun began to cooperate with Linhai and Joe Kai. "It's too dark outside. My brother has night blindness. He can't see clearly when he goes out. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. What if you don't find Uncle Tian and you encounter danger? That wouldn't be good." At this point, Zhou Yun looked up at the saint, then said, "I don't think the saint would want to see someone in danger." The saint looked at Zhou Yun and then nodded with a smile. "You're not familiar with the area outside the village. It's better not to go out. Don't worry, they will be safe." Linhai didn't know if the others would be safe, but Tian Wenlei and the alien parasitic on him would definitely not be safe. The saint opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but before she could speak, she suddenly started coughing violently, covering her mouth. With her cough, Linhai noticed that her hair was slowly falling out and drifting onto her shoulders. Not only that, the wrinkles on her face seemed to have increased, and even the hand covering her mouth looked even thinner. Linhai frowned, realizing that the saint's body was not doing well. So, he reached out and pulled Zhou Yun away from the saint. It was at this moment that Linhai saw a faintly glowing thread emerging from behind the saint, connecting to Zhou Yun's mouth. Linhai reached out and pulled the thread apart, and then a familiar sensation emerged. That sticky feeling entered his mouth, went down his throat, and into his body. Damn it, it had indeed targeted Zhou Yun. Linhai cursed in his heart. But then, he suddenly had a different feeling. He froze in place, a kind of unprecedented excitement made his body tremble uncontrollably. "Linhai?" Joe Kai's voice faintly came from his ear. But at this moment, Linhai couldn't care less about these. What kind of feeling was this? It was as if dopamine was rapidly being released, constantly stimulating the nerves. It was an extreme sense of pleasure. This feeling was addictive. His brain at this moment became blank. It seemed that even his consciousness was starting to blur. As his consciousness gradually blurred, Linhai couldn't help but want to give up thinking. This fascinating pleasure made him deeply immersed in it. However, this feeling didn't last long. As it gradually faded, Linhai felt a bit reluctant, and even didn't want this feeling to disappear. "Linhai?" The voice in his ear gradually became clear. Although Joe Kai couldn't see, he could feel that Linhai, who was supporting him, suddenly started trembling. "Linhai, What's wrong? In addition to Joe Kai's voice, Linhai also heard Jo Yun's worried voice. When Linhai came to his senses, he felt a strange emptiness. His legs were a bit weak, as if he had just finished a long marathon. His body was a bit exhausted. Thinking back to his reaction when the alien left Tian Wenlei's body, Linhai probably understood. After the alien parasitized a human body, it would stimulate the body to secrete dopamine through those black spines. The secretion of dopamine would make the parasitized person addicted and unable to extricate themselves. The longer the parasitic time, the more addictive it becomes. In this way, the alien can completely take control of the body, control the host's every move, and separate the host's consciousness from the body. Excessive secretion of dopamine can lead to excessive physical and energy consumption, and even cause the parasitized person to die prematurely. Therefore, the people here have become commodities for the aliens. When the alien suddenly leaves the host, the person immersed in extreme pleasure is unwilling to wake up. Therefore, Tian Wenlei, who is accustomed to this feeling, desperately presses on his back, unwilling to let the alien leave his body. However, the reason why his body can still move is because of the alien's control. Even if he doesn't want to, he can't stop the alien from leaving. Linhai's recent experience of this feeling indicates that the alien parasitized in the body of the saint is about to take away Jo Yun's body. Looking up, the saint's condition is very bad. She hunches over, and her cough seems to be getting worse. Linhai suddenly became alert. He knew very well that if the saint's body reached its limit, the alien parasitized in her body would probably not hesitate to act. Just like the alien parasitized in Tian Wenlei's body before. It would be extremely bad to start a fight here, and Chang Dao, who has considerable combat power, has not returned, and Lu Linhai, who has been cooperating in the battle, is nowhere to be found. Joe Kai's eyes are temporarily unable to see clearly due to the previous battle, and he has not completely recovered from the extreme experience just now. The only combat power left is Jo Yun. At this moment, they are like players who have just left the novice village and encountered a group of high-level monsters. It would be better to start over than to fight. Why are you still standing there? Take the lady saint back to rest. Linhai squeezed Joe Kai's hand slightly and then gave a meaningful look to Jo Yun. Can't you see that the lady saint is unwell? The lady saint is the hope of the human race. What if something happens to her? What are you waiting for? Take the lady saint back to rest. If Brother Lei finds out, he'll shoot you in the head. Linhai said this to try to deceive the aliens, but unfortunately, these people completely ignored him. The villagers who were supporting the saint did not move. Obviously, they only listened to the saint's orders. Give. The saint's voice intermittently uttered a few words. Linhai took out a knife from his bag and held it tightly in his hand. Give her. To me. With a violent cough, the saint still managed to spit out these words. In an instant, everyone around the saint looked straight at Jo Yun. Xiaoyun, take Joe Kai and leave. Linhai stood in front of them. However, these villagers would not give them a chance to escape. The aliens can stimulate the host to make the host burst out with strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Although this approach will accelerate the host's consumption in all aspects, these aliens don't care at all. One of them suddenly exerted force and instantly rushed to Jo Yun. By the time Linhai reacted, the person had already reached out his hand. Just as he was about to grab Jo Yun, she suddenly raised her hand. She was holding an open vial and sprinkled white lime powder into the person's eyes with force. The person covered his eyes and cried out in pain. Linhai was somewhat surprised. Jo Yun in front of him seemed to be much calmer than he had imagined. Recalling the situation when they encountered the mantis in the city, Jo Yun seemed to be the same. Even when she saw the mantis, there was only a hint of surprise on her face. Even when she later fought with the mantis, Jo Yun was not afraid. This girl seemed to be braver than Linhai had imagined. Of course, what surprised Linhai even more was the effect of the lime powder that Jo Yun had sprinkled. It seemed to have a miraculous effect on these aliens. Carefully think about it. It's true that this kind of abnormal appearance is similar to a slug. If we can find some salt, it might be easier to deal with them. Jo Yun's counterattack was not over yet. When the person covered his eyes, Jo Yun lifted her leg and kicked hard between his legs. Her movement was quick and decisive, without any hesitation. Linhai was startled and instinctively tightened his legs. This is the line that Zhang Chang gave me, and also the self-defense technique that Uncle Lin taught me. Jo Yun seemed to notice Linhai looking at her and said, Xiaoyun, come over here. Joe Kai frowned. Linhai's words just now and the sound he heard now made him realize that their situation was very dangerous. At this moment, Linhai finally realized that his impression of Jo Yun had always been based on Joe Kai's description. Joe Kai's concern and protection for Jo Yun had become a habit, especially in a city full of anomalies. Even though his sister had grown up, this long-standing habit would not disappear immediately. Brother, I'm fine. The kick that Jo Yun added actually had no effect. She didn't know that these people were parasitized, and the kick just now only attacked the host, not the anomalies inside their bodies. However, the effect of the lime powder was still there. Other people also gathered around, and when they were about to make a move, Linhai put the blade on his own arm. If you don't want to die, stop. Linhai stared at the approaching people. I remember you said that the mice and strange birds in the woods are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, right? If I cut my arm now, how long do you think it will take to attract the mice and strange birds? The reason these people were unwilling to act in the village was because they didn't want the smell of blood to attract the mice and strange birds in the woods. The anomalies were not afraid of the mice and strange birds, but because dealing with these large numbers of strange animals would accelerate the consumption of the hosts. Once the hosts were overconsumed, their true forms would be exposed to the mice and strange birds. At that time, they would also die. The approaching people stopped and looked back at the saint. Linhai originally wanted to use this method to hold them back, but the saint seemed to be indifferent to Linhai's threat. Linhai. Joe Kai's face became somewhat serious behind him. After realizing that something was wrong, he endured his fatigue and used his ability again. Through enhanced hearing, he heard the footsteps approaching from inside. The people in this village have all come. Watching the villagers emerge one after another in the distance, Linhai finally understood. The reason why the anomalies parasitized on the saint were so confident was because even if Linhai cut his arm and wanted to die with them, it was destined to fail. Under the control of the anomalies, all the people in the village could erupt with strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Once Linhai had a wound, he would lose his value as a host. So they would break Linhai's neck and quickly throw him outside the village. The ground in this village was just simple mud roads. Even if Linhai's blood fell on the ground, they could use the advantage of numbers and astonishing speed to dig out the soil and throw it out along with Linhai. The anomaly inside the saint should be their leader, similar to the queen ant in an ant colony. Other anomalies could die, but not the saint. So, in order to get Zhou Yun, who was favored by the saint, they would definitely not let Linhai and the others go. The scene in front of him made Linhai anxious. He gritted his teeth, and the only solution he could think of at this moment was to kill himself and start over directly. The secret of the village had been revealed, and as long as he went back in time, he could choose to avoid it or plan how to deal with it in advance. However, when Linhai was about to act, he remembered what Zhang Chang had said on the bus before they escaped from the city and came to the village. They talked about the ability, and Zhang Chang had a different opinion about Linhai's ability. I think your ability may not be to control time, Zhang Chang said at the time. He analyzed seriously, stroking his chin. The reason you think your ability is to control time is nothing more than 2 points going back to the past after death, and time suddenly stopping at a certain moment. But, is it possible that time stops to prevent you from dying? The first time time stopped was because the alien disguised as your mother wanted to frame you before dying, but you could have completely avoided this situation. As long as you were cautious at that time, not emotional, and kept away from the alien, even if the alien resisted before dying, you could have avoided it. The second time time stopped was because Xiao Yun was attacked by the alien.